It all started in an otherworldly dimension where a man prayed to the gods, asking for a chance to change the past in exchange for 5,000 years of cultivation and giving up the chance to become a deity himself. During the prayer, a skill that allowed the owner to change fate itself was activated, and the world immediately responded to this. The sky itself began to spiral like a huge funnel. But that was only the beginning, because then, from the thickening dark clouds, a huge beam of purple light struck, straight towards the place where the mysterious cultivator was located. What happened next could best be described as surrealism. Because now, not only the sky and clouds, but even the earth and man-made objects began to twist in an unnatural way. The divine power transported the main character into the distant past, to May of 2017. And then the audience was shown how the other end of this glowing pillar hits the school building. After that, the purple lightning very gently, like a mother's hand, laid down on the ground a black-haired young man in a simple white shirt, black pants, and a red tie. Falling on his back, the young man tried to catch his breath for a few minutes before looking around with his pink eyes and wondering if he had succeeded. Yes, he managed to achieve his goals, and that's how the protagonist ended up in the Longshan Technical University, of which there are plenty throughout the vast expanses of the Celestial Empire. The local teenagers led a completely ordinary existence, bullying each other, intimidating each other, extorting homework, exchanging gossip, nothing remarkable. But the former cultivator didn't care about this at all, because for now he could only cry, huddled in a kneeling position, and mentally repeat the words mom and little sister. However, he managed to quickly pull himself together, after which he stood up and, belligerently clenching his fists, threatened a certain Zhuo Shiheng that he would never harm his relatives again. After this promising episode, the action moves directly to the university dormitory, specifically to room number 1103. It turned out to be an ordinary room for students who did not have their own housing in the city. There were tables with computers installed on them and stairs leading to the bunks above. Looking at the clock, which showed that it was now 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon, the protagonist thought with excitement that he urgently needed to find at least a little money to help his family. Despite the fact that it was a good cause, without any discounts or conditions, the main character looked uncertain and even scared, as if he did not know whether he could cope with the task. But in the end, he forced himself to sit down at the computer, reminding himself that they vitally needed every yuan, which meant there was no time for weakness. At this point, the door creaked open and several young men entered the room, loudly and enthusiastically discussing the possibility of visiting a newly opened crayfish shop. Seeing the main character, one of them mockingly noted that the respected young Master Mu had not changed his habits and had once again missed classes. However, the young man didn't even move his ear, as if the trio didn't exist at all, and continued to poke the keys of his laptop with complete dedication. Then the same man came closer and, with exaggerated innocence, asked why the Jasper gentleman didn't treat his kind but hungry friends to dinner. The main character continued to ignore the presence of this group, and then the second teenager became terribly angry, saying that he himself didn't have a penny, but he had so much pride, he continued to yell that he would tell the whole class that the protagonist was not a rich man at all, but simply a liar. But the student finished formatting the system of his device with a detached face. In the end, the troublemaker got so carried away that his own friends had to grab his hands and remind him that Mu has the right to behave the way he does. However, in essence, they were in complete agreement with their leader, and therefore demanded that the brunette fork out some money, so to speak, to show gratitude for keeping his secret. But the pink-eyed boy no longer wanted to have anything to do with these stupid school intrigues, and he, hiding his laptop in his bag, indifferently replied that they could talk as much as they wanted. To say that the blackmailers were speechless would be a colossal understatement. All they could do was stare at their former friend with their mouths agape. Then their leader came to his senses and again began to yell that the time traveler was simply an ungrateful pig and the last scumbag. But the departing cultivator did not even turn around. When he slammed the door, which was immediately hit by a book thrown by someone in anger, he only thought about how to quickly regain his cultivation and stop being a pathetic mortal man. But first, the protagonist went to a hardware store where he sold his laptop for 800 yuan, less than he would have liked. But the shop owner indignantly noted that this was still generous, considering that the device was old and used. He almost cried, remembering how his mother had saved money for months to buy her son this laptop, and now he was selling it for such a ridiculous amount. In the past, when Mu was still a completely ordinary person, he led a meaningless and senseless life as an idle money guzzler. And now he terribly regretted it. And if only that were not enough, He also forced his mother to constantly give him money whenever her own reserves showed the bottom after a day of revelry. The cultivator looked with incredible regret at the history of his correspondence with his parent, how he wrote to his mother time and time again, and she meekly transferred him huge sums despite her own problems. Out of pain and shame, the protagonist began to cry for the first time, feeling like a disgusting parasite. But then someone called him by his full name and surname, Mu Li. It turned out to be a young girl wearing large striped pants with suspenders. And at the sight of her, the main character jerked as if someone had kicked him hard. And it was also his younger sister, the very one the protagonist had recently remembered with incredible regret. And he clearly didn't expect to run into her like this. Li loved her, but he could not call himself a good brother, because he remembered very well how his own mistakes and vices in his past life brought the girl to trouble. And that was putting it very mildly, because it turned out that the girl actually committed suicide, unable to withstand the terrible pressure from the previously mentioned Zhou Shiheng. Mu had managed to do a fair amount of shit in his previous life, but now, looking at his face and fingers white from the strain, it was easy to guess that this was what he regretted the most. But the younger one, being a mere mortal, could not know that her wayward brother subsequently lived for 5,000 years and bought from the gods the opportunity to rewrite fate. So his behavior puzzled her. Of course, Senior Li didn't want to tell her how things really were in the world, lest he be accused of being crazy, so he chose to joke about it. On the outside, he may have put on a silly, goofy grin, but deep down he was as serious about protecting his family as anyone could possibly be. The young woman put her hand into her bag and pulled out a thick paper bag, saying that it contained a huge sum of 5,000 yuan, which she was ready to give to her brother so that he would finally leave their mother alone. It was such a big amount of money that the main character first almost dropped his jaw to the ground, and then recoiled again, as if he had received a strong jab in the chest from an invisible man. In response, the girl furiously screamed that she knew perfectly well how her beloved little brother had blackmailed their mother into leaving school if she did not continue to meekly provide him with the means for entertainment. She continued to scream for some time, splashing out the grievances and bitterness that had accumulated over many years, although she never resorted to open obscenities, adhering to Chinese traditions of politeness. In the end, the younger Li simply and disdainfully shoved the ill-fated bag of wealth into the hands of young Master Mu. May he be cursed thrice by all possible gods. Without saying another word, the girl turned around and walked away with a gloomy face, although she stopped immediately when she heard that the protagonist did not need the money, and it would be better for her to keep it for herself for school. For a few seconds she froze, like a stone statue, and then in a dead voice she answered that there was no more school. She had left it once and for all. The young man dramatically opened his mouth from yet another shocking piece of news, asking how his relative could commit such a reckless act. Still not turning around, the now former schoolgirl bitterly reminded them that they were literally being strangled by debts. Loan sharks and creditors had laid siege to their home. Their mother would not have been physically able to work enough to pay back the accumulated amount on her own. So the younger Li decided to make the difficult choice of starting an early job. The more she talked about it, the more her hands shook from the sadness and anger raging inside her. And Mu, noticing this, walked up to his little sister without saying a word and hugged her, with great difficulty holding back the screams that were bursting out. The girl asked the guy what the hell he was doing, but she did not try to physically break free from his grip. As for the main character, he asked for forgiveness in an incredibly heavy and regretful voice, and then assured his relative that in a few days he would solve all their problems. In response, the woman only cast a puzzled sideways glance at her older relative, but it still didn't escape her notice that her unbearable little brother seemed to have been replaced. Next, it became clear that the cultivator had entered a traditional Chinese ingredient store to make a purchase. He was then shown leaving a hardware store, adding to his purchases a plastic bottle full of the most common detergent. With this wonderful treasure, the main character quickly walked towards the city limits and entered the forest, as far away from any witnesses and curious eyes as possible. 10 minutes later, Mu was already cooking the whole mixture in a saucepan and, sadly stirring it, was thinking about the fact that the earth was extremely poor in spiritual energy, so he needed an elixir to become imbi again. But then suddenly the mixture bubbling on the fire hissed and released a whole cloud of orange smoke into the air, a clear indication that the miracle soup was finally ready. Then the potion began to glow with a bright light, similar to the reflections of the rising sun, and even the main character was surprised at how his idea worked. When both the light and the smoke disappeared, in their place there was only a clear, sparkling liquid, which seemed to scream with its very appearance, calling for it to be drunk. With the utmost care, Muli poured the resulting potion into a plate and then brought it to his lips and carefully swallowed it whole, not leaving a single drop at the bottom. At this moment, the youth's entire body was enveloped in this supernatural light and he soared above the ground, thinking about how cultivation was divided into 5 types: Lianqi, Yuandan, Shenhong, Huashen, and Tianren. Not without self-satisfaction, the time traveler noted that his leadership was the best, because thanks to it, he would quickly reach the first level of Lianqi and would already be cooler than a mere mortal. Any normal person who drank a mixture of liquid detergent and some herbs would immediately go to the hospital with a broken stomach. But Mu, even after an hour of meditation, did what he wanted. He successfully unlocked the first stage of cultivation, regaining a piece of his former power, and decided to immediately put it into practice, enveloping his fists in golden flames. With a warlike squeal, as if copied from the great Bruce Lee, the teenager punched a thick tree growing nearby, and a perfectly smooth and gigantic hole immediately formed in its trunk. Looking with a grin at the damage caused, the brunette thought, not without superiority, that he would now be able to drag Chinese martial arts masters face first along the asphalt without any problems. However, now that the first stage of the plan had been successfully completed, a new question arose as to where exactly Li could earn a lot of precious paper in the shortest possible time. The cultivator pondered for a few minutes before turning his gaze to the side with a meaningful chuckle. The idea that had just been born sounded quite attractive. The next destination was an internet cafe, whose sign featured a large cartoon fish with bulging eyes. And inside, of course, it was full of visitors, teenagers and young men, with headphones intently hacking away at old multiplayer strategy games, ignoring everything around them. There was also the main character, sitting in a corner far from everyone else, with big headphones on his head. He didn't stand out at all from the local gamers, although he himself had no intention of playing. In fact, the protagonist was studying a special trading platform where people could discuss and carry out business that went far beyond the law. There you could hire hitmen to eliminate people, buy illegal goods under the counter, or do something else in that spirit. But Mu was interested in things suitable for martial artists. At some point, his gaze fell on a completely wild advertisement in which an anonymous participant promised 10 million for the murder of the daughter of businessman Su Wen. And this task was accepted by a certain Feng Qi from the clan of assassins. There was also an advert from this man promising twice the amount to anyone who would protect his daughter, but no one was going to accept this task in fear of the killer. Well, except for the hero. He agreed without hesitation, not paying any attention to the excitement and mocking jokes that arose in the comments. Such a trifle could not shake Li's determination. A few minutes later, the mobile phone vibrated quietly, letting its owner know that someone was very interested in the conversation. Picking up the phone, the brunette calmly confirmed that he was the same fearless Wu Ji from the forum, and he could be picked up by car from Wang Yu's internet cafe. The people on the other end of the line were very surprised to hear the address because, well, what kind of specialist, ready to challenge a formidable killer, would just spend time in a public and vulnerable place like that? The young secretary, standing behind Su Wen, nervously adjusted her glasses and directly asked the gentleman whether they should trust such a person at all. In a different situation, the company's president Su would probably have agreed with her, but he was so terrified and desperate that he was ready to grab even such a ghostly chance. Half an hour passed from that moment, and a long black car carrying a passenger could be seen approaching the luxurious villa of a wealthy family. After getting outside and taking a good look around, the cultivator lazily thought that this house was indeed huge, although his face showed that he was not impressed. This, however, could not be said about the venerable Wen, who was almost speechless upon realizing that the supposed bodyguard was not only accessing the darknet from an internet cafe, but also a schoolboy. However, he contained his surprise and greeted the protagonist very kindly, introducing himself as the author of that very advertisement and extending his hand for a handshake. However, the brunette did not accept it, and in general did not react to the greeting in any way. Instead, he wanted to look around the surroundings, and Su Wen agreed without hesitation. He soon explained to the protagonist that he had an old enemy, a fellow businessman, but much more ruthless. And he became especially angry with Su when he told the police about his opponent's illegal dealings. Now this man is wanted and is doing his best to avoid prison. But no one could have imagined that he would go so far in his thirst for revenge. Muli almost stopped listening to the old man at some point, and instead focused entirely on the surroundings, even though everything was seemingly quiet. The family's villa was surrounded by an idyllic garden full of tropical plants, birds chirping softly above, and a marble fountain babbling in the center. Anyone who didn't know the true state of affairs of the estate's owners would feel calm and safe here, but the cultivator tensed up like a spring about to shoot. Thanks to his supernatural abilities, he instantly saw and heard all the disguised bodyguards watching his every move, including those who were far away and watching the villa through cameras. He noted with a hint of mockery that the employer's house was quiet despite the crowds, and the businessman began to sweat, not understanding how the kid knew about the extra precautions. But then, with even more obvious mockery and contempt, the cultivator noted that all these bodyguards were nothing more than fodder for a professional assassin sent by the enemy. And then, just in time, the previously shown secretary intervened, notifying the employer that a certain Mr. Lin had finally arrived. It turned out to be Lin Yue, an elderly martial artist who had reached the middle rank, and his young disciple, Zhao Chuan, a low-rank martial artist. The mustachioed old man sighed heavily, admitting that he really wanted to bring everyone he could with him. But as soon as the other masters found out that they would have to fight Feng Qi, they immediately hid in corners and crevices. The poor businessman's heart skipped a few beats from the realization that almost everyone had abandoned him. No one was willing to risk their skin to protect his innocent girl. Yue gently touched the man's shoulder and asked him not to despair. Wen's father was a good friend to him, so now the old warrior was ready to do anything to help protect his daughter. It was only after this touching scene that Lin noticed that there was some unfamiliar boy standing next to them, and he asked who he was. The businessman kindly explained that the main character agreed to protect his child from the killer for money, and that he is a user of the highest-ranking fighting styles. Mu Li didn't say anything. He just straightened his school tie, but his whole appearance literally screamed about what a great fighter he was, despite his beardless youth. Both older men could only stare at him, their mouths open in surprise. They would probably have decided that this was a bad joke, but the situation, to put it mildly, did not allow for such a thing. After recovering from his initial surprise, Zhao Chuan folded his arms in a belligerent manner and, walking up to the protagonist, rudely asked if he really thought he was worth 20 million yuan. Lin Yue sternly shouted at his disciple, reminding him of his manners, and Su Wen waved his hands, repeating that they were all friends here, united by a common misfortune, and therefore there was no need to quarrel. Although deep down the entrepreneur completely agreed that some teenager would be of no use in a fight, he was still willing to give the cultivator a chance to at least express his ideas. Having cleared his throat and once again put on his mask of respect, the gray-mustached businessman asked the young gentleman bodyguard what steps he intended to take now. Li's response was as unexpected as the previous ones. Namely, he demanded that all guards, disguised and obvious, be completely removed from the territory. The old master only shook his head in response and asked the guy if he wanted to lure the enemy into a trap in order to heroically defeat him and show off, because such an elementary trick would not work with Feng Qi. Looking at the old man with a mocking look, the student replied that nothing of the sort. It was just that everyone else around him was a pathetic weakling who would only cause trouble. The men's mouths dropped open again and their eyes widened, unable to believe that anyone could actually be so arrogant as to say something like that in all seriousness. Wen, however, did not get angry as one might expect. He only mentally noted that this schoolboy was indeed very brave to say such a thing. But that was not the end of the show, after which the man from the future turned to the martial artists and contemptuously said that they were also so weak that they would hardly be of any use. This disdain infuriated Zhao to the extreme, so he yelled back that if the brat considered himself Wu Zun, then they could test how well he could swing his fists at any time. Li snorted even more arrogantly and said that Chuan was not even fit to serve as his punching bag, and he mentally added that the title of Supreme Master was nothing impressive to him. It would seem that it would be impossible to enrage the young fighter even more, but the student successfully coped with this. The warrior boiled so much that you could put a kettle on him to warm up. Seeing this, Mu smirked arrogantly, stretched out his hand in a semblance of a fighting stance, and condescendingly allowed everyone who wanted to pounce on him in a pack. Perhaps they would even succeed. There were indeed many people willing to wipe away that lousy smile, practically the entire staff of Su's bodyguards, and although Wen himself tried to reduce everything to a traditional one-on-one duel, the young man refused. As for Zhao, he was already mentally imagining how much pleasure he would have in slapping this mangy brat in the face, making him regret every condescending word. After this, it was as if an invisible gong was ringing, symbolizing the signal for the beginning of the battle, and all the guards rushed towards their prey with screams and shouts. They rushed at the protagonist like a pack of maddened wolves, not thinking about any tactics or general attacks. only about how to quickly destroy the enemy. Lin and Wen watched this with great caution, wondering why the young man stood so deliberately relaxed, not even making an attempt to block. In the few seconds that had passed since the beginning of the conflict, the guards were already very close, and one of them raised a huge fist over his head in a warlike manner. A blow like that would have cracked the skull of any ordinary teenager and would easily have caused a concussion in an adult. But Mu dodged it with a mocking grin, and then, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, he activated one of his spells, causing at least 12 men to be scattered like leaves by the blast wave. This wasn't even a beautiful exaggeration. They literally rose into the air, flew a few meters, and then fell powerlessly to the ground, dropping their sunglasses and clubs. As for the main character, he still didn't move, didn't even lift a finger to push anyone away. Only a contemptuous grin was on his face. To say that Wen, Yue, and Zhao were all thunderstruck would be a huge understatement. They couldn't even blink due to the intense shock. It was only after a good minute that the businessman was able to regain enough control over his body to scream, "What the hell just happened?" The senior martial artist reacted more calmly, but he too looked as frightened as if he had seen a demon with his own eyes. As for the younger one, he recoiled in horror when the time traveler waved his finger at him and ordered him to come closer and prove his heroic strength. Chuan took a deep breath, feeling his skin become covered in sticky sweat. And on the one hand, he felt that he couldn't handle it, but on the other, the warrior's code of honor demanded that he respond to such a challenge. After a few seconds, the man finally made up his mind, and with great speed, surpassing that of ordinary people, he soared into the air, ready to deliver a crushing kick to Li's skull. But the main character was not the least bit impressed by this move, and he held out his hand with an indifferent look, in which something like a blue glowing funnel began to form. A supernatural force entwined Zhao's body, crushing his muscles and turning him into a limp ragdoll, as if he had been thrown around by an angry child. The man flew backwards at great speed, breaking thick trees with his back, and only a miracle must have saved his spine and ribs from numerous fractures. The flight ended when Chuan finally crashed into one particularly large and thick plant and slowly slid to the ground, unable to move even a finger. His mentor, too, was covered in sweat and his eyes widened, unable to believe that he was actually seeing a living manifestation of such legendary power. The pink-eyed teenager turned around very slowly in response and chuckled, as if asking the old man if he was going to follow his dim-witted student. The frightened Yue folded his hands in a ceremonial gesture and humbly asked the great Wu Zun not to be angry with him. He admits that he was wrong from beginning to end. This behavior from a cool, dignified teacher shocked Zhao even more than Mu's attack. Was even his teacher unable to challenge this brat? In response, Lin humbly admitted that a certain Mr. Liu, who had only recently broken through to the Zun realm, would not have been able to defeat this young Jade Master. Su Wen's mouth dropped open in shock at this news, as if someone had seriously stated that the sky was purple and that at night it fell to the ground, crushing everything and everyone. But the old master, with the same detachment, assured that he was not joking. This heaven-like youth was not a bodyguard, not a martial artist, and not even an assassin, but a great cultivator. The young fighter and businessman once again dropped their jaws to their feet, unable to believe that Yue could seriously say something so shocking. Meanwhile, in a room inside the mansion, a young girl with rabbit ears woke up, stretching sweetly after a long sleep, wondering where all this noise was coming from. After this, the men were shown moving to the living room, where Su Wen again began to praise the protagonist. While an unharmed Zhao looked on with a wolfish expression, the young man replied with exaggerated modesty that there was nothing special about him, and everything he did was just skills. But he made a mental note that he was considered Wu Zun here. However, the millionaire was not going to calm down at this point. He reminded her that his daughter's life depended on the mercy of the young gentleman, and he really wanted to know how he could help him. Li, without wasting time on flowery negotiations, set two conditions. First, he wanted to receive 20 million immediately without waiting until the end of the month. And second, he had to become an absolute authority on security matters. Another person might have been indignant and tried to bargain, but the businessman immediately agreed and promised to do everything as soon as possible. While sipping the hot drink, the time traveler repeated that he needed the money as soon as possible, and that he was also planning to leave the villa tomorrow for some time on his own business. The people present were once again stunned and covered in sweat, and Yue explained this reaction by saying that they all knew that Feng Qi would strike within 2 days. Then the brunette indifferently said that his employer's daughter could go with him, because he clearly had no intention of changing his plans for the sake of such an insignificant circumstance. The businessman's eyes darted around under his glasses, and he struggled to come up with a suitable counter-argument, when suddenly a high-pitched female voice rang out. It was, naturally, his only daughter, around whose safety this whole plot revolved. The 19-year-old golden-haired lady Su Jiaqi. She was still wearing the same nightgown, revealing her legs and shoulders, so Wen angrily shouted at how she even had the nerve to show herself in front of the guests like that. The woman objected that she was leading the life of a domestic animal, spending whole days at home and only eating and sleeping. So what else would she need to wear? This only further fueled the righteous father's anger, and the elder Su had already started to get up to scold the young brat. But Yue gently reminded her that she had been locked up for several weeks already, and was simply upset about it. It would seem that the situation had already become extremely awkward and tense. But then Jiaqi also approached Mu, and unceremoniously pointed her finger at him, asking who it was. This was the last straw for Wen, and he, with his eyes and glasses flashing, shouted that this was the venerable Master Wu Zun and her new bodyguard. So let him show respect. In response, the blonde made such a condescending and contemptuous face that it became clear that the priest might as well have demanded that she bow at the feet of pigs. The cultivator slowly placed the cup on the table, stood up, and kindly explained to Junior Su that she would now be following his security commands for the next month, although the boy had no intention of restricting her. In response, the girl gave him a very strange look, in which a whole bunch of emotions were mixed, and snapped that in that case she would prefer to walk away. After that, the young man cast a meaningful glance at Wen, silently asking how he was supposed to deal with such a difficult client. The older man sighed heavily, realizing that there was no other way out, and answered with consent, to which the little girl triumphantly clenched her fists, because once again she had pulled out of her daddy what she wanted. Wanting to maintain at least the appearance of control, the millionaire angrily added that Qi would be obliged to carry out all of Li's orders, to be constantly within his field of vision, and to make no objections. The blonde responded with a carefree yes, but in her heart she giggled devilishly, because who could guarantee that outside the house she would be such a good girl? In the next frame, a new day had already dawned, and the author showed the Su family's car driving along the road, with beautiful music coming from inside it. As promised, Wen transferred 20 million yuan to Mu's account, and Jia, dressed in a frivolous black idol dress, asked the driver to take her downtown for shopping. Unfortunately for her, the cultivator had completely different plans, and he hid the phone and asked the servant to stop near Longshan University. The girl turned around in surprise with her mouth open, unable to believe that someone dared to answer her no, and the brunette only closed his eyes with an enlightened look. With difficulty restraining the indignation bursting from her chest, the woman menacingly and suggestively asked the poor driver what he was planning to listen to now. The next frame showed that the servant, having carefully weighed everything and calculated which option was less painful, chose to go to the educational institution. The blonde was terribly indignant, but the man indifferently reminded her that Mr. Su Wen had given an unambiguous order to obey the new bodyguard, and not her. Then Qi, gradually becoming desperate, asked to stop the car so that she could get to the shopping center on her own and buy what she needed. The driver sighed heavily, and then, through the mirror, cast a questioning glance at the teenager, silently asking if they could satisfy her request. For the first few seconds, the young man said nothing and didn't even move, as if he had completely gone into some kind of trance, and then he grinned and allowed me to press the brake. As soon as the car stopped, having finished striking sparks from the asphalt, Jia licked her lips triumphantly, anticipating the subsequent escape and bags full of expensive toys. But they stopped not in the city or even near it, but on a completely empty road in the wilderness, and the only living creature nearby was a hungry raven. Without saying anything, the younger Su darted back into the car, slamming the door so hard that the glass rattled. And after that, the characters continued on their way. Inside, the blonde, with her arms crossed over her forearms, was very dramatically sulking and snorting, demonstrating what a low opinion she had of the boors and savages surrounding her. Without opening his purple eyes, the protagonist coldly put forward a proposal. Jia would not throw a tantrum, and then he would take her where she needed to go. He turned away and pouted, trying to cope with such unusual conditions. Her loving father had clearly never tried to discipline her or confront her with facts. Considering that after this they showed the white walls and towers of the main character's university, Su clearly chose to swallow her pride and made concessions to the guy. The rich girl, who had known only the best things and conditions since childhood, looked as if she had been transported to a wretched medieval village with lopsided huts. She made a disdainful comment about everything she saw, then turned to Mu, who was coming out, and demanded that he finally turn around. Then she had no time for this, because a real circus began. Dozens of students climbed out of the windows and began whistling, squealing, and screaming like monkeys, calling the beauty to them. The protagonist completely ignored this, and he still didn't try to look back at his ward, only coldly ordered her to follow him inside. Gia's face was completely distorted with disgust. She could already clearly imagine how the disgusting stench of sweat and urine would greet her inside, and how all these perverted animals would throw their panties at her. Here the driver, choosing his words very carefully and tactfully, reminded that Mr. Wen had clearly ordered his daughter to always stay close to the young master. The cultivator, still not turning around, reminded the girl in an icy voice that she had better immediately get behind him if she still wanted to walk around the boutiques. She shook her head painfully, unable to decide what was more important to her, pride or new shoes. But in the end, she still clicked her heels next to the new protector. Luckily for her, the campus was surprisingly empty inside, so the main characters reached the old room of the time traveler without any adventures. As soon as she saw what was inside, she again made a face of incredible disgust, as if there was a real pigsty inside. In fact, Lee's neighbors had organized an online tournament in a smartphone game, and because of the heat, they stripped down to their underwear because they didn't expect that someone would one day bring a woman here. At first, they were scared, but then one of the three realized that Lee had not invited some scary, iceberg-cold teacher, but a very pretty girl their age. The boys immediately started making eyes at Jiaki and making ambiguous suggestions about playing together, causing the atmosphere to become considerably tense. Chi, interestingly, did not mock them or ridicule them for their bad manners. She only cowered in fear behind the cultivator, like a small child. And then the main character again behaved like a stereotypical shonen character, straightening his thin shoulders and sticking out his chest like a wheel. He proudly demanded that his unbearable friends immediately get the hell out. In response, the teenagers only asked him with feigned horror to relax and not to rush the horses. They had not done anything wrong, but were simply fooling around, as befits friends. But these words reeked of mockery. Another person would have preferred to bury the conflict after this and take Suzy away as quickly as possible. But not Mu. An invisible fiery aura seemed to flare up around him. Looking at his former drinking buddies with the same contemptuous mockery as he had at Wen's unfortunate bodyguards, the student declared that they had asked for it and would now be punished. Mentally giving the command to the spell, the time traveler from the future created an ominous spell in the form of a whole flock of huge, ghostly, and demonic skulls. They surrounded the trio of idiots with a flock of hungry crows and began shouting curses, insults, and demands to die immediately, which caused the guys to experience a chthonic, incomparable horror. People weren't even shaking in a cold sweat. As one might expect, their entire body and psyche turned into one colossal, all-consuming hysteria due to the fear of death. As a result, the students fell to their knees, and one of them began to beg for his life. Another, with shaking hands, whispered prayers to who knows what gods and Buddhas, and the third simply curled up into a ball. The cultivator's purple eyes seemed to flash with two tiny lightning bolts. He could clearly finish off these grown-up children without any mercy, but he didn't think they were worth it. The sight of the three boys suddenly going into hysterics was so sudden and scary that even Jiaki was scared and asked what was wrong with them, to which Lee nonchalantly replied that it was nothing to worry about. It was just an illusion. No longer paying attention to the madness of his former roommates and not paying attention to Sue's fright, the young man asked the blonde to wait for a while he found his things. When the main characters got back into the car, Chi, looking at the young bodyguard as if he were a dangerous psychopath, directly asked him what he had done to those three good-for-nothings. Then the brunette scowled, looking at the woman from under his brows, and said menacingly that she had witnessed the manifestation of his power, and therefore if she behaved badly. Jockey gasped loudly, pulled back and covered herself with her hands, but it was done so theatrically that it was hard to tell whether she was actually scared or just acting. Immediately after this, the protagonist turned away so as to look ahead of himself, and in a calm voice assured that everything described above was nothing more than a joke. In response, Chi screamed loudly and pounced on the vile cultivator with her fists, raining down blow after blow. But to the hero, it was nothing more than mosquito bites. In any case, the teenagers quickly calmed down, and the driver, without taking his eyes off the road, asked where he now needed to take the two young owners. The cultivator didn't have time to come up with an answer because he received a call on his phone. Picking up the phone, he asked the person on the other end where he could meet him. The mysterious voice said that the young man would be able to find him at number 107 on Longtaw Street, and the car headed to that very place. Given the mysterious, even sinister atmosphere of this dialogue, one could easily assume that Lee received a call from the killer and went to fight him. But in fact, they arrived at a maid-themed cafe. At the sight of these beauties in black and white dresses and the sparkling pink building, Mu was dumbfounded, realizing that this was where his little sister Shin now worked, while Jiaki giggled vilely, enjoying the boy's shame. However, the protagonist managed to quickly overcome his embarrassment and confusion, after which he and Chi slowly walked along the luxurious corridor in pink and beige tones. This cafe could not complain about the lack of customers or workers, because everywhere you could look there were happy men and women, and they were served by beautiful girls in themed outfits. They quickly found a free table and took it, and immediately after that the waitress came up, politely asking what the Jasper gentleman would like. The boy asked where the woman named Mu Xin was, and the worker, without changing her expression at all, replied that she was just heading their way with an order. It really was the protagonist's younger sister, and although her uniform was completely closed, devoid of even a hint of vulgarity, she blushed desperately. The protagonist slowly rose to his feet at the sight of this, and only the gods know what effort it took for him to not scream throughout the entire room. Then a hand came down on the girl's bottom with a slap, and the man in the white uniform said in a brazen manner that Xian had criminally made him wait, so let her move her beautiful limbs faster. As one might guess, this enraged the cultivator more than anything else, and it would be difficult to convey in words how much the boy wanted to finish off this bastard. It turned out to be Sun Chung-ren, the 23-year-old sole heir of a rich company, and from his face it was clear that the man felt like a real king of the world. The girl was bursting with anger and resentment, but she did not dare to argue with such a powerful man. She only pressed the tray to her chest and quietly said that she still had a lot of unfinished work. Needless to say, this had no effect on the depraved golden boy, and he reached out his hand to the victim to continue his little, funny game. He pulled out a pink box from his pocket, slowly opened it, and showed the whole world a luxurious ring with a faceted gemstone that was clearly worth a fortune. Looking at the young waitress with her eyes wet with passion, Sun asked her to be his girlfriend, as if it was the same as getting married. The other patrons of the cafe watched this with their mouths open in surprise, clearly trying to figure out what the brunette would do next, whether she would agree or find enough pride and courage in herself to tell Chung to go to hell. The main character had not yet intervened, only watching the unfolding scene like a hawk. But Chi immediately recognized Ren, and kindly explained what a high-flying bird he was. The young millionaire, meanwhile, leaned forward, and in a sly voice told Jean that he knew very well how poor her family was, and what a spendthrift her brother was. But he could easily fix it if he got her consent. Many people, driven by a thirst for easy money, would have agreed without hesitation, but the girl, if she resembled her brother in anything, was her unbending pride and sense of self-worth. Sun snorted in great irritation, closed the box and jerked his hand back, unable to believe that some slut without a clan or tribe dared to ignore his generous offer. In his excitement, he completely failed to notice that he had tilted the glass of expensive cocktail too much, and the liquid began to flow over the edge. She fell right onto his basin, staining his expensive pants and shirt, and Ren indignantly screamed throughout the room, calling the owner of the cafe to sort things out. The man, nervously clenching his sweaty palms, actually ran out of his office, hoping that young Master Chung was not too angry and could be satisfied. The young rich man pointed to the damp stain spreading across his trousers and with hidden self-satisfaction said that one of the maids was to blame for this, so let her correct her offense. The businessman was overcome with terrible anger, but not at the impudent golden boy, which would have been mortally dangerous, but at the defenseless Xian, who was incapable of resistance. It was much easier for the man to shift the blame onto the young and poor worker, and he even swung his hand at her, furiously shouting accusations and curses. However, no slap or punch ever happened, because someone else's hand grabbed the cafe owner and squeezed him as if it was made entirely of metal. The shocked businessman turned around, but instead of some 2-meter-tall brute, he saw only a frail teenager in white with a stony face. In response to demands to immediately release him, the protagonist did so, but literally, he threw the offender across the room so that he smashed one of the expensive tables with his body. The other viewers watched with shocked faces, their brains simply refusing to process the information that some skinny kid could beat up a grown man like in a B-movie. As for Jian, she could only open her mouth and cover it with her hand automatically, unable to believe that she was seeing the hated older sibling in front of her. Wen's daughter was in a state of shock. She hadn't seen that, so to speak, duel in the yard, and the whole way she took Mu for an ordinary teenager with a huge ego. Oddly enough, the first one to overcome his stupor was Ren, who stood up on shaking legs, pointed his finger at Lee and asked in the most menacing voice possible what kind of devil he was. The cultivator dealt him a slashing blow with his palm at high speed. He didn't even say anything. He was so angry at this smug and spoiled bastard. Like the manager before him, Sun went to the other end of the room, sliding across the floor on his own back until he came to a stop, hitting the wall painfully. Trembling with a mixture of fear and anger, Chung hissed that he was the heir to a powerful corporation. And since some brat dared to raise a hand against him, he was simply asking for punishment. But then another female voice rang out, sarcastically noting that he had no idea that this company was so influential. And Ren broke out in a cold sweat. It was Jiaki. She quietly approached the protagonist from behind, placed her hand on his shoulder in a proprietary manner, and carelessly asked if Sui had any complaints against him. Oddly enough, she scared the guy much more than the cultivator. His face became so pale and wet that the dead in the graves looked more attractive. No, he didn't want to escalate the conflict any further, and so he chose to run away in disgrace, listening to ridicule afterwards, and desperate attempts to threaten revenge did not help Chung save face at all. After laughing, the blonde told Lee that he now owed her for saving his ass from an army of lawyers and bone breakers. But the teenager calmly objected that, on the contrary, it was Ren who owed Chi for saving him from ending up in the hospital. Then, Mu Xian quietly approached the main characters. She carefully tugged her brother by the shirt and asked him to leave this unpleasant place. Having moved a decent distance away from the cafe, the time traveler finally asked his younger relative the sacramental question of why, out of all the possible places to earn extra money, she chose this one. Unable to look at her sibling because of terrible shame and embarrassment, the brunette barely audibly whispered that they were simply giving her good money here. The cultivator's mouth dropped open because he once again felt like a callous and ungrateful pig. His little sister had been suffering such humiliation every day, and he had no idea. Xian, meanwhile, turned even redder and started crying because she realized that she had forgotten her usual clothes, and now a bunch of men were shamelessly staring at her. The brunette immediately turned to Jiaki and very politely asked the gracious lady if she knew the nearest boutique where he could easily buy clothes. In response, the blonde beamed, as if a second sun had descended to earth. Finally, someone had turned to her for the service that she understood better than anyone else. She led her brother and sister to an expensive women's store, decorated in the same pastel pink tones, and potential customers were immediately greeted. 10 minutes later, Jian emerged from the locker room, choosing a denim vest, a white shirt, and an azure dress. And she blushed desperately as she waited for her companion's feedback. He praised the brunette for her excellent taste in clothes and smugly noted that she only chose the best establishments. And even Lee could not resist giving her reserved praise. But only after that did the younger girl remember that she had not paid any attention to the price tag and had been looking at it very closely and for a long time. In the end, she said quietly that the outfit was too expensive, so it would be better to return it to the sellers as soon as possible and turn her attention to something else. The cultivator didn't have time to say anything when Jiaki good-naturedly replied that there was no reason to worry. Big brother Xin was now so rich that he could easily buy the entire store. The former schoolgirl once again opened her mouth in shock, not understanding how this was even possible. After all, just a few days ago he was begging for money from their mother. The blonde kindly explained that Muli was now acting as her bodyguard, and that such work was paid very well. In response, the protagonist made an incredibly smug and teasing face, as if trying to silently tell his little sister that yes, they could now afford to live like royalty. When they left the boutique and returned to the car, the protagonist added that he had transferred all the money he had received from Wen to Xian's account. His sister could keep part of it and let her give the rest to her mother. But if he thought that the explanation given earlier would be enough for the girl, then he was deeply mistaken. This only gave her more questions. Sweating slightly under the gaze of those icy eyes, the young man blurted out that he had met a mysterious and powerful martial artist who taught him super moves. Xian was silent for a good minute, and then she came closer to look her careless brother straight in the eyes and quietly asked if he really thought she was such a complete fool that she could believe such nonsense. Choosing his words very carefully, Lin assured the girl that he had changed, to which she retorted that such a thing also does not happen. People do not transform so abruptly without reason. There was a very awkward silence as the main character desperately tried to come up with new explanations, while his sister just continued to glare at her sibling. It ended in a very unexpected and funny way, namely, Xian began to giggle loudly and loudly, vainly covering her pink face with her palm. Turning around, she slowly walked away. but not before assuring the elder that the circumstances didn't matter. The main thing was that he simply wasn't the vile person he was. She was going to tell the good news to her mother. But when the protagonist, having regained his gift of speech, asked her to tell her that he was sorry for his past behavior, the schoolgirl refused, saying that she had to do it herself. After she left, Sujiaki giggled very maliciously, because it turns out that the formidable Master Mu, who is capable of knocking down men 3 times heavier than himself, deep down simply has an unhealthy fetish for his own sister. If a stranger, especially a male, had said that, he would have been slammed back into the wall or forced to thrash around in panic. But the hero couldn't do that to Chi, so he simply turned away, blushing desperately. When both protagonists got into the car, the blonde, still feeling like a winner, added that she had saved her own protector's ass a bunch of times today. So what was he thinking of paying her back with? The teenager put his hands under his head with an indifferent look and admitted that in that case he would follow her everywhere she wanted. Nothing could be done about it. Sue's triumphant cries sent birds flying into the sky, and the car, as if nothing had happened, rolled forward, carrying passengers towards their next adventure. As Jockey had originally wanted, she was dropped off at a huge shopping mall building and stepped out of the car, looking like a model walking the red carpet surrounded by reporters. And then the action immediately moved forward many hours, because the sunny day and blue sky gave way to a huge crimson sunset and golden clouds. Oh, Chi took her revenge on Lee for her previous treatment by buying herself a huge number of things and forcing the time traveler to carry them all alone while she enjoyed the walk. The girl sang a song and had fun the whole way, trying to make those around her clearly understand how happy she was, and thereby causing the main character to look even more sour. He would have grumbled to himself for a long time and complained about the vile rich wretch, when suddenly all his instincts screamed that there was some kind of danger nearby. The driver noticed this and asked the young master what had happened. But the protagonist, not having seen any signs of the enemy approaching, lied that nothing had happened. He ordered the driver to return to Wen's villa, and didn't notice how just a few meters away, around the corner, a masked man announced into the loudspeaker that the target was already on its way. For a long time, the car with Mu and Jockey inside drove along the winding road that ran through numerous Chinese mountains and hills, and the sun sank lower and lower below the horizon. The atmosphere was very calm and even peaceful, and it might seem that nothing could foreshadow trouble until the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes with all his might to avoid a collision with a fallen tree. The cultivator slowly left the vehicle, while the driver had already run out onto the road and was racking his brains over how that damn log could have ended up there, considering that the grove was quite far away. The birds, peacefully resting on the branches of the forest edge, rose into the air with frightened cries, because the evening sky was split by an unnaturally loud sound. It happened so quickly that ordinary people didn't have time to do anything, and the unfortunate servant Sue could only watch as some object flew towards his head. Several seconds passed, but the bullet never reached its target. It simply stopped in the air, a few centimeters from the victim's skull, as if grabbed by an invisible hand. The unfortunate man could only breathe deeply and heavily from shock at first, and only then did he very slowly fall, unable to hold on to his weak, shaking limbs, and asking the young master what it all meant. Unlike him, the main character was not only calm, but even amused by the fact that the opponents decided to use such primitive methods. He simply had to play along with them after that. Without opening his eyes, the cultivator pointed his hand to the side, directing the supernatural purple energy that enveloped his body. Stopping the bullets, the shells shook slightly, and then turned sharply and flew in the opposite direction, towards the very source that had generated them. Most people would experience extreme hesitation and stress if they were faced with the need to kill a fellow human. But Lee, thanks to his mind-altering cultivation, was able to easily blow holes in the heads of the mercenaries. And Jockey, again, had dozed off and was now rubbing her eyes in confusion, trying to understand why the hell those blockheads had suddenly started making noise outside. She was very surprised when she found the driver sitting in horror on the bare asphalt. But the man, to his credit, had enough self-control to warn his owner of the danger. Again, another person, having heard about an ambush by armed bandits, would have started to actively panic or would have fallen into frustration from surprise. But the blonde only gasped theatrically, and then her chiseled, sensitive nose wrinkled, catching a very strong and strange smell, accompanied by a noticeable cloud of pale smoke. She slowly watched him go, and this time, thanks to the drop of sweat that rolled down the woman's cheek, it was clear that she was truly worried. It was not an ordinary stench, as one might have thought, but a real sleeping gas from which the driver collapsed like a felled tree, and Sue soon joined him. The car was gradually being enveloped in a whole cloud. The girl desperately pinched her nose, trying to delay oblivion, and Mu remained safe and sound, and he was thinking hard about what to do next. After a while, the gas completely covered the car and dissipated, after which a bunch of thugs came out onto the road, one of whom was very interested in where the bastard with the gun had gone. They approached young Sue, and suddenly it became clear that she was still not sleeping. She had simply weakened to such an extent that she was now unable to move even a finger. Everything was mixed up before the heroine's eyes, and the sounds of the surrounding world turned into an indistinguishable cacophony. She couldn't even determine the location of the bodyguard. The mercenaries in gas masks were not going to waste time on mockery or ridicule. They had a clear order that had to be carried out, to pick up the target and deliver it to the designated location. And only now did the deceptively quiet and polite voice of Mu Li sound. Wondering where these gentlemen thugs were heading, and everything about his appearance screamed of a thirst for murder. The raiders turned sharply, realizing that just one teenager had somehow managed to lure them into a trap and deprive them of their main advantage. But then their leaders shouted that it didn't matter in principle. There were half a dozen grown men here against one puppy, of which there wouldn't even be whole bones left. Inspired by this realization, the thugs rushed forward, shouting and waving their arms like savages from old horror films. The protagonist only muttered that a 6 was still a 6, no matter which way you looked at it, and then squinted carefully, squeezing the triangular piece of paper with 2 fingers. After that, in a matter of seconds, he cut the throats of his opponents, using the same leaf, and even managed to scold the bandits for their excessive self-confidence. The only one still alive was the leader, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of the nightmarish and frankly surreal spectacle that opened up to him. The man couldn't understand where such a strong martial arts master could come from in such a backwater, but the young man snapped that he wouldn't answer questions from someone who didn't give answers himself. Looking at the last raider with an unambiguous death threat, the cultivator very slowly, coldly, and impressively repeated his question of where they were going. But the thug's answer was very unexpected. Instead of giving in, he took off his gas mask and with a crazy expression on his face, replied that in light of the new information, he was forced to disappoint the hero. Then, in just a second, he placed the poison capsule into his mouth and swallowed it, causing Lee to put his hand to his face in disappointment, annoyed at himself for being so careless. On the other hand, there was still a chance that there were more mercenaries hiding somewhere nearby, for example, in the treetops, and the time traveler was going to immediately make sure of this. With his hand outstretched in front of him with an open palm, the boy quickly recited an ancient spell, and a wave of purple energy blew the thick tree into small pieces. No one fell from above, showing that there were no more enemies nearby, and the teenager decided to take care of his charge's health instead. One of the greatest benefits of cultivation was that it allowed the user to heal even the most serious illnesses and injuries with a single touch, which is what Lee did. Within moments, Jackie was already opening her eyes, blinking sleepily and trying to figure out where she was, why everything underneath her was so hard, and who she was. Her vision and hearing were still impaired, making the boy looming over her seem like a faceless silhouette, and his words seemed to come through thick, soft walls. When her senses finally regained their former sharpness, Key suddenly realized that the young man was hanging over her face so close that she could easily try to poke her nose into his eyes. The blonde blushed deeply from shock and embarrassment and opened her mouth, realizing what an awkward situation she had just found herself in. Trying to cover her body with her hands, the young rich woman suddenly jumped to the side, wondering what the hell the cultivator was doing, to which he calmly replied that he was saving a client. Only now did Jackie realize that there was someone else next to them, and she began to cast worried glances from side to side. After a few more moments, Sue realized that all of these men were dead as nails, and this truly sent a chilling, limb-numbing horror through her. The time traveler from the future calmly explained that these were not innocent bystanders, but killers hired by some villain. And then he began to wake up the driver. The man slowly opened his eyes and mouth, breathing in the now clean air. Despite his age, he was clearly coping with the ordeal better than his hostess. However, this man also could not hold back a cry of shock when he saw the corpses of mercenaries scattered all over the road with bullets or knife wounds. The protagonist said, a little irritated, that they needed to go back home where they could talk peacefully, because Lee didn't want to explain anything a second time so quickly. The author did not show the return journey in all its details. Instead, the focus of the story immediately shifted to the main character sitting in the living room with Wen and Master Yuan. The gray-mustached businessman, having heard the whole story, was not at all surprised, because he could not forget for a second that his girl was being hunted, He only asked a rhetorical question in a detached tone. Mu also decided to add that each mercenary had a small leaf tattoo on their wrist, but they did not possess even the most basic techniques. Lin said nothing, but he thought that this sign reminded him of something. But the old warrior couldn't remember what it was, even if you killed him for it. But in the end, the men unanimously noted that since the girl had been attacked once again, they could not let her out of the estate under any circumstances. It was mortally dangerous. The cultivator agreed that this was the most reasonable course of action in this situation, and then asked Mr. Su if he could find some jade ornaments for him. The businessman didn't understand what this had to do with it. It would be fine if the young master asked for a weapon or additional protection, but how would costume jewelry help? However, he already trusted the main character and his abilities enough not to waste time on unnecessary questions. So he briefly called the secretary over and gave her the order. The woman bowed briefly to her employer, and then carefully opened the box she was holding in her hands, and a bright glow burst out from it. It was a repository of various jewels, and in it, among other things, was a whole stack of rings made of beautiful, bright green jade. The time traveler accepted the gift with some reverence, apparently because the result exceeded even his wildest expectations. Wen suggested that the young man needed this to perform a ritual to exorcise evil spirits, to which Yue responded that this was complete nonsense, invented by swindlers, and that real martial arts practitioners were above this. The businessman glanced nervously at the teenager and quickly apologized for formulating his thoughts incorrectly, but the main character only smiled, showing that everything was fine. When night fell, the protagonist retired to a room with large windows through which a bright crescent moon was clearly visible, and its light fell on the glowing jewelry in the guy's hands. The jade rings and hoops first lit up with a supernatural pink-purple flame, reminiscent of the cultivator's own eyes, and then again became just pieces of green stone. After this, the boy knocked on a certain door, carefully but loudly and clearly enough to definitely attract attention. It turned out to be the passage to Su Jiaqi-Chi's bedroom, and she asked, not without irritation, why the cultivator was making noise in the middle of the night, what he suddenly wanted from her. In response, Muli showed off a very wide jade hoop and, with a completely serious face, demanded that the woman put this thing on her body. Naturally, this terribly embarrassed the girl. She blushed and covered her bust with her hands, and then indignantly screamed, "Why is this necessary at all?" In the past, to avoid awkward questions from those around him, the main character, holding a still, unprocessed piece of stone, asked the guard to bring him a gun. The guard handed the cultivator his weapon without objection, and for a second he looked at the instrument of destruction, as if it were a stupid plastic toy. The brunette nevertheless accepted the gun, and then, with a very slow and theatrically calculated gesture, threw the small green amulet high into the air. Without saying anything bad, the protagonist took aim and with impeccable accuracy fired a bullet right into the center of the jade jewelry, causing those around him to open their mouths in surprise. One would think that a rare item worth thousands of yuan would ingloriously shatter into pieces, but no. A force field instantly formed around it and reflected the blow. After that, the artifact slowly fell into the cultivator's open palm, and Yue, a man in his 60s, looked at it and was surprised like a little child. But, as it turned out, it was a little premature, because as soon as the amulet touched the creator's skin, it immediately crumbled into dozens of green crumbs. Senior Su and Master Lin didn't understand anything about magic, but even they instantly realized that this was a one-time defensive artifact. Once it took a fatal blow for its owner, it would immediately become unusable. However, the time traveler suddenly responded with indignation that nothing of the sort had happened, and, pouring the fragments into the basket, added that he had specially created the flimsy amulet to demonstrate its effect. Slowly realizing that the young man was capable of creating magical items that made their owners virtually invulnerable and immortal, the old men just gaped. Taking out a few more jade trinkets from the box, the protagonist explained that they could be used 5 or 6 times, not as cool as unlimited, but still. Accepting the gift with shaking hands, Wen asked if it was possible to give such a thing to his daughter, but the student assured him that he had already taken care of that. The rest of the artifacts were intended for the businessman himself and for Mu's relatives. Looking at the teenager's back with inexpressible gratitude, Su Sr. swore that he would immediately take care of this request of his, to which Li responded with a laconic thanks. That's how the first day of the former immortal warrior and celestial being as a bodyguard of a noble family passed. Stormy, cheerful, and sometimes deadly dangerous. And soon the second day arrived. Jiaqi didn't dare throw away the hoop that the protagonist gave her. But she looked at it with very ambiguous emotions, unable to decide what to do with this thing at all. She ended up snorting in annoyance like a petulant little girl and threw the green circle with all her might, causing it to bounce off the floor and walls several times. She even spoke at that moment like an irritated schoolgirl, saying that she simply wouldn't wear any kind of crap just to spite this nasty and strange Lee. The innocent hoop spun around in one place for a few seconds, like a child's toy, until it finally fell and stopped with a loud bang. He trotted downstairs, and when her father, sipping a drink, calmly asked where his daughter was headed, the blonde belligerently replied that she was going outside. Senior Sue reminded the younger one that it was very dangerous outside the villa, and they had actually already had a conversation about this. But the girl repeated that she would leave anyway, and that was it. Moo was sitting right next to her, drinking green tea, and he immediately guessed that Yaki had not put on a protective artifact, which meant that she was as vulnerable as any ordinary person. Putting his cup aside, the young man promised Wen that he would look after his daughter, and the man once again thanked the noble master for his generosity. The blonde snorted loudly and indignantly at such betrayal, and only the last remnants of pride prevented her from throwing a real tantrum, crying and stamping her feet. After this, the action moved to a huge central square, where life was in full swing. People were chatting, bargaining, and rushing about their business, while cars and escalators hummed in the background. Somewhere around here were also the main characters. And Jiaki, belligerently putting her hands on her hips, indignantly asked if the brunette was tired of following her, to which the latter calmly replied that he was not. Then the woman made puppy eyes, put a blush on her face, and, in the cutest little voice possible, tried to beg for at least one day of free solitude, but received another quick refusal. Then she angrily shouted at Lee that he was already getting on her nerves with his causticity, and loudly stomped away. And from this, a drop of sweat slowly rolled down the temple of the seemingly calm cultivator. His mask of serene stoicism disappeared completely as Jiaki began to howl in anguish, thinking that she was starting to openly hate this kid. His constant presence ruining all possible fun to hell. The spoiled girl had never faced such trials before and did not really know what to do about it. But then a new and very cunning plan was born in her golden-haired head. Making a very stupid face, Chi said in an even more stupid voice that this was a real problem. She urgently needed to go to the ladies' room, so would Brother Mu Li be kind enough to take her there? The time traveler replied that she should go there herself, but not because the guy was embarrassed by the possibility of seeing women in toilets. He simply had a hard time believing that Sue considered him stupid enough for such a primitive trick. And she really thought so, and having barely crossed the threshold of the room, she mentally laughed that this talentless man didn't have a single chance against her sadistic cunning. She opened the windows in the remote part of the toilet, and now very carefully climbed down the wall to the ground, continuing to ridicule the gullible youth in her mind. As befits a modern Chinese building, it was equipped with a large air conditioner, on which Jackie was now slowly moving her legs. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard calling the blonde by her full name and surname, and in surprise she jerked her foot too sharply, losing an expensive shoe in the process. It happened so quickly and suddenly that the protagonist didn't even have time to be truly scared. She just stared ahead in confusion and blinked her pink eyes. But then she slowly turned around, saw Mu Li holding the dropped shoe a few meters below her, and screamed hysterically, "Did this fool want her to die prematurely from a heart attack?" The cultivator only giggled in response, sincerely enjoying every second of this improvised, but all the more amusing performance. Pressing her back against the wall with all her might, Jiaki muttered in fear when the protagonist had even managed to get to this place. And the cultivator made such a sad face, as if he was terribly upset by the predictability of the question. The first thing he answered was that Chi didn't say when exactly to come for her, so the hero improvised. And the second was that from this angle he could see what the girl was hiding under her dress. Hearing such a revelation, the protagonist screamed in incredible shame and horror, and then in a matter of moments jumped back into the open window, not even thinking about the danger of falling down. Once inside, she immediately pressed herself against the wall, fell to her knees and pressed the edges of her dress to the floor with her hand, trying with all her might not to scream again from crazy embarrassment and anger at the unbearable protector. It took a long time for such a hot-tempered girl to completely calm down and start thinking clearly. And the first thing she was worried about was that Mu Li might still be lying in wait for her downstairs. Peering out from behind the half-open door, the young rich woman cursed herself for even deciding to hide in the women's restroom again, after such awkward words. Seeing the cultivator's absolutely calm face, which would perfectly suit the statue of an enlightened sage, Jiaki gritted her teeth, With such force, she wanted to punch the time traveler. He got completely angry and started screaming at the girl that the main character was like some kind of evil spirit, constantly haunting her, and it was completely unclear how to get rid of him. Suddenly, the protagonist was called by his first and last name. Turning his gaze, he saw a young woman in a light dress, with light hair and amber eyes. He recognized her as Li Yao. She was the main character's classmate in high school, a typical queen of the school, whom all the boys ran after in droves and whom the other girls desperately envied. The cultivator was no exception, especially since in the previous timeline he spent many days, if not months, homeless on the streets, and only this girl provided him with at least some help. At this moment, the old acquaintances greeted each other politely, and then the former queen of the school turned her attention to Jiaki, hiding behind the door, and asked if she was Mu Li's girlfriend. The blonde responded by puffing out her cheeks so much that they almost burst. Clearly and without any words demonstrating what she thought about such an idea, the older woman either didn't notice the gesture or more likely decided to ignore it, declaring with a sly grin that her classmate had excellent taste. For Chi, this was the last straw, and she, loudly shouting that she was not the protagonist's partner, disappeared into the depths of the women's toilet, leaving behind a gust of light wind. The brunette clearly laughed to himself, observing yet another stormy reaction from his ward. But out loud, he only wondered how his former sweetheart was doing. Yao tucked her hair behind her ear and admitted that overall, things weren't that bad for her. But the main character's personality really surprised her. He seemed like a completely different person. The time traveler only snorted in response and replied that the years were passing. And considering that he had lived for many millennia and had traveled through time, he hadn't actually even lied. The girl, of course, couldn't know this. So she giggled quietly and asked how old the boy thought he really was, since he spoke like an old man. They could have continued these silly, meaningless conversations for a long time. But then the lady with light brown hair gasped, remembering something important. She had a birthday coming up very soon, and Yao was organizing a party for this occasion, and she would really like her old admirer to be present at it. The young bodyguard did not refuse, promising to drop by when possible, to which Li was delighted and sarcastically assured him that she would no longer interfere with his date. The young man looked at his old acquaintance's back with mixed feelings. He really didn't believe that he would ever be able to meet her again, especially in such a mundane way. However, in his old life, the cultivator knew many people, had both friends and sworn enemies, so this meeting was the first but not the last. A quiet hum and vibration came from his pocket. It was his mobile phone receiving another call and alerting its owner. On the other end of the line, the driver's worried voice was heard, muttering in horror that the young lady had managed to steal his car keys and had now sped off God knows where, and she didn't even have a driver's license. The protagonist calmly replied that there was no reason to worry. He would calmly sort everything out. But after Mu hung up, he mentally reproached himself for getting so talkative and completely forgetting about his client. The annoying girl simply didn't want to make life easier for herself and her loyal protector. And if that's the case, then the main character clearly planned some kind of punishment for her. Meanwhile, Jieki drove the car so fast that pedestrians on the sidewalks looked back in horror or jumped as far away from the road as possible, and it would be difficult to blame them. Turning the steering wheel as best she could and pressing on all possible pedals, the blonde happily squealed that she was finally completely free, like a bird in the sky. Unfortunately for her, the long-awaited happiness did not last long. Very soon, a shrill horn of a police car was heard behind her, indicating that the games were over. Junior Sue, who was very self-confident like a goddess of peace just a second ago, instantly broke out in a sweat and muttered in horror, "What the hell is this?" The Chinese officers, it should be noted, acted rudely, making no attempt to warn the traffic violator. They immediately overtook the black car and forced it to stop. As the main character pressed the brake pedal to the floor and opened the window, a policeman approached her and said that their department had received a warning about a driver without documents, so let Jiaki show her license. The girl was covered in sweat. Her eyes darted around, and she tried her best to come up with a lie that was true enough to get away with it, but to no avail. Tired of listening to her unintelligible mumbling and fragments of phrases, the policeman demanded that the protagonist leave the car and go with them to the station for inspection. The blonde actually left the car, deciding to avoid arguing in this situation, but she stopped dead in her tracks when a mocking shout came from behind her, saying that if you don't know how, then there's no point in trying. Needless to say, it was a cultivator, and he sarcastically remarked that Chi's actions were only disgracing the reputation of all the ladies who drove their own vehicles. Wen's daughter looked at him with inexpressible contempt and even anger. because she immediately understood who exactly was the mysterious well-wisher who had called the officers. The brunette waved his hands in mock surprise and lied that it was some noble and law-abiding citizen who did it. And Jiaki screamed in anger and disappointment. She continued to squeal for a long time that she would finish off her protector at the first opportunity. And the sun, meanwhile, continued its usual path across the sky, enveloping the lower world with its rays. Exactly 3 days had passed since then, and the scene had once again shifted to the Sioux clan's country villa, which looked as serene and peaceful as usual. The main character stood in front of Chi's door and knocked loudly, calling on the girl to stop feigning deafness and come out to meet him face to face. To say that these sounds irritated the blonde, like the work of a drill in the neighboring apartment, would be a huge understatement, so she could not stand it and indignantly opened the door. The boy was openly amused, watching such childish tantrums and grievances, so he couldn't even resist another sarcastic jab at his charge. Seeing this mocking grin and hearing the feigned stupid question of whether she was still angry, Jiaki screamed that she did not want to see this bastard and disappeared into the room again. The teenager could have continued to mock her for a long time, taking advantage of his position and abilities. But after that, he seriously knocked on her door and warned that they had a common cause. There was silence in the room for a few seconds, as Sue obviously genuinely didn't want to see this troll again, but in the end, curiosity was stronger than pride. No, she was still choked by an incredibly strong anger, from which she simply wanted to grab the offender by the eyes and throat. But the cultivator calmly stated that if Chi helped him now, he would give her a break later. The blonde's anger instantly evaporated, replaced by a lively interest. In order to at least partially return to her former way of life, she was ready to do a lot. After this, the action moved to a luxurious multi-story mansion, which looked as if it was built in the image of the ancient mansions of kings and princes. Su Jiaqi slowly got out of the car, but in such a state that few would be able to recognize her. Instead of a sloppy nightgown or a gothic short dress, she was wearing a light green outfit, and her hair was tied into a strict bun. Turning to Mu Li so that she could see him at least out of the corner of her eye, the blonde irritably reminded him that the hero had promised to leave her alone, and it would be better if he remembered that. Naturally, in reality, the cultivator had no intention of keeping such a stupid promise. He would simply keep an eye on his client in such a way that she would not be able to guess about it. Li Yao had already noticed the main characters and was happily waving her hand at them, calling them to come over. And on her right hand stood Li Hong, an older man, but very rich and influential due to his position as president of a joint stock company. While Mu was chatting with his old friend and congratulating her, Wen's daughter tried her best to maintain a polite expression, although in her heart she was completely distorted. Seeing this lover of bringing couples together again, the fair-haired girl, not noticing the tension in the air, calmly turned to the blonde, introduced herself, and explained that several years ago she had studied with the main character, and the protagonist realized that this was a wonderful chance for revenge. So in the same good-natured and polite tone, she said her first and last name, and then added that she was the owner of the time traveler. Yao's mouth dropped open in shock as thoughts, each more perverted than the last, immediately began to creep into her head. And Mu felt a sharp attack of shame for the first time in a long time, but he instantly grew cold and tensed when another, openly mocking and sarcastic voice was heard nearby, asking if such a prince had really honored them with his presence. It turned out to be a certain Wu Ming, another old acquaintance of the brunette, and he was a thin guy in an expensive light gray suit and with pink hair. He casually waved a glass of elite wine. Unlike Yao, the protagonist basically couldn't say anything good about this man. He was a first-class scumbag who was once slandered by Mu, claiming that Li had stolen his wallet. At that time, the main character was still a completely ordinary teenager without any superpowers, so this rich kid could afford to bully him for free for several years. Despite the fact that many millennia had passed, the pink-eyed teenager was vindictive enough to sincerely despise Ming for all of this, especially since he once again tried to make a laughingstock of the boy. A whole bunch of sycophants readily chuckled at his crude and tasteless joke, and even Jia Qi, who had not yet completely forgiven the bodyguard for the joke with the police, sympathized a little with him at this moment. Yi Su was not going to stand by and tolerate such bullying, so she resolutely stepped forward and disdainfully told the defender that there were too many annoying buzzing flies here and they should come out. The cultivation adept instantly understood what she was getting at, so he simply agreed, while Ming's mouth dropped open, unable to believe that someone had the audacity to call him an insect. Then Wu took a good look at Wen's daughter and almost shattered his own teeth from anger. Because how could such a, so to speak, scum of society like Mu get his hands on such a beauty? At this point, the herald loudly warned the hosts of the party that the Jade Master Sun Da-fu, the president of an influential real estate company and father of the ever-memorable Sun Chung-ren, had finally arrived. Yes, this was the same depraved golden boy that the main characters had the displeasure of meeting at the Maid Cafe. And he, of course, could not miss such a pompous party. He paid his respects to Yao, who grimaced as if she had swallowed a piece of lemon, knowing full well what a slippery and unpleasant person this young man was. However, she responded to the congratulations and thanked him for them. And Chung sipped his wine with pleasure until his gaze suddenly caught another familiar face. Needless to say, he saw the same black-haired, purple-eyed bone breaker who had made Sun ride through the entire Maid Cafe on his own butt. Few people would be able to forgive such humiliation in just a few days, especially such a narcissistic and depraved boy. So the brown-haired man immediately seethed with bile. He immediately began to think about plans for terrible retribution, but nothing sensible came to mind. And then Wu Ming arrived to help. The pink-haired guy tried to introduce himself in order to make another useful acquaintance in high circles, but Ren had no time for that. He simply realized that a potential ally had come to him himself. Zhen put his hand on his new acquaintance's shoulder in a brotherly manner, and then, in an emphatically friendly tone, asked if he could help him with one small problem. The young opportunist, of course, did not refuse. And then Chung pointed his hand at the protagonist, who was lost in the crowd, and asked if Yi could help him humiliate this man. The former school bully was very happy because he accidentally discovered that he was not the only one who hated the protagonist. Not to mention that he considered himself a real master in the field of humiliation. The two villains quickly came up with some kind of plan and agreed to put it into action as quickly as possible, while the cultivator, watching how much Jockey was eating, tactlessly advised her to take care of her figure. The blonde didn't care at all. The cakes, pastries, muffins, and other sweets were so delicious that she simply couldn't stop and devoured one after another. And then Mu Oi suddenly heard a voice that demanded that he come closer immediately. The speaker had some important business with him. It was Min, and the time traveler, a scientist with bitter experience at school, understood perfectly well that nothing good could be expected from this man. But he still decided to come up and check just in case. With his hands in his pockets, the main character slowly walked towards his former school rival, while slightly moving his hips to the beat of the upbeat music. When the pink-eyed boy came very close to Wu, he asked him, without unnecessary politeness, what he wanted, what important business he suddenly had. The young man frowned slightly, as if he was assessing the best way to hit the hated boy. And Sun, standing 10 steps away from them, did not take his eyes off what was happening. Eventually, he came up, giggling nastily like a stereotypical hyena, and the protagonist jerked back as if he had been hit. He didn't expect to see this bastard here either, and then the real show began. The brown-haired man grabbed the brunette by the hand and shouted very loudly, so that it could be heard throughout the entire hall, why he suddenly needed his things. Then the younger son theatrically fell to the ground, trying his best to look like he was dying, and Wu theatrically covered him with his body and indignantly asked Li if it wasn't enough that he stole, but he also went so far as to attack people. The people around him began to stare at this and comment more and more, but the cultivator not only wasn't embarrassed, but even grinned, realizing that the old enemy had decided to resort to an equally ancient trick. Meanwhile, Chi continued to gobble up one expensive dessert after another, and became so carried away that she only now realized that the party had become too noisy. But Min still didn't calm down. Now he turned directly to the other visitors of the banquet and called on them all to come up and admire this shameful marauder. People had already formed a real ring around the petrified teenager, and were starting to discuss this fake crime ever more loudly. To his credit, the young man did not lose his composure at all. On the contrary, Mu said in a friendly manner that they were all adults here, so why did this couple suddenly start acting like they were incomprehensible? In response, Wu pompously said that Li had always been a suspicious fop. And although the guy hoped that with age the hero would come to his senses, this apparently never happened. Truly, only the grave can correct a hunchback. It is unknown how this bullying would have ended. Perhaps the cultivator would have started throwing people everywhere again. But then, at the most tense moment, Yao intervened. The hostess of the banquet covered the time traveler with her own body, as if he was being threatened with a weapon, and then in a pleading tone assured Mina that her dear little Mu would never do such a thing. The bully merely arrogantly noted that the woman was too trusting to see the true essence of things, and this made the hero an even bigger pig, since he used this for such vile purposes. The young bodyguard said and did nothing, and the antagonist began to leave, but not before he cast such a scorching, hateful look at the back of the young man's head that goosebumps ran down his skin. And then, a strange hand, holding a very expensive-looking wristwatch made of gold-plated material, carefully approached Li's pockets. It was Sun Ren Cheng, and although the cultivator managed to grab his hand, the brown-haired man only shouted to the entire hall that they had proof of Mu's guilt. The stolen item was in his pocket. However, they both grossly underestimated their intended victim, because the main character was no longer a dumb teenager meekly swallowing insults. Without any fear of possible problems, the guy pushed the young villain's hand away with such force that he screamed and once again fell on his own ass. Elder Sun, noticing this, immediately shouted out, "Who the hell is this guy? And by what right does this thug dare to attack his beloved son?" They immediately came running to the younger one's aid, asking if everything was okay with the young master, but he didn't even pay attention to it, unable to tear his hateful gaze away from the protagonist. The overly caring servant, not noticing this, angrily pointed his finger at the newcomer and demanded that he immediately apologize to the poor young master for this. Da Fu himself narrowed his eyes so much that he looked like a huge, hungry snake, and he hissed for the main character to apologize immediately, preferably on his knees, so that the matter would not end up in court. This threat, naturally, did not make the slightest impression on the young man. After all, he had superpowers. Why should he be afraid of an ordinary person? In response, the man choked with indignation. Not only did this puppy dare to steal such an expensive thing and hit his son, but now he also didn't understand what was happening to himself. Here, the woman's voice, which was deliberately calm, parted, which was why there was such a scandal, because these watches cost a measly few 100,000 wen. It was Jiaki, and she wiped the remaining sweetness from her fingers and asked arrogantly, "Has the Sun family really seen so little in their lifetime that they consider something like this a serious problem?" At the sight of her, Ren almost jumped up on the spot. Not only was Mu Li here and ruining his evening, but this dog was also invited to the banquet. Both Qi and Yao stood on either side of the time traveler, as if they were his loyal bodyguards, and the blonde loudly and calmly stated that no theft had taken place, that it was a lie from beginning to end. Then, the younger girl whispered to the main character why he tolerated such a piggish attitude towards himself, with his enormous destructive abilities. He doesn't do a damn thing. He just stands there and smiles like some kind of ridiculous garden scarecrow, and all the trouble falls on his owner, who didn't even manage to finish that sweet cake. The Sun Clan members frowned angrily and lined up in front of the positive characters like angry bulls ready to attack at any moment. The butler angrily asked who this girl was anyway, and the younger Su arrogantly replied that they certainly couldn't get to know all the people in this city who were worth something so quickly. The businessman, gradually starting to go mad with anger, turned to the crowd, demanding that someone finally humiliate themselves and take these impudent little freaks away from him and his offspring. Jiaqi felt very frustrated when she realized that this was not an act. Ren's father really did not recognize her and thought she was some random brat. But then she decided to put a good face on the matter and stated with exaggerated nonchalance that it was good that she had never been kicked out before. So it was even interesting. Then someone's hand gently touched her shoulder, and a familiar voice softly and quietly but confidently asked the woman to stay close to him. Of course, it was the protagonist, who did not forget that he was first and foremost the bodyguard of this hot-tempered blonde, and Qi herself quickly began to blush from this sudden gesture. The main characters were already being surrounded by security guards to take them outside and prevent further scandals. But Li barked menacingly, as if to say, "Just dare to touch his client." A Sun Clan supporter advised the heroes to surrender immediately, because Yao only hired experienced and truly dangerous bone breakers as guards. But Cheng, in contrast, shouted to knock out the protagonist's teeth. Li, even though she was the hostess of the party, didn't try to interfere in any way, so the guests had to hide in the corners, and the cultivator had to warn the blonde to also hide in a corner. The guards with clubs, just like the bodyguards of the Su Wen clan before, tried to pounce on the boy en masse and quickly twist him, but suddenly real magic began. From all sides there was a brightly glowing, almost purple wind, and the antagonists looked at it, unable to believe their eyes. Could this kid really be a martial arts master? The guards' eyes widened when, instead of one skinny teenager, a whole flock suddenly formed, and all these illusory copies began to dance in the air under the very ceiling. The cultivator's eyes glowed with a bright white light, and his face became sharp and purple, like the statue of an ancient deity, as he quietly commanded all of his enemies to die. "No, The guards did not all die at once. Instead, the clones described above pounced on them all at once and knocked them unconscious with very well-aimed and powerful blows from their hands and feet. Suni, father and son, looked at this surrealism, as if enchanted, unable to believe that all this was happening in reality and not in a cheap movie, and therefore they did not notice when the time traveler landed next to them. In a matter of seconds, an entire group of experienced and strong fighters were beaten like newborn puppies, while the pink-eyed teenager's school uniform didn't even get dusty. Jiaki, who had not forgotten that Da Fu had dared to insult her pride without recognizing her, capriciously ordered the protagonist to punish him as well, causing the sweaty businessman to immediately retreat. Having barely managed to control his emotions, the man said that he was the head of a large and powerful real estate company, and no one would dare touch him without dire consequences. But he didn't even have time to finish. Without any comment, Muli simply slapped senior son in the face without putting any effort into it, as if the businessman wasn't worth it. Renqing turned gray with horror and dropped his jaw to his chest, unable to believe that his father, the source of all his power and wealth, had dared to be humiliated in such a way in front of the crowd. Da Fu fainted, and the young man, after checking his condition, quietly turned to the cultivator and swore that for such an insult he would soon die a dog's death. Naturally, this also did not make an impression on the time traveler. He only pointed his finger at the villains and pompously ordered them to remember that silence is not a sign of weakness, and money does not give the right to do whatever you want. The brown-haired man, rising to his feet, no longer so confidently retorted that the main character was just some pathetic user of martial arts, and that he himself should stop sticking his nose up in the air. Without any comment, the protagonist instantly moved to Ren and Ming, who was nearby, and then grabbed both of their heads, ignoring the former bully's attempts to put all the blame on Chen. Li had enough strength in his hands to easily finish them both off. But he wasn't that cold-blooded, so he simply slammed the two little bastards' heads together. This was more than enough to make the little villains fall unconscious on top of each other, and Jiaki squealed in admiration at what a cool bodyguard she had. At this point, the man who had previously supported Suni finally stepped forward and demanded that Mu and Qi immediately get the hell out before they caused more trouble for everyone. He was the true host of the party and the father of Li Yao, who tried to prove to her parent that it was unfair and that the victims themselves were to blame for the conflict that had occurred. The family scandal was prevented by the appearance of Su Wen, accompanied by a couple of guards, and all the people at the banquet were so shocked as if they had suddenly seen a living god. Some whispered something reverently about the King of Commerce, but most simply could not get their tongues to work in the presence of such a rich man. And the first thing he did, leaving the elderly in deep shock, was to approach the teenager, respectfully fold his head and hands before him, and with the highest respect inquire what had happened. Elder son, meanwhile, began to wake up and, not yet realizing how everything had changed, he demanded that the banquet organizer call the police so that they could throw this punk in jail for years. Li Hong asked Da Fu to keep quiet with sincere pity. But it was too late. Su Wen had heard everything perfectly well and was now standing with his hands folded behind his back, like a formidable Buddha. Ren Qing's father blinked stupidly, not yet fully understanding the seriousness of the situation. But when it finally dawned on him and his speech returned, the man could only repeat the surname of Qi's father. The main character's employer, looking intently at the second businessman through his glasses, said that the young people had quarreled with each other today. But this should not be a reason for a quarrel between them, the old people. The realtor blinked rapidly and shook his head, finally realizing that the brazen blonde brat who had been looking down at him was the tycoon's daughter. And then, casting aside any hint of his former pride and ambitions for greatness, the old man began to hug the newcomer by the legs and beg for forgiveness for not recognizing the bird of his flight. This hypocrisy disgusted the young man so much that he angrily ordered the man to remove his hands and never come near him again. Even within cannon shot, the younger Su, like a Greek chorus all rolled into one, mockingly noted that yes, now every dog will know that the protagonist is the coolest of all and that he is not destined to die from modesty. But if she thought that other women would support her and start ridiculing the cultivator for his excessive pride, she was deeply mistaken, because the public reaction was exactly the opposite. All the girls melted like butter when they saw such a powerful guy, from whom they could get a lot of profit, and rushed at him so hard that they left behind cartoonish clouds of dust. Jiaki stood there for a few seconds, staring blankly ahead, unable to believe that her latest joke had failed, before she began to hysterically scream about how much she hated her bodyguard. The rich predators, one after another, chirped about how happy they were to meet the pink-eyed guy. and Da Hu, led away by the arms by the policeman, desperately begged for mercy. Soon men joined the general excitement, offering the time traveler various contracts, and one old man even jumped with delight, shouting that representatives of the military union wanted to see the young master. Muli himself could only stupidly repeat this name, because he was desperately blushing with embarrassment and looking for a way to leave this nest without resorting to brute force a second time. After some time, he and Master Yue were already walking along the luxurious crimson staircase, and the cultivator was wondering what kind of alliance this was, why there was such admiration around him. As it turned out, this was the supreme body responsible for order in the society of all adherents of Kung Fu and other martial styles of China, and it was already subordinated directly to the party government. The power of these people was much broader than just awarding titles or holding tournaments. And tonight they decided to take care of the matter of Jiaqi's safety. The old master opened the door with the utmost respect, and inside was a group of colorfully dressed people, from a barbarian in a wolf skin to a punk-looking girl. Sitting on the sofa was a very muscular older man, whom Yue introduced as Bai Shishan, the leader of the organization's second branch in charge of Lushan Town. The man in the skin vest noted with a healthy dose of skepticism how great Wu Ji, who was not afraid to knock the arrogance out of the powers that be, was actually young. The head of the masters only good-naturedly said that the young man must have at least some abilities, since he was not afraid to get involved in this story with a contract killing and protection from the very beginning. The cultivator responded by demanding that they speak directly about what they wanted from him, and he generally looked much more serious and tense than during their previous acquaintances. The muscular old man just threw up his hands and explained that they had heard a rumor that the daughters of Li Hong and Wen had been tracked down by the Heihuang criminal organization, and that a protector had been found for Jiaqi, and nothing more. In other words, officially it was nothing more than a formal gesture of greeting. And realizing this, the time traveler simply turned around and began to leave without saying anything more. The big guy in the vest became terribly angry at such impudence, and it was as if an intangible flame flared up around him, symbolizing the beginning of a potential fight. He was ready to attack without hesitation to protect the honor of his leader. But Bai Shishan himself only waved his hand, irritably calling for his junior to calm down. Then he seriously addressed the young man and warned that Heihuang is a very dangerous and strong gang, so the protagonist will definitely need their help when the gangsters come to visit. But the cultivator, who had lived for 5,000 years and comprehended the secrets of the universe, was not at all interested in this, and he muttered in the same indifferent tone that he would figure it out himself. This angered the already hot-tempered master in furs even more, and he furiously demanded that his superiors punish this impudent youth. Shishan, however, remained incredibly relaxed, and in response to all the complaints, simply said that the junior's anger was directed at someone who would not live to see the next sunset. Realizing what the leader meant, the man grinned predatorily. The thought that the criminals could have finished off Li seemed extremely tempting to him. None of them doubted that the boy, who had learned a few interesting tricks, had no chance against this pack of thugs, while the cultivator himself no longer thought about them, and instead came to Yao. He handed his former classmate a small pink box and announced with a smile that this was his gift for her birthday. The fair-haired girl carefully opened the lid and saw inside a small brooch made of a sparkling green stone, very similar to jade protective amulets. Despite its small size, it was clearly a very expensive thing, and Li girl felt very awkward accepting it, but Lai boy calmly replied that it was not about money at all. This brooch was best worn as close to the body as possible, and Yao agreed with some hesitation, not even suspecting that Jiaqi, who was peeping at them, was ready to burst with anger. The time traveler was a complete stranger to her. They weren't a couple or even friends. But the blonde was still terribly angry that this bastard was giving another woman the same things he was giving her. The main character's old classmate, noticeably blushing, also noted that the masquerade ball would soon begin, and the brunette, in turn, readily expressed his consent. And the rest of the guests, having experienced several shocks in one evening, had already completely forgotten about them and were calmly enjoying the buffet and gossip. Some time passed, and the time came for another ceremonial event, to which Mu appeared in a pompous black and white outfit and with a small mask on his face. As for Su Jia, she put on a huge and cartoonish pink rabbit costume and was genuinely surprised that the bodyguard was able to recognize her in this form. In response to questions, the boy only shrugged his shoulders and phlegmatically replied that he felt that it was Chi who was hiding under this mascot uniform. It is quite possible that the matter would have soon ended in another quarrel between the protagonists. But everyone quickly had other things on their minds because she finally came down the stairs. It was still the same Yao, but for the party, she decided to wear a complex pink and peach dress with an open waist, as well as a flirty mask covering half of her face. This sight was enough to have a much stronger effect on Mu than any threats, attacks, or boastful speeches from his enemies. He couldn't even keep his mouth shut. Ignoring the fact that some people had already started to openly stare at her, Lee walked up to the protagonist and asked him with embarrassment if her costume was too weird. Naturally, the cultivator readily replied that everything was fine, and Yao, giggling shyly, immediately thanked her former classmate and invited him to the dance. The brunette admitted even more embarrassedly that of all the possible things, dancing was the one thing he didn't know how to do at all. But that didn't stop Lee. She promised her partner to teach him everything as the play progressed, and as if by chance, Jockey, who had retreated into the background, took off the rabbit's head and now, snorting irritably and blushing, grumbled that all men were just pigs. Suddenly, all electricity went out completely, which alarmed some people, but others remained relaxed, believing it to be a sign of a surprise to come. Then a piercing scream was heard. The well-known girl screamed loudly, demanding that she be left alone immediately, and then called on the time traveler for help. As much as he wanted to just relax and have a nice evening, principles and duty were more important than anything. So the young man apologized to Yao and warned her that he was leaving. Being a much more mature person than she didn't make a scene and only asked the brunette to be careful, when suddenly an ominous voice from behind whispered that it would be more logical for her to be afraid for herself. The woman turned around in horror, beginning to realize that she was in the middle of a huge trap. But it was too late to run away or call for help from those around her. The unknown attacker tried to do something bad to Lee. But then the brooch, the same one that was given to Mu, rose into the air and illuminated the entire area with a bright light. And it didn't just illuminate it. It became so bright in the room, as if a second tiny sun had descended into it. And this, frankly speaking, scared Yao even more than an ordinary criminal. But it was not something dangerous. On the contrary, the unknown people whispered with reverent horror that all this light and the barrier formed around the girl was the power of Yugu, and it was impossible to do anything with it. One of the bandits ordered the others to retreat, and the action immediately moved outside, to a Chinese metropolis shrouded in night darkness. Soon the thugs were met by a sinister man with blonde hair and a scar on his face. He was very unhappy that the kidnapping of Lee failed, although the guys justified it by saying that the masters had ambushed them. Then, Bai Shushan materialized behind the criminals, and he menacingly announced to the tense Hong Dao Ba that this time he would definitely not be able to escape justice. As you might guess, this blonde guy was the leader of He Huang, and he was actually even glad to have the opportunity to sort things out with the organization in one epic battle. In another situation, bravura and dramatic music would have already begun to play, and the sworn enemies would have brought down thunder and lightning on each other. But then someone else's footsteps and a strange voice were heard. Of course, it was the protagonist. And Mu decided not to beat around the bush this time, directly warning those around him that he didn't care about their claims against each other, as long as they brought Yaki back. The elderly master immediately dropped his hand with an open palm, warning the protagonist not to dare to rush into a fight with such an opponent. It would be certain death. The forces were too unequal, and the brunette, characteristically, even decided to listen to the old man. He folded his arms across his chest, stepped aside and said that he was giving him and Hong Dao a few minutes for everything. Without wasting another second, Bai Shishan activated one of his most powerful moves, his hand completely covered in a purple glow, very reminiscent of supernatural flames. But the blonde didn't just become the leader of one of the most dangerous criminal groups in China for nothing. He blocked this blow without much effort, and waves of orange energy spread throughout the area. Looking one of his old enemies straight in the eye, Ba even asked with a hint of resentment whether the Master Chief had too low an opinion of his own abilities. The old warrior, however, clearly belonged to that category of people who believed that the best argument in any fight was a stronger blow. So he silently made a new lunge with his hand. And so began an extremely fierce duel between the two great masters. Fists and glittering palms flying through the air at such a speed that an ordinary person might not even be able to see anything. Hong Dao, however, was clearly not one to respect the principles of fair combat, because he seized the opportunity and immediately reached for the blade hidden in his bosom. Just one swift and crushing blow, and blood was pouring out of the mouth of the venerable martial artist, as if he were a completely ordinary person. Realizing what had happened to him, Bai showered Ba with choice curses, but the criminal bloodthirstily replied that in war, Any means were good. And now, he would finally send his enemy to his forefathers. Unfortunately for him, it turned out that he wasn't the only person in the area who thought the rules of combat were best kept within the confines of the training grounds, as he took a good kick to the side. Naturally, it was the main character. He hit the thug with such force that the latter flew far to the side, as if a comet had crashed into him at full speed. The blonde managed to fly several dozen meters before finally crashing into the wall and punching a huge hole in it, leaving a huge blanket of dust in the air for a few seconds. To prevent the head of the organization's branch from thinking that the cultivator was concerned about his life and health, the teenager calmly reminded them that he had only given them 1 minute of time. As for Hong Dan, he had to be given credit. From such a blow, an ordinary person would have died immediately or gone to the hospital with broken bones, whereas the criminal simply coughed heavily. Bai looked at this with his mouth open in shock, gradually realizing that the person he thought was an overly confident brat was actually much stronger than him. Ba, meanwhile, had risen fully to his feet, and he cast a look full of malice and hatred at the time traveler, at the same time asking who it was who suddenly stopped liking life. And this was not empty bravado, expressed simply out of anger over hurt pride. The gangster had a small purple pill in his hands, and he swallowed it right away. After this, the villain was completely transformed. His body got rid of bruises and wounds, became covered with huge muscles, and began to emit a supernatural golden light. After finishing yelling at the top of his lungs, Hong Dan kindly explained that he had eaten a strength-enhancing drug that he had inherited from his great-grandfather, and now he was completely invincible. No human could handle such power. Instead of giving the antagonist an extra minute to brag, the cultivator moved to the other side at such a high speed that it turned into a blur. Mu only changed Ba for talking too much, and then without hesitation or effort, he slammed him into the ground, just by placing his hand on his head and pressing down a little. As a result, the criminal was literally crushed by the enormous pressure from all sides, and blood gushed out of his mouth just like Shan's a minute earlier. The old man himself continued to watch this massacre with growing, reverent horror. He could not stop wondering who this incredibly strong boy even was. The main character cast a completely empty look at Baya, showing with his whole appearance that what had just happened was nothing more than a boring routine for him. Meanwhile, the remaining criminals quietly escaped with the kidnapped girl, who finally began to wake up and realize that she was in big trouble. Their car sped along the night road, dispersing the darkness with the light of its headlights and interrupting the trills of birds with cheerful tunes from the radio, so that few would suspect that these were notorious thugs and not ordinary revelers. One of them, sitting very close to Jiaki in the back seat, began to pester her and lick her lips in a vulgar manner, which made the blonde almost start crying, forgetting about her pride. The second bandit, who was driving the car, tried to calm his accomplice down, reminding him that Old Man Zhu had ordered chi from them. And once he finished his business with her, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. To no avail, the pervert, overcome with passion, seemed not to have heard anything. And then Sue really burst into tears, wondering where this idiot Mu was hanging around when he was needed most. Of course, as the genre dictates, it was at this moment that the cultivator appeared, moving towards the car at such a speed that it seemed to have been struck by a huge pink lightning bolt. The thug who had been trying to kiss Jiaki just a second ago now had his eyes wide open and made a stupid face, not understanding what the hell had just happened. The driver, who hadn't really noticed anything, started making fun of his friend, saying that he had gone so crazy that he had apparently started seeing pink elephants when he was sober. None of them had noticed the figure of a skinny teenager in a white school shirt standing in the distance. But Chi immediately realized that the green glow slowly enveloping her was somehow familiar. When the cultivator confirmed that his ward was under the same supernatural protection as Li Yao before, he turned the car's nose into crumpled scrap metal without further ado. After such damage, which probably turned the engine and all systems into a mangled junk, the car no longer had a chance to move, and the villains were trapped. They, however, did not understand this yet, and the driver, extremely angry because of the slight wound on his head, jumped out with a machine gun at the ready, planning to make a stuffed animal out of the impudent puppy. With mad cries, he began shooting at the protagonist, holding the expensive rifle like a cheap machine gun taken from old gangster movies. Muli had no desire to have fun and tease his opponents about how weak they were next to him. He simply dodged at the speed of light and caught the bullets with his fingers. Realizing that it would not be so easy to take this strange guy, the thug shouted that they still had that girl in their power, and that it would be very bad for her if the kidnappers wanted it that way. No, the main character didn't rip his head off. Despite his superhuman strength and speed, He let the bastard grab the unconscious jockey and walk away with her to the edge of the cliff. The gangster warned one last time that he would throw his burden into the sea, to the delight of the crabs and fish if the teenager did not immediately disappear, and became very angry when he saw the skeptical reaction. Wanting to prove that he was not some pathetic, harmless rogue, Heng Huang actually threw the girl down, and even scolded his opponent to come over and try to do something about it. This angered the time traveler to such an extent that he finally decided to stop playing and gathered his strength to kill the unfortunate thug in the most brutal way. But then, as befits a bodyguard, Mu was first and foremost obliged to ensure the safety of his client, and so he simply pushed the living barrier aside with a jab. While the criminal was slowly falling to the ground, rolling his eyes from the extreme pain in his neck and head, the young brunette, without any doubt, jumped down from the multi-meter cliff. Luckily, he could fly much better than he could dance, so nothing stopped Lee from repeating Superman's most famous feat and saving a defenseless falling woman. It looked very theatrical, as if the main characters were not saving each other from mortal danger, but skillfully posing for invisible photographers and sculptors. However, the protagonist had achieved his goal, and now his and Jockey's legs were once again enveloped in that mystical pink glow, slowing their approach to the raging sea. Having made sure that the woman was unharmed and simply continued to remain unconscious, the young man very gently hugged her and slowly began to walk through the air, back to the shore. But the gesture turned out to be so gentle in practice that the protagonist even began to wake up, feeling much better than ever before. After that, the action immediately moved to the Su clan's mansion, where, despite the rather late hour, no one even thought of falling asleep, judging by the dozens of burning windows. The tired blonde lay on a huge pink bed. Her worried father stood next to her, and the cultivator, with an emphatically indifferent appearance, propped himself up against the wall in the corner. As it turned out later, none of the attackers could be interrogated because they all chose to take poisonous medicine, including that same Hong Dao Ba. The main character thought hard about what all this meant, but one thing was clear. Whoever was behind these attacks, they were very careful to cover up any possible traces. His thoughts were interrupted by a very quiet and weak voice. It was Su Jiaqi, gathering her last strength, asking her loyal protector to come to her. No matter how ruthless, cruel, and even sadistic the main character was at times, he could not refuse such a request from a sick and frightened woman. So of course, he sat down next to her. Instead of answering, the young millionairess clutched the edges of the blanket so hard that her already pale hands turned completely white, as if they were made of limestone. Hysterically sobbing and screaming, she grabbed the protagonist's neck with her hands and began to strangle him with all her might. Because this idiot allegedly wanted to kill her with his irresponsible actions, she screamed, drooled, and shook the cultivator's neck, completely ignoring the fact that she was in trouble for refusing to wear a protective amulet before the evening began. Even Wen, who had been watching this ugly circus with his jaw dropped, eventually couldn't take it anymore and shouted that his daughter had completely lost her mind, treating the man who saved her life like that. As for the time traveler himself, if it had been anyone else in Jockey's place, he would have already killed this man. But in this case, the teenager only grinned and falsely admitted that yes, he was a fool and would be smarter in the future. At that moment, the girl finally stopped herself, realizing that something was definitely wrong with this idiot today. Although she did not fully understand this strange feeling, the former student, meanwhile, still continued to smile and asked if, since all relations had been cleared up, the young lady would not be kind enough to get off her victim. Only then did Chi realize what a compromising position they were in, and in front of her parent, so she immediately released the guy and cowered in the corner of the bed, showing with all her appearance that she was a good girl. The above scene was so awkward that Wen didn't immediately find the strength to say anything, but in the end, he still told the young master that Suni wanted to see him for some reason. Both Da Fu and Ren Chung were now practically bowing at the main character's feet, humbly begging him to forgive them, fools, and not hold any more grudges. The older man was especially careful to demonstrate his loyalty by constantly calling the teenager a respected and noble sir, and he had a modest gift in store. It was a check indicating that the protagonist was to receive a huge sum of money, but the cultivator dismissed it with disdain and only warned Suni to stay away from his little sister. The father quietly kicked his son forward, and Ren, bowing even lower, promised that such a thing would never happen again, and only the gods knew what feelings raged in his soul at that moment. But after that, the brunette forgot all about those annoying opportunists. His thoughts completely returned to Feng Qi, that same legendary killer who should already be hunting Jiaqi. The young man's eyes at that moment became completely empty and meaningless, as if his soul had left his body as a limp plant. Ironically, the action then moved to the same small internet cafe where it all started, with a cartoon fish mascot on the sign. The young man was sitting at the computer again, browsing the shadow sites, trying to verify his suspicions that the mercenary might have taken some new action. And so it was. The electronic board helpfully warned that Feng Qi had returned to his native China after a long period of work abroad, and was now planning to kidnap the blonde. The comments, of course, also remained in place and heatedly discussed this news, especially the fact that the mysterious Wu Ji had intervened in the matter, pursuing some strange goals. Mu Li read about how he was accused of collaborating with a mysterious assassin, and that other people were willing to put a price tag of 20 million yuan on his head with a completely expressionless face. And then he did something that would have made many people's hair stand on end. He simply wrote on this forum, explained what a handsome guy he was and what a garbage rat Qi was, and invited everyone to place bets on the outcome of their battle. And no, it wasn't a joke to stir up the virtual swamp. He seriously created a vote so that everyone could try their luck and get rich or go broke. After some time, it turned out that people around knew about this, as they discussed this idea with curiosity. Moreover, Yue mentioned that even Feng Qi himself took it all with enthusiasm and bet 10 million on himself, to which Wen advised his old friend to bet 20 million on Li. As for the cultivator himself, he was once again arguing with Jackie, who stubbornly refused to listen to his advice because she wanted to have fun. The protagonist, as before, listened to her whims with the greatest self-control, which very few people could boast of. But suddenly his phone rang. As it turned out from the message, the old master really followed the advice of the entrepreneur and bet on the young hero, while everyone else encouraged the killer. This brought an anticipatory grin to the face of the newcomer, because he was already imagining how he would shatter the expectations of these rich scoundrels into smithereens and gain huge amounts of money. Meanwhile, Junior Su was even more angry than before because this brat even had the nerve to ignore her right when she was scolding him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist muttered that he had listened to her with all possible attention, but only so that this crazy blonde would finally calm down. Meanwhile, the wind walked peacefully among the trees, rustling their branches and leaves, but somehow too loudly, as if it was not even the wind, but someone quite material. The young man immediately realized that someone was following them, and he cast a sharp glance around the area, ready to meet any potential threat to himself or the client. Qi immediately waved her hand in front of his face, indignantly reminding him that the guy was walking with her, and therefore had no right to look at anything other than the young lady. Then began what would most appropriately be called a tragicomedy. The protagonist excitedly jumped up and down, lamenting how much she wanted to meet that handsome guy who saved her from the bandits. He was such a cutie. At first, the main character listened to this with a dumbfounded expression on his face, unable to believe that such a hackneyed, stupid cliché had actually happened to him. And then he dragged the girl inside the temple. It wasn't because he was angry, but because he sensed the presence of a mercenary nearby. But Jackie decided otherwise, and contemptuously threw out that Mu himself would definitely have been beaten up if he had decided to act like a hero then. The cultivator didn't comment on this in any way, but only put that same jade bracelet on her hand, ordering her not to take it off again, like the previous time. The spoiled and naughty girl screamed that it was disgusting crap, and the fed-up time traveler coldly said that this artifact would protect her life from danger. Oddly enough, the young rich woman did not explode with another fit of indignation. On the contrary, she even liked that the defender dared to show firmness, and she noticeably turned pink. 4 hours had passed since then. The mysterious mercenary still hadn't shown his face, and Jiaki, bored out of her mind, was lying on the sofa reading some old book. Li himself actually didn't like sitting in ambush for so long, waiting for the enemy to finally make his move. So he eventually decided to force Feng Qi to take the stage, and he couldn't think of anything better to do than lie to his not-so-smart charge that he had just seen her favorite animal, a cute little rabbit, flash before his eyes. To say that the woman's eyes lit up was the same as saying nothing. She demanded immediate additional answers from the bodyguard, and Mu simply pointed his finger at the window. If it had been any other person in this girl's place, even a child older than kindergarten, then such a trick would probably not have worked. But it was Jieki, so the brunette succeeded. Without saying another word, the blonde rushed forward as if all the demons of hell were chasing her. She didn't even notice that her shoes had flown off her feet. And so the heiress of one of the richest and most powerful clans in China began running and jumping on balls of wool on the grass in search of that very hypothetical rabbit. In another situation, most likely, the main character would have already started laughing, bending over 3 deaths. But now he was in no mood for laughter. The young man was all on edge, responding to the actions of the still invisible enemy. The atmosphere around was still as peaceful as possible, as if there was no mysterious killer nearby, and only the tree branches began to sway even more strongly. This already looked frankly abnormal. Even the protagonist paused her search for a moment and looked anxiously at the nearest grove. The cultivator decided to leave the house at this very moment, and after observing the trees, he was almost certain that the mysterious Feng Qi, who had started the whole plot, had finally arrived. Literally out of nowhere, like a bird attacking from the sky, a man in a stereotypical ninja costume, made in dark colors with a mask covering his face, and with daggers in his hands, jumped on the time traveler. Despite this, it was easy to see that the killer was actually as young as Mu Li, and he was acting downright strange, completely ignoring the girl and only attacking the protagonist. Even the brunette himself was confused by this circumstance before the assassin, levitating in the air, put a long curved sword in front of him and rushed at the enemy like a bullet. It only took one good blow to the face for the former student to interrupt this pathetic attack and throw the hapless mercenary away from him. The protagonist's blow was exactly as strong as one would expect, and the unfortunate assassin flew many meters, tumbling along the ground before finally stopping. Feng Qi was still conscious, but he already understood that his chances of winning had sharply decreased. And the cultivator also contemptuously declared that the opponent, with all his tricks, was not even fit to hold a candle to him. Fighting on, pretending to be some kind of berserker, was completely pointless. So the man decided to resort to the most famous trick of Eastern assassins, to hide with the help of a small smoke bomb. Naturally, such an imbalanced character as the protagonist could not be fooled by such a trick, and he did not kill the enemy on the spot only out of interest in what the latter could do next. The unfortunate murderer could not believe what he saw. He found himself in the position of a wolf who was trying to catch a fawn for dinner, and suddenly fell into the den of a hungry bear. All of the brunette's abilities seemed wrong to Feng Qi, because as far as the mercenary knew, the main character was a practitioner of ordinary martial arts. But he flew no worse than the most experienced shinobi. The thug dodged and bounced off the tall trees of the local forest, jumping many meters into the distance and up at once. But the mysterious and ridiculously strong boy was hot on his heels. The representative of the clan of killers finally growled through clenched teeth that he had not meant to bring things to this. But this strange puppy himself had forced him to resort to the last resort. After that, the antagonist did something strange, and the protagonist suddenly found himself on the edge of a water channel, and it looked so surreal that the young man decided that he had run too fast. In fact, Feng literally lay low, using an ancient technique of Eastern assassins that allowed him to stay underwater for a long time without having to come up for air. But 30 minutes passed, and even a master like Qi began to choke. So he, convulsively moving his limbs, rushed to the surface for saving oxygen. As soon as his head was above the surface of the water, the mercenary began to hoarsely and cough, drawing air into his chest, since his lungs were already literally burning with pain. But naturally, Mu didn't go anywhere. He just sprawled on a large tree branch, and now lazily noted that the enemy had been at the bottom for a whole half hour. That wasn't bad. The old man had obviously taught him too. Meanwhile, in the very same internet cafe where Lee had found himself a profitable job, someone's incredibly loud cry, full of inexpressible grief and despair, was heard. A very fat teenager threw away a bag of half-eaten chips in hysterics, and now, looking at the computer monitor in horror, screamed that he had lost all his money. 2 random passers-by looked at this with disgust and awkwardness. One of them muttered that the gambling addicts were going crazy again, and the other simply advised to leave as soon as possible. The reason was that the main character wrote on that very forum that he defeated Feng Qi, and thus won tens of millions of yuan, causing dozens of users to scream, and go hysterical with disappointment. After this action, he briefly returned to the past. Qi looked with great disbelief and shock at how the young brunette easily stood with his feet on the water and looked at him as if he were some kind of exotic animal. To give the man his due, no matter how low his chances were objectively, he wasn't going to just fall on his back, exposing his belly to the winner. Even the cultivator himself, characteristically, noted with almost sincere friendliness that the killer hid his presence very well. He liked it. Chuckling, Qi put forward a proposal to teach his opponent this trick, but only on the condition that the latter would help him get out onto dry land, because the water, was cold. Without another word, Lee reached for the assassin's hood, grabbed it, and then pulled it up with force, pulling the man out completely. To say that this scene was very comical and even humiliating for the experienced thug would be a serious understatement. Even Fing himself clearly felt uncomfortable judging by his face. But the killer in any case was not going to teach such a dangerous enemy anything. He was not a fool. Instead, he took a large serrated knife from a secret pocket and more comfortably gripped the weapon with his fingers. And so, with a final, desperate cry of hatred and rage, Qi threw his armed hand forward, seeking to finish off the hated master and bodyguard. Needless to say, his plan was a complete failure. The young man caught the blade with just 2 fingers and with the ease of a small wooden stick. Mu may have lived for several thousand years and comprehended all the possible secrets of existence, but he was still a teenager. So before his counterattack, he ridiculed the enemy so that he would feel how insignificant he was next to him. With one outrageously lazy and careless movement, the protagonist threw the mercenary high into the air, and he flew tens of meters away with the ease of a feather. The man could not understand how this was possible, why such a simple and profitable case turned into a disaster, and why he was being treated like some kind of ridiculous joke. He didn't have time to think any more thoughts because Li, without saying another word, with another deft movement threw the stolen dagger at its original owner. The blade easily entered Feng Qi's head, very quickly and almost painlessly ending the life of one of China's most infamous assassins, who was feared by many people. But the cultivator didn't even consider it necessary to turn around and watch how his opponent's corpse fell into the river and sank to the bottom. For him, all this meant nothing, just another routine. At this point, the teenager's cell phone vibrated quietly in his pocket, and he slowly took it out, unlocked the screen, and read the incoming notifications. It was a message from Mu Xian, the time traveler's long-lost sister, who warned him that she missed him and that their mother was also waiting for her son at home. Of course, the young man immediately forgot about some killer, who was much more important than me, and he mentally repeated his vow to protect them from problems in this new life at any cost. The action then moved to a subway station, showing a bright, metallic dragon-like train moving far into the distance. The main character sat in the corner, completely alone, without Jiaki, and with utmost concentration looked at some object in his hands. It was a bank card, but it was designed in such a way that at first glance it became clear that it belonged not to some hard worker toiling for a bowl of rice once a week, but to a big shot. As it turned out from a short flashback, it was given to the main character by the younger Su, because it was, after all, his own winnings. For defeating Qi, and in bets, he received 50 million yuan. The girl agreed to let the bodyguard go early, since the main threat to her life was finally eliminated, but still demanded that he return quickly to help find that mysterious, handsome man. Oh, the cultivator could open her eyes, and a significant part of him openly begged for this. But the teenager held back for now. He wanted more to see how this fool would understand everything herself and burst with anger. In such pleasant thoughts, he passed the rest of the journey before a polite but lifeless mechanical voice informed the passengers of the stop at the last station. The time traveler was about to get up, but at that very moment someone's unconscious body with unnatural blue hair decided to collapse on his shoulder. It was a girl drooling in her sleep, looking even younger than Yaki, and Mu tried to wake her up, warning her that the subway had reached its destination and there was no one inside. But there was no peace for the sinners, and very soon angry male voices came from outside the train, discussing the search for a member of some family. Yu, the head of these people, having cursed his narrow-minded subordinates on his mother's side, decided to take matters into his own hands, and within a few seconds he found himself opposite the tense cultivator. It was a gang of stereotypical Asian street criminals, wearing sweaty and smelly shirts and tank tops, with ugly haircuts, scars, and bats as weapons. Their leader, slapping his aluminum baton on his hand with a hint, croaked menacingly to a certain Yu Xiaotong that they had finally met again after so much time. Only now the blue-haired woman woke up, and the Bonebreaker immediately began with the main demands. He needed the elixir of immortality, created by some teachers, and in exchange for this he was ready to spare the victim. Having recovered from the shock, the girl whispered to the absolutely indifferent protagonist, begging him to run away as quickly as possible, because blood would soon be shed. The gang leader looked like a mad bull, and when he saw that tongue dared to whisper to some kid, he immediately swung his bat to strike. No, the time traveler didn't intercept the weapon and knock the wind out of the brazen thug. Instead, Zhao grabbed his hand and forcefully dragged him along with her, towards the exit of the train. Releasing clouds of steam from his nostrils, the criminal threatened the young people that they would never be able to escape, especially since he now decided that Mu Li also possessed the coveted potion. Without stopping running for a second, Yu shouted to the protagonist that she would try to distract this big guy, whose name was Wu Hong, and that the brunette was required to do only one thing: continue running for his own life. Many people, when faced with mortal danger, would sacrifice a stranger without hesitation to save their own skin. But this woman was so noble that she would never do such a thing. Even the villains scolded her for this, chasing the main characters like a pack of enraged monkeys, waving their clubs in all directions and sending deadly waves of energy after them. One such projectile, similar to a scar from someone's claws left in space itself, rushed forward so quickly that Xiao pushed the teenager aside without further comment. Shouting at her old opponent that he wouldn't succeed, Yu folded her arms across her chest in a defensive gesture, creating a large, impenetrable shield of blue energy. But Wu Hong easily broke through this defense and arrogantly said that the girl, of course, could do something, but she was absolutely not his equal. Such a great and powerful one. Without any mercy, this huge thug hit the more fragile and thin girl in the stomach with his knee with such force that the poor girl folded in half and blood came out of her mouth. The force of this attack was such that Tung was sent flying to the other end of the carriage, rolling across the floor and hitting the seats. And the cultivator just stood there and watched the whole time. After this, the thug picked up a small glass bottle filled with green liquid from the floor, and with a nasty giggle, declared that the elixir of immortality was capable of bringing even the dead back to life. Unfortunately, Grandpa Xiao will not have the opportunity to use this potion, and Yu herself will soon go to the next world with him. No one was going to let her go alive. I understand that she lost, the young alchemist shouted at the young man to finally run away, without looking back and without trying to act like a hero, because he would not be able to cope with the bandit leader's eagle claw technique. But it was too late. The other criminals had already surrounded the new victim in a semicircle, and were preparing to rain down crushing blows of fists, feet, and bats on him with anticipation. Naturally, it ended the same way as all the previous similar episodes. The protagonist easily killed all the enemies and contemptuously said that they were just annoying flies for him. Like all his previous opponents, Wu Hong was incredibly shocked that some skinny boy in a ridiculous school uniform was able to so easily scatter a crowd of healthy men. But then he roared furiously, like a gorilla beating its chest, and rushed at the strange schoolboy, wanting to smash his skull with one good blow. The time traveler snorted mockingly in response, saying that this bone breaker didn't want to live any longer and immediately leaned to one side, adopting a fighting stance reminiscent of the characteristic pose of a praying mantis. And he, who would have thought, won with just one blow, plunging his hand into the bastard's chest with such force that the latter's eyes bulged out of their sockets and became covered with a network of red veins. The blow was delivered with such force that Wu Hong almost broke through the walls of the subway car with his body, and crashed into the metal with the force of a cannonball, raising huge clouds of dust and debris. Then, at Mu Li's will, the entire inside of the train was enveloped in a mystical pinkish-purple glow, as if he was about to cast a particularly powerful spell. The criminal was still alive, but it was immediately obvious that he was not going to survive, because he was desperately wheezing, trying to get at least a little air with his damaged chest. With great difficulty, He rolled to his knees and muttered that fate had brought him face to face with that same immortal and all-powerful master, Huang Fu Yun, whom the entire city spoke of with reverence. The time traveler wrinkled his face in contempt and said that he had no idea who this pathetic worm was talking about, as if the comparison itself seemed disgusting to him. Without taking his eyes off the half-dead enemy, the boy asked his next adopted sister how she was feeling, and Tung was already practically healthy without even a hint of bruises. Unlike the previous antagonists, this criminal was not proud enough to sell his life dearly. He took out the elixir of immortality and handed it back to the heroes in a humiliating gesture, begging for forgiveness. The cultivator, interestingly, really didn't add Wu, but only ordered him to get out, and then ambiguously noted that this potion was very valuable, but was contained in a fragile flask so that no one would accidentally drop it. What happened next was not at all unexpected, but on the contrary, the most probable development of events. The brunette actually managed to drop the potion while handing it over to its owner. A few seconds passed, and here, the miracle cure that could save lives and even bring recently deceased people back from the other world ingloriously spilled across the subway floor. The young people were so shocked that they didn't even immediately react properly. For the first few seconds, they watched in silence, and then their faces distorted as if their screams were stuck in their throats. Then Yu clung to her savior's leg, desperately sobbing and screaming for him to immediately return her beloved elixir, while the teenager only tried to detach this clinging thing from himself. Realizing that this dry-witted fellow would not be moved to pity in this way, the girl grinned very slyly, remembering one insidious trick that her brother had taught her. She blushed as hard as she could, as if she were suffering from an allergy, and then weakly, with a supposedly seductive breath, she muttered that it was a pity that without this tincture her dear grandpa could not be saved. Unfortunately for her, the immortal cultivator didn't care at all about such tricks and indifferently promised to stay by her side while Tong saved her old man. Yu enthusiastically declared in her mind that her brother was right, that such a trick really worked very well, while out loud she only thanked the good hero for his mercy. And the brunette actually understood perfectly well that they wanted to use him as some kind of living instrument, and Lee really couldn't believe that someone could really consider him so stupid. When the characters went upstairs, leaving the metro, they were already met by a driver in a black car, and he enthusiastically waved to the young lady, urging her to quickly climb inside the car. But then it turned out that this 27-year-old man with reddish-brown hair and eyes was not some nameless driver, but Tung's older brother, Xiong. He was glad to see his younger sister, but he looked at her companion with a very strange expression in his eyes, and the girl herself, noticeably embarrassed, promised to tell him everything. The man didn't ask any more questions for now, and he let the main character into his car, after which they all rolled down the road, skirting large advertising posters with cosmetics and other products. They rode in silence for the first few minutes, until the elder Yao finally decided to ask the younger one how things were going with the elixir of immortality, which immediately made the blue-haired girl sweat. She moaned, yelped, grunted, and began to run her eyes around the entire cabin before finally, very carefully, noting that this was a long, difficult story, and that it couldn't be told in a few words. When Xiong heard that she had managed to break such an important artifact, he screamed at the top of his lungs and emotionally spun the steering wheel so hard that he almost caused an accident. So Tong even volunteered to drive instead of him. Despite all the difficulties, the young people still managed to get to the expensive hospital, decorated like an ancient and ornate temple, with brightly painted walls and decorations. When the siblings got out of the car, the head doctor and his deputy personally came out to them, their gray-haired heads hanging dejectedly. They muttered that the Jasper gentleman's condition was extremely grave. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes and her voice trembled when she realized that her grandfather, one of the dearest and closest people to her, really did have one foot in the grave. Without another word, she opened the door and rushed forward, dodging wheelchairs, tables, and other obstacles, while the protagonists, hands in their pockets, calmly followed behind. Her older brother did not follow. He stayed by the car, pressing his palm to his head, and trying to understand what they should do, how to save their relative without this wonderful elixir. The most terrible thing for the man was that not only their grandfather could die, he seriously feared that his dear little sister would also die later. As for herself, Tung continued to walk through the hospital, and the clatter of her little slippers in this deathly silence seemed like something like thunderclaps. Eventually, she reached the right room, forcefully flung open the doors made of expensive scarlet wood, and called her grandfather so loudly and desperately as if he had already passed away. No, the venerable old man was still breathing, but very slowly and weakly, and several other people of different ages had gathered around his bed, and they were all watching him like vultures. One of them, a middle-aged man in a simple white shirt that you would see on any office worker, sadly stated that they already knew that there was no elixir. Xian had called them about it. To say that the unfortunate woman was faceless would be a huge understatement. She was so overcome with grief and guilt that she could not even speak louder than a whisper. Another man, dressed in more expensive clothes and lounging languidly in a chair, only noted with contempt that he had started again from the very beginning. Nothing good would come of such an undertaking. They had to do this work themselves. It was Yu Lao-er, one of the dying patriarch's younger sons. And now he looked straight into his niece's soul and asked how they were going to save their father now that she had screwed everything up. Trying to hide from that terrible gaze, Tung turned to the first man, her father, and assured him that she had found one incredible person who had promised to help them save her grandfather. There was a dramatic pause, and then the stunned family saw the gloomy, indifferent face of Mu Li, who had been standing silently at the entrance to the ward the entire time. The time traveler didn't say or do anything. He looked as if he didn't care about the problems of these people in principle, and he himself didn't know why he was wasting his time on this. When Er recovered from his surprise, he laughed loudly, holding his stomach, and he, sobbing and grunting, asked if Tung was all right in the head, since she dared to bring the first beggar she came across here. Then he turned more seriously to his older brother Feng and asked whether their parents' life was an empty phrase for him. and whether the man would be able to bear such responsibility in the future. The man in white tensed up, admitting that his little brother was absolutely right. They had let their father down in the worst possible way, and his daughter had played an incredibly cruel joke on them. It is unknown what these quarrels would have ultimately led to. It is quite possible that it would have even come to a fight. But now the protagonist has finally decided to make his move. Without saying a word to anyone, the teenager walked up to the dying old man's bed, and then with a slight smile, placed his hand on his chest, after which they were both enveloped in a purple, flame-like glow. The people around him dropped their jaws to the floor, but no one had time to complain about what the hell this kid was doing, because he himself now added that the patriarch's energy channels were damaged. However, didn't pay attention to this. He still approached the main character, roughly grabbed him by the shoulder and asked who gave him the right to touch their father. In response, the cultivator, again without saying anything, pushed the man away with such force that he was slammed into the wall several meters away from the bed with the sick man. The poor guy's eyes rolled back in his head so much that only the whites were visible, and his internal organs clearly suffered serious damage because a large stream of blood spurted out. Other people, looking at this, felt incredible horror and disgust, because no matter how unpleasant this man behaved, he was still just a grief-stricken son, and did not deserve such vile treatment. As for Lao's older brother, he was shocked to think that this boy was definitely no pushover, because as it turned out, was the strongest kung fu master in their family. And this man did not have the courage to express his reasonable, in fact, claims to the stunned time traveler. On the contrary, he humiliatingly folded his hands and began to beg for his parents' salvation. This so angered the hitherto silent old man in a black suit and glasses that he shouted, as if to say, "Well, since you, gentlemen, prefer the opinion of such an experienced doctor, then he will proudly ride off into the sunset." Glaring angrily through the glass, he added that he had checked everything very carefully, and there was no doubt that the elderly gentleman was doomed to death, and even that very elixir would not have been able to prevent it. The current head of the clan found himself in a difficult situation, because on the one hand, Mu behaved not like a kind healer but like a thug, and on the other hand, they simply had no other hopes left. Then Tung, who had been hiding in the background, quietly approached the main character, and she too whispered in a grief-stricken voice that there was really no way to save her grandfather. The brunette, closing his eyes and twisting his lips into something resembling a smile, announced that it was just a minor illness, and there was no need to cause any panic here. Most people without the context of the situation would have been furious at how callous the boy seemed in this situation. But the girl only breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her relative would live. But even she, along with her father, was confused and angry when the teenager, in the same carefree tone, declared that he would simply hit the elder once or twice, and he would immediately be as good as new. Feng, trying to choose his words very carefully so as not to anger this murderous maniac, asked if Mu had any grudge against their family, because how else could such a proposal be explained? The boy looked back at him as if the man was a blank space that had somehow managed to speak, while Tung watched the events unfold with growing concern. In the end, the time traveler declared that beatings were the simplest and most effective method, but added nothing more, as if it were as obvious a fact as the fact that the grass is green and the sky is blue. Like a wizard from a fantasy movie, he waved his hand and the old man began to rise into the air, and Lao finally regaining consciousness, roared at how this beast even dared to raise a hand to him. Then it dawned on him that something unhealthy was happening to his father, and he rushed at the boy, shouting that he had not given his consent to do such a thing. Again, without even trying to talk to the man or calm him down, the cultivator simply kicked him in the jaw with such force that the poor guy flew back to the other side of the room. And the saddest thing is that no one even tried to help him, or at least pull him out of the wall. All eyes were glued to the strange tricks the boy was doing to the sick man. The noise of this strange ritual grew louder and louder with each passing minute, until it filled the entire hospital, and even the birds on the roofs took to the skies in fright. Looking at the devilry that was happening, the younger Yu mentally prayed to her grandfather, asking him for forgiveness because even she began to suspect that his stupidity had brought him some kind of psychopath and not a hero and healer. But the ritual was clearly already coming to an end, because Li concentrated streams of purple energy in his own palm, after which he sharply struck the elder's chest with it, aiming at the area where the heart should be. But then what would best be described as a surreal tragicomedy began, with a high school boy standing under the ceiling kicking, hitting and slapping an unconscious grandfather in white. This strange performance, composed for no one knows who, ended only after a few minutes when the cultivator finally allowed his victim to collapse back into the bed. To the horror of those around him, the old man still showed no signs of life, and then the protagonist, still standing in the middle of nowhere, loomed over him. Lao, having peeled his body and face away from the dent in the wall, screamed that his elder brother was guilty of a monstrous sin, because he was to blame for the death of their father. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was busy with the patriarch. Feng and Tong watched with great excitement for the slightest changes, trying to notice even the slightest twitching of the eyes. Before the girl breathed a sigh of relief, her grandfather began to come to his senses. Yes, he had indeed come to life. And now, without opening his eyes, he sat, desperately clutching his repeatedly bruised stomach, as any victim of such a beating, magical or not, would have done, or instantly forgot about the grievances against his brother and niece, and about the desire to immediately get even with the impudent puppy. He just ran up to his father, asking with desperate hope if he was feeling well enough. The patriarch's answer was unexpected. He finally removed his hand from his stomach, opened his eyes and replied with a smile that he had never felt so magical in his life. All the wounds had simply disappeared. The cultivator, starting to leave, indifferently replied that now that he had cleared his grandfather's energy channels, he naturally felt much better, and if no one else demanded anything from Mu, then he would leave. However, he stopped immediately when Feng promised to give him anything as gratitude for saving the life of the elder Yu. And the young man asked with interest whether this family had any ancient medicines in their storehouses. The best ones would have been very old ones, prepared in the last century. But it turned out that all possible means had been spent earlier on saving the patriarch. And then Lao again butted in with his opinion. He couldn't understand how his family could crawl on their knees in front of such a bastard. But no one noticed him, while the cultivator, upon hearing about the clan's problems, simply warned that he was leaving for personal matters. Someone had already called the driver, warning him to take the young gentleman to where he needed to go. But Yu could only watch the protagonist with a loving look. Having sat down in the car, the time traveler felt a huge relief. After so many weeks of solving other people's problems, he would be able to simply return home and relax with his family. Looking out the window at the flashing buildings and trees, the protagonist thought that his mother had worked all her life just to provide for him. But in the previous timeline, her people had driven her to the grave. But now everything will be different. Now he has come to his senses, taken up cultivation, abandoned 5,000 years, and gained incredible strength. He will literally move mountains so that his family can call the rest of their days in incredible luxury. After this, the action moved to a small house surrounded by flowering trees, and Jian just came out of it with a garbage bag in her hands. The main character couldn't resist a little harmless joke, standing behind a tree and waiting until his sister turned away completely, so that you suddenly greeted her. Seeing her reformed brother, the girl jumped up and down as if she were a little child, or a teenager finishing school. As it turned out a little later, the Mu family really was incredibly poor. Their house had no wallpaper and almost no furniture, and for dinner there were only vegetables and very little meat. The head of the family, due to the many hardships that befell her, aged very early and looked much older than her real age, but she was still ready without hesitation not to give her son money. The protagonist did not respond to this. He was obviously ashamed to remember his distant past, when he lived on his mother's neck like some kind of parasite, but then he noticed something else that completely occupied his attention. Namely, a huge abrasion on his mother's arm, as if she had fallen very badly and hurt herself. Or, on the contrary, someone had hit her. After this, there was a small flashback, which showed the distant past of the protagonist, when he was still just a small, skinny child in tattered clothes. He was only 8 years old then, and of course he didn't even think about any kind of cultivation. For him, the real feat was preparing dinner for the rest of the family, and even this was given to him with great difficulty back then, starting with the fact that he could not lift a filled pot. And this is a man who, after a millennium, turned into a real demigod, breaking trees with his fingers. His mother, then still a little younger but still very early gray, came out into the kitchen, muttering to herself that she had slept so long instead of us cooking dinner. She was stunned when she finally reached the kitchen and suddenly saw her little son busy at the stove, desperately trying to keep a pot on the flame. For the first few seconds, she was so surprised that she could do nothing. But when the woman regained control of her tongue, she loudly called her daughter. To be honest, she did it just in time because Mu was still making noise to pick up the pot, but now he was shaking on the wobbly stool, trying to hold on to his load. Little Xian finally heard her mother's call and she hurried to the kitchen as fast as she could, almost losing her old slippers. But it was too late. The protagonist couldn't take it anymore and fell down, and all that soup which he had been preparing with all possible diligence for God knows how long, ended up on the floor. Many parents, seeing this, would have started yelling at their child or even hitting him for daring to make a mess out of nowhere. But Mrs. Mu was only trying to make sure that her son was not hurt. As for the boy himself, he could not hold back his tears, but not because he broke a bone or got burned. On the contrary, the future time traveler remained completely unharmed after that. But the same could not be said about his mother. In a desperate attempt to intercept the falling baby, she was hit by a hot pan and received a serious burn. Despite assurances that everything would go away if she held the injured limb under cold water, the scar remained with the woman for life. And Lee spent a long time eating himself up for the fact that his mother suffered because of him. Shame and pangs of conscience brought the usually impenetrable and self-confident cultivator much more terrible torment than any human enemy. And now he began to quietly beg his mother for forgiveness. The gray-haired Chinese woman turned to him, smiled tenderly, and said tenderly that he was a fool, because she, in principle, did not hold any grudges. Continuing to talk and wash the dishes, the teenager said that he had earned a lot of money. He would return everything he had taken over the years, and there would even be some left over for a new house. But his mother was against it. She considered the idea of a new house a whim, since she knew how hard it was to get every coin. But the main character only answered with a smile that he wished her a happy life. No matter how hard Elder Mu tried to pretend that everything was fine, she still couldn't help but be amazed at how much her wayward offspring had changed. He had become a completely different person. After some thought, she agreed, promising to listen to her daughter's entreaties, and thus a new stage in the life of a modest Chinese family officially began. After some time, the cultivator looked around with interest at the surroundings in another area, considering it the most optimal option. It is modern, prosperous, but devoid of flashy luxury and a huge price. But then suddenly, a shocked and delighted voice was heard. A whole crowd of onlookers had gathered around an expensive scarlet car, and one of them authoritatively declared that the owner of the car had more than enough money. Then a scene began that seemed to be taken straight out of a classic film noir. The car door opened very slowly, and then a woman's foot in a purple heel fell to the ground. It was a woman who looked very much like a hybrid of Li Yao and Sujaki, and she adjusted her expensive sunglasses and declared that this house really did look very nice. She was accompanied by a lover, a rich man named Zhu Wenda, and he looked as stereotypical as possible, with a huge fat belly, a stubbly face, and gold teeth. One of the men watching this enviously said that even such a disgusting freak has a partner. To which another guy noted that this is just an everyday thing, money solves everything. It suddenly became clear that the girl had heard these whispers, and she, with a contemptuous glint in her eyes from under her glasses, called the gossips simply a bunch of losers. Sometime later, in a completely different place, someone's voice enthusiastically told how carefully their company had chosen a place to build a house, and how they had taken into account all possible nuances. The realtor sang like a nightingale, telling the main character what a wonderful place their area was, how wonderful it would be for him to live here. In front of them stood a large model depicting future high-rise buildings, and the speech was, among other things, listened attentively to by Zhu Wenda and his beautiful friend. Eventually, the young man admitted that it did sound wonderful, and he demanded that the worker tell him everything. Especially Lee wanted to buy an apartment with a view of the river. Only then did he raise his face, casually glancing at the businessman and his life partner, and it was the latter who immediately tensed up, as if she had heard a bolt from the blue. Very slowly, she took off her glasses, trying to make sure that her blue, mountain lake-like eyes weren't deceiving her, before she said the main character's first and last name in a disbelieving tone. The protagonist was also very surprised because this woman was clearly one of those he knew in his previous life, before he gained the omnipotence of cultivation. And so it was. It turned out to be another classmate named Zhou Mei, whom the very young and stupid Mu Li once considered a goddess and a beautiful older sister. And now, fate brought them together again. The young man still stared with his pink-violet eyes wide open, unable to believe such a cruel joke of fate. He even ignored the unambiguous attack on his family's poverty. To put it mildly, he did not have any positive memories associated with this person, because Mei exploited the guy who was in love with her, forcing him to steal money from the house and buy her gifts. And behind his back, who would have thought, she ridiculed him with all her might, giggling and calling him a stupid little dog who would happily do whatever you ordered her to do. Once the protagonist heard these vile words, to say that his heart was mercilessly broken would be a colossal understatement. Around that time, their toxic relationship ended. But now the brunette couldn't understand why Joe had changed so much. Had she really had plastic surgery on her face? At the same time, the former queen of the school, holding the hand of her beloved sponsor, smugly said that they wanted to buy the very apartment that the cultivator had already chosen for himself. But he had other plans. Taking out the card Jockey had given him, he told the realtor that he wanted to buy the house himself and was willing to pay the full price on the spot, without any down payment. The unfortunate worker found herself between a rock and a hard place. But eventually she turned to May and her minion and tried to refuse them as politely as possible, citing the fact that Moo had arrived first. She also tried to offer new buyers to look at living space in other houses that were no worse than this one. But May had already gone on principle when she began to prove that Lee was just a poor swindler. But she and her lover were a completely different matter. They were respected and fully provided for people, and could easily demonstrate this in practice. But instead, the focus shifted to the blue sky, covered with pale clouds, to which strange glowing feathers began to rise, as if the time traveler had secretly cast another spell. After that, everything returned to the problematic purchase of the apartment, and the company employee tried again and again to read the main character's card through a special machine. Unfortunately, it was absolutely useless. The card simply refused to be read, as if it were an ordinary multicolored piece of plastic, and the realtor worriedly asked whether Moo had entered the correct password. Joe, who was watching this, said with a nasty grin that she was right from the start. The brunette was just a beggar with holes in his pockets, trying to get into high society. The young man, to his credit, completely ignored this jackal talk, and instead suggested that the problem was that the transfer limit had been exceeded, but that this could easily be fixed using web banking. He took out his phone, spent a few minutes manipulating various services before proudly announcing that everything was ready. 5 million yuan had been spent on the company, so he was guaranteed a new luxury home. The saleswoman checked everything carefully, and then with a beaming smile announced that yes, the operation had been successfully completed. And now, the last remaining residential plot of the future complex belonged to the Moo family. Joe looked at it with such disgust, as if she had suddenly stumbled upon a mountain of rotting carrion. She simply could not understand where such scum managed to get such a large sum of money. It was pure surrealism. After this, any sane person would have simply left. But due to Joe's vile character, she simply could not stop. And now she decided to use her gentleman. She pressed her whole body against him and began to coo in a very false way that she really wanted this sweet little apartment, and let her kind husband help his tiny little one make her dream come true. This man clearly didn't think with his brain when it came to young, attractive women. So he fell for this poorly disguised hook almost immediately. After a while, he called out the name of a certain Xiao Wen, a very thin, black-haired man wearing a white office shirt. They obviously knew each other, because the thin businessman immediately began to bow to the fat one, and the latter, in turn, casually asked for help with one small problem. Hearing that it concerned the apartment, the skinny man smiled even more unctuously and promised his dear, older adopted brother to fix everything immediately. After waiting until there were no overly curious eyes or ears nearby, Xiao Wen found the protagonist, took him to a secluded corner, and offered to come to an amicable agreement. Continuing to smile as if he saw his dearest and most beloved friend in front of him, the director of the real estate company offered to give up the living space in exchange for a generous discount. Naturally, the cultivator's answer was a categorical refusal, and he didn't even say it out loud, but simply briefly shook his head from side to side. The sugary grin instantly disappeared from Wen's face, and he began to viciously threaten the intractable youth, reminding him that he could simply throw him out without giving him anything in return, because the powerful Yao clan was behind their organization. It was at this moment that the CEO of the group himself, a young man with light brown hair, walked past, accompanied by a retinue of loyal secretaries. It was Tung's older brother who met her while driving a car and helped his sister and the protagonist quickly get to the hospital, where their grandfather was dying from an illness. He was completely absorbed in thoughts about documents, upcoming meetings, and other important issues. But he recognized the main character at first glance, even from behind. And the local director, not even realizing what a terrible mess he had gotten himself into, continued to intimidate the intractable client, describing how powerful and terrible his patrons were. Having handed over a folder of papers to one of the assistants, the young millionaire called out to the cultivator in a friendly manner and greeted him, admitting that he had not expected such a meeting. Then he shook the teenager's hands with all possible respect, as if he were beneath him in rank. And this sight made all the spectators' jaws drop. Even Da and Mei were surprised. Although it was not immediately, Muli really remembered how this man gave him a ride after leaving the subway. and he immediately asked for help in solving his housing problems. Hearing what the matter was, Xianyao took a deep breath and closed his eyes with a very gloomy expression, so that one could practically hear the countdown of the bomb's invisible dial. Then the young businessman started yelling at the whole room, asking what kind of dog dared to put a spoke in the wheel of his precious friend, and Van whined that he was forced to. Here the second Van stepped forward, the fat one with gold teeth, and the man humiliatingly muttered that yes, he was a fool, a blockhead, completely blind. He did not dare kiss the ground on which young gentlemen walked. Kill him. Xian sternly warned Zhu that this should be the first and last time, otherwise he would really lose his head. And Zhou looked at it with her mouth open, not understanding what the hell was going on. Most likely she would have tried to somehow screw over the cultivator and get that unfortunate apartment. But she didn't have time, because her own gentleman gave her a terrible slap in the face. Growling and baring his teeth, Wenda ordered this fortune hunter to move forward immediately, and not even try to complain, because all the problems were because of her. While the directors bowed at Li's feet and the fat man tore his hair out because he had made a bad impression in front of such important people. Mei frowned vindictively and clenched her fist. Fortunately for everyone, the protagonist this time decided to be kind and not call anyone to account. It was enough for him that the conflict was finally resolved. The very next day, his family and mother were admiringly examining the interior of the apartment, with its expensive upholstered furniture, luxurious paintings, plants and gilding. The matriarch of this clan still couldn't believe that her son had enough money to make such a purchase, and then suddenly someone else looked at their door. It turned out to be a pale, red-eyed man with deep bags under his eyes, but despite his shabby appearance, he kindly explained that he would be their neighbor from the opposite apartment, and his name was Chung Long. He walked very close to Mu Xian and tried to say hello to her in English, but it looked more awkward and creepy than beautiful. Then he asked if they had ever met before, because the eyes looked very familiar. But the girl did not have time to answer because her dearest brother intervened in the conversation, deceptively softly placing his hand on the shoulders of his new neighbor and leading him away. The time traveler angrily hissed that he would kill him if he saw him near Xian again. He was some kind of pale freak with disgusting bags under his eyes. Such an animal, in principle, should not be next to such an angel as the main character's sister. But Cheng Long not only didn't take offense at all these insults, but also admitted that he planned to tell the new residents about some unpleasant situation in the house. And the brunette demanded details. The pale man took a deep breath and then leaned towards Mu with a frightened look, just like a character from some old horror movie. As it turned out, a real evil spirit had made a nest for itself in this beautiful high-rise building. And to emphasize the atmosphere, a close-up was shown of a hungry praying mantis catching a butterfly. The strange neighbor had the chance to experience the poltergeist phenomenon firsthand. For example, when he first arrived in this house, he constantly felt an unnatural cold behind his back. That evening, Loon, not suspecting anything bad, went to bed, but did not even have time to touch the borders of the country of Morpheus, when very cold and seemingly alien hands touched his body. A woman approached him, muttering that she was very scared, but Chung was 1,000 times more scared because he lived in proud solitude. Naturally, he did exactly what most people would do in a similar situation. He screamed at the top of his lungs, pushed the strange girl away with his hand, and grabbed the nightlight. But what happened after that, the boy forgot. But judging by his deeply red face and darting eyes, it was a pure lie. And he remembers everything perfectly. Of course, the time traveler noticed this and, with a very noticeable hint, asked whether the good neighbor really was suffering from bouts of amnesia, or whether there was something hidden behind it. Scratching his head sadly, Chen admitted that the next day everything got even worse, as if a ghost had hit him over the head with a sledgehammer, so he had to pay twice as much for the services of a prostitute and a doctor. Hearing this, Li also hit Luna, asking with poisonous sarcasm if he was just an alcoholic who had drunk himself to the point of pink elephants. But the man, rubbing his bump, shouted that he was not finished. That night, when someone beat him up, the neighbor tried to rest peacefully in his bed, but he was awakened by a very loud rustling from the curtains, behind which was a long-haired woman in white. Realizing that she had been noticed, the ghost showed her terrible, disembodied skull-like face and began to scream loudly, demanding that she be let into the house immediately. The following night was not a peaceful one for Chen either. He was constantly awakened by other unnatural rustling sounds, the sounds of running water in the kitchen or a woman's whisper in his ear. The protagonist clearly didn't care about this reveler's problems, and in another situation he would have kicked him out. But Lee didn't like the idea that some lousy evil spirit would dare to interfere with his family's enjoyment of life. Without thinking twice, Mu offered Loon to let him into his house for one night to exorcise the ghost, and the man, tired of this whole nightmare, agreed with great joy. Immediately after this, the action shifted to night, showing the main character lying boredly on a bed in a strange apartment, waiting for the supernatural to begin. It is unknown how long he spent like this, waiting for the mysterious spirit to finally reveal itself. But at some point, the boy very abruptly stood up with his hand enveloped in purple mana. The dead monster actually appeared, and from its presence, the whole room seemed to be plunged into semi-darkness. So many disgusting miasmas of filth arose in it. The long-haired ghost tensed up like a huge, hungry cat, ready to make a deadly leap at any second. But the time traveler, as always, looked relaxed and even amused. And interestingly, he didn't immediately start casting spells on the ghostly woman, but instead turned around and familiarly asked how he could be of help. Bulging its glowing red eyes, the evil spirit whined in a terrible voice that made icy sweat run down your back, that its legs were gone. The half-open window in the apartment swung open even wider, letting in the Arctic wind, and the ghost, staring at the main character, asked if he could give her his limbs. Out of boredom, the brunette rolled his eyes so much that they began to look in completely opposite directions, and quipped whether this girl wanted him to put shoes on her after that. This struck the dead woman so much that she genuinely fell into a stupor, and for some time she could only open and close her mouth, like a fish out of water. At the same time, the window, the very one that had been opened by the ghostly force to create more horror, slammed shut on its own, as if it suddenly felt ashamed of the failed act. After this, Mu lay down on the bed, put his hands under his head, and indifferently said that if the evil spirits no longer had any complaints against him, then let them go away and not interfere with his sleep. Of course, such an attitude would enrage even an ordinary person, let alone a mad, vengeful spirit. So the dead woman rushed to the attack with a piercing scream. She pompously announced that if the impudent mortal worm did not wish to give her his legs on his own, then she would gladly take them with her own hands. And then the whole scene went black, and, like in an old farcical cartoon, there were slapping sounds and huge stars flew towards the screen. Yes, the main character really turned out to be so brutal that he even beat up a deadly ghost like a hysterical little girl. And now she could only sit on the bed and whine about how unfair it was. The protagonist listened to this with a stony face, and the cunning little beast, deciding that she had lulled his vigilance, rushed forward again, only now with the promise to bite out the enemy's throat. Naturally, this did not happen, because the young man intercepted one of her hands without any difficulty. For such an experienced master, this was easier than going for a drink of water. At the same time, the protagonist touched the ghostly girl's forehead with his fingers, placing something like a seal on it. And because of his magical power, the evil spirits could not break free and run away. After this, the ghost's entire body began to crumble, emitting a stream of pink peach petals, and thus the monster gradually transformed into a cute young girl with a large bow in her hair. This very bow shone especially brightly and even coquettishly in the light of the moon and stars, as if it were some kind of badge of distinction, polished to an ideal state. When the metamorphosis was completely complete, the former demoness froze in shock on the bed, bending her own legs under herself, and the time traveler silently looked at her. In the end, the girl, who looked very similar to Mu Xian, right down to the color of her eyes, blushed furiously and very timidly asked the cultivator why he didn't show even the slightest sign of fear. The teenager calmly explained that he simply had no reason for this, and it was not about the difference in strength. He simply realized at first glance that the spirit was actually kind. It was just mocking the living for some reason. This was exactly what he was very interested in, as well as the general background of the ghost. But she only snorted proudly, turned away, and defiantly asked why she had to share this at all. The protagonist silently raised 2 fingers, clearly hinting at the possibility of turning her back into a disgusting undead at any moment. And the girl hastened to agree. Her name was Jiang Xiaobai, and just 2 years ago she was still alive, planning to enter the local university and generally living a pretty good life. And no man or beast is to blame for her death, but only a tragic accident. The student decided to take a shortcut through a vacant lot, on the site of which a complex of houses now stands, but fell into a hole and broke her legs. The poor thing was unable to get out. No one heard her screams either, and so she slowly died. And Mu Li, after listening to this whole story, asked what the poor thing wanted before her death. Looking at the bed, Bai admitted that her parents had been arguing throughout her childhood until they divorced. And as a result of the dispute, her father took the girl to live with him. This in itself was bad, but Zhang Xiao Sr. was far from the image of an ideal parent. He lost money at cards or spent it on alcohol, and he did not hesitate to beat his daughter. It all ended when the drunken father drowned in the river. But life didn't get any better because the girl's mother was too poor to feed herself, her and another child. However, the elder sister Bai loved the younger one very much, encouraged her, and provided for her with all her strength, even dropped out of school to go to work. And therefore the brunette loved her more than anyone in the world. Even when she was dying, in terrible pain from injuries and exhaustion, Zhang Xiao could not think of her eldest relative without genuine tenderness and concern for her future fate. She also felt a terrible injustice that she had died so stupidly after her sister had made such a titanic effort to help her get into university. Subsequently, she tried many times to visit her, to talk, at least to say thank you at the end. But all in vain. Her ghostly body could retain its form only near the place of death. Bai burst into tears emotionally, and the protagonist gently patted her on the head, saying that he knew one way that could solve this unpleasant problem. The brunette looked at the newcomer with great hope, but at the same time with distrust, because she was desperately afraid of getting burned, to put it metaphorically, and yet, with each passing second, hope clearly prevailed over doubt. This was clearly visible in the look of her huge, wet and transparent lake-like eyes. Looking at them, the main character even remembered a fragment of his cultivator past, namely, the legend of the world of self-improving immortals living under the lilac star. When one of the inhabitants of this planet dies, no one considers it a tragedy, because the local cultivators either move into other people's bodies or create new ones for themselves, and then continue to live as if nothing had happened. Naturally, the young man knew this firsthand. He spent a lot of time in this world, training his energy chakras and increasing the level of synchronization with Zen. However, there was another way that the dead could, if they wished, use, who did not want to part with the material realm so quickly. These were the sages of that specific kind who considered only the spirit and the mind to be important, and saw in the body nothing more than an annoying and useless rudiment. Therefore, such individuals were simply called perfecting souls, and, apparently, the time traveler even knew one of them personally, considering the way they exchanged glances. But to put it simply, thanks to the experience gained on the planet of the lilac star, the protagonist was able to ensure that Bai gained a full-fledged second existence. In a different situation, Zhang Xiao would probably have been more distrustful and suspicious of this. But now she was beyond despair and could only beg for help. She was ready for absolutely everything, for any conditions and obligations. And Mu, as if not hearing this, noted that the girl's state of mind was very unstable. And the further it went, the more her consciousness would weaken. He knows a technique that will reverse this degeneration, and he will also be able to perform a ritual that will allow Bai to move into a new body, essentially being born again. It sounded too fantastic to be true, and even the girl herself noted how strange it all was, despite the fact that she herself was a supernatural creature. Naturally, Li had conditions, namely that Bai would have to obey all his orders unconditionally. For example, as he noted in his thoughts, to look after his mother. Even though just a few minutes ago, Zhang Xiao was crying, begging for any chance of rebirth, she now grimaced and sarcastically asked if she was obliged to sell herself into slavery and call a cultivator master. Muli chose to completely ignore this barb, and he said very seriously that it was enough to just call him by his first and last name. The former student pushed all her newly formed doubts as deep as possible, to the very borders of her subconscious. And in person, she hastened to assure the guy that she would definitely thank him as soon as she became carnal again. As soon as this dream of hers came true, she was ready to belong to the young man completely. And at these words, she made a very peculiar face, indicating thoughts that were not at all childish. The newcomer chose to pretend that he had not noticed this, and instead got down on one knee, leaned forward slightly, extended his hand to the lady, and urged her to stand up. Bai, to put it mildly, did not understand why such a thing was necessary at all, but obediently did as requested, awkwardly shifting from foot to foot on the cold, hard floor. It was really a matter of the legs, because in such a subtle way the protagonist made Zhang Xiao see for herself that her limbs were now in perfect order. The brunette herself, however, did not understand this yet, because she saw only legs, the most ordinary ones, the kind that every normal person has. This is what she muttered, confusedly trying to make sense of what was happening before she was struck by a sudden jolt of realization. Very slowly, Bai then raised her head and asked in an incredibly angry voice if this was a nasty hint about the size of her bust. The protagonist couldn't come up with anything better to say in response to this than to say that yes, that's exactly what he had planned from the start. So all this talk about absolute devotion and belonging to him, to hell and back, was unnecessary. In response, the girl hysterically screamed that the main character was just a damned idiot, without the slightest hint of gratitude or obedience. But then the real chaos began. The ghost's rage was so strong that it caused a terrible tremor, which brought down the house and scared the hell out of people. The next morning, Chung Long stood in the hallway, patiently waiting for the main character to come out of his apartment or otherwise indicate that he was alive. Seeing the brunette, he pounced on him with questions. But the protagonist, without even looking back at this client, only briefly said that the promise was fulfilled. The ghost would no longer be in the house. The pale boy, with the utmost caution, as if it were the mouth of a huge lion, looked into the passage of his dwelling and muttered that his aura had changed, had become somehow warmer. After that, he turned around and with a happy ache and tears in his crimson eyes, croaked that Mu Li was not even a miracle worker, but a real Lord God. In turn, the cultivator turned around and showed his neighbor his own pale face and black bruises under his eyes, because, as it turned out, Bai had not let him sleep all night. Of course, it's not like they were fighting to the death or doing anything else. It's just that the aforementioned life embodiment technique was incredibly difficult even for a time traveler. For many hours in a row, he read special spells, performed rituals, pumping the girl with life force, and at the same time did not take his fingers off her forehead. When the procedure was finally over, the unfortunate young man was breathing heavily like a driven horse, and a large drop of sweat was rolling down his cheek. The young brunette very carefully and thoroughly felt her own neck, but it felt exactly like it was alive. So the ritual apparently really worked. However, Li didn't give her time to properly enjoy the benefits of her newfound form, because he needed to quickly get rid of Zhang Xiao. She wasn't against it, because she didn't have any positive memories associated with Chen's apartment. But still, the girl first of all wanted to talk to her sister. Unfortunately, in this matter, the teenager had to insist on his position. However, for a good reason, Bai was still connected to the place of death, and it was dangerous for her to leave it. But he could convey a message. Soon the time traveler spoke with a young businessman from the Yao, who helped find the name and place of work of that very sister. Her name was Zhang Xiaoqin, and she worked in a tea restaurant. And this wasn't some tiny eatery where people come to quickly fill their bellies with tea, but an incredibly expensive restaurant where prices were in the thousands. In his past life, the protagonist desperately wanted to visit this place. And now that his dream could easily come true, he even crossed the threshold of the establishment with some timidity. The receptionist at the counter gave the young gentleman a routine smile and very politely asked whether he wanted to make the drink himself or have the staff do it. But the main character ignored this question because he didn't need tea for now. On the contrary, he was completely focused on finding Zhang Xiaoqin. The woman even sweated a little because the aforementioned person was the best and obviously the most expensive worker at their place. But the hero clarified that he was not looking for her for drinking games. This argument was enough, so the lady turned around and shouted for the girl to come over, as a young man wanted to see her on personal business. When she came out, it turned out that over the previous 2 years, this girl had hardly changed in appearance, remaining exactly the same as her younger sister remembered her. She was wearing an azure and white tea shop uniform and was holding a tray with various utensils. But Zhang quickly hid it and focused on the customer. He said very carefully that he wanted to pass on a note on behalf of a certain woman. But somehow Xiaoqin immediately began to guess who he was talking about. With trembling hands, she snatched the letter and greedily began to read the contents. And the more she read, the more crimson her cheeks became and the paler her forehead. There was Bai's farewell, and Mu himself, in order to make the situation at least a little more realistic, lied that he saw the black-haired student being taken away in an ambulance, and he promised to deliver a message to her, but forgot. Xiaoqin was so consumed with sadness and melancholy that she had not said anything about it yet. She could only shed tears for her beloved sister. In the end, she simply fell to her knees and began to sob loudly, not embarrassed in front of anyone at all. She had absolutely no time for it. Looking at this, the cultivator felt almost the same pangs of conscience as he did from remembering his own sinful past. For he understood well how painful it was. Unfortunately, the moment was ruined by a man who ran down the stairs and ordered Zhang to get back to work immediately because 2 big shots were coming. Wiping away tears and snot, she muttered that she felt very unwell today, so it would be better if Mr. Director assigned this work to someone else. The man grumbled angrily in response, saying what a delicate little violet she was, but he was still ready to let her go home early. but only after the girl had served these two. Xiaoqin, still crying, muttered that she simply couldn't work now. She wanted to please the boss, but she simply couldn't. Not in this state. The man responded by calling her by her first and last name very loudly and clearly, trying to suppress her with his authority and find out what she was trying to achieve with such behavior. Here the main character finally intervened in the conversation. But no, he did not try to beat up the harmful director like Yao Lao. Instead, he civilly offered to serve these important clients himself. The owner of the tea house responded with a not very polite question as to whether the protagonist even knew how to handle this drink. You know, it's much more difficult than it seems from the outside. The protagonist lied that he studied with Zhang, which means he has an idea of what temperature to brew water to and what polite words to say to visitors. The worker automatically asked when all this had happened. But then the young man quietly grabbed her hand, cutting her off mid-sentence so that his legend wouldn't crumble to dust. The woman immediately shut up and suddenly and very deeply blushed. This simple gesture for some reason made her heart beat several times faster. Meanwhile, the cultivator reasonably pointed out to the irritated businessman that Xiaoqin simply couldn't be allowed in to see the visitors in this state, since she would scare them all away with her tearful and red face. The man couldn't help but admit that the boy was completely right, and he eventually ordered Mu to follow him. But at the same time, the director's soul was scratched with all his might, foreshadowing imminent trouble. After some time, the time traveler entered a hall for very important clients. It was decorated in a traditional Chinese style, with completely wooden furniture, floors, and rows of paper lanterns on the ceiling. There were already two elderly men sitting at the table. One of them was named Zhang, and the other Li. Both of them were martial arts masters, but they practiced different styles. They were so intent on destroying their arch-rival with just one evil glare that they didn't even turn around when some guy sat down on the opposite side. Mu himself was in no hurry to speak up. Instead, he very gallantly knelt down and then began to perform the traditional tea ceremony. The old men, meanwhile, began to quarrel loudly with each other again, one of them arguing with the other that only the spirit of a person is truly important, while the other considered this nonsense and insisted on training the whole body. Master Zhang was so angry at this that he jumped to his feet and asked in a very angry voice when he had ever said that trained muscles were not important in principle. It is very likely that the dispute would have reached such proportions that the masters would have started fighting with each other right in the tea house. But then they were distracted by some very strong, but at the same time beautiful aroma. The gray-haired warrior stood frozen for a moment, like a pillar of salt, before slowly turning around and looking down, right at the spot where the protagonist sat. After this, the honorable adept of the martial style was literally carried away by the inner family into unknown esoteric distances. So powerful was this smell. For a moment he saw, and most importantly, felt as if he had entered some heavenly abode. A blissful kingdom where one could meditate for an eternity in the lotus position and listen to the sound of the waterfall. But most importantly, it was not an illusion at all. It was just that the tea prepared by the time traveler was so delicious that it changed the taster's inner world for a moment. Taking a timid sip, the old man was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes widened and he grabbed his own goatee, unable to believe what was happening. If before this the consciousness of the honorary master was partially in a blissful trance, now his psyche went into complete disarray. The drink tasted so fantastic that Zhang mentally tore off all his clothes and was now running, jumping, diving and tumbling, unable to cope with the delight that had overwhelmed him. And while he was relaxing in his little imaginary country, Master Li took the cup skeptically and admitted that Mu wasn't doing so badly. Instead of answering the question of how long he had been working there, the main character gave a whole lecture on how exactly one should drink tea in order to enjoy it. The man chuckled, but admitted that this boy really did have a good understanding of the subject. But if that was the case, then he should have been familiar with the way of the warrior as well. Because of this, one of the clients simply couldn't resist making another dig at his opponent, asking at least the cultivator to say that he was a fool. Chong instantly returned from the world of dreams to harsh reality, and passionately began to argue that, firstly, he was, as before, completely right, and secondly, there was no need to involve a child in the disputes of adults. He couldn't know anything at that age. The old men instantly started yelling at each other like two mad crows, and even the protagonist felt very awkward about it. Not to mention the other visitors, if there were any left. Eventually, he got tired of this performance and decided to answer directly. Both men were deeply mistaken, and at this turn of events, the fighting masters instantly froze. The director, who had been eavesdropping at the door all this time, carefully catching every word of the highly respected visitors, became very agitated because there was silence, and at the same time a very oppressive one. As for Xiao Qin, she stood somewhere on the street, looking up at the sky with a blank expression, thinking that Mu Li would definitely handle everything. Meanwhile, the old warriors let go of each other and looked at the strange teenager with distrust, clearly wondering what he even meant. Master Li admitted with exaggerated politeness that he had not expected this. But now he wanted to hear arguments and as detailed ones as possible. However, behind him, it was as if a wall of raging flames had risen. The boy, getting to his feet, calmly explained that both of their fighting methods have their advantages, but at the same time they also have significant disadvantages. Turning away pathetically and looking at the wall, the brunette said that although there are many fighting styles, they all have similar principles and ultimately lead to the same goal. If before this the old men had been openly skeptical, clearly considering the newcomer to be just a self-confident puppy, now they were catching his every word with sincere and greedy attention. When they impatiently asked what this ultimate goal was, the protagonist couldn't help but show off a little trick by releasing waves of purple magical energy. He also answered their question, saying that the end result must be eternity. And at this revelation, both men opened their mouths like fish pulled out onto land. Having gotten over his surprise, Master Zhang slammed his palm on the table in irritation and called Li an impudent boy who dared to tease them with tempting but unrealistic stories. The brunette only asked in response with a tired look, "Have the venerable clients thought before that the combination of styles that develop the soul and body will give a more effective result?" The gray-bearded mentor only sighed and muttered that these were typical mistakes of youth, because it was impossible to become a master in everything, and in general such attempts were doomed to failure. The protagonist not only was not offended, but on the contrary, he defiantly declared that those who consider themselves the strongest must be restrained in their judgments, and if they contradict themselves, they are obliged to belittle any objections, and he couldn't resist making a small demonstration of his power again, opening all the windows and sticking his hand, enveloped in purple energy, out. The elderly people, like little children, froze with their jaws open, waiting with anticipation for the continuation, while the main character threw a small piece of paper forward. After that, he made a specific gesture with his hand, sticking out his index and middle fingers and placing all the others on his palm, thus activating the spell. In just a second, the soft, harmless piece of plant seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp blade, launched by the hand of a skilled ninja. The old warriors jumped in terror in different directions as the leaf, obeying the silent commands of the cultivator, began to cut the huge and thick table into pieces. All this took a split second, but it was more than enough to reduce the once expensive piece of furniture to two lopsided halves, which were also enveloped in white steam, as if coming from hot water. The great Zhang and Li now looked more like those unfortunate whales that the force of the merciless elements had thrown onto the shore. They felt completely out of place, to put it mildly, and then it was as if they were struck by lightning, because they were, after all, experienced martial artists and experts, and they immediately understood what exactly they had seen. The time traveler, still not turning around to face the establishment's patrons, calmly said that the above-described trick was an example of what is called an internal family. After this, he grabbed a small object lying on the table and hit it with such force on the very table that the thing went into the ancient wood like a knife into butter. It turned out to be the most ordinary wooden spoon, but now it was sticking out from the surface of the furniture like a protruding finger. This was an example of what the external family was capable of. Zhang and Li were incredibly shocked to realize that this boy, a beardless youth, was not only a more experienced master in their own fields, but also had excellent command of opposing styles. The funniest thing is that the time traveler was so arrogant when it came to his abilities that, upon hearing the respectful address of Great Master, he almost grimaced in disgust at the underestimation of his skills. And then the usual self-flagellation of the characters began, who saw the imbalanced skills of the main character and now asked for forgiveness for daring to breathe the same air with him. In response, Mu Li smiled at them with an incredibly carefree and polite smile and replied that he didn't mean anything like that. He just wanted to show that different elements could work together successfully. Why did the old men respectfully press their fist to their palms and ask how they could call the Great Master? And the boy calmly answered that no formalities were necessary, but he also gave his first and last name. Zhang, with all due respect, could not understand why such a powerful person would waste his energy on such a wretched, insignificant establishment, which the inner family-style adept would gladly give him. The time traveler explained honestly, but without going into details, that a good friend of his worked in this tea house, but she became ill. and there were no people capable of replacing her, except for the young man himself. The cunning old man immediately realized that if this was true, he could try to somehow use it to his advantage. But out loud, he only clarified whether he was talking about a girl named Zhang. The protagonist answered in the affirmative, either not suspecting any hidden motives, or he sincerely didn't care what Zhang would do next. The old master stroked his mustache and beard because everything was going even better than he had expected. These two clearly had a special relationship, and outside, the director was ready to bite his nails from worry. It had been too long since even a rustle had been heard from the room, and his worried imagination was drawing the devil knows what. He couldn't decide what he should do, intervene and risk angering the counting guests, or wait a little longer without any guarantees. But eventually, there was the sound of quiet, slightly clattering footsteps, and their source was heading towards the man down the stairs. The businessman jerked back, opened his mouth, and bulged his eyes with such horror as if he had suddenly seen the devil himself in the flesh. Of course, in reality, it was just Mu Li. But the temporary employer still almost crashed into him from excitement. So much did he want to know if everything ended well with the noble gentleman. Looking the worried businessman straight in the eye with deep concern, the young man assured him that everything was in order, and he had a conversation with the elderly gentleman and completely convinced them. Unfortunately, this news not only did not please the owner of the establishment, but also terribly infuriated and frightened him, because he demanded that his employees dance on tiptoe in front of such people, and then someone decided to argue with them. The protagonist opened the doors of the tea house and went home, and the man looked after him for a long time, wondering how anyone could be so impudent. Then he walked along the corridors and stairs, pressing his hands to his head and quietly lamenting that this was it, that soon his business would go under, that he would starve and eat only bread. Not suspecting how things really were, the businessman entered the room of the two masters and, bowing humbly at their feet, quickly said that he would definitely punish that fool, only let the gentleman not be angry. The old men were silent for a while, but then they looked at each other and Li quietly said to Zhang, "This is great. If only the young master could hear something like this." The businessman dared to straighten up a little and raise his head, wondering what kind of person they were talking about. And then something very unexpected happened. The table, cut into two neat pieces, the spoon stuck into it, and the teapot filled with drink began to shake. A few seconds later, they were scattered across the floor in complete disarray, as if an invisible and very angry hooligan had burst into the room. The gray-haired master, although he tried to maintain an outwardly calm expression, turned completely cold inside, wondering if the protagonist had somehow heard them from such a distance. And then he shouted, turning to the director, that if anyone deserved a good portion of beatings and dismissal without pay, it was his damn long tongue. Lai calmly explained that the man they spoke of with such respect was the very same young man whom the greedy businessman had so carelessly insulted in their presence. It all sounded so wild and fantastic that the poor guy simply did not know how to cope with such information, and he screamed throughout the street in surprise. Zhang, being the real owner of the tea house and the boss of this manager, subsequently scolded him severely and strictly ordered him to always treat the time traveler with the utmost respect and to kiss his feet. The younger man was so frustrated that he was ready to carry out such an order literally without hesitation, while the old man in blue robes thought hard about Zhang. He had been thinking for a long time about how to take advantage of this girl, who the main character clearly favors, and now he finally figured it out. He just needed to transfer all rights to this tea house to her. She, however, had absolutely no time for this now. She went home, and now she couldn't stop crying, thinking about her beloved little sister. Mu Li was standing nearby, calmly sipping some liquid from a cup. But at this point, he put it aside and said that it was an honor for Bai to be born as Xiaoqin's junior. And anyway, there was no point in paying all the eyes because the patterns of fate are uncertain. And there was always the possibility that siblings would meet again one day. The woman, without even turning around, quietly muttered, "Why is the brunette even saying such a thing?" While her own voice sounded more like the dying bleating of an unfortunate lamb. She saw with her own eyes how her sister's body was burned. After that, returning to life is simply impossible. But then tears and snot flowed down her face like a waterfall, because she desperately wanted to believe that the main character was actually right and that it was still possible. After that, the former tea shop worker turned to the cultivator to say something to him, but found only empty space next to her. Looking at the door that was left open, Xiaoqin automatically finished saying that she wanted to somehow thank her unexpected benefactor. After this, the action returned to the Mu family's new apartment, and specifically to the time traveler's bedroom, where the confused Bai was. She no longer resembled a disgusting walking corpse, but she was still a disembodied ghost, and she looked around her with cat-like curiosity. A beautifully painted jade vase caught her attention, and the brunette explained that he had bought the artifact at the market as a vessel for the girl's soul. Shyly clutching a pillow to her chest, Zhang Xiao asked the question that had plagued so many other characters up until this point, namely, where the hell did Li get so many abilities from? He behaves like that, and proves with his actions that he can do absolutely everything in the world, like some kind of Lord God. And now the brunette almost screamed and demanded to immediately tell where he got all this from. The usually impenetrable cultivator began to sweat noticeably from such a set, and he tried to laugh it off, in turn asking where Bai herself was getting so many questions from. But that wasn't the end. The younger Zhang made a particularly nasty face and promised to turn Li's entire room upside down to find his indecent things, like Chenglong and his adult magazines. In the next frame, the young man was already reaching for that very vase, and, opening it very eloquently and laconically, said that this was the end of his conversation with the ghost. He struggled with Bai for a while, trying with all his might to push the bastard inside the artifact, like into a hunter's trap, while she, in turn, desperately resisted. Then there was a knock on the door of the room. A gentle girl's voice asked her brother if he could come in, and the cultivator felt as if he had been hit by a huge pile of snow. Finally tired of this whole circus, he shoved Zhang Xiao inside the vase in a few moments, ignoring her indignant grimaces and childish insults. And then the door opened, and Mu Xian, her eyes flashing like some kind of demon, ominously said that every action of the protagonist will definitely have consequences. It turned out that she thought her dear older brother had dared to bring home a girl of bad reputation. And although that was not the case, the little girl immediately warned that she would never allow such a thing. The protagonist, sweating heavily, laughed falsely and remarked that he was not one of those types of people, and in general, let the relative finally tell her why she needed him. As it turned out, one of the Yaos, Xiao Song, had not forgotten how the time traveler, as a reward for healing their grandfather and father, demanded a rare and ancient medicine. And today, he managed to get it, trying his best to hide the vase behind his back without being noticed. The brunette assured his younger sister that he would immediately go out and check everything, letting her know that there was nothing to worry about. But when the brunette had already left the threshold of the room, he couldn't help but press his face against the artifact and mockingly ask Bai to be good and not go out. The expensive jade antique immediately began to thrash about as if it were having a fit, and a shrill voice screamed that she would simply die of boredom. And then Xian shouted again, asking why her brother was taking so long to find out, as if she still suspected that he had somehow hidden a night butterfly. Poor Mu Li was spinning around like a top, desperately trying to grab the nasty ghost pot without attracting any more suspicious attention. After some time, the brown-haired man in an expensive suit respectfully handed the boy a box containing a century-old medicinal plant that his clan had been growing for generations. Now, as a token of gratitude for saving the life of their patriarch, they decided to part with the priceless artifact for the sake of the main character, and he certainly did not refuse. Having examined the gift very meticulously, but not without interest, the cultivator recognized it as wild ginseng, and from it one could even brew an elixir of immortality, albeit a low-level one. Scratching his head shyly, Xiao Song reminded that his entire family was now in great debt to the boy. They were even willing to look for such things for him all over China. Instead of gratitude, the time traveler suddenly slammed the suitcase shut and asked for forgiveness with an official smile, because Yao should have offered to buy these things for a good price. The brown-haired man, naturally, was amazed at how this was even possible, since the entire clan had managed to register Li as a godfather, matchmaker, brother, and living saint at the same time. Then he remembered something else, and with a slightly awkward gesture took out of his pocket an invitation to a party in honor of his father's next birthday. And the brunette certainly wasn't going to refuse that, clearly recalling how his previous appearance in high society at the birthday party of a former classmate had ended. In the next frame, it was already night, and although the full moon shone so brightly that it seemed like a new sun, great and ancient China did not even think about sleeping, and light bulbs were burning in hundreds of windows. The protagonist sat on the bed in the lotus position and diligently meditated, trying to pump up his spirit. But it was much more difficult than before, due to the Earth's catastrophic poverty of spiritualized qi. The young man, however, managed to find a way out with the help of the natural resources of his home planet. And at some point he realized that this was it. Now everything should work out. After that, He took that same ginseng root and squeezed it tightly, as if he was going to squeeze out every last drop of juice from the ancient plant. However, his fingers never quite closed on the dry, brittle surface, and instead he popped the plant into his mouth and began chewing it like a sandwich. And that same jade vase was now open, and from it very slowly poured pale green smoke, gradually increasing in size and changing outlines. A few minutes later, that haze took the form of Zhang Xiaobai, frozen in midair, and to say that she looked discouraged and annoyed would be an understatement. The ghost would probably have expressed many kind words to the time traveler about such a piggish attitude towards her dear person. But her eyes popped out of her head when she saw what exactly the boy was chewing. It wasn't that it was almost the same as trying to eat tree branches, but that an ordinary person would never be able to withstand the energy of ginseng. But an immortal cultivator was a different matter. The boy was enveloped in a particularly strong and bright glow, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully improved his spiritual strength to the average level, but the younger Zhang completely ruined the epicness of the moment by rudely asking if the protagonist had gone crazy, and he asked in an equally harsh tone who had said what. But the ghost wasn't the least bit scared. She instantly moved closer to the main character, put her palm on his forehead and asked if he really had stopped understanding words. She was incredibly outraged that this idiot had so carelessly put his life and health at risk, because eating ginseng was like trying to eat a piece of iron. But the brunette didn't listen to this. The young man quickly turned away and said that as punishment for Bai interrupting his meditation, she would watch over the house and its inhabitants all night. But instead, in the tone of a capricious, spoiled child, she hissed that she didn't want to, that she wanted to have fun too, and she grabbed protagonist's shoulders with all her might. Instead of wasting time and energy on hundreds of useless words that would not find a response anyway, the cultivator reached out his hand to that very green vase. The teenager opened the cap and then in a cold voice ordered the younger Zhang to get inside because he would not try to persuade her anymore. The girl immediately became bored, blushed, tapped her fingers together, but in the end she had to agree to this unpleasant demand. It instantly lost its material form and instead turned into a crooked column of bright light, which immediately began to squeeze into the vessel. After this, the main character hid the artifact and left the room, where he almost immediately ran into his sister, who seemed to be eavesdropping on suspicious sounds. Fortunately, instead of getting angry at her for spying, the hitman patted his younger relative on the head and, with a conspiratorial air, admitted that he wanted to say something. And the news was this. Today, the whole family was going to have dinner at the most expensive restaurant in the whole city. So let the sister immediately run and tell this news to her mother. The teenager didn't say anything, but simply blushed as if she had been thrown into boiling water like a crayfish and had just been pulled out, her skin being rubbed raw with the roughest towel. After this, a close-up was shown of a luxurious building, decorated in the standard Chinese style. It was painted red, had a sloping roof, and so on. The younger Mu looked at this with her mouth wide open, but the older one, as always, was more skeptical, and in this case it seemed even a little disappointed. The restaurant was called Guyu's, and one of the guards said over the microphone that there would be especially many relatives of famous martial artists there tonight, so security needed to be stepped up. Sitting down at a table and taking an information plate, Xian was surprised to read that this establishment was at least 200 years old and was a local landmark. However, this was just to whet the appetite, and then the sign only showed the dishes, prices, and everything else that you would see on a regular menu. And the cost of every meal here, as expected, was simply colossal. Even the cheapest side dishes, porridge, or other things cost tens of thousands of yuan. Naturally, in his past life, the protagonist and his family could not have expected to order anything here, even in their wildest fantasies. But now the cultivator demanded a full dinner without hesitation. The young waitress standing at the table bowed, and with routine politeness asked the young gentleman to wait a little while the dishes were prepared and delivered. The contrast and slight surrealism of what was happening was so strong that Xian couldn't help but smile wryly and nervously, noting that her little brother had really gotten rich. A second later, Li began to smile in exactly the same way, glad that his mother had not been able to arrive at the same time as them. Otherwise, she would have definitely burst into curses because of her poor thinking. And then other voices were heard discussing the incredible wealth of some third person. And the protagonist immediately pricked up his ears. It turned out to be a group of teenagers, apparently the same age as the main character, and one of them boasted that he had once visited Beijing, visiting a certain Mr. Zhou. It was as if tiny black clouds had gathered around Elder Mu, because he immediately realized that this was Zhou Shiheng, his most sworn enemy from his previous life, the tormentor of his family. Then, the worker returned and politely informed her that the restaurant had made an unforgivable mistake by seating new customers in the reserved seat, and Xian agreed to move in exchange for a discount. She tried to reach out to her older brother, who seemed to have completely withdrawn into himself, and even touching him could not bring him out of this state. And then the new arrivals set their sights on the girl herself. One of them, without any complexes, simply approached the brunette and forcefully hit her on the ass, smiling in the most disgusting way possible. He noted that he had never seen such a beauty before, which was a serious admission because he would really like to ask Jian out on a date, and more. And this, naturally, enraged the main character so much that it is difficult to put into words. His teeth seemed to start grinding loudly on their own, and his fingers clenched into a fist. But he, characteristically, did not start a massacre. Instead, the cultivator, in an emphatically polite tone, explained that they were not elites, but ordinary people who had gone where they should not have. The young man was probably trying to resolve the conflict in this way without attracting the attention of truly dangerous people. But then someone else approached them. It was Wu Qiming, a young, fair-haired martial artist who wanted to throw a grand banquet for everyone present, without regard for their family names or even social status. The same bully who had pestered the younger Mukama behaved with the utmost respect and timidity in the presence of this man, because at such a young age he had already become famous as a great fighter. Xian quietly approached her older brother and suggested that they run away, while no one was paying attention to them again. But Li calmly replied that there was no reason to worry, but the aforementioned womanizer didn't even think of calming down. Instead, he handed the girl his business card made of very expensive, black and gold-plated plastic. He would like to receive a call and a date from the brunette when the latter has enough time. And this request could even look innocent if not for the above-described actions. The former schoolgirl didn't have time to say or do anything, because the protagonist intervened in the conversation. With the look of a curious monkey, he snatched the business card and announced that he would keep it for himself. It was too beautiful. Another rich boy, confident that the whole world belongs to him thanks to the authority and wealth of his family, immediately flared up and began to shower the main character with insults. Instead of answering, the cultivator hit the young bastard in the stomach with such force that blood came out of his mouth and splattered the space for several meters around. After that, the kinetic impulse threw the body with such force that it crashed into the far wall and left a huge crack in it. People immediately came running to the noise, including the previously described Qi. But it was too late. The hooligan looked completely lifeless, and even his eyelids did not move. Then, the assembled people stared at the time traveler, realizing that only he could have attacked this visitor, and the brunette himself, as if nothing had happened, began another passionate speech. Looking at the blonde with genuine irritation and even contempt, he proudly announced that his last name was Mu, and the girl he was currently hugging was his beloved sister. Xian herself could only press her hands to her face, hiding her wide-open mouth and wondering when her good-for-nothing and spoiled brother had even managed to become such an imba, and her unpleasant admirer, as it turned out, still remained alive, because he began to slowly get up from the floor, spit blood, and ask how this farmhand even dared to raise his hand against him. The brunette, looming over him with absolute indifference on his face, said that yes, he had hit him, and that the golden boy would do next, causing the latter to foam at the mouth with rage. Other visitors noted with irritation that they had never heard of any Mu family, except perhaps the owner of a seedy inn, and they were genuinely outraged that his relative dared to attack one of them. In response, the protagonist turned a lazy gaze on the speaker and, in the voice of a tiger preparing to attack, asked what the hell he was talking to the guy from the hotel about. Wu Ji intervened in this conversation, but then, like lightning, a passionate guess pierced him. What if these were actually relatives of the Mu clan who had come here from the capital? The situation was already very tense. And then two women entered the room, saw the beaten young man, and began discussing it right in front of him. The young man gritted his teeth in anger, because this was the first time in his life that he had been subjected to such humiliation. And this experience was certainly not one of the pleasant ones. He could have tried to get up and leave with the help of his friends or complain to one of his older relatives, but instead he reached furiously for a chair. Waving it like a club, Shaitan roared that he would not leave a wet spot of Li, even if all the other people tried to stop him. He would not forgive such an insult. He jumped around awkwardly and waved his improvised weapon like an enraged monkey without any technique, so it was basically no trouble for the protagonist to send him flying again. After flying a few meters and knocking over several chairs, The rich kid fell to the ground with his butt in the air, a very stupid expression on his face. The blonde stepped forward, spread his arms peacefully, and asked no one to quarrel anymore. Today was his big holiday, and there was no need to ruin it with scandals. Smiling the sweetest smile possible, the young master declared that the misunderstanding arose because Xian was not an elite, and there was nothing wrong with innocent flirting, and she was even lucky that she was noticed. Therefore, let the brunette approach the young master Yu, who was beaten like a punching bag, and ask him for forgiveness. Then all conflicts will be happily resolved. The main character let out a short, mocking laugh and asked why on earth he should do a favor for someone like him. The women who came to the noise of the fight almost dropped jaws on the floor, because even in their worst nightmares they could not imagine that some farmhand would dare to address the illustrious Mr. W in such a way. All the politeness was washed away from Jing as if by water, and he asked in a voice trembling with incoming rage, "Is it true that he, the star of the young generation of this city, has no right to respect?" The cultivator, completely unimpressed and looking bored, replied that yes, in his eyes this fair-haired pigeon did not have any special rights. Ming only let out a mocking laugh, folded his arms across his chest, and then allowed his battle aura to manifest in the form of a huge pillar of blue flame. He set the conditions that if he considered himself cool, then let him fight him, win, be able to do whatever he wants, and if he loses, he will seal his spiritual chakras and give up martial arts. Since the protagonist was absolutely confident in his victory over such an insect, he even put forward additional conditions, namely that he would not be seen by the masters of this city if he lost. Xian didn't yet realize how powerful her older brother had become, so she was genuinely worried about him, and clearly tried to dissuade him from the dangerous duel. In response, the protagonist, without false modesty, stated that he used to eat people for breakfast that others considered invincible, so there was no reason to panic. The impressed brunette began to encourage her relative, but at the same time asked him to be careful, just in case. The rest of those present, of course, warmly supported Ming, especially the beaten Yu, who shouted for the blonde not to leave a wet spot of this bastard, and so the fight began. Wu leaned his whole body and raised his leg to attack, while the main character just stood there with his hands in his pockets, not even trying to block. The fair-haired youth had abandoned any attempts to portray himself as a cool-headed gentleman. Now he simply screamed furiously for his opponent, the impudent scum of society, to finally die. But he was fundamentally unprepared for the fact that instead of a block or counterattack, his opponent would simply loudly order him to stop, breaking his concentration. While his opponent blinked his eyes in confusion, trying to understand what this was all about, he was hit in the chest, and Jing, at the last moment, instinctively covered his body with his hands. The attack was powerful enough to throw the blonde back several meters, and he almost fell to his knees, but almost immediately began to rise, shimmering with lightning. It wasn't the main character who hit him, as one might think, but Yao Xiaotong, the same girl whom Li had casually saved from a gang of street criminals hunting for the elixir of immortality. As could already be seen, she was not the last person in this city, so everyone was sincerely discouraged by the fact that she was defending such an impudent person. The fight stopped before it had even really begun, and Min, trying to suppress the terrible trembling in his knees, slowly stood up to his full height. He put a polite smile on his face again and innocently asked if the girl shouldn't be watching her beloved grandfather now, even if he was no longer breathing his last. She furiously asked why Jing had decided that her beloved relative had gotten sick, because everything was just wonderful for him. Her brother came forward from the back rows and confirmed this, and also understood the blonde for the fact that he himself invited them all to the party, and now does not let the guests inside. This completely threw the fair-haired boy off balance, because he remembered very well how his father tried to finish off Patriarch Yao, and even sent mercenaries to get rid of the elixir. He decided that this family had deliberately spread false rumors, and this angered him to such an extent that his once handsome face was distorted into a grimace of animal rage. This lasted only a moment, after which the antagonist tried to regain his usual composure and ask why Tung had interfered in something that was none of his business. She, not really trying to hide her contemptuous smile, explained that she was simply saving his life, because Xiao remembered very well how easily Mu had beaten up the elder Wu's thugs. This news seemed to strike everyone present as if they were struck by thunder, because the leader of those bandits, Hawk Wu Hong, had a certain reputation, and when it became known that he had lost to someone, everyone was terribly surprised. As for Jing, his face acquired such a grimace that they would put a handsome man in a coffin. The evening, which had begun so wonderfully, presented one disgusting surprise after another. The siblings were happy to take advantage of this to corner the villain in every sense of the word, and they openly advised him to simply leave, admit defeat, but at least stay alive. If he doesn't agree, he will simply die ingloriously. And besides, Tung screamed at the top of her voice that if even one more brute dares to offend her beloved Li, he will receive blood revenge from the entire family. And the main character simply couldn't help but smile lightly but triumphantly. He clearly liked it when people showed such loyalty to him. Min was breaking out in a cold sweat as he thought about how their families had been waging war against each other for years. But up until now, all of the conflict had been limited to behind-the-scenes intrigue. Never before had it come to the point where a member of one clan openly raised a hand against another. And the blonde couldn't believe that this unspoken rule was broken for the sake of some nerd. And he even had some supporters. Several people simultaneously shouted that nepotism should not give Li the right to attack local aristocrats with impunity. Not to mention the fact that they were specifically angry at Yao. They shouted that this clan had become too brazen, that it no longer respected other families, and that it was necessary to teach them a lesson. But Jing listened to this with his mouth open, unable to believe that there were such fools in the world. As much of a hypocrite and elitist as he was, Blondie genuinely wanted nothing more than to have a quiet, pleasant party. So why did life continue to wipe its feet on him? At the most tense moment, when people were literally one step away from starting to tear each other's throats out, a very cheerful and silly pop song was heard from a mobile phone. The gadget belonged to Jian, and she quickly answered the call, quickly ordering her mother to immediately go to the third floor, to table number 68. After that, she pulled her brother by the hem of his shirt and gently but firmly reminded him that their mother was waiting for them, so that was enough fighting and fighting for today. In response, the main character looked at her as if he was seeing her for the first time. And the girl felt in her heart something like a quick but painful cold needle. However, the cultivator decided to listen to his relative this time, so he took her hand and resolutely headed towards the exit. And Yao Tong followed behind them. Unfortunately, he was not even allowed to peacefully leave the stage, because these offended daddy's boys came out again with their claims. But now, Li had no desire to even drag their faces through the gravel. So without further ado, he simply kicked the bastard, drawing blood again. After this, the main characters reached the elevator, the buttons of which helpfully demonstrated that they were on the 5th floor. The siblings rode in silence for a while, until Mu Xian said very meaningfully that her little brother turned out to be incredibly cool. The brunette, hiding his eyes, said that he would be much more grateful if his sister said all this emotionally, with bated breath and admiration, and not as if she were talking about the weather. The brunette instantly perked up and struck a pose, as if this blockhead was really sure that she was not capable of performing such a trick. Yes, after that, to prove how wrong the protagonist was, she began to squeal with emotion and aplomb about how great he was. And even her pupils narrowed like those of a cat that had eaten too much mint. The main character's expression became even more distorted, and he mentally admitted that he would like general respect, but not like this. And anyway, when did his little girl learn to make such disgusting faces? The action then flashed back 5 minutes to the past, when a strange young man in a traditional Chinese robe with a fan approached the reception desk and asked where Wu Jiming's party was being held. The woman found this guy so stunningly beautiful that her eyes clouded over. Her face turned into a solid pink mass, and her tongue barely squeezed out the coordinates. The young man gracefully covered half of his face with the accessory and politely thanked her for this small service. But he did not open his eyes for a second, and he didn't even deign to turn around when the woman began to openly drool on him, or when an old man in a dark uniform approached from behind, like an experienced bodyguard. Like the main characters before them, this odd couple entered the elevator, marked the desired floor, and began to wait for its arrival, while passing the time with conversation. The boy with the fan was named Lu Pengfei, and he was one of the top martial artists, ranked 10th, and the one accompanying him was named Mei Qian. The old man thought that his young master had no business in such company, but the young man calmly explained that he wanted to check if there were any nuggets of genius among the locals. Naturally, by the will of fate, it happened that when they went out into the corridor, they practically collided with the main characters, who froze in place for a moment. And only then did Fei open his eyelids for a moment, revealing his deep, supernaturally blue eyes, reminiscent of a deep ocean inhabited by monsters and sharks. The characters didn't say anything to each other. The brother and sister just continued running towards the elevator, and Lu looked at their backs with great interest, as if he had seen something remarkable. His servant noticed this and asked his master if everything was okay, and the young champion, with the same serene smile, said that it was. After that, They stared at the guests who had gathered to have fun and actively relax, and were now wagging their tongues, discussing what had just happened. Entering the room, Pan folded his fan and solemnly said, addressing everyone present, that it was a great honor for him to visit such a place. The people turned around in surprise, looking at the new guest, and Min, with difficulty maintaining control over himself, asked how he could be of service. The cunning blonde somehow understood at first glance that this was an unusual person, but he did not know who he was, because he had not seen this fox in the city, and the very fact of the arrival of a strange stranger made him seriously angry. He had just experienced humiliation at the hands of Lee and his company, and then another one immediately showed up. The young master, if he noticed the hidden negativity directed in his direction, did not show it in any way, but instead only opened his fan again. He also opened his eyes when he decided to introduce himself as Lu, a humble guest from Jiangnan City. But anyone could guess that it was just a disguise. Jing, however, was so tired that he didn't recognize anything, but only sighed and mentally thanked fate that at least this one had better manners than that pig, with the surname Mu. As kindly as possible, he invited Pan to come over and have a chat, so that they could understand whether the second stranger was really safe or whether he would be even worse than the first. The girls gathered at the party followed the registrar's example and began looking at Faye with heart-shaped eyes, making Tung feel like the only normal person in a camp of idiots. She couldn't even resist, and openly asked a rhetorical question about why representatives of her sex immediately lose their brains as soon as a pretty face appears on the horizon. Her brother leaned down lower and politely whispered that she herself behaved in exactly the same way when she was in the presence of the illustrious Mr. Lee. So it was a matter of whose cow was mooing. At first she choked on air, then turned purple and then turned away, croaking that it was a lie. But the man mercilessly stated that her reaction spoke louder than any words. Meanwhile, the brunette explained that he had come to look at and evaluate the young adepts of martial styles. But, interestingly, he did not come closer to Min. He had heard a lot about their amazing talents, passed down from generation to generation, but it sounded so ambiguous that it sounded like an insult. Junior Wu wondered, not without interest, what the guest thought of them now, and mentally acknowledged that this guy put words together so well that his body responded to him automatically. Faye looked at the assembled youth the way an experienced hunter looks at jackals crowding around his prey, as if he were figuring out the best angle to shoot from. And he, without changing his expression at all, solemnly finished by admitting that, in his eyes, those present were equal to huge, stinking pieces of shit. Of course, all the party participants opened their mouths in rage and shock, including Xu Tong, who was also directly affected by this insult. But while another scandal was flaring up on the 5th floor, while its inhabitants were figuring out who was right and who was a mangy dog, the residents of the 3rd floor were calmly indulging in gluttony. As expected, the mother of the main characters, almost in sacred horror, lamented that she would never have come in her life if she had known the price of local services. She had to think of spending so much money on stupid things. And then the stereotypical parental grumbling began, that young people have completely gotten out of hand, that all they do all day is stare at their phones, and that their eyesight is getting worse. Li and Xian chose to obediently, albeit with noticeable discomfort, simply agree with everything they were told, but they were still not allowed to dine more or less calmly. It was young Master Yao, shouting in the hopes that Master Mu would hear him, and overall he looked so disgusting, as if he had just dug his way out from under the rubble with his bare hands. As much as the protagonist wanted deep down to just tell everyone to go to hell with all their problems and just enjoy the food, his innate decency won out, and he stood up to listen to the businessman. The usually cool and collected young man was this time so scared that he couldn't really explain what he wanted from the protagonist, only whining that trouble was happening up there. A little earlier, Wu Jing and many other guys began to play their muscles in an exaggeratedly casual manner, crack their fingers, and show with their whole appearance that someone was about to have their dirty tongue torn out. The receptionist in the background, fully aware of what was about to begin, began to run as fast as she could, and Peng, returning the smile to his face, repeated that he had come from afar to meet new people. However, now he is sadly forced to admit that the rumors were greatly exaggerated and embellished the reality. But it doesn't matter. He is not a hothouse plant and will survive this disappointment. Young Master Yu, who had just recently been lying in a faint after taking several first-class blows from the cultivator, was now eager to start a fight again, even while holding onto Ming's shoulder. And then he and a few other guys rushed forward, furiously squealing, that now they would teach Fei the rules of good behavior so well that he would not be able to straighten his back until old age. They clearly belong to that category of people who, in principle, never learn anything, no matter how many slaps life gives them. And the result was exactly the same as before. Just one careless kick, and the Jasper Master Yu once again flies to the floor, with a ridiculously shocked look, letting a trickle of blood out of his twisted mouth. Calmly fanning himself, Liu cheerfully said that he had dealt with the henchman. But where was the main boss? Why didn't he come out to fight the hero? The blonde angrily gritted his teeth and growled that it was good that the stranger had achieved his goal, forcing him, a representative of the noble Wu clan, to stoop to such despicable violence. In a matter of moments, he covered a distance of tens of meters, finding himself behind the enemy, and formed a combat aura around himself in the form of a ferocious predator. The astral claws were just a few centimeters away from Pan's face, almost closing on his soft, clear skin. But the young man himself only noted with amusement that Jing was using the hawk claw technique. Against anyone else, this would have been enough, but not against Liu, who only needed a slight wave of his hand to completely dispel the image of the giant bird. He also swatted the blonde man with almost the same ease as a fly, so that the unfortunate villain even mentally exclaimed why he was unable to maintain his dignity even now. And the brunette, still hiding the lower half of his face behind his fan, repeated that all the so-called martial arts masters of this city were just trash. And were these party-goers ready to admit it now? Everyone was silent, unable to believe that the best warrior among them had been defeated with such insulting ease, until Yao Tong stepped forward decisively. Trying not to let her voice waver, she asked Liu sternly if he had really come all this way just to fight with the local teenagers. Bowing respectfully, the young champion admitted that his journey had indeed been long, passing through several cities in the west before changing course to the settlements in the east. Peng realized that he had finally been recognized and repeated that he had been extremely disappointed by the locals. And as he spoke, one of the girls asked Tung in horror who he was. Looking somewhere ahead, the blue-haired girl explained that in every generation nuggets are born, real treasure troves of talent, far superior to any ordinary person. Such lucky ones are born with a very high level of spiritual strength. Even the weakest of them remain almost invincible warriors of the highest category. Everyone present gasped in shock and horror, because to them, it all sounded about the same as the claim that such monsters were capable of lifting the entire earth with one hand. Still not showing any horror, Yao asked Fei if he had come here to knock them down a peg, or just to assert himself, and how many people he had already deprived of the opportunity to one day obtain the title of Wuzong. The people around him started shouting that he was just a brute with an inflated ego, but the young champion calmly objected that he did not despise anyone else at all. It was just that the local, so to speak, fighters were truly insignificant. He opened his eyes again, which were now more of a lilac than a blue hue, and they held a promise of deadly threat to everyone present. Liu repeated that of all the people he had fought, the local teenagers were the weakest, and Xiao took up a fighting stance without any comment. The brunette folded his fan and asked in an exaggeratedly calm tone if the girl wanted to fight him. But that was exactly the same tone of voice a hungry fox might have used if she saw the open door to the chicken coop. The woman understood perfectly well that she had no chance against this enemy, but the warrior's code of honor and patriotism could not allow Yao to simply leave, letting him humiliate and beat the others. The people who had only recently been ready to tear Tung and her brother apart for protecting Li now looked on in horror as the young lady put herself in danger for them. For a moment, the entire room was filled with an unnatural bright light of martial energies that collided with each other like a pair of miniature stars. When the glow faded a little, Pan's face became visible, cold as a stone statue and covered in someone else's blood. Wiping it away, he repeated expressionlessly that everyone here was weak. Xiao, fortunately, did not die, but was thrown back with such force that now there was a real field between her and Liu, covered with cracks and chips. Rage finally overpowered fear completely, and all the local boys rushed forward, hoping that at least as a crowd, they would be able to count the ribs of the arrogant stranger. Yao stopped them because she already had a better plan, which was to simply pit this psychopath against the protagonist so that he would bury him alive. Naturally, as soon as Lu Fei heard that there was a person living somewhere here who was actually much stronger than him, he immediately became interested in him. And not only him, some of the partygoers also began to exchange uncomprehending glances, wondering where such a monster could come from among them. And just at that moment, the sounds of running were heard. It was the older brother Tung who finally brought the protagonist to the scene of the events, and the poor guy almost fainted when he saw how badly his little sister had been beaten. Forgetting about everything in the world, the businessman rushed to embrace the girl who was losing her last strength, press her to himself, and, out of fear, ask stupid questions. Then he remembered something and very carefully took out from his inside pocket a small jar with a red label filled with a clear liquid. This was the 8 Heavens Yellow Pill, a medicine that could repair damaged energy channels, and Yao wanted the woman to take it immediately just in case. Lu Pengfei, as if nothing had happened, turned to the cultivator and asked if he was the same person that Tong had called for help. Putting on his usual bored expression, the teenager shared that he had managed to hear the young master slander the local warriors, and in vain. Opening his eyes with interest, the brunette in red admitted that the speech had been good and not uninteresting. But another matter was whether the brunette in white would be able to back up his position with action. The time traveler even offered his opponent a huge head start. If he could force him to take at least one step, he could confidently consider himself the winner of the duel. This disdain for his fighting skills made Lu Ping feel a terrible anger, very similar to what his victims were experiencing. But outwardly, his face remained an impassive mask. However, after a few seconds it shattered into pieces, and the young man, opening his reddening eyes with snake-like pupils, promised to kick the protagonist so hard that he would be on the verge of death. At the same time, behind his back, a ghostly image of a colossal snake appeared, its fanged mouth wide open in a lunge, its scarlet eyes burning like huge torches. The audience began to whisper in horror, unable to believe that someone had actually used such a powerful technique before their eyes, which meant that the main character would definitely not live. But what was truly surprising was that Muli himself looked discouraged and frightened. No disdain, no indifference. As in all the previous skirmishes, he also learned what this technique was exactly. It was the multiple horizontal throw, which the masters who lived centuries ago spoke about with bated breath and in whispers. Lu Fei, sitting on his astral beast like a horse, shouted that it was nothing like that. This move was called Snake Shadow Palm, and he was already ready to finish off the enemy. And then, behind the main character, the familiar purple-violet flame lit up, clearly demonstrating that he had rolled up his sleeves and was serious. Clenching his hand into a fist and raising it back slightly, the cultivator quietly replied that the names didn't matter at all, because the outcome would be the same either way. Their impacts collided like two comets, creating such a strong wind and a bright green-purple light that the partygoers screamed in panic, asking what kind of monsters these were. The duelists paid no more attention to them than fighting rhinoceroses to the buzzing of flies. Strength fought with strength, and each tried to break the resistance of the other. For a while, it seemed like the fight was completely even. But then the purple glow began to dominate the green, and Pan exclaimed in shock at how this could be. He struggled against the overwhelming force for a few more seconds, like a man caught in a hurricane, before his body simply gave in and Lu collapsed to the ground. The vigilant escort, who had been watching every second of the fight, caught his charge in time, not allowing him to fall on his butt. But the brunette in red still looked bad. The old man screamed furiously at how Li even dared to raise his filthy hand against his young master, conveniently ignoring how Peng himself had beaten people up before. To his credit, the young man immediately interrupted him, reminding him that he himself had attacked a man stronger than himself. And Lu also recalled how he had once met a bald man with such strength that he could split planets with one blow. That mysterious strongman never wanted to share his secrets with Fei, which greatly disappointed him. But now the young warrior saw that the protagonist was no less strong and wanted to know if they were connected. Mu admitted that he had no idea who they were talking about, and he himself would like to meet such a master. But what was important was not that, but that the guy in red received a proper lesson in humility. His speech was interrupted by someone's hysterical cry, full of protest and rage, saying that it was he, precious Mr. Li, who saved her. Naturally, it was Tong, who, just like Sujaki before her, acted like a bratty, spoiled child, refusing the unpleasant medicine. Her brother, feeling an incredible attack of Spanish shame, tried to convey to this troublemaker that the potion was actually very useful and effective, and all the side effects were harmless and temporary. She shook her head in response, burst into tears, and almost started waving her hands, screaming that she didn't want to take this medicine and become a strong woman and let them do whatever they wanted with her. The younger Yao wouldn't change her mind. Gods only know how much self-control it took for the poor man to keep a cool head on his shoulders. And he even continued to peacefully persuade his sister to stop fooling around and start treatment. The businessman was about to offer the girl another pill, which did not strengthen, but only healed wounds. But then the protagonist patted him on the shoulder, offering his help. Upon seeing her new lover, the naughty girl immediately became bored and began to whine pitifully about how her whole body hurt, like a baby whose tummy was in pain. The brunette didn't pay any attention to this, and only confirmed that yes, Xiao was seriously injured. But it was not the end of the world. He would now help her get back to normal. The main character silently activated another spell, enveloping Tung in a purple field that shimmered slightly in the light, and the woman immediately blushed and groaned. This magic emitted such warmth that the body began to feel unusual but healthy. And this flow of energy also affected the wounds. They healed in a matter of moments, leaving behind not only bruises, but even the smallest scratches, for which Yao hastened to thank the cultivator. The surrounding people watched this in reverent silence. And not only Brother Xiao, even some of Mu's previous enemies were now looking at the healing with their jaws dropped. This, as it turned out, was not a random background joke. The time traveler himself noticed this attention and not very politely asked whether the onlookers really had any more things to do that required attention. And then a fresh, absolutely not battered Min jumped onto the stage, showed the main character a thumbs up, and warmly thanked him for defeating that annoying Peng, defending the honor of the masters of his hometown. Yu, still covered in bruises and crusted with dried blood, was quick to chime in, saying that this incident would cause quite a stir in military circles and would bring incredible fame to their community. Most likely, the young man would have sent these two slippery opportunists to the shortest address, but he didn't have time, because Lu Fei attracted everyone's attention with a loud cough. The brunette in red sincerely could not understand why Li, with such enormous strength, had not yet tried to enter the Wuzun rankings, because he would have been able to at least compete with the current owner of first place. Currently, that title was held by Huang Fu Yun of Beijing, and even the younger Yao acknowledged that he was truly an incredibly strong warrior, an absolute champion among his peers, and a true demigod. But Jian said all this only to add at the end that the main character was many times better than some Huang, and she even grabbed his hand while doing so. Peng was so angry that he almost ground his teeth into dust, but he still pulled himself together and reminded himself that there were many strong and talented people living in the capital, so there was no need to stick his nose up in the air. The cultivator inquired in response how many of these Wuzuns were living in China, because his spiritual power was already higher than theirs at the initial level, which meant that stronger people should have the power of immortals. The former antagonist answered without irony that he did not know for sure, but most likely there were about 24 great masters in China, and most of them came from rich and influential families. In Beijing alone, there were about 7 of them. For certain reasons, the name of the capital of his native country evoked in the time traveler a poisonous, seething, like boiling water, anger. And he asked in a slightly trembling voice how many more powerful fighters there were. Well, rumors were spreading throughout China that there were at least 2 people who made even the best martial artists look like ants. The founder of that very military union, and also its current head. The main character had no doubt that there were immortals among these mysterious individuals, which meant he had to be careful not to get his own ass kicked. But the young man kept these thoughts to himself. Lu Fei felt that these were mostly idle thoughts anyway, and it was more pressing to worry about the ambitious youth because whoever could become the next best Wuzun would be held in high esteem by the entire country. And to achieve this goal, it was very important to make acquaintances with the heads of the organization's convocations, because they were the most likely candidates for the title. Those around him immediately began discussing all the intricacies of Chinese politics and intrigues among martial arts schools, before the protagonist interrupted them with a single phrase. He was not interested. Pan blinked stupidly, unable to believe what he had just heard, because to him it was the same as throwing a bag of gold and jewels into the trash. And then the young champion was completely contorted by terrible pain and fatigue, because that blow from the main character was so strong that it damaged his chakras, and the damage inflicted threatened to destroy them completely. Trying his best not to show his true state of mind, the brunette in red hurried to politely take his leave, inviting the cultivator to come visit him anytime he got to Jiangnan. At that moment, he understood better than ever ordinary old people, whose literally every muscle ached terribly, and whose bones crunched like crystal. But he also couldn't resist making a beautiful and pompous pose with a fan, which made even those around him feel awkward, because that's how big the narcissism must be. As for the main character, he quietly whispered into Yao Tong's ear that his mother was waiting for him, so he was leaving the stage, and the girl, of course, could not find the words to object. But what Jian definitely found the strength for was to cling to the brunette with all her hands and tenderly chirp to her older brother that he would remain in charge while she herself saw off her dear master. The man didn't get angry. On the contrary, he let out a real stream of pride because his beloved little sister, whose diapers he had recently helped change, had now grown so much. The crowd, half an hour ago ready to lynch Li and declare war on the entire Yao clan, now bowed obsequiously to the departing couple and wished them a pleasant evening in the honeyed voices. Of course, no one paid the slightest attention to these sycophants, and the main characters safely reached the elevator, where they began to go to the third floor. The cultivator proudly thought that those around him simply didn't know that he was immortal, and therefore they were ridiculously naive to think that he could be attracted by the title of some great master. When the protagonist returned home, the first thing he did was go to his room, where he took the jade vase, uncorked it, and demanded that Zhang Xiaobai come out. The effect was absolutely zero. The young man waited a second, waited 2, 3 finally. But in the end, there was no cloud of white light taking shape as a ghostly student. There were no changes, even after the time traveler shook the artifact with force, as if trying to push out the last piece of grain, and only then did the ghost materialize behind him, smiling smugly and placing her hands on her hips, for she had long ago escaped from her prison. To say that Mu had not foreseen this turn of events would be a huge understatement. He was actually even scared, judging by the instantly sweaty face. When asked what the hell that was, Zhang Xiao propped her chin up with her fingers with an exaggeratedly innocent look and reminded him that the teenager himself had given her the medicine that immortals feed on. So, after he, the pig, locked the innocent dead girl in this disgusting vile vase, she simply had no other choice but to take up cultivation herself. An indignant Mu shouted that the vase had cost him a huge amount of yuan, but Bai, completely ignoring this, continued her heartbreaking story of forced self-development. In short, in just a few hours, she managed to pump her soul by many hundreds of levels so that she simply passed through the standard magical barriers like water through a sieve and was happy. The funniest thing is that the protagonist never doubted for a second that this was true. On the contrary, he was incredibly surprised that the woman had managed to do so quickly what had taken him centuries. It sounded so fantastic that his mind simply couldn't accept and process such information. So Li could only stare blankly at Zhang Xiao, who was laughing boastfully. But then the main character thought that his girlfriend might be just one of those talents that Yao was talking about. And if so, then he accidentally ended up with an uncut diamond in his hands. The protagonist, thinking about this, was simultaneously reading some magazine when Bai openly demanded that he, the bastard, start admiring her. Since Mu was a troll at heart, he looked pointedly at the ghost girl and lazily said that her work would do, but nothing more. After this, the former student folded her hands under her armpits, turned away and snorted with a very proud look, silently cursing the guy so much that even a hardened boatswain would have blushed. But then the young man closed the magazine and, in a more serious tone, suggested that the girl learn several useful techniques from him. Now she was capable of doing that. No matter how much Zhang Xiao was offended by her new friend for such jokes, she naturally did not immediately refuse such an offer and asked for details. The boy patted the spot next to the bed and told her to sit down. Then he would tell the new student all the necessary details. It was a completely innocent gesture that didn't carry any hidden meaning or anything like that. But the brunette blushed terribly and looked at Li as if she were a crazy pervert. In response, he only tilted his head so that only a predatory grin was visible from the side, and with hidden heat in his voice, he whispered that he was giving Bai what she wanted. Then, without any comment, he grabbed her by the arms and threw her down on the bed on her back. And the girl, to be honest, didn't even try to resist it, even though she was blushing. A second later, it became clear that everything described above was nothing more than Zhang Xiao's vulgar fantasy, and she, of course, flatly refused to share these thoughts with the perplexed protagonist. Moving on to the lessons, Mu Li explained that a spirit is a ghostly entity, lacking the stability of matter. And since Bai is a ghost, she will now be able to change her body as she wishes. The author did not show the training process in all details, but after 1 hour, the main character finally announced to the student that that was enough for now. Considering that the younger Zhang still looked like a human, the training was clearly progressing with difficulty, and the girl grumbled that she wished she could turn into a tree. And in a second, she did it with such ease, as if she were a sorceress from old Disney cartoons. But this was not the limit of her imagination. Another moment passed, and the student decided to turn into an animal, specifically, a fat and cute pink pig, to which Li replied that she had a terrible sense of taste. The ghost flared up, saying, "Does this nasty bastard really not like admiring a beautiful lady?" To which Mu retorted that he would like to see this very lady first. It sounded like a challenge, and Zhang Xiao simply couldn't help but accept it. So she was enveloped in a thick, dark pink mist for a moment. When it cleared, she appeared before the main character in more revealing clothes and, blushing desperately, asked if he was now satisfied. Slowly looking away, the boy tactfully hinted to the student that she was now showing him things that it was not customary to show in polite society. The stupid ghost, completely forgetting that she herself, of her own free will, had taken on this appearance, covered her face with her hands and screamed in panic at the top of her lungs. She could have continued screaming heartrendingly at the top of her lungs for a long time. But at some point, fortunately, she stopped, although it was because she felt bad. Her legs buckled, and she would have fallen down if the protagonist hadn't caught Bai, whose body suddenly drained of all its strength, as if someone had turned off an invisible switch. But, as he explained, there was nothing supernatural or strange about it. The girl simply used her own spiritual power for the transformations. And it is not bottomless. The ghostly brunette repeated with horror that she felt strange. Could this really be the result of her simply deciding to have a little fun with her new powers? The main character repeated that there was nothing serious about it. She had simply spent too much of her strength and endurance, but would return to normal after some time, and then stroked her in consolation. The protagonist then patted Zhang Xiao on the back, and she immediately tensed up so much that her hair literally stood on end, threatening to raise a wind in the room. But this time, she quickly got over her emotions and asked why the cultivator hadn't warned her about the consequences of fatigue if he knew everything in advance. In response, the boy made a stupid face, gave a thumbs up, and happily repeated that now the woman would not be able to use her newfound powers until she was completely rested. Trembling with horror and rage, she reached her hands towards Li's throat, repeating the question of what the point of all these transformation tricks was, and Mu sadly admitted that there was no real benefit to them. Realizing that the time traveler had once again made some kind of ridiculous joke out of her, the younger Jiang screamed so loudly that the entire skyscraper jumped off the ground and the lights came on in the windows. After this, the action immediately moved forward 3 days to the Yao family mansion, where a grand, unparalleled banquet was already beginning. A man on a two-wheeled vehicle approached it and asked a local resident if this was really the house where the patriarch of a noble clan was now being honored. This, of course, turned out to be the main character, and he arrived not even on a motorcycle, but on a regular bicycle, although he was wearing a black suit, which left the security guard greeting the visitors dumbfounded. The head of the family himself came out to meet him, lovingly supported by his granddaughter. The old man noted that it was an incredible honor for all of them to receive such a dear guest. The young man handed him a gift in a yellow and purple box and wished him long life. But the elder Yao replied that the visit of the savior was already the best possible present for him. As soon as the item changed hands, Tung grabbed the protagonist by the hand and almost forcibly led him to the park. And her grandfather only kindly reminded the youth not to linger. He thought that a person like a cultivator would be a first-class match for his granddaughter, until his attention was drawn to a certain Mr. Wu Hong, who was doing God knows what. It turned out to be Jing Ming from that ill-fated party, and the thug from the subway, who, with the face of a grinning hyena, replied that, having heard the good news of Yao's miraculous recovery, he could not resist inviting himself. The owners of the villa preferred not to make a scandal on such a joyful day and allowed these unpleasant visitors to pass, which made the man's grin grow even wider. He was already anticipating what dirty tricks he would play on everyone. As for the main characters, they had already left the park and were now sitting in one of the luxurious rooms of the estate, and Xian was slowly pouring a drink into glasses. After playing with the liquid in the glass for a bit, she finally asked the question that had probably been bothering her since the moment she saw the main character in battle: how he had become so strong so quickly. Modestly lowering his eyes, the young man answered technically truthfully that he had not done anything difficult. He had simply trained a lot to reach his current level. This answer felt like a heavy boulder had fallen on Yao's blue head. The hypothetical multi-billionaire might as well have said that he had simply found his riches on the road. Having brought a glass for clinking, the brunette amiably suggested that they address each other simply by their first names, without any gentleman or other dull titles, since they were practically the same age. It was a completely harmless formal phrase, not implying any hidden meaning. But no, Tung was so stupefied that she was already fantasizing about how they would get married and have children. Suddenly, 2 old men entered the room, the same ones who had been arguing in the tea house about the greater effectiveness of their styles. And they were happy to see the godlike Master Mu. As for Wu Hong, he immediately pricked up his ears, having discovered a first-class opportunity for chaos. All he needed to complete the image was a black, curled mustache. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was busy with each other and no one was paying attention to the lonely middle-aged man, The criminal approached the waiter with a tray and took a filled glass. Approaching the protagonist, the schemer pointedly asked for forgiveness in a friendly manner for having once insulted him in the subway. He had acted unwisely, but now was the best time to bury the hatchet. The brunette hesitated a little and then answered in agreement. But he did not take his wary pink-violet eyes off the man for a second. After that, they both drank their portions, and the elder Wu apologized for having to leave Li's company. He still needed to say a few words to Mr. Yao. The elderly master, dressed in white and green, sat apart from the others and stroked his beard thoughtfully, as he had noticed that the local servants drank too much. After some time, Jing's father, now in his undershirt without a tailcoat, asked everyone to take a break for a moment so that he could deliver a beautiful post in honor of an old friend's birthday. But instead, he began to discuss the recent incident with Lu Fei Peng, vividly describing how this outsider had shown up at a youth party and covered them all in contemptuous ridicule. And the most vile thing about it, in his opinion, was that all those young men and women chose to obediently bury their heads in the sand, exposing their asses to blows instead of standing up for themselves. For a moment, the man paused in his passionate speech and turned around with a worried expression on his face, as if he sensed danger with some sixth sense. Naturally, it was the main character, who was sitting far away in the back row, but still carefully watching everything that was happening, like a hungry vulture looking for carrion. So far, he hadn't done anything or even moved, but the doomed thought that he should have just kept drinking still flashed through the antagonist's stupid head. But then, as if nothing had happened, the man pointed his finger at the blonde and menacingly asked him why the hell their hometown had become so pathetic, why people were laughing at them. No matter how much of a scoundrel Jing Ming was at heart, hearing such an insult from his own relative was incredibly painful, and only a miracle helped him keep a calm face. Realizing that all eyes were now on him, waiting for some kind of reaction, the teenager randomly said that their main problem was the lack of a strong leader. The brunette declared with theatrical dramatics that, yes, that was all true, but now it was time for the local clans to stop hanging around uselessly, like sewage in a ditch, and to work shoulder to shoulder. Tung, who knew the pair very well, shouted furiously that they were simply taking advantage of the opportunity to collude again, because with such leaders, only a financial pyramid could be built. As for the protagonist, he was getting more and more bored with each passing second. From his point of view, what was happening was the same as the feud between the savages Uga and Buga for the post of leaders of a village of 20 people. However, at least one person genuinely liked the idea and enthusiastically exclaimed his support for Mr. Hong's plans. This was the first stone that set off the avalanche, and one after another the guests shouted that they fully agreed with the idea of organizing an alliance of mutual assistance for the local modern gentry. The head of the Yao family watched this, growing increasingly gloomy, and then his son whispered in his ear that even some of their old allies were now shouting in support of this stupid plan, tempted by someone else's gold. It was an unambiguous declaration of open hostility, without any pretense of good relations, and no Chinese would tolerate such an insult. Unable to contain himself, the old man shouted, reminding them that his clan had given all these revelers a wonderful welcome, and in what coin exactly they were paying him for all these wines, dishes, and silks. The brown-haired man, pathetically spreading his arms to the side, explained that this was nothing more than the natural course of things. The city needed a real leader, and Yao would become a dusty artifact of the past. Finally enraged, the old man simply slapped the man in the face, screaming what kind of nonsense this was, and that the leaders of this organization would, of course, be W's people. Cradling his sore cheek, the younger man, with an exaggeratedly defeated look, replied that this was their mutual decision, and therefore it must be respected, no matter how unpleasant it might be. The owner of the house only laughed very angrily and joylessly, and then suddenly shouted into the void, "How could a certain Wu Ba-Chi even have the courage to dig under him?" Then he started yelling even louder, claiming that he knew the aforementioned person was somewhere here, and that he should go to hell along with his relative. The audience froze, holding their breath as they watched the unfolding performance until, like lightning, they were stunned by someone else's very angry voice. A broad-shouldered and stocky but beardless man in a cherry-colored suit stepped forward. He was that same Ba-Chi, and the leader of his own clan. Casually approaching Yao, he mockingly noted how offensive it must be when you do so much for others, and they subsequently turn away, and even grab weapons. But he didn't care about the intrigues at all. Now Supreme Wu only wanted to kill all his enemies. And as he said this, his appearance became downright demonic, with snake eyes and a black hole where his mouth should be. The old man and his eldest son broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that this was no joke. Ba Qi was seriously going to kill them like sheep and then divide their wealth between his offspring and henchmen. Having come to his senses, the gray-bearded patriarch clenched his fist, strong for his age, and decided to also demonstrate his strength in order to knock the arrogance out of his old opponent. It seemed that an epic battle between two old men was about to begin, from which the sky would shake and the earth would split. But then something unexpected happened. Elder Yao stared in horror at his own hand, which until recently had been burning with supernatural flames of spiritual power. But now it was just an ordinary palm. It sounded incredible, but the spiritual power simply refused to obey its master, and the head of the estate realized that Ba Qi had somehow poisoned him. After this, Wu Hong perked up and explained with a mocking laugh that he had bought a special poison in Beijing for a huge amount of money, which deprives even the most powerful warriors of all abilities. With each passing second, the old man grew weaker and weaker, but he desperately tried to understand how these snakes had managed to smuggle their weapons through all the security and surveillance cameras. As it turned out, it was his youngest son Lao, who had previously had a reputation as a rotten person, and now could not resist the convenient opportunity to seize control of the clan. The elder was outraged not so much by this, but by the general stupidity of such an act, because Ba Qi had just unequivocally threatened to destroy them all without any mercy. As for the main character, he did not interfere all this time and even watched what was happening with interest, waiting for the moment to act, until Jing pointed a knife at him, apologizing for the need to kill. The protagonist calmly turned around and mockingly asked if clutching a blade in shaking, sweaty hands was really the limit of the blonde's fighting abilities. The young man was really shaken, because he began to shake so violently, as if he had found himself without warm clothes in terrible frost, and sweat was pouring down from his forehead and temples. Meanwhile, the situation was getting worse, and now the elder Yao fell to his knees, finally turning from a strong warrior into a feeble, half-dead old man. Looking at Patriarch Wu with hatred, he croaked that he would not allow even a scratch to be made on Mu Li. His children could be killed, but any attempt to attack the time traveler was an unforgivable sin. Baji replied indifferently that he didn't care about the boy. If another warrior disappeared, then no one would notice. And the man also noted that the poison really worked great. If this man had only realized how wrong he was and how out of control the scenario was, he would have immediately bitten his tongue, or even bitten it off. The cultivator didn't even move a finger. He just looked at Jing Ming, who was shaking as if he was being endlessly electrocuted. It was a miracle that the dagger hadn't fallen out of his hands yet. The rage that Wu Ji had actually raised his hand against his most precious guest, who was also Wu Zun, momentarily gave Yao enough strength to jump to his feet. Naturally, no one could believe in principle that some cute boy, who sat on the sofa with an indifferent look, could have such a high title. The blonde, although he had been present at Lu Feipeng's recent attack and had seen with his own eyes everything that had happened and been said, now nodded in agreement with his elders, saying, yes, it was all nonsense. Ba Ji, having gathered more henchmen around himself to surround the protagonist in a ring, repeated once again that some brat who had recently taken off his diaper could not possibly be Wu Zun. On his right hand was Yu, the same boy who had been beaten up multiple times for pestering Mu Xian. And now Chief Wu was demanding that he confirm that the brunette was nothing more than a nobody. The young man was very afraid of the main character, looking at him as if he could bite his throat out at any moment. But he was also very afraid of the man, and therefore ultimately submitted to him. But, unexpectedly, he passionately added that although Mu Li was not a top-class warrior, he fought no worse than them, for he had actually defeated Peng and restored the pride of the city's fighters. The villain became so angry that he grabbed the teenager by the neck and began to openly strangle him, turning all the pompous words into a quiet, desperate wheeze. Fortunately, he still did not kill the boy and allowed him to slowly flow to the floor, while Yao turned to a certain Mr. Wang and asked him whether he, as the head of the organization's branch, would tolerate an attempt on Wu Zun's life. Xing Wang turned out to be not just another martial arts practitioner, but just a greedy bureaucrat, so he was happy to turn a blind eye to everything if it was done with money. The gray-bearded patriarch began to sob desperately, begging the protagonist for forgiveness for the fact that their entire family had let him down. This worried the old man much more than the serious threat of death. At this point, Yu's father also stepped forward, and with a smug expression, told his son that, as the heir to the family name, he had an obligation to take revenge on Mu Li because his pride had been lost because of that man at that banquet. But Jing Ming stepped forward, and reminded those around him that he had suffered the most, and in a way that was hard to describe in words, for he had been humiliated 3 times. And for this, he planned to return the bill with interest by crippling the main character so that he could not walk or use his hands, but would simply wriggle on the ground like a worm. Senior Yu couldn't help but express his approval, as only a true degenerate would be able to come up with such a plan of action, and he even admitted that the blonde would be a worthy successor to him. After this, the villains finally decided to stop discussing their evil plans and giggling vilely, and finally kill the inactive hero. There was a loud crack and red liquid gushed onto the floor, staining the expensive carpet, but it was just a glass, and so, Li calmly, without even opening his eyes, intercepted Ming's limbs. This surprised the young man so much that he unclenched his fingers, releasing the blade. But the latter never reached the floor because Mu's hand rushed towards him at the speed of sound. And then, having more comfortably grasped the weapon, the protagonist plunged the tip into Jing's palm with such force that he literally nailed it to the furniture, and then the blood really started flowing. The pain was so strong, literally eating away at his body from the inside, that the blonde screamed, letting out waterfalls of tears, snot, and saliva, begging his father for help. The schemers couldn't understand how this was possible, because they clearly saw that the cultivator had taken poison, which is why they acted so relaxed, but this quickly became unimportant. One of Baqi's henchmen rushed forward to avenge the boy, but the protagonist looked at him with disdain like a stray dog and ordered him to get lost. Then the universe seemed to stop moving. Everything froze. Jing stopped squealing like a slaughtered pig, and the thug stopped waving his sledgehammer-like hands. It wasn't because time actually stopped moving. It was just that the time traveler swung his leg at such speed, hitting the enemy's head, that the movement was incredibly difficult to see. Moreover, there were actually mirages in the air that gradually disappeared, exactly repeating the appearance of Li's limb. That's how strong he was that he ignored the laws of physics. Then began what had happened many times before. Disbelieving looks, shocked gasps, comments along the lines of, "Oh my god, how strong he is," and all that. Wu shouted to his thugs that Yu was poisoned in any case, and that they would hunt him down with the entire cohort. But one of the mercenaries reasonably said that this was complete nonsense and decided to leave. And then this cry was picked up by more and more minions, who instantly lost the desire to continue participating in this conflict. Their own skins were much more valuable. The magnificent, carefully thought-out plan to destroy old enemies and usurp power fell apart before his eyes, which drove Baqi into an animalistic rage. Realizing that he had no one else to rely on, the man decided to follow the good old proverb, "If you want to do something well, roll up your sleeves." Shouting throughout the hall, the scarred old man reminded those around him that he himself was a warrior of the highest caliber, at the peak of human capabilities, and he would prove those around him wrong by killing Li. Getting hotter and hotter with each passing second, Wu growled that he didn't care whether Wu Zun was his opponent or not. He had defeated more people than there were hairs on the heads of those present. And what he's facing is just an ordinary puppy, a pathetic mortal man who doesn't stand a single chance. And of course, Baqi was completely wrong. He rushed forward, preparing to unleash crushing blows on his target. But before he could do anything, he was intercepted by a living stream of purple energy, crushing everything in its path. After that, there was an explosion of incredible force, and also such a bright flash of light that the eyes of those around began to hurt terribly. It was like a miniature sun. When everything became quiet and the glow dissipated, a huge hole in the wall became visible, from which bricks were comically falling like autumn leaves. The hole was truly enormous. It didn't just create an unaccounted-for hole in the house. The impact of the cultivator completely destroyed one of its walls. Venerable Xingwang, who was willing to happily allow the assassination of someone who was supposed to be at the highest rank in his organization, was now filled with awe. As for Wu Baqi, he did not die at all and was not even particularly hurt, but he was completely knocked out and hanging high above the ground, his clothes caught on a tree branch. The corrupt Brotherhood member was not alone in his reaction. In fact, everyone present could only gape like fish washed up on the shore by the tide. No one could believe their eyes that Qi, one of the most powerful warriors in the area, was defeated and thrown back almost 100 meters with just one blow. This is nonsense. The elder Yao immediately began to run around the main character like a mother hen, asking if he was hurt and if he hadn't forgotten about his granddaughter, while his offspring tried to find out if the brunette had ignored the poison. Well, as it turned out, the cultivator was great and powerful to the point that he was able to instantly expel the poison from his body, without even having to secretly pour it into the pot. The businessman chuckled and added that if Toon hadn't screamed like a pig, the holiday would have gone smoothly. Truly, every woman needs a firm male hand that will control her. Cian blushed and slapped him, sending him flying, and he was only happy because this was the most obvious proof that his medicine was working. The old man muttered absent-mindedly that he would probably spend the rest of his life looking for a person who would make this troublemaker silky smooth. And only then would he go to his forefathers, to which Mu objected that this was not possible. The eldest son soon reported that he had already sent people to take proper revenge on the Wu clan, and they had also managed to find an antidote to that nasty thing. Despite how much the situation had changed in just a few minutes, those around them were still in no hurry to fall back at the feet of the Yao clan, and only shifted their feet in confusion. The elder irritably shouted at them that, look, he even had medicine now, but some idiots apparently still preferred to jump at Ba Qi's command. If they did not immediately admit their mistake and begin to meekly fall at the feet of his family members again, they would be immediately beaten or even executed. And this argument proved decisive. The frightened nobles and servants began to humiliatingly shout slogans in support of Yao, one after another. And only after that did the old man order that they be given the antidote. After this, the patriarch folded his palms in a respectful gesture, addressing the protagonist as a servant to a master, and thanked him for another rescue, asking in exchange only for the opportunity to become his servants. The teenager asked if they really wanted this, but with such an air as if he genuinely didn't care about this whole family and wanted to get as far away from them as possible. He directly warned that he was not going to become their permanent bodyguard, protect them from the slightest trouble or anything else. On the contrary, the Yaos under his command would work like hell. In another situation, most would probably have refused without a second thought. But in this case, the answer, no, could lead to huge troubles, so everyone bowed their heads. After that, Mu certainly wouldn't refuse, because dozens of slaves presented themselves on a platter, a rare success even for an imba like him. What happened next was more. The patriarch became so emotional that he shouted to the whole hall that now it was not he, but this boy, who was the leader of the clan, and now everyone served him. He is their new lord and master. His word is absolute law for everyone present here, and those around him are obliged to memorize it so that they can repeat it when they are woken up in the middle of the night. A few people, however, very quietly and bitterly began to whisper that Yao had completely lost his mind to serve a boy. And Xingwang, although angry, could not help but admit that the protagonist was legendarily powerful. He actually understood perfectly well why the whole family suddenly started following this duckling boy. He was practically a living god. His favor gave enormous opportunities, and the gray-bearded old man suddenly admitted that the idea of an alliance was, in general, not bad. It would just be implemented with his family at the helm. But let people not think that they are not exploiters like some you. The patriarch used a classic populist tactic, promising those around him all possible rights and privileges, including honest and open voting on every issue, if they gave their consent. But people weren't born yesterday, and they understood perfectly well what kind of rotten essence was hidden behind all these flowery promises. But they could no longer refuse directly. To finish them off, Yao swore that, among other things, they would be obliged to thoroughly discipline the youth so that that shameful incident at the party would not be repeated, and that his own family would be the first to set an example. The eternal rivals Zhang and Ling, the masters of the inner and outer families, simultaneously shouted that they agreed. They wanted to enter this alliance first. It is no secret that people are driven creatures, and it is enough for just one to throw a stone for everyone else to start scrabbling their hands on the ground. And now more and more approving shouts were heard from the crowd. The assembly had barely been born when unexpected conditions began to emerge. For example, that its leader would, of course, be elected in a fair vote. But at the same time, he had to be a respected, trustworthy person. Naturally, this was said only to once again praise the incredible virtues of the protagonist. Even the characters themselves highlighted that there was nothing to even think about in this matter. Another person from the crowd added to this that Wu Zun was almost the ideal choice as a leader. There was no need to add anything to this. Toon also wanted to make her contribution. But since her eyes were burning with a frankly abnormal passion, and her mouth was constantly salivating, only her brother heard her, and even he against his will. But, as befits a good older brother, the businessman sternly advised him to simply go and offer the hero treatment. And if Xian didn't have the courage, then he should shut up with his wet fantasies. There was no doubt that instead of an adequate reaction, the woman would blush as if she had been boiled in boiling water for several hours instead of crayfish and had only just been taken out. Senior Yao, as if not noticing this reaction, tried to coldly and logically explain the benefits of making such a person his debtor, but no one listened to him. At some point, Tung's fantasies became so vile and perverted that even she grabbed her head, unable to believe what her brain had drawn. Shaitan nevertheless took pity and whispered that they should let events take their course for now, and later, when evening came, begin a combined attack on Lee. Still blushing so red that you could fry an egg on her face, the little girl muttered that she simply couldn't do that to precious Mr. Mu. Plus, she doubted whether the cultivator would even want to take over the reins of power. And rightly so, because he didn't want to. For him, it was the same as a god lowering himself to the level of a small tribe chief. The words were different, but the essence was the same. However, Elder Yao, not wanting to retreat, asked a tricky question. If the time traveler does not consider himself worthy of this, then who is worthy? Plus, they will certainly recruit a council of very respected and intelligent people who, at the first opportunity, will pull power to themselves, making the main character reign, but not rule. This was not said directly either, but the subtext was crystal clear. However, Tung tried to tip the scales in her favor, blushing very touchingly and using the most gentle voice possible. Her sarcastic brother couldn't resist making another joke, that she was supposedly beckoning Mu with such fervor that it was simply surprising that the latter still maintained his composure. The girl started crying and in an angry but whiny voice demanded that they not joke about her like that, especially at such a time, since she was actually talking to Lee himself. The main character looked at those around him for a very long time with an absolutely unreadable gaze. One could easily think that he was not thinking at all during those moments. However, in the end, he still managed to squeeze out slow words of agreement, so that all those disputing and arguing immediately fell silent and listened. The protagonist repeated that he agreed to become the head of the union, and even took a deliberately pompous pose, raising his hand to the side as if he were greeting the sun. In honor of this, the first triumphant cries were heard, although most of the people were silent for now and only assessed the newly minted leader with inquisitive glances. But this did not last long. After 10 seconds, the entire hall was drowned in pathetic cries praising the great and mighty Mu and wishing him eternal glory. And then people began to literally scream in fanatical ecstasy, as if they were religious fanatics glorifying their prophet, who carried the word of God. From this point on, 3 unremarkable days pass, after which the spotlight is briefly on an unremarkable city bus. The main characters were riding in it, and a couple of random onlookers were happily gossiping about the recent news, including the reformation of the city's warrior society and the release of a book by this mysterious Mr. Mu. The book, if we are to believe the gossip, turned out to be extremely popular, so much so that it has already become something of a textbook for everyone who wanted to develop their physical and spiritual strength to the maximum. The protagonist remembered how he had recently treated Patriarch Yao for the second time. The old man was afraid that he would be kicked across the entire third dimension again, but everything ended with a touch of the palm. The second passenger, however, listened to the praises of the first with much greater skepticism, and at some point he directly asked whether his friend had seen this mysterious Mu. The first speaker admitted that no, but he had heard rumors that the new king of the city was a completely ordinary person in appearance, and he also acted as if he was hiding something from everyone. He was so out of this world. The main character listened to this not very flattering description with a confused look, until his sister finally woke up and asked where they were. Instead of answering, the guy simply grabbed her head and pulled her down, encouraging her to continue sleeping on his shoulder as if she were a house cat. The women in the neighboring seat, not suspecting that they were blood brother and sister, noted with affection what a beautiful couple they made. Any ordinary person would feel terrible discomfort and irritation due to the negative associations. But the protagonist only smiled widely, proving Jiaki was right about his inclinations. Luckily for everyone, including himself, Xian didn't hear this comment, and so without any scandals, she reached the right place and jumped to the ground. Turning around, she waved to her relative and warned him that she was leaving for school, to which the protagonist muttered, "Have a nice trip," continuing to look at his phone. He received a message, and judging by the attention Lee was paying to it, the text was not a trivial proposal for an evening walk in the park. A noticeable melancholy came over the cultivator's face, and he stared at the bicycle with a silent question, as if the latter could explain why all this was being done. While he was climbing in, trying to find his balance and get ready for the ride, an old man passing by couldn't help but grumble at the stupid young people glued to their phones while driving. But then, as if from underground, A middle-aged man with a thick mustache appeared and flatteringly noted that the young master clearly liked to stand out from the crowd. After some time, the time traveler finally reached the mansion of the Su clan, the very one that hired him at the very beginning of the story and provided him with his first millions in reputation. Wen personally came out to greet such an important guest, and he was beside himself with joy and anxiety that the young master had returned after so much time. Naturally, he was not called to share a cup of tea in a close circle of friends. Jiaki was attacked again, and given her character, it was strange that a new attack happened only now. The businessman, who calmly handled hundreds of millions of yuan, was extremely worried about disturbing Mu, who calmly said that everything was fine. Then the sky above the estate split from a hysterical scream, pronouncing the protagonist's first and last name, exactly the kind of scream that mythical banshees could make. But it wasn't a banshee. This creature was much worse. It was a blonde, again in a nightgown and with fake rabbit ears, who jumped on his face with her entire mass. Having come to his senses, Wen demanded that his spoiled daughter immediately stop fooling around, but she refused in the most capricious voice and clung to the young man even tighter. These were not the only old acquaintances who came out to greet the newcomer. The old master he had casually saved during the battle at the party was already waiting for him in the garden. The protagonist quickly stopped liking this excitement, as he unceremoniously tore Jiaki away from himself and pushed her away, and looked at the old man with frank indifference. The latter, rubbing his temple, reminded him that it wasn't the young man himself who ordered the local warriors to carefully keep an eye on all the girls, including Li Yao, in his absence. After the protagonist left, the old Heihuan gang began to raise their heads again. They set up a base and kidnapped young, vital women all over the city. Junior Su, of course, fit these criteria perfectly. So the new bodyguards sat in ambush for a very long time, hopelessly waiting for an opportunity to break the kidnapper's bones. But the young man was much more interested in the fate of his classmate. He demanded an immediate answer as to whether everything was okay with her and whether anyone had offended her. Luckily, she was actually okay, because unlike a certain blonde who everyone knows, she never takes off her protective amulet, and the new guards didn't eat their bread for nothing. Having heard all this, the time traveler graciously nodded to those around him and assured them that they could now rest, because now he would be doing these things himself. The old warrior sighed dramatically and began to lament how much they were suffering from overwork, how many bald spots he had already developed. And Mu thought uncomfortably that she had always been bald. And then the old man suddenly started talking about Beiju, where, according to rumors, the main character's namesake had seized power among the masters. And he was interested in whether the brunette had met this guy. The protagonist didn't answer directly because he simply couldn't pass up such a great opportunity to praise himself, and not even in jest. Hearing that this mysterious new Mu was also Wu Zun, Baishan still didn't understand anything. He only good-naturedly noted that he himself wanted to earn this title one day, then he would live. Qi Jiaqi, who had not gone anywhere and had been listening attentively to the entire conversation, approached the former bodyguard and asked if he was really a high-ranking warrior. Once again, the teenager did not answer with a direct yes or no, but instead asked irritably what business it was of hers. The blonde added with the sweetest smile that in that case, things were going just awful for Wu Zun, since the main character had gone so far as to once again become her protector. Truly terrible times had come. Su Wen was overcome by such a monstrous cough that it simply could not be natural. But in the end, he still managed to scold his daughter for being rude. Jiaki blushed in response, screamed, and stamped her feet, saying that she was the main victim here because she sat, poor and scared, at home all day long, while this bastard walked around and enjoyed life. The young man painfully forced out a polite smile, but alas, he knew very well how hard it would be to return to this capricious, spoiled, annoying, and nasty girl. Before the matter escalated into a new scandal, the cunning Wen casually changed the subject to the fact that the Heihuan were acting out, and because of this, his daughter could not attend school like a good girl. After all, he had planned a bright future for her at the best university in the country, and since Mu himself was physically of the age of a student, why shouldn't they study together? This was said in all seriousness, and even the cold-blooded, jaded cultivator could not contain his shock at the realization of the colossal power that money contained. To make matters worse, people were planning to hold another celebration, which would be attended by a crowd of martial arts practitioners, and Wen was going to attend it, along with Li, if the latter didn't mind. It didn't take a prophet to predict exactly how this would end, down to the smallest detail, but the protagonist agreed, and Qi jumped for joy. The next day, the action moved to the huge Victorian-style home of the Liu family, whose heir was to become the main star of the evening. The fabulously expensive gates made of polished bronze parted in different directions, letting a comically long, cigar-like black limousine with wheels into the estate. The servant immediately hurried to open the doors for the noble gentleman, and they, holding hands, slowly walked outside, looking around. It was Su Wen and Jockey. They were walking in front of everyone else, and a little behind them were the protagonist and old Master Yue with his sullen disciple. The old man, seizing the moment, directly asked the protagonist why he hadn't yet announced to the whole world how amazing he was and that no Huang Fu Yun was even close to him. The time traveler responded indifferently that he didn't care about fame, money, and position. After all, that wasn't why he had been cultivating for thousands of years. And the guests continued to arrive, gentlemen in strict business attire and ladies in colorful dresses, hung with jewelry, appeared one after another. The businessman and his retinue were led into a special room with elegant red seats. And apart from them, there were only a few people there. The sarcastic blonde, taking advantage of the opportunity, said that the main character was not so modest at all. He was just too lazy to explain such things once again. And the guy admitted that she was right. Following the rules of Chinese etiquette, the young people remained standing on their feet against the walls, while the older generation, with dignified slowness, sat down on the empty chairs. For the first few seconds, everyone was silent. But Yuan's face, shown in close-up, clearly indicated that there was a real heart-rending crowd going on inside him, screaming and mercilessly finishing off the losers. Finally, the warrior made some difficult decision, after which he turned around and respectfully asked the magnificent Master Yu why the latter did not also sit down in the empty seat. Oh, if the boy had wanted, he could have easily kicked everyone present in the ass and sat down wherever he wanted. But he just didn't want to attract attention to himself right now. Surely after this, Yue would have burst into sighs and gasps about how brilliant the cultivator was, how deep and clear his thoughts were. But before he could, the servants had already announced the arrival of the Jade Master Liu. His full name was Liu Wusheng. He was 68 years old, and he wore a short but thick black beard, long hair tied in a strict bun on top of his head, and expensive green and white robes. This aristocrat was also accompanied by two thugs of the most bandit-like appearance possible. These were his bodyguards. The one wearing blue was called Zhang Sheng, and the one wearing red was Li Si. Their mere appearance was enough for the younger Su to instantly hide behind the time traveler, lamenting how scary and hungry these giants' eyes were. They would definitely try to gobble her up. Unfortunately, she was not far from the truth, because one of these guards gave her a particularly intent look and then openly and very obscenely licked his lips. The main character didn't break his face a second later or even say anything, but he shielded his charge with his hand, making it clear that she shouldn't be touched. Li Ji made such a hurt face, as if he were a child whose strict parent had taken away his coveted snack and put disgusting broccoli porridge on the table. But he didn't have time to do anything. Liu Sheng opened his mouth and launched into a grand speech about how happy he was to see everyone present today, and how flattered he was that these noble lords and ladies had graced his home with their presence. The first to speak was a young man in green robes named Hongni Liu, and on behalf of his entire clan, he came to congratulate the master on his promotion to the Wuzun rankings, presenting jade figurines as a gift. The other guests whispered that the Hongs of Zhongjing City were a very old family, who came up with all this nonsense with ranks and ratings, and these green artifacts were certainly worth at least tens of millions of yuan. At the same time, Yue whispered in Wen's ear that this young man was a master of the highest cork, and very soon he would take 7th place in the national register. Liu Wusheng stroked his beard with a laugh, recalling that the last time he saw this boy was when he was still a boy, and asked how his grandfather was doing. With his hands folded in a respectful gesture, Hong Ni assured that his ancestor was perfectly fine, and he was incredibly glad that the illustrious, son-like owner of the estate had taken his rightful place. At this point, Senior Su suddenly stood up from his seat and added with the same politeness that yes, they all considered Wu Shen to be a real gem in his field. The black-haired old man replied with embarrassment that he was not nearly as powerful as they said, and age was taking its toll. But Wen resolutely replied that this was all nonsense, because it was thanks to Liu that their city became famous. In their eyes, he is a true hero, an icon that every self-respecting person should look up to. And then Jockey kindly added that he is also a blunt salesman. She said this very quietly, so that her father would not beat her until she bled in front of everyone. But she still whispered to the protagonist whether Shen had really reached his limit or was just throwing his eyes into the dust. Unlike her, the cultivator did not try to lower his voice, saying that Liu had trained very senselessly and haphazardly. which is why he had hit his head on the ceiling. And this was heard by a very dissatisfied Hong. All the other guests opened their mouths in shock and horror, unable to believe that some young brats dared to say nasty things about the host of the evening. It was simply unheard of. One of the visitors even went all the way to Wu Shen and passionately described to him what insignificant degenerates they were, stinking slimy worms, unworthy of even crawling on the ground while such a respected person as he was looking at them. Wen, feeling his old heart about to fail, tried in horror to beg forgiveness from those around him, claiming that his daughter simply did not understand anything about these matters and did not want to intentionally offend anyone. Jia Qi, to her credit, was able to stand up for herself, firmly and decisively repeating that yes, this was a trivial misunderstanding caused by Nilu's excessive ardor. The brown-haired youth was enveloped in a supernatural azure glow as he asked in a very cold tone if Qi was unhappy with how he had exposed her vile plot, rolling his eyes tiredly at the fact that some warlike young bull wanted to scratch his horns on them again. The protagonist repeated that no one said that Shen was a powerless old man. Then he opened his eyes, which seemed to echo with the resounding sound of cold steel, and demanded that Liu immediately take back his undeserved and unfounded slander. Of course, this had the same effect as trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Literally, Hong's flames burned even brighter when he screamed that a family as insignificant as Sue's couldn't possibly tell him what to do. Moreover, it was not even one of their members who dared to raise his voice, but only a nameless servant, a non-entity without the right to vote. And the brown-haired man began to raise his fists to strike. Continuing to scream at how the protagonist dared to insult him in the first place, young Wu Zong rushed forward with his entire body, ready to leave only a pool of blood from the offender. And he, of course, fell into the same trap as many previous antagonists, overconfidently deciding that he could easily defeat yesterday's teenager. Even Muli himself was apparently fed up with this, as he simply declared that he was much stronger and then unceremoniously began to kick his opponent in the face with his boot. Young Wu Zong instinctively managed to block, and only because of that, his face did not turn into a disgusting mess of blood, mucus, and bruises. But he still flew back in deep shock. Jackie wouldn't be herself if she didn't take this as a great opportunity to cheer on her bodyguard, encouraging him to drive this boor into the ground. The fight, however, stopped for now, because everyone was incredibly surprised that some unknown student was able to fight on equal terms with Hong Ni. Shen, who was watching the conflict from the sidelines, quickly began to guess that something was wrong, as the protagonist had clearly hit with such force that he had managed to cripple his enemy's spiritual channels. When the old man thought about this idea thoroughly, he began to rise in horror, realizing what a dangerous monster had come to his holiday, and no one suspected it. All this time, Junior Liu was sweating profusely until his fear finally gave way to all-consuming rage, and he pounced on the cultivator with an animalistic roar. But he stopped immediately because his whole body was pierced by terrible pain, and a stream of blood burst from his mouth. Yet that kick managed to damage Hong's bones and internal organs. However, even this could not stop the young man, simply because he belonged to that breed of people who, considering their pride wounded, would prefer death rather than retreat. Grinning viciously, the young champion summoned all his remaining spiritual power into his left hand and attempted to crush the time traveler's torso with a slap of his palm. But the main character didn't even blink an eye. The difference in strength between them was so huge that the unfortunate proud man might as well try to drain the ocean with a teaspoon. And Li didn't want to continue this circus for too long, so he dodged another blow at the speed of light and took a fighting stance himself. In just one moment, his own fist crashed into Hong's chest, causing him pain as if a comet had crashed into him. The poor boy couldn't even scream from this torment. He only wheezed desperately, terribly, spitting out even more blood into the air due to damaged organs. And a second later, young Liu rushed away and crashed into the wall with such monstrous force that he raised a huge cloud of smoke and limestone, filling the entire room. Shen, to his credit, never once tried to intervene or even expressed outrage at the protagonist destroying his home, because he understood how stupid it was. And yet, the single trickle of sweat rolling down his temple was a clear indication of the horror the poor man was truly in. The other guests, as expected, were also incredibly scared, because they had come here to rest and pay their respects to an old friend. But they were faced with such overwhelming divine power. Jackie once again remained true to herself, sarcastically saying that now everyone saw who the real winner was, and all she needed to complete the picture was to stick her tongue out at everyone. But perhaps the most amazing thing was not this, but the fact that, despite all the slaps that would have killed an ordinary person long ago, Hong remained alive. Covered in bruises and abrasions, desperately holding on to his injured side and looking at the enemy with his only good eye. He wheezed that he would kill Li anyway. Only after this did Shen dare to intervene. But he was more concerned not with the well-being of the young fool, but with how the mysterious young master managed to achieve such strength at his tender age. The main character had not yet given his name, so the elder Liu did not know how best to title him, to which Mu indifferently allowed himself to be addressed as Wu Ji. Hong was so surprised that he managed to open both his eyes, because he immediately realized that he was seeing in front of him the same mysterious strongman who had defeated Lu Fei Ping. And the time traveler did not try to pretend to be modest once again. He simply and laconically confirmed that he really was that very person. This surprised all those in the know, since the brunette in red was considered one of the strongest people in China, with a good chance of defeating someone higher in rank than him. And then suddenly someone beat him up. But, be that as it may, Hong insisted that the main character, in principle, has no right to be impudent and belittle the person in whose house he is. And it does not matter what titles Mu has. The completely irritated cultivator ordered the brown-haired man to clean his ears, because he, again, did not intend to insult anyone. He only dryly stated the fact that Shen would not be able to become stronger in the spiritual sense. Not only did Junior Liu not calm down, but he also became even more angry, and now he began to ask who even allowed this brat to approach respected people with a ruler. Further, most likely, the conflict would have flared up with renewed vigor, until the hot-tempered young man would have simply been killed. But then the owner of the pitchfork stepped forward and asked him to finally calm down. Looking straight at the protagonist, the elderly master asked him to explain in more detail why the latter was so sure that he no longer had the opportunity to improve himself. The youth explained that Shen was literally a drop short of reaching Wu Zun's title, but he relied too much on sheer willpower, which was not enough for true power. In another situation, perhaps, the patriarch would have demanded an explanation, but not this time. Now the elderly aristocrat again listened to the protagonist with his mouth open, amazed at his incredible wisdom. But the most important thing was not this at all, but the fact that at some point, Senior Liu remained at one level for a very long time before making a sharp leap forward, close to great power, and this greatly harmed his health. Now his spiritual chakras are like clogged channels through which individual ships and boats can barely squeeze through. Plus age also plays a role, and if nothing is done immediately, then there is no help for Wu. The beaten Hong shouted with fervor that this was complete nonsense. The great master Shen was like heaven, and other warriors equal to him could catch bullets with their own bodies without any harm and live for more than 100 years. Someone thought that this was incredible arrogance, which put the elderly warrior in serious danger, and it is difficult to say who exactly had this thought. In the end, the head of the mansion bowed his head and hands in a respectful bow, asking the protagonist how he was able to know all this. And the younger Liu behind him almost lost his jaw in shock. Instead of answering, the main character approached the old man closely, moving as casually as if he were surrounded by girls flirting with him. Then, again, without even saying a word, the cultivator grabbed the man's hand and pulled him towards himself, causing the unfortunate Liu Sheng to let out a surprised cry. However, the young man didn't intend to break the old Wu Zun's arm or anything like that. Instead, it was as if he exchanged a piece of his own energy with him. To say that the black-bearded warrior experienced incredible, bone-chilling surprise would be a huge understatement. He simply could not believe that such a force existed, looking at him expressionlessly, as if he were a fish out of water and on the merchant's counters. Muli asked if the aristocrat understood what the essence of things was now. Stepping back with slight horror, the birthday boy suggested that the precious young gentleman take a walk. They clearly needed to discuss various matters. Jucky, who had just recently been having fun, almost devouring imaginary popcorn, now looked at what was happening with bewilderment. And in the end, she simply asked her father what this was all about. Adjusting his glasses with a sly smile, Senior Su suggested that the owner of this house simply realized in time who their dear friend and benefactor really was. The atmosphere in this house changed very quickly, because the clever servants figured out in time that it was better to bow to this strange young man in black, and lower, to the very floor. Liu Xing led Mu Li into his private room where he rested and indulged in various thoughts. There were traditional cardboard walls, and also a beautiful miniature bonsai tree. Now that they were alone, the old man humbly knelt before the teenager, begging the latter for forgiveness for failing to recognize such a great warrior in him, and for being impolite. And although the young man had encountered such treatment regularly, given his abilities and tendency to constantly get into trouble, This time he was praised with such aplomb that even the time traveler himself felt uncomfortable. He approached the patriarch, very carefully took him by the hands and helped him back to his feet, asking along the way why the latter had decided to talk to some great warrior. Sweating and feeling his tongue slowly getting tangled, Liu Sheng asked not to laugh at him. It was just that the main character's strength was really dizzying, and if it should belong to anyone, it should be Wu Zun. The problem was that in China there were only 3 true bearers of this title. One was the head of the Military Union of Masters, the second was the old leader of the Huangfu clan, and the third was the head of the Taishan school. Hearing this, the protagonist became noticeably despondent, because in the whole country, it turns out, there were now only 3 truly great people. And this is taking into account how ancient China is, how many sages it had. Well, now he actually brought this triad to a quartet. But Li himself was not very happy about this, so he ambiguously asked his new admirer to keep his mouth shut about what happened today. Shen agreed without hesitation, and immediately asked the question that interested him most, whether it was possible to somehow help him get better. And the main character's answer was disappointing. Many chakras were weakened and clogged, bones had become brittle, and another sharp jump in power would surely leave the honorable elder disabled. But there was still a solution to the problem. The young man was ready to write a recipe for a workout that, even if it took a long time, would completely cleanse and renew the elder Lu's body. And the latter almost burst into tears of joy upon hearing this. He fell to his knees again, thanking the Jasper Lord for all his gifts. He would remember this for the rest of his life, and in the rush of emotion the old master did not notice that they were not alone. It was Junior Su, and she looked behind her in fear because Li Si, one of Shen's bodyguards, was following her closely even when the girl went to the toilet. But then she no longer cared about her pursuer because she turned around and accidentally saw such a powerful and important person as Senior Liu kneeling in front of her bodyguard. If she was surprised, she didn't show it because she was much more worried about something else. She had finally found her protector. Without waiting for an invitation, she peered into the room, calling out the teenager's name, and Li Si, already anticipating easy prey, almost collapsed on the spot from surprise. The girl was very glad to see a man whom she could even call a friend, but having made sure that it was really him, she still decided to ask why the owner of the estate was lying on his knees before him. The embarrassed protagonist declared that this was classified information, and the blonde, shrugging her thin shoulders, decided to ignore it, but only to ask the time traveler to beat up that pervert. No, Muli didn't beat that guard into a bloody piece of meat, but he looked at him very closely and made a clear gesture with his fingers, meaning that he would now be keeping an eye on him. Li Si turned out to be a much smarter person than one would think from the outside, so he left whistling some carefree song, and the cultivator said that he would do without waving his fists this time. Jiaqi probably wanted to speak out strongly about this, but she held on, and Shen, who finally got up from his knees, kindly offered his new idol to taste the dishes from his house. The main character said that he was simply accompanying Su Wen and would do as he did, but fortunately for the elder Liu, the businessman and his entire retinue happily joined the banquet. At the table, they generally mostly discussed how quickly and greatly the Qi family had become rich, considering that even an inconspicuous mid-level warrior was sitting with them as if he were an equal. The person in question was Zhao Zhuang, Lin Yuan's disciple, who was considered not even middle-level, but low-level, but he was still incredibly happy that all these important gentlemen were paying attention to him. Hong, now completely healthy, glared at those around him with his angry green eyes, as if he was passionately jealous of them for the fact that Shen was paying any attention to them. Anyone would have kept quiet so as not to stir up a new conflict out of thin air. But Jiaqi simply couldn't help but giggle like a hungry hyena, influencing the funny way Lu's face changed color. It was so disgusting that even the protagonist, who was not a prude, said that all she could do was whisper vilely behind other people's backs. She shrugged her shoulders indifferently and said that she could easily say the same thing to the brown-haired man's face. She couldn't stand him and had no intention of hiding it. Her father, who had always been known for his rare weakness of will when it came to his daughter, could only ask her to be quieter so that troubles would not fall on their heads again. And in general, without Mr. Mu, he definitely would not have been able to cope with her. When the conversation turned to studying at the university, the girl frivolously declared that there would definitely be nothing dangerous waiting for her there, unless a meteorite suddenly fell on her head. Then she, leaning her whole body against the protagonist, whispered that he must be incredibly happy to become his mistress's classmate. And Li, either jokingly or seriously, replied that he couldn't wait for that moment. After this, the action moves to Tuesday, to a venerable university called Yingsai. around which many people have already gathered. This place, like a beehive, was constantly bustling with life. Someone was working somewhere, someone was studying or teaching others, so that from early morning the classrooms were full. The teacher introduced the 3 new members to the audience, who were, of course, Mu Li, Chijiaki, and Zhao Zhuang, the only one who had kept his old military uniform. As soon as the woman fell silent, the blonde decided to introduce herself, adopting the very pose that idols often use on stage, teasing their fans. It was easy to guess that the local guys had completely lost their minds at the sight of this beauty. You could even see pink Valentine hearts floating in the air. As for the main character, he behaved much more detached and professionally, stated his first and last name briefly, and looked at everyone as if he really wanted to go home. However, it was this image of a cold, aloof guy that helped him instantly win the hearts of almost every woman present in the room. After that, the young martial artist also tried to introduce himself, but he immediately fell silent because no one paid attention to him. The students were much more concerned with the appearance of the 2 previous characters. The poor man felt like a victim tied to the pillory, and the teacher, not noticing anything, suggested that everyone finally sit down in their seats and begin their classes. The protagonist didn't even have time to take a step when the hitherto silent girl, sitting at the end of the class near the large window, waved her hand at him and invited him to sit next to her. It turned out to be Li Yao, who was well known to everyone, and the time traveler, of course, knew that she was studying at this institution. But Mu, in principle, did not expect that luck would place them in the same group. The fair-haired girl only repeated her offer with a gentle smile, and she softly patted the chair next to her desk. The brunette didn't refuse, but Sujaki watched their interactions with such puffy cheeks, as if she had been painfully stung by a bee. Snorting as if a pig had caught a cold, the blonde mentally cursed her narrow-minded bodyguard in every way possible, because he, the bastard, dared to ignore her. And after that, just to spite the main character, she grabbed Zhao Zhuang's hand and dragged him along with force, ignoring all timid attempts to ask her questions. When they both took their seats at the very end, the rich girl continued to snort for a long time, demonstrating her contempt for all the idiots surrounding her. Yao, with the same tenderness, asked how her old classmate was doing because they hadn't seen each other for too long, and the young man admitted that he had gone to another city to visit his family, but he was much more worried about Li's health. While this conversation was going on, everyone was busy with something of their own. Some were sleeping with their faces buried in their desks, some were honestly cramming their lessons, and some were looking very closely at the newcomers. They turned out to be local hooligans who were whispering with sadistic pleasure about how much trouble the newcomer would get into because he dared to sit next to the most popular girl in the group. The girl, meanwhile, assured the boy that she was fine, that the masters were constantly guarding her, not to mention that the protective amulet still listened to her faithfully. Looking at her with a very sweaty face, the brunette thought with very strange emotions that it was natural that Yao was considered the goddess of high school. She was a real treasure trove of all possible virtues. And then she suddenly said that she remembered how the main character once confessed to her that he was acting so politely only because he owed her. But there was no need to worry about it anymore. Everything was fine. And just like that, Mu Li, an invincible, godlike cultivator, an immortal being who knew thousands of martial arts spells, felt the strongest shock and shame. But now he is so cool that he can literally punch the sky with his fist. But in the distant past, before history was rewritten, he was just a dumb, corrupted boy who found himself on the streets. People despised him and avoided him with such disgust, as if they had accidentally encountered a disgusting, mud-slinging pig. And only Yao was willing to help. And for the main character, whose life had turned into one long, unspeakable hell, this was a real salvation. A fragile, weightless, but still a ladder leading to heaven. Unfortunately, and that is why this girl was eventually attacked by Zhou Shiheng, who did such disgusting things to her that she simply could not live with such shame any longer, and subsequently her entire family was destroyed. The protagonist remembered all of this perfectly, and that is why he now swore that he would always help her without any conditions, to which the girl responded with laconic but sincere gratitude. Jockey, overhearing all this, was so mad with envy that she now openly cursed one of her bodyguards and tore the hair out of the head of another. Luckily for the poor warrior who was in danger of being dressed prematurely, the bell rang, symbolizing the end of classes. It may have been an elite Chinese university, but in its free time, it was like any other school. Young people chatting, goofing off, exchanging selfies. Outside, summer was in full swing. The plants were blooming, enriching the air with the scent of pollen, and beautiful butterflies fluttered around them, collecting their own food. As soon as the main characters left the classroom, Yao immediately suggested that they take a walk around, showing off the campus in all its glory. Qi, who already saw this heroine as her personal, most sworn enemy, refused with a proud and contemptuous look, saying that she liked being alone better. Then, with her shoulders slumped in annoyance, she wandered away as far as her eyes could see, under the confused gazes of Zhao Zhuang and the two Lis. It was a very awkward scene, to say the least. And Yao, trying her best to remain calm, noticed with a nervous smile that the protagonist's employer had something against her. The cultivator, for her part, only calmly replied that the young lady was now behaving like a child. But it was better not to pay attention to this, because deep down she was kind. Then the fair-haired student suggested to her friend that they look at the local gym, because he, after all, was one of those people who was involved in physical development. But unfortunately, they didn't even have time to take a step, because two guys came up to them. One of them was called Xu Xiao, and the other contemptuously pointed at the time traveler. The brown-haired man in a yellow sweater and light clothes looked welcoming and friendly for now. He asked his classmate if these were her new friends. The girl cautiously called out to him by his full name and surname, Dun, to which the latter replied with a mournful look that he suffered every time he encountered such officialdom. After that, he shared that he had just returned from his uncle, who was very pleased with his nephew. And considering that he and his father ran the business together, this gave him many interesting prospects. With each passing second, his sweet mask crumbled more and more, and it became obvious that the protagonist was sincerely afraid of this man, and really didn't like it when he called her by the most diminutive and affectionate nickname. Xu Xiaodong obediently agreed to call her by her full name and surname in the future, but still noted that she was incredibly cute when she was embarrassed and blushed. And if only that were the case, then after that the rich bastard clearly reached out with his hands to that very place that is located between the stomach and the shoulders. Most likely, another conflict would have started after this. But it didn't even have time to really flare up, because the most important moment was Mu Li carefully but firmly taking his companion's hand. Completely ignoring the second man, the protagonist suggested that Yao finish the tour because their class was about to start soon, and it would be rude to be late. While Zheyu Xiao caused the fair-haired student to feel a noticeable fear and disgust, which was hidden only by her innate politeness, the cultivator's touch genuinely made the heroine blush. Of course, this did not escape the attention of the brown-haired man, and in his eyes one could see such monstrous envy that Jockey could have seemed like an example of holiness against his background. He very quickly pulled himself together and, with the sweetest smile possible, offered to personally organize a tour for the newcomer, promising to do everything so that the brunette would then know the entire history of their establishment by heart. Naturally, the protagonist saw right through him, so he not very politely replied that Yao's company was more than enough for him. But this slippery guy and his friend could not worry. And of course, that same friend, who already looked like a notorious bone-breaker, did not like this treatment at all. He angrily accused the time traveler of disrespecting his patron. Xiao, for his part, decided to play the good cop, so he began to reproach his companion for being too rude, and remind him that he was the heir to the richest family in the area, so rudeness was unnecessary. The guy in dark purple clothes meekly stated that the young gentleman was completely right. He had said too much, but tension had already formed between them. The main character looked at this with inexpressible disgust and asked himself whether all the young people in China had turned into such hypocritical, slippery snakes. However, he quickly lost interest in this because Mu received a message on his phone from a user with the telling nickname Rabbit, who desperately needed help at the stadium. Having completely forgotten about the next self-confident boys who were asking for crushing kicks, the main character asked his old friend to quickly take him to the indicated place. Xiao looked at their backs with mute amazement, unable to believe that this couple could really just turn their backs on him and leave. Believing that there were more important things to do, he had to stop his henchman with his hand from rushing into an immediate fight. But some kind of sophisticated plan was already born in his head. Meanwhile, a real crowd had already gathered at the stadium, shouting something with delight about a good hit. And in its center there were several people. As it turned out, in front of the other students, someone was mercilessly beating Juan. And even the main character was surprised that another fighter was found in this place so quickly. To give the second brunette his due, he fought back desperately, trying his best to fulfill his duty as a protector. But the enemy was simply too strong for him. Watching this merciless beating, the protagonist silently activated the spell. His purple eyes seemed to run through rows of runes, and his palms were already engulfed in flames. Noticing this, Zhou even became frightened for a moment. obviously remembering how a few weeks ago the time traveler kicked him like some kind of living ball. But this time, they were on the same side, so Mu didn't hesitate to attack his opponent, sending him flying far away with one powerful palm strike. Since it was impossible to kill the attacker in front of many students, the main character held back, and the Bonebreaker ended up not even getting hurt much. When the cultivator asked how Zhuan was feeling, the latter admitted that he and Qi had been walking around campus together until this guy had approached them and started saying such nasty things about the blonde that the guy's nerves had given out. The offender's name was Zheng Wei, and he asked in an offended tone whether Jiaqi was made of precious materials, since it was now impossible to even make a harmless joke about this treasure. Looking at this guy with a very intent, even appraising gaze, the time traveler asked his ward if he had tried to pester her. Warrior-like waving her fists, she shouted that everything was so. This Wei was a complete bastard, and let the protagonist finally beat the crap out of him. Her honor was offended. The cultivator would most likely have done this anyway, but the aplomb and hysterical theatricality with which Su shouted it left all the spectators in mute shock. For several very long seconds they were unable to move or speak before Zheng noticed that they were looking at him again, and he didn't like it at all. It was Mu's signature evil look, which promised any offender very serious trouble, including, among other things, repeated beatings until bloody. The bully immediately began to sweat in horror and tried to defend himself with the classic argument that he had huge connections and that attempts to attack him would result in extremely severe consequences. Li didn't attack him immediately, and the guy, getting more and more heated, began to insult him, asking what the hell he was staring at, whether he was cross-eyed or something, and let him just dare to take a step in his Mr. Wei's direction. He will receive such a scolding that for the rest of his life he will hiccup nervously and look over his shoulder. What would have happened next would have definitely been another beating of a run-of-the-mill antagonist with a huge ego. But it was at that moment that Xiaodong decided to come on stage and shame him. The bully looked at him with no less apprehension than at the protagonist. His whole appearance screamed that there were already more problems than he could handle. And now this paladin had shown up. Playfully winking at the audience, the brown-haired man reminded that all of Yao's friends are first and foremost his friends, so Zheng should immediately apologize to them. The villain, gritting his teeth in irritation, thought that this wordsmith had completely confused him, and was clearly trying his best to charm this new blonde. But he was not a complete fool, and understood perfectly well that he was cornered on all sides. So he swallowed his pride, bowed to Jiaqi, and asked her forgiveness for disturbing him. She snorted again in response, showing that she considered these words cheaper than toilet paper. But she also did not want to continue this unpleasant situation. And as Zheng walked away, trying to maintain his dignity, the crowd whispered in amazement about how great Mr. Xiao was and how no one would dare to contradict him. Shaitan, meanwhile, tried to impress the younger Su by very eloquently repeating his apologies and justifications, to which the latter only sulked and grumbled. Hearing from her that it was Mu Li who saved the situation, the young schemer almost growled like a mad dog. He had not put on a show in order to find himself out of work again, but he didn't let his true emotions show, and instead Dong recalled how he had heard rumors that Jiaqi was rich and beautiful like a goddess, but now he was convinced that they were completely false. The girl immediately tensed up, expecting to hear some kind of passive-aggressive insult or even a direct verbal slap in the face, such as that her hair was the color of rotten straw and not gold. Of course, such an experienced schemer would not allow himself to make such a fool of himself, and he, with his azure eyes flashing predatorily, solemnly declared that real Qi was more beautiful than any deity. Zhao, who had recovered slightly, holding onto the protagonist's shoulder, said with disdain that it sounded so cloying that he was going to feel like throwing up rainbows. And in fact, he did throw up. Su herself, however, was completely taken in, because she was incredibly susceptible to any compliments, even if they were disgustingly saccharine. And then she turned to the protagonist, whom she had praised, albeit restrainedly, just a minute ago, and called him a moron, a piece of empty-headed idiot who ignored his duties for the sake of some idle festivities. The main character smiled very tensely and falsely, with great difficulty restraining himself from calling her a fickle, thick-headed animal. Then Xiao started pestering Yao again, telling her in a very sticky voice how he would remember the years of studying together in the future, and how these memories would warm his soul. Poor Zhao, who had just regained control of his stomach, began to desperately clamp his mouth shut again. He had an acute intolerance to so many guys who acted like they were the main characters of Japanese comics. The antagonist turned pink from this insult, But he again managed to contain his true emotions and instead suggested throwing a gala dinner and party in honor of the newcomers. The students gaped in amazement, unable to believe how noble young Master Xiao was, how sincerely he cared about those around him and the reputation of his home campus. Even Qi, as stupid as she was in places, couldn't believe that this was being done without an ulterior motive, and tried to refuse, citing other matters. Dun turned even redder, so that his skin became indistinguishable from a pig's, and meekly admitted that in fact he only wanted to make friends with her, show her around, introduce her to the locals and all that. Their university actually had its fair share of interesting things and secrets, such as the secret room that existed in the library or the legends of the mysterious noble warrior in the cloak. The blonde didn't give a damn about any secret locations, but the rumors about a man fighting evil in a superhero costume knocked her down. Realizing that this fish had not only swallowed the hook, but had also begun to devour the line and had almost reached the sinker, the brown-haired man hastened to add that yes, this was a great warrior with a mask on his face, and no one knew his identity. Jockey no longer looked at anyone. Her eyes were wide open, and any expression in them had completely disappeared. All she needed now was to know the start time. Even the intriguer himself was amazed that his story, concocted on the fly, had such a strong effect. Like wine on an inveterate lover of going to the land of pink elephants. Younger Sue had no doubt that she had finally found him, that mysterious hero and mighty handsome man who had saved her from falling off the cliff, and was finally going to meet him. She repeated her question about where and when the event would begin, and the confused brown-haired man mumbled that it would happen at 8 o'clock, in a local elite restaurant with rare dishes. Hugging Mu Li's hand, Jockey promised with a sunny smile that they would definitely come. And the tone of her voice clearly said that the protagonist had no choice in the matter. Then Dong pulled himself together and started hitting on Yao again, asking if she wanted to reminisce about the good old days with her classmates tonight. In another situation, she would, of course, have flatly refused, not wanting to have anything to do with this man. But now the girl took a long look at the petrified face of the main character, and then she smiled calmly and answered in agreement. She understood that as long as the cultivator was nearby, she basically shouldn't be afraid of anything. Xiao also smiled happily, glad that his plot was working, and waved goodbye to the main characters with enthusiasm, as if they were good friends. When he and his henchmen had gone far enough, Yao's smirk disappeared, and she asked Jiaki in a cold, warning voice not to trust these rich scum. They had no good intentions. Sue replied that she was not a fool, and also saw through this parasite. But hey, with them there would be Mu Li, an absolutely invincible protagonist. With him, there was basically no need to be afraid of anything. There was a moment of silence, as if the action was taking place in a dramatic play, the characters looking at each other as the wind played with the branches of the trees above their heads. The brunette rolled his eyes, dryly sarcastic at this sudden respect, and this after young Miss Qi had publicly called him an empty-headed idiot. As for the female Li, her gaze became incredibly deep and thoughtful, like a cow's, and even the most experienced investigator would hardly be able to understand what thoughts were wandering in her head. After that, time rewound to late evening, when the sky was already completely covered with black clouds, and only the light of the lamps in the huge building, similar to an ancient palace, dispelled the darkness. This was the very same restaurant, and now the nervous Xiao pestered his assistant with the question of whether the latter had prepared everything as ordered, to which the henchman answered in the affirmative. It was at this point that the doors began to gradually open, letting visitors into an unexpectedly modern, richly furnished room with brightly colored furniture and walls. Numerous heels belonging to both men in formal business suits and brightly dressed women clicked across the expensive, patterned carpets. Looking very attentively and intently straight at the girl with golden hair, the brown-haired man, in an emphatically polite voice, invited Mrs. Jiaki to sit here. The younger Sue politely thanked the host of the party for such a kind gesture, but declined the offered seat, citing the fact that she was more accustomed to the other side of the table. Watching her move the chair closer to the area the protagonist occupied, the antagonist said nothing, but squeezed his hand on the back of the furniture so hard that a vein bulged. Then, he closed his eyes, obviously trying to calm himself and remind himself that the game had only just begun, and it was too early to throw a tantrum over the first mishap. A moment later, Yao entered the restaurant wearing a beautiful white dress and carrying a handbag over her shoulder, apologizing to everyone present for being late. As soon as he saw her, Xiaodong, with the most obsessive look, fervently asked her to sit next to him so that he could court his precious classmate in the best possible way. Needless to say, she refused and also moved her chair so that she could sit side by side with the main character, who had remained as imperturbable as a stone statue the whole time. It's hard to imagine how much strength it took for Shu to resist the urge to flip the table over in a hysterical rage and attack his competitor with his fists. But someone else noticed the offer of a place for him. It was Zhao, who also came to the party as the young lady's second bodyguard. But there was practically no room left for him. He was very grateful that the banquet organizer had left a free seat for him, and even next to him, and he didn't notice how Xiao's eye was twitching madly. Meanwhile, the blonde impatiently demanded to finally tell her about all the amazing secrets of the university. But the young man with a sly grin asked to focus on food for now, because it was divine. The heroine very loudly drawled that she was bored, because the only reason she came here at all was because of the handsome warrior in the cloak. She needed to hear about him. The poor guy screamed in his head, unable to imagine how anyone could be so narrow-minded, since even a donkey could understand that he had come up with this nonsense in a hurry. But, to give Shu his due, he was an extraordinary actor, and with a very beautiful voice, he began the story about a mysterious student who really wanted to become a superhero and save the world. In reality, of course, this poor fellow only evoked contemptuous ridicule, and even his raincoat and mask actually had a very stupid and ridiculous appearance. He listened to this heartbreaking story with much more attention than anything before, her eyes showing genuine fear mixed with pity. She eagerly demanded to know what happened next, and the brown-haired man with a crooked grin told her that in the end the boy crashed from a great height when he tried to prove that he could fly. This sad news made both Jiaki and even Yao hit their heads on the table, while the protagonist calmly continued eating, not paying any attention to the stupid story. And while the girls were trying to cope with this nightmarish, uncontrollably sobbing story, Dunn quickly but quietly tapped his finger on the table. This was the signal for the main action to begin, and the villain could not help but smile a slithery, snake-like grin as he imagined the fruits of his future triumph. Outside, some people were already approaching the restaurant, loudly discussing their task, namely, to pretend to be nightmarish villains and attack the girls so that Xiao could heroically defeat them. They were the most stereotypical punks you could imagine in China, with wild, unnaturally colored hair and dirty, partially revealing clothes. Their faces were also such that they could easily be hung on propaganda posters. And one of the thugs, having forgotten himself, was already climbing inside, muttering something about sweet beauties. His comrades supported this with laughter, imagining how much fun they would have before Dunn, playing the role of savior, intervened and ruined everything. But when they kicked the door down completely, they found a completely different room, in which three men were sitting at a round table without any hint of the presence of the main characters. One of the local residents, squinting his green, tiger-like eyes, sullenly asked who they were. The leader of the punk gang frowned in confusion. And then it dawned on him that they had somehow managed to mix up the rooms and that the target was in a completely different place. Then, Xiao's henchman appeared from around the corner and desperately waved his hand, showing the mercenaries that they needed to come here, and as quickly as possible, but it was too late. The men at the table rose to their feet, angrily asking who these strangers were. And it turned out that they were not teenagers at all, but thugs with the physique of gorillas. Most people would have been horrified and started mumbling some lame excuses, desperately hoping that they wouldn't get beaten up. But the young hooligan just spat with contempt. He brazenly asked what the hell those big guys were staring at, and added that his job was to kick down doors. And if someone wasn't happy with something, they should just say so. The punk's saliva slowly flowed down the giant's barrel-shaped chest, who patiently listened as the young man threatened him with the most terrible punishments if the thugs did not sit down peacefully to continue eating. This was the last straw, and the big man became so furious that his eyes turned noticeably red, like those of a bull who suddenly saw a red flag. Yelling whether this scum even knew who he served, since they dared to wag their tongues here, the man knocked the teenager to the floor with one crushing blow. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the restaurant, Jockey began to get up, thanking Xiao for the good dinner. But they couldn't stay here any longer. There were other things to do. The brown-haired man, with a sweaty face, asked them not to leave yet, because he had not yet told the whole story, hoping that at least this excuse would help keep the targets in place. Xiu didn't understand why none of the mercenaries had shown up yet. They should have broken into the room a long time ago and scared the women so that Dong could drive them away. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard, calling for help from a rich guy, but it did not belong to some beautiful and wealthy girl, but to some man. The door swung open, and the leader of the youth gang flew through it, thrown back by a powerful kick with such force that it seemed as if a cannonball had hit his stomach. Trampling the rest of the now unconscious hooligans with his foot, The giant in camouflage uniform and sleeveless jacket said with bloodthirsty satisfaction that he now knew who was to blame for his ruined dinner. Looking at Shu with wide eyes and pupils narrowed from adrenaline, the muscular man asked if the boy considered himself special in any way. Xiao's face was covered in fear, because he knew this bonebreaker very well. His name was Liu Qilin, and until recently he served in the Special Forces of China. The big guy chuckled contemptuously, saying that the student was not his boss, so he had to report to him when he was on duty, and when he was free. The brown-haired man felt like a lamb who suddenly encountered a hungry tiger. He remembered very well how many fights and scandals this man had caused in the past, and how his own family had to send him to the army. Meanwhile, the beaten hooligan somehow got up on his knees and, lisping because of his knocked-out teeth, begged for mercy. He was simply forced to tell everything. He was not guilty. Xiao contemptuously ordered him to shut up. Not only had this idiot failed to fulfill his essentially elementary role, but he had also ruined everything. The punk didn't have time to say anything else in his defense because Lin grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, like some kind of puppy, and lifted him off the floor. The former soldier and hooligan was very interested in what his old acquaintance had entrusted to such a scumbag, so he kindly asked to tell him everything in detail. Begging the man not to beat him anymore, the teenager admitted that Dunn had paid him and his friends to break into the room, cause a ruckus, start pestering women, and he would beat them all and throw them out. When those same women heard such revelations, they dropped their jaws to their feet. They had never built people about Shu's moral character, but this was too much even for them. Having come to her senses, the blonde leaned towards the main character and contemptuously whispered in his ear, like, "Look at this hero and savior." The brunette asked the girl with an awkward expression on his face what she would like to do, because he obviously felt like he was part of some kind of ridiculous farce. Liu Qi asked Xiao with even greater contempt whether it was time for the latter to learn to win the hearts of the fair sex in a different way. And in general, how were his old passions doing? Had he really abandoned them already? Feeling very well how with every second the metaphorical belt was getting closer and closer to his skinny ass, the student assured the main characters in horror that it was all slander, and that he personally would never do such a thing in his life. The brute was openly amused, watching his old adversary writhe like an eel on a frying pan. And then he began to come closer and closer. The evening that should have been his triumph, his reward, his paradise, turned into some kind of humiliating, monstrous punishment. And now Dune could only bare his teeth in despair and anger. And then Liu Qi theatrically licked his lips and asked if he himself tried to touch these girls. Would this influential golden boy have enough gunpowder to say anything against it? After that, Lin cast a terrible glance at Jockey, and she took a few steps back in fear, realizing that nothing good would come from this giant. The former soldier approached her in response, bent down and extended his hand, muttering something about how she had such a beautiful and gentle face. He wanted to stroke it. Naturally, she had no chance against such a mountain of meat, so Qi could only jerk her head away in disgust and beg him to leave. Only after this did the main character finally decide to interrupt the protracted performance, and he grabbed Liu Qi's hand with his fingers, as if in a steel vice, much to his fury, when the big guy, almost foaming with rage at the mouth, growled at how this kid dared to bother him. The cultivator only smiled tenderly and assured him that he just wanted to touch him. There was nothing to be afraid of. Unafraid, the man threatened that he could not guarantee that the protagonist's hand would remain intact if the latter did not immediately remove his fingers. The protagonist calmly said that he would back off if the bully stopped pestering women, and the big guy shook his head with exaggerated sadness, saying that he had only been away from his hometown for a few years, and now they had already forgotten about respect. However, then something unexpected happened. Both opponents unclenched their fingers, and Lin very slowly removed his hand, as if he was afraid of damaging it on an invisible obstacle. Somehow, without any supernatural flames, lightning, or flashes of light, the soldier sensed that Mu also had developed spiritual power, but this again did not frighten him, but on the contrary, made him happy, because now he could hit with full force without fear of accidentally turning the weak little man into a puddle of slime. Rushing towards the main character, Liu Qi pragmatically decided to immediately use one of his most powerful attacks, kicking the young man with a spinning kick, but Li himself was not at all impressed. He only said in disappointment that his opponent was trying in vain to puff up his chest and pretend to be someone he doesn't know. He even decided not to waste the slightest bit of his strength, just moved his hand a little, and Lin's leg bent at an unnatural angle with a disgusting crunch. The pain, as expected, was simply monstrous, and the big guy, grabbing his injured limb, screamed so loudly that the sky above them almost split. It also turned out that his henchmen had been nearby the entire time, keeping a close eye on their boss to make sure he was safe, and now they were screaming in horror, turning to him. Kneeling and breathing heavily, Liu thought with a heavy heart about how stupid he had been, thought he could win. But in the end, he suffered an incredibly humiliating defeat. The main character's body seemed to him as strong as a statue made entirely of iron. And after that, he began to guess that Mu was the mysterious super strongman that everyone was now talking about. But to his credit, the man was no coward, as when the protagonist asked who this Liu was, the soldier angrily called him a bastard who had dishonored his family name with his filthy mouth. He could no longer use his leg, but he knew a couple of tricks that could unpleasantly surprise his enemy, and so he began to punch with such speed and force that the illusion of many hands remained in the air. Unfortunately, this move had no effect. The newcomer dodged it with such casual and contemptuous ease, as if he were a leaf dancing in the wind. In addition, Li himself moved so fast that Liu himself looked like a turtle against his background, and this allowed him to once again activate one of his abilities. After this, he grabbed his enemy's head with his fingers and very gently, as if caressing a pet, pressed, but with such force that it would shatter a stone, and so the proud Liu Qilin found himself brought to his knees, not even thrown to the ground by a blow, but simply forced to fall down in front of his offender. After that, the cultivator said in a wise voice that young people today could do with some lessons in respect, because if he really wanted to harm the fighter, he would have killed him by accident long ago. But if the disobedient child continues to be cheeky, then the head of the family simply has no other choice but to force him into the necessary subordination. One might expect that after this the time traveler would beat him half to death, as he had done many times with previous antagonists. But no, Qin remained alive and relatively healthy. They all moved into the living room where the big guy just sat on a chair while the cultivator talked on the phone before the phone was handed back to him, since it was his grandfather on the end of it. Hitherto unbending and desperately brave, ready to fight to the last whole bone, Lin listened with horror as his ancestor furiously reviled him for all possible sins. The venerable patriarch literally spat saliva, because not only did this young degenerate remain incorrigible even after the army, but he also dared to bark at the main character himself. Hearing this was a real betrayal for him, but the grandfather was not finished yet. He ordered the foolish grandson to immediately beg the cultivator for forgiveness and mercy. But if this happens again one day, he won't even wait to see if his descendant comes home alive or dies in the alley, but will simply immediately kick him out of the family. For the Chinese, this was an incredibly serious and terrible threat, so that Lin's last desire to swear evaporated. And now he, almost sobbing, asked who Mu was. Was he really a deity, since Wu Zong revered him so much? The cultivator was 5,000 years old, older than the Egyptian pyramids, but at the same time he simply could not get rid of his teenage love of showing off and bragging. And with a grin, he asked if the big guy wanted to continue swearing. Rubbing his head, the big guy muttered that his grandfather had already said everything, so he had nothing to add to it. Not to mention that the protagonist, unlike the younger Liu, was not harmed at all. In his defense, he could only say that Xu Xiaodong was a well-known scumbag and scumbag. And since they were all sitting at the same table, Qi was sure that the heroes were no better than him. The brunette crouched down next to him for a moment and did something using supernatural powers, but then suddenly stood up and threateningly asked who they considered his friends here. And Lin was genuinely surprised that Mu really didn't work under Xiao, considering that he immediately got into a fight when the warriors started making fun of those girls. Naturally, Jockey and Yao were incredibly outraged that they were considered. It was scary to even think about it. Shudong's women. It was simply disgusting. But if the blonde could have continued the conflict and painted a vivid picture of the big guy, what a thick-headed idiot with an empty head he was. Then Li only smiled tenderly and noted that there was confusion. Junior Liu slowly said that he noticed how the brown-haired man kept looking in their direction as soon as Qi entered the room. And at first he didn't pay attention to it, but now it dawned on him. It was a trap. The rich bastard decided to get rid of him in this way, and the man immediately decided to count his ribs in revenge. And Mu just nodded to his companions and suggested that they leave. They had nothing more to do here. He didn't care what would happen to these two guys next, and Sue generally agreed with him, pulling her new classmate by the hand and reminding her that they would have to cross paths with this hypocrite Dong later. The brown-haired man's face was covered in fear, and he helplessly reached out with his hands, first to one character, then to another, before openly begging the cultivator not to abandon him. Lin, meanwhile, became so furious that a supernatural light emanated from him. For more than anything else in the world, he despised precisely such rich, self-satisfied, and slippery freaks. However, even against their background, Shu stood out as especially disgusting, and he simply did not deserve to live. And because of this, the intriguer asked with an even more desperate plea to be given the opportunity to explain himself. All this time, he seemed to be accidentally retreating towards the exit, but only to run into, as if into living walls, the huge and muscular friends of the younger Liu. The soldier himself was already separating his arms and shoulders before the hard work. Saying that the protagonist was still a good guy, he healed all his wounds in seconds, and even his grandfather needed several minutes to do this. In the future, he planned to get to know the cultivator better, but all of that could wait. And first he had to make one slug squeal in terror for his own skin. Finding himself in a desperate situation, Xiao resorted to his favorite method of protecting such rich kids. Namely, he muttered how strong and formidable his family was, that they wouldn't let this go unpunished. Qi simply hit him with such force that the young man's neck almost broke, and mockingly asked him to say hello to the old men from the Shu clan. The brown-haired man continued to squeal for a long time, like a slaughtered pig, desperately begging his executioner for mercy and flatteringly calling him master, but to absolutely no avail. 3 days passed, and one evening the university students mentioned in a conversation that a basketball competition between their department and the economics department would soon be taking place. One of the girls mentioned that she would definitely go just to catch a glimpse of this handsome Xiao, and the second added that he is a real god in this sport. But they weren't going to root for the representatives of their own direction, studying the Chinese language, because, to be honest, all their men are just pathetic weaklings. And while the gossips were discussing this, a short-haired blonde man approached the main character and introduced himself as Fan Kun, the head of the local basketball club. The aforementioned inter-house competition was scheduled to take place this evening, and the young athlete would like the protagonist to join his team as a reserve. Mu was more than skeptical because, firstly, he didn't even know how to play basketball, and secondly, he would also have to perform the duties of a reserve player. The boy, anticipating an ironclad refusal, somewhat anxiously clarified that the main character would not need to do anything at all. They just needed another person in the group to count. This was very important for Kun, because he even unknowingly egged on the protagonist, convincing the latter not to be a weak-willed girl who is afraid of a sprain in her finger. The main character could have ignored this attempt to dare him, but Fan spoke too loudly, which is why their classmates heard their conversation, and they immediately pestered the time traveler. Several girls chattered excitedly, asking if the cultivator planned to take part in this competition. And he repeated once again, with noticeable discomfort, that he didn't play at all. But the blonde wasn't going to take no for an answer, and he casually placed his hand on the main character's shoulder and asked the latter to come to the basketball court at 5 in the evening. The girls, literally glowing with enthusiasm, promised that they would definitely come to support Li, to which the latter repeated in a tired voice that she did not know how to play, and he did not give any consent. But then someone else called his name, and the brunette slowly turned his eyes, perfectly imagining who exactly he would see. Of course, it was Yaki, who was enthusiastically waving her fist and urging her bodyguard to agree. She was even willing to play the role of a cheerleader for him along with Yao. The fair-haired girl, interestingly, was not at all against it, and she again used her most sweet and wise smile. The protagonist would most likely have flatly refused any other person and continued to do his own thing. But next to his old classmate, he became incredibly submissive. Unfortunately, none of them knew then that this entire conversation was being very carefully eavesdropped on by one man. Trembling with anger, it was Xu Xiaodong, who had already fully recovered from the beating. And now he made a solemn oath to take revenge on the main character at any cost for his humiliation. After some time, the action moved to the stadium, where girls were already sitting in the stands, and they supported the brown-haired guy with loving eyes, shouting at him how cool and handsome he was. The antagonist felt incredibly confident and smug. He may not have been a great warrior, but he was truly at home on the sports field. Junior Su shrugged her shoulders in disdain, noting that even the women from their department had gathered just to stare at this asshole. It was simply disgusting. And then she suddenly bent down and began to grope her hands on the ground in search of some object. And Li looked at this with bewilderment and curiosity. It turned out to be a huge homemade flag, designed to support and encourage the main character. And Qi even began to shout out a liver she had made up on the spot. The cultivator, who was already on the site, thought with a strong feeling of Spanish shame that his ward, of all people, was certainly not afraid of shame. Listening to her squeal, jump, and wave her scarlet rag so that a noticeable breeze rose in the air, the time traveler could only hopelessly cover his hand with his palm and groan, holding on to the second reserve player. Looking at him with an inexpressible, almost physically tangible hatred, the young villain swore that if Mu even now dared to cross his path, he would be destroyed. And so began another confrontation between the faculties of economics and Chinese language. And the announcer solemnly announced the beginning of the first half. As soon as the referee blew his whistle, the young men began a fierce fight for the orange ball, almost tearing it out of each other's hands. The sports equipment moved from one hind limb to another with lightning speed, flashing so fast that sometimes the spectators did not have time to follow the progress of the match. Right now, the ball was in Xiao's hands and he was slamming it into the ground, looking defiantly at the opposing team, as if daring them to try and take the thing away from him. Literally every action of his made women go crazy. They screamed so loudly that birds fell from the sky, and some had already managed to splash their neighbors with saliva and tears. 20 minutes of play passed, and finally the ball crashed through the basket, scoring points for one of the teams on the field. The first half of the competition ended, and the announcer announced a break, while the scoreboard helpfully showed that the players from the Chinese department were losing by a humiliating margin of 8-65. Dunn, looking at his supporters with a smug grin, declared that among their opponents there was only trash. They would crush these worthless people with one hand. Several spectators from the stands even supported him, shouting that the blue team was a real disgrace to basketball. They always went out on the field only to humiliate themselves once again. The blonde, propping her face up with her hands, sighed heavily and asked the air why their faculty, out of all the others, had such a weak team. Yao calmly explained that this was completely normal for their university. The economics department had always been considered something like the local kings, and dozens of girls had come to cheer for them. This completely robbed the opposing group of their will to win, and to Chi's great chagrin, even her and Li's presence was not enough to make up the difference. The players in blue sullenly left the stadium, holding their aching knees, wiping away sweat and sullenly talking to each other, until Fang Kun approached the main character and reminded him that it was now his turn to play. The protagonist didn't like it because he was invited just to make up for the number of participants, and he might have been the immortal, all-powerful god Ziwei, but basketball was really his weak point. But, as it turned out, they simply had no other choice. Two guys went to the hospital with serious injuries, and if a couple of substitutes did not immediately replace them, the tournament would end, and everything would be fine. But the main character remembered these, so to speak, injuries very well. One boy whined sadly that he had cut his finger, and another, breathing heavily as if he were breathing, noted that it was too hard for him. After that, the blonde directly noted that the cultivator had no other choice. And since he still hadn't left under a false pretext, he was definitely better than those two deserters. Gulping cool water from a bottle, Xiao was triumphant in his mind. Today, they would leave only a bunch of crying, hysterical children from the Chinese department. That would be great. A few minutes later, the referee blew his whistle again, signaling to those around him that the rest time was over, and it was time to begin the second round. The boys in red and blue shirts fought fiercely for the basketball, passing it to their group mates and trying to steal it from under their opponents' noses. The stadium was shaking with the stamping, running, and jumping of dozens of feet, whose owners moved with lightning speed from one end of the playing field to the other. The time traveler, as he had done many times before, did nothing at all. He simply stood there like a pillar and watched those around him very carefully. Xu Xiao, in turn, was watching him very carefully, and in his glazed gaze one could read an unambiguous threat. One would expect him to try to set up the main character, to make a fool of him in front of the university, but instead, he suddenly threw him the ball. And the brunette caught the projectile, but at the same time he looked as if he didn't understand what this strange round and orange thing was, and what he was supposed to do with it. But this time it was no pretense. The cultivator, as he had already said, was incredibly poor at this sport, and now he was simply jammed, like a machine that had received a system error. Very slowly, so slowly that those around him could almost physically hear the creaking of rusty gears, like in some old cartoon, the main character turned around a little, and he, without even turning around completely, threw the ball into the air, passing it to those around him, because they clearly needed this thing much more than he did. However, he threw the ball with such force and speed that no one even had time to try to intercept it. Not to mention the fact that this piece of rubber flew over the basket almost instantly. Jiaqi, Yao, and both teams were incredibly shocked because with just one careless move, the time traveler managed to score a point from across the entire court. For about a minute, everyone was silent, unable to say even a word. But then several people began to shout and joyfully shake their fists, greeting Mu Li, and the first among them was Jakai. But most of those present did not share such enthusiasm. And Fang Kun even asked with the face of a sad turtle, "What the hell is the main character doing anyway?" As it turned out, the protagonist, through stupidity, managed to throw the ball into his own team's basket, and now the stands were laughing like a pack of hyenas, unable to believe that someone actually did it. Slowly blinking his pink-violet eyes, the brunette asked the captain what he did wrong. After all, he was able to throw the ball where he needed to. So why did the point go to the opponents? The blonde loudly slapped himself on the forest with his palm, and then, in a frankly devastated tone, asked if Mu really hadn't been able to figure out whose half of the field was located, and this in such a long time. Realizing what he had done wrong, the main character clapped his hands enthusiastically, and it was as if a small electric light bulb had come on above his head, like in old American cartoons. Shudong and his minions continued to watch this with laughter, and the antagonist even wondered how you idiot was even going to beat him now. Soon the coach announced that it was now the turn of the economics department to serve, and Xiao prepared to drive the ball into the enemy basket like the final nail in the coffin. But this triumphant gesture was interrupted by Mu Li, who stood between the antagonist and his half of the field, with his arms spread wide in different directions. The brown-haired man was not at all embarrassed, since the action was now taking place on his territory, where he was already a great master, and he was going to teach one impudent newcomer a painful lesson. And these were not really empty words, as Dun moved very deftly and quickly, easily avoiding the protagonist's arms and causing him to spin around senselessly in place. Moreover, the youngster managed to pull off a complex feint, throwing the ball between the legs of an enemy player. How, in order to catch it himself on the other side, while Li only continued to turn his head. Xiao did it so easily that he even felt disappointed, and because of this, he mentally called Mu an idiot. Having made sure that the cultivator was no longer a threat, the young villain turned his full attention to the game and was already preparing to make another throw into the basket. But at the very last moment, something happened that hundreds did not expect at all. The protagonist jumped up to him and most unceremoniously snatched the projectile from his hands. In shock, Shu turned his head very slowly. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples like large hailstones, and his mouth was open in a silent scream. Watching the main character score another point, only now on the enemy half of the field, Dun could only mentally scream, asking God knows who what that was all about. Having got the ball back, the boy tried to calm himself down by saying that his opponent had simply relied on luck. But that would never happen again, because he, from the height of his experience, would take apart the time traveler like God would a turtle. And he was not going to play anymore, but instead he completely concentrated all his strength on the task and rushed forward, clutching the treasured artifact to himself. In other circumstances, Mu Li could move as fast as streams of light, easily overtaking other people's attacks, bullets, and cars. But the economics student was even faster now. He tensed his muscles and tendons, then spring-like threw his body upward, towards the ring, only for the cultivator to ruin everything at the last moment. The black-haired youth also lifted himself into the air, after which he knocked the round object out of Dun's hands with one well-aimed slap, and a moment later ran up to him and grabbed him. A second later, the orange ball was falling through the basket on the opposite side of the field, launched not only with great force, but also with perfect accuracy. Several players from the economics department began to discuss with growing fear that this pair was playing too aggressively, as if they were trying not to snatch the cup from each other, but to trample each other's pride. But the other guy in red angrily shouted at these gossips and ordered them to immediately cover Xiao so that the latter would have a better chance of winning the prize. Then, several people immediately surrounded the main character, like a pack of wolves, not allowing him to take a single step back or to the side and waiting for the opportunity to take the ball. But Li, not the least bit embarrassed, rose into the air again with a mighty leap and easily brought his team another point, to the horror of the Reds. After that, 15 minutes passed, and as it turned out, the forces were now practically equal. Both teams had exactly 68 points, and now there was only one attempt left to tip the scales in someone's favor. Just one successful throw and his team would win the cup again, or on the contrary, would fall into a puddle for the first time in a long time, and Shu understood this perfectly well, judging by his frightened face. On the other hand, Fang Kun was at his limit. He was no less than his eternal rival. At this moment, he clearly felt as if he was walking on a tightrope at a great height, and then something unexpected happened. Both of these guys, like a pair of hunting dogs, rushed at the main character, ready to snatch the ball from him at any cost. The brunette swallowed, realizing that this had been a trap from the very beginning. This couple had been in cahoots, and they had been deliberately luring him into this competition. But on the other hand, this to a certain extent untied the protagonist's hands, and now he began to play at full power, moving with such speed and force that he began to walk on air as if on the ground. So the only thing the schemers were able to achieve was to absurdly bump heads, like two rams fighting for territory or women. The impact was so strong that the boys slowly sank to the ground, feeling their heads splitting and spinning, and the cultivator smugly announced that Feng was working for Dong. After that, he turned around and, like the hero of the meme about cool guys who don't look at explosions, casually threw the ball into the enemy basket, getting another point. Since this was the last pass, the announcer solemnly announced that the Chinese language team would receive 2 points at once, and thus win the current competition with him. The audience squealed with delight, whereas half an hour earlier they had showered the young philologist with ridicule and contempt. And now they were just as sincerely rooting for them, or, to be precise, for one specific representative of them. The other guys in blue uniforms were especially delighted. They literally surrounded the main character and showered him with various compliments. As for Muli himself, he only felt awkward and uncomfortable, and was already tired of convincing his classmates that he didn't know how to play their damn basketball. This phrase had a diametrically opposite effect, because now the teenagers were sure that the time traveler was so arrogant that he was deliberately pretending to be modest. Then, Jiaki and Yao finally came down from the stands, and the former, running up to the young man from behind and hugging him, admitted that during the match he not only infuriated everyone, but was also terribly handsome. After recovering from his initial surprise, the cultivator admitted with a wry smile that, yes, he knew this very well, although it was difficult to say how seriously he said it. The blonde, in any case, regarded this as an absolutely sincere answer, and therefore immediately released the bodyguard and awkwardly muttered that he, of all people, had no lack of modesty. On the other hand, Lee admitted that she had no idea what a treasure trove of talent her old friend was. It turns out he could do so many things, but he kept quiet. A little further away, Xiao sighed enviously, leaving the field with the help of one of his henchmen, that it was he alone, who should have become the hero of the game and received admiration from his peers and beautiful women. But once again, the main character messed up all his plans, and so the young schemer once again promised himself that he would not calm down until the cultivator died and stopped poisoning his life with his existence. But he didn't even think about any university enemies anymore, because he received a notification on his phone from the most dear and beloved person, his little sister. She had some business with her older sibling, so she suggested that they meet tomorrow afternoon at a shopping mall called Ida. And the young man, of course, could not refuse. After this, the action immediately moved to the next day, showing a huge and magnificent building, similar to a modern palace, made of glass and concrete. The schoolgirl was already there and was almost jumping with delight, waving her hand at the same time to attract the attention of her relative. He casually stroked her head, and at the same time, in an emphatically stern voice, said that he did not understand one small moment in this whole situation. For a moment, their eyes met, as if brother and sister were about to reveal terrible secrets to each other. Only the dramatic music in the background was missing. But this entire effect was destroyed when the cultivator fell to his knees, placed his palms on his chest, and cooed in a disgustingly cooing voice that Shin had started all this because she missed her older brother. The brunette answered laconically that no, and then turned away and sighed very heavily, as if these strange fetishes and complexes of her older relative had been tiring her for a long time. The reason turned out to be incredibly prosaic. She was simply going to, as usual, buy as many things as possible so that later she wouldn't have to run around the shop so often, and she needed help to deliver everything home. The main character tried to tell his relative that he didn't need new clothes. The old ones were enough, but she didn't even turn around, as if she had been replaced by a mannequin. This made Elder Mu quite worried, as he began to worry about having to wander through the rows of boutiques selling men's suits and other things. Yes, that's exactly how it turned out. The brunette even said that he had disgusting taste in clothes, and without her help he wouldn't even be able to find a wife for himself in the future. 10 minutes passed, and now Lee, with an emphatically calm expression on his face, was forced to stand in front of the mirror in a blue business suit and a bright red tie. Throwing his head back dramatically, the cultivator replied just as bluntly that the clothes were complete crap, usually bought by rich kids from glossy magazines, and he wouldn't wear anything like that. But this didn't bother his little sister one bit, because she had already brought additional models, and her eyes were shining with a frankly maniacal gleam. After some time, he ran up to the counter with the saleswoman and in a pleading tone asked her to immediately wrap up one of the suits for him, but only to end this torment. Looking away from himself and breaking the fourth wall, the brunette whispered that with women in the store you have to be tough and fast. Otherwise, before you can blink, you'll turn into a mule loaded with a mountain of all sorts of crap. Luckily for him, this strategy worked quite well. Xian was satisfied that her brother had chosen clothes, even if they were a bit sloppy. And now they were both walking down the street. Unlike her relative, the girl walked with a very springy and dancing gait, almost humming a cheerful song under her breath, and then disappeared around the corner. The protagonist looked in after him with a face gray with horror, fully understanding what exactly he would see, and it was more terrifying than a fight with an entire army of opponents. Yes, it was another store, only this time for women's accessories, and the younger Mu, not paying attention to the elder's condition, asked him to come in. Feeling his hands begin to shake madly and sticky sweat run down his spine, the boy asked if his sister really wanted him to be there while she tried on clothes. The brunette gave the pervert a contemptuous look for a moment and said outright that he was nothing more than a living bag. It was just that the operation would take a long time, and there were no benches outside. With a very awkward and false smile, the protagonist replied that he wouldn't go in anyway. So let Jian deal with everything herself, like a grown-up girl. And he kept his word, putting the bags on the ground and standing against the wall as dozens of people of all genders and ages passed by, hurrying about their business. It was unknown how long it took the girl to finally finish, but she eventually left the store beaming and suggested going home. A normal person would have simply taken the bag and left. But the cultivator, as Jockey had correctly noted, suffered from some unhealthy inclinations, and so he peeked into the bag. He didn't know that Hong Ni Liu, the seventh greatest martial artist in China, who the hero had humiliated at Shen's reception, was watching them from a safe distance, and now this guy was looking at Xian with a predatory gaze. While the siblings were walking home, the young man, perhaps for the 10th time, asked his relative if she was sure she was not going to buy anything else. She replied that no, but the soul of the time traveler was still uneasy, as if he had a feeling similar to a radar, showing dangerous things, and now it was beeping and flashing a red light. The cultivator eventually stopped, carefully placed the shopping bags on the ground, and began to walk away, warning his younger sister to wait here for him. Young Wuzong immediately realized that his presence had been discovered, but interestingly, he did not show even a shadow of fear, but on the contrary, seemed pleased with this development. He looked at the newcomer with a challenge, and boldly asked if the venerable master was going to teach him a lesson now, as if daring him to hit himself. Unfortunately for him, Mu Li basically lost the desire to joke when someone cast interested glances at Xian, so he simply warned the guy that he would kill him if that happened again. Lao blinked in surprise, but then scowled and asked defiantly if the protagonist had gone completely nuts because he had the most powerful and respected warrior clan in all of China behind him. The main character had heard this song so often that he had long since lost count of the number of times it had happened, so he simply put his hand on the pervert's shoulder and, with a smile, suggested that he do something. At the same time, the protagonist used his aura to scare Hong Ni, and when he froze after seeing all that pink flame, the brunette calmly turned around and walked away. And the master in the green shirt stood for a long time with a sweaty face and open mouth, trying to comprehend what exactly he had just seen. When the protagonist returned to his sister, she worriedly asked what had happened and where he had gone for such a long time. The cultivator, with the most gentle and sugary smile possible, replied that everything was in perfect order, so they could calmly return home and not think about anything bad. And somewhere far behind, Hong Liu began to literally beat in a monstrous fit, as if he was suffering from epilepsy in its most severe manifestation. Then the young man very slowly sank to the ground, clutching his heart with his hand, and realizing that back then, at Shen's banquet, when the time traveler had easily beaten him, he had only demonstrated an insignificant percentage of his true strength. And while this pervert was trying to cope with a crisis of self-esteem, unable to accept the fact that such strong people exist, the world continued to live as if nothing had changed. The siblings were already very far away when the young man suddenly stopped the girl and then handed her some small object, strictly ordering her to always keep it with her. One might have thought that inside there would be another jade amulet, similar to those that Li Yao and Sujaki had. But what was inside was a tiny but very expensive stone. Xian blushed deeply, as if she had suddenly been asked to marry someone, muttered awkward thanks, and then hurriedly disappeared into the car. At the same time as the green taxi began to disappear from sight, the screech of another black vehicle was heard. The protagonist slowly turned his gaze when he suddenly heard himself being respectfully called Mr. Wu Ji, the same pen name he used to publish the book. Inside was Shishan, the local head of the warrior fraternity, and he had actually been trying to find the protagonist for a very long time, judging by his comments. The brunette asked sharply what was the matter, since he knew very well that this old man would not bother him just to chat about some trivial things. That was it. They had a very serious problem and there was not a second to lose, so Mu Li had to listen to all the details on the road. The situation was very tense, and the absolutely peaceful evening sky across which leaves were gracefully flying served as an even sharper contrast. They were heading to the suburbs because the military alliance had finally discovered the main base of Hehuan, one of the most dangerous criminal gangs in all of China. The gang members were as desperate as rabid dogs, but as cunning as coyotes. So the warriors needed help from every pair of hands they could get their hands on. Bai then introduced the young man with a short mustache sitting in the front seat. His name was Zhuang Yan, and he was acting as the commander of this operation. They greeted each other, and the main character apparently began to like this man, at least because he did not try to pretend that he was cooler than him. Then this man, like dozens of characters before him, began to pour oil on the protagonist, telling him how exceptional he was, how wonderful, how perfect. And the main character really liked this because he did not deceive himself that he was on the same level as those around him, and any attempts to act more modest were just coquetry. The car, meanwhile, continued its journey through the night darkness, and now it moved completely silently so as not to attract anyone's attention. A few minutes later, it stopped in the middle of a rural area full of ancient, dilapidated houses and overgrown vegetation, and the characters left the car. The cultivator couldn't help but admit that the bandits had found the perfect hiding place, both close and far from civilization, and yet so well hidden that it could take years to find their tracks. Here the thickets of grass parted, revealing numerous dark silhouettes, but one of them, the closest to Mu Li, suddenly turned out to be the ever-memorable Liu Qilin. Scratching his head, the former Special Forces soldier explained that he had volunteered for the operation because he might have been a troublemaker. But Hehuan's crimes were beyond any reasonable doubt. As an experienced soldier, he and his men sat in ambush for several days, carefully assessing the situation until they were convinced that this was not a secondary warehouse, but one of the group's centers of activity, and that they had prisoners. After this, Bai politely asked if it was possible to remove the outer guards very quietly and unnoticed so that no one could raise the alarm and harm the hostages. Junior Liu shook his head, because only in Hollywood movies do weapons with silencers fire absolutely silently, but in reality they still remain loud. Of course, they didn't need to use any puny guns or rifles because they had a time traveler on their side, and he had already picked up a few leaves. Meanwhile, all the other people had already taken up suitable positions, without moving a single muscle and patiently waiting for the command to give the signal to begin the attack. The main character also hid in the bushes, surveying the surroundings like an eagle trying to choose the most vulnerable and juicy individual from a group of field mice. Having seen everything he needed, the brunette pulled back slightly and stood up, simultaneously stretching his hand back and taking control of the leaves engulfed in supernatural energy. He decided to use the same technique he used during the attack on the criminals with maple tattoos on their hands, to exterminate all the enemies with supernaturally sharpened plants. This strategy worked better than any sniper rifle could have, as Mu's rounds pierced the skulls of the bandit sentries like knives through butter. Qilin had already tried to fight the protagonist and learned firsthand how powerful he was. But looking at this, he simply couldn't contain his shock. It's no joke, considering that the main character not only finished off all the bandits outside the houses quietly, but also did it in such a way that there was not a trace of the smell of blood in the air. The realization of how vast the difference was between himself and the man the soldier thought was Wu Zong's warrior made Liu break out in a cold sweat. But he quickly had no time for that, for it was time to attack. The masters rushed forward in a single impulse, and the big guy managed to warn his comrades that the hostages were being held in the most remote house, while the rest were occupied by thugs. The time traveler, as the strongest and fastest, was entrusted with the most difficult task, namely the release of the prisoners, while everyone else would be busy killing the bandits. The young man didn't argue, and a moment later he abruptly changed direction, becoming like a ball of mercury running away from his own comrades. However, it was not for nothing that the Heihufan were considered one of the most formidable and elusive gangs in the Celestial Empire. They were already preparing to greet the guests with clenched fists. The oldest of the criminals was sincerely outraged that some pathetic masters dared to interfere in his affairs, and he considered death to be the only punishment for such an insult. And so the battle began. The martial artists and spiritual power users moving at lightning speed, raining down scorching flashes of light and flames on each other. Junior Liu fought with all his might, huge and strong as a bear. He strangled and bludgeoned his enemies, defeating each one with the first blow. Meanwhile, one of the thugs pulled a switchblade knife from his bosom and bloodthirstily ordered his victim to die. But Li had already moved into the hut. The gangster noticed the teenager and tried to cut him into pieces, but Mu easily avoided all the blows. It would have been like trying to stab a stream of water. Once again, while moving his neck out of harm's way, the protagonist noted that the blade was actually coated in poison, making even the slightest scratch fatal. Meanwhile, a loud, furious scream was heard nearby. This was Qi Lin finally seeing what exactly He Hufan was hiding, and his face turned so red that it could be mistaken for a tomato. In fact, his reaction was very easy to understand, because in the last hut the bandits were holding half-naked women, and they were already so broken by fear and pain that they could only beg not to beat them. The main character, who was gradually moving away in an attempt to take the villain with a knife away from innocent people, also saw this disgusting picture. And after that, without saying a single word, he grabbed the psychopath by the arm and broke it in several places at once, causing the criminal to scream, tearing his vocal cords. After this, the young man caught the wedge released by the old master in flight and in a matter of seconds cut his opponent's throat, without any words, bragging, or pathetic gestures. It took some time before the clearing of He Hufan's lair was completely completed, after which one of the commanders explained that the women were safe and his man was already on his way to get the police. But there was some problem that the man painfully did not want to talk about, and his speech turned into an inarticulate mumbling before the cultivator sternly demanded that he tell everything as it was. Then Shishan admitted that they had almost caught the gang leader, but that bastard still managed to escape, and even seriously wounded their field commander. This caused something to click in the young man's head, after which he demanded in a very angry voice that the old man immediately take him to the right place. A little further away, a very hot battle was going on between one of the masters and a crime lord, and the latter, however, fought no worse than any famous warrior. The participants of the operation grouped around the duelists at a respectful distance, and the younger Liu spat contemptuously, saying that he would intervene because such bastards must be punished at any cost. Before anyone could stop him, Qi Lin rushed forward like a humanoid cannonball, ready to crush the top bandit's skull with one blow. But when the distance was reduced to a measly few meters, the leader of He Hufan turned around, showing his bristly face, distorted with irritation and anger. Everything happened very slowly, as if in slow motion. And this gave the antagonist enough time to gather his strength, and then let out an incredibly powerful scream. The space shook as if an incredibly loud thunder had rumbled right above this place, and then a column of flame shot up around the crime lord. Liu jumped aside at the last moment, looking at the ongoing metamorphosis no longer with rage, but with fear. For the enemy turned out to be much worse than any of them had foreseen. As for Zhuang Yan, who had been trying to detain the boss all this time, the poor guy was thrown many meters away by the blast wave, like a ragdoll. Even Xin, one of the greatest martial artists in the area, was visibly sweating, realizing that their opponent held truly enormous power. Qi Lin, wiping away the blood that came out of his nose and mouth, Evil muttered that his own strength here was also not enough. Otherwise, he would have long ago cut the throat of this bastard. And then the main character finally stepped forward, enveloped in a purple-pink aura of power, and he laconically suggested that his new comrade take a break. Bai tried to warn the main character in fear that the crime boss's aura was not only strong but also poisonous. But the protagonist didn't care at all. For others, this opponent may have been a terrible monster, but from his point of view, it was just another insect that thought too much of itself. After finishing speaking, the young man moved from his old position straight to the He Hufan leader in the blink of an eye. No one even had time to notice when he made the move. But before striking, he, of course, could not resist giving highly moral instructions, telling his next enemy what a bastard he was, how blinded by greed he was, and how he ruined other people's lives. The man blinked in amazement, not understanding what kind of strange puppy this was, and why the hell he was even here. The cultivator had already raised his palm up and was ready to kill the boss with one blow. A split second, one short gesture, and just one cry, and the criminal's body was pierced through and through by a destructive stream of shining energy. But the man was still alive after that. desperately pressing his hands to his passionate wound. He muttered that he now recognized in the newcomer that same new master in the capital, but he could not understand how he ended up here. However, the brunette was not going to talk trash about a man who kidnapped women and turned them into cattle. So he harshly demanded to know where the gang's main headquarters was. Looking at his tormentor with unspeakable hatred, the crime lord muttered that he had no way of responding to that. And anyway, storming their main lair was useless. The masters were still late, because the supreme leader of this crime syndicate and his disciples had already made some kind of breakthrough that would lead to the emergence of 2 new Wuzun warriors. And then the Brotherhood would be finished. The protagonist was not impressed by this speech. He only noted that there was no other way out. He would have to cleanse the world of such garbage with his own hands. The blood vessels in the thug's eyes nearly burst from rage and fear. He couldn't believe that some kid, even 1,000 times talented, would dare to do this to him. Unfortunately for him, that's exactly what the time traveler did, piercing the bandit's already holy body with an open palm, finally knocking the life force out of him. The now dead criminal fell very slowly to the ground, and the main character looked at it with such disdain, as if he had just crushed a disgusting tick full of blood. The recovered Zhuan Yan could not find a better moment than to approach the protagonist and mutter that they had really messed up. Instead of the head of the school, they had shot only one fat fish. But for the main character, the impending problem was not a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions, but a minor nuisance, and he graciously allowed them to call him for help next time. Regardless, they had successfully destroyed the largest branch of the Heihufen crime syndicate, and the grateful old man was willing to give the teenager a ride back to the city in his car. The main character, of course, did not refuse, after which the action moved to the central city hospital, where someone was very angrily pounding his fists on the table. It was Zhu Xiaodong, the cultivator's newfound nemesis from his university days, and now he could only shout Mu Li's name with hatred. The brown-haired man had a broken leg, and he listened with a very sour face to one of his henchmen, who was sharing the news that the popularity of the time traveler was only growing. However, he completely agreed with his patron in the sense that the protagonist was simply a vile pig who had set up a truly noble man, and was now called on this. Shaking his head desperately, the youth asked his assistant to come up with a plan to disgrace the main character, but the latter could only reply that it would be very difficult due to Mu's innate decency. On the other hand, his authority has now risen to the skies, but the consequences will be even worse if the cultivator somehow gets involved in some dirty scandal. Xiao forced a wry smile as he realized that his partner already had a very interesting idea to implement. The fair-haired boy began to explain his plan of action, but then he came to his senses and moved closer so that his mouth was right in front of Dun's ear. When he finished explaining, Junior Shu smiled so widely and sinisterly that all he needed to fully resemble the stereotypical villain was a thin, curled mustache. Looking promisingly at his plastered leg, the antagonist quickly said that Mu Li had trampled on his bright name enough. It was time to pay with bitter tears. After this action, he returns to the university, which lived its normal life, without a hint of what shocks awaited him further. Jackie, walking down the corridor, listened with an indifferent face to the enthusiastic gossip of random girls discussing some incredible feat. They chattered excitedly that this was beyond all bounds, that it was simply beyond all possibility. And just think, he seemed such a decent young man. The longer they chatted, the more the blonde frowned, until she eventually got the better of one of the students, after which she literally pinned her against the wall. The girls looked at her with shock and hidden horror, because who could have expected that this person, who looked like some kind of gothic doll, was capable of such a thing? But this time, she was so angry that she didn't want to play anymore. So she asked him directly in a very angry and cold voice if all of the above applied to her bodyguard. After this, the main character was shown looking at someone in front of him with an incredibly predatory and half-mad grin. And while with one hand he casually got rid of his signature red tie and some of the buttons, with the other he held some woman in place. Then the unfortunate, blushing victim was thrown to the side of the bed with such carelessness and force, as if she were only a doll and not a person of flesh and bone. Feeling all the blood in her body rush to her face, the unfortunate girl begged the offender not to come closer, to leave her alone, but in vain. Laughing and grunting, like an animal maddened by passion, the brunette graciously allowed the student to scream as much as she wanted. No one would hear her anyway, and no one would help. All of this was filmed on the tablet that Chi was currently viewing, and she was simply offended in the best of ways. Li had never looked at her, the most beautiful woman in the world, and he certainly did at this girl. However, she was able to quickly pull herself together, after which she dialed the main character's phone and told him that someone was slandering him. The protagonist calmly replied that he already knew everything, and considering that he was surrounded by a dozen guys in white clothes, the circumstances were not going well. The students surrounded their former hero like an angry pack of wolves, asking how he had the decency to show his face to them after that. One particularly excitable young man even called the cultivator a dressed-up brute, and asked why bastards like him hadn't died in their beds long ago. This cry was taken up by everyone in the area, one after another. The students waved their fists and shouted furiously that the brunette had no right to be here, and that he should better get out of here in good health. Another man, almost foaming at the mouth with rage, muttered that the time traveler simply had no conscience, and that such freaks should be shot. But the other young man watched this with the widest and most predatory grin imaginable. The expulsion that was taking place was the sweetest pleasure in the world for him. Naturally, it was Xiao Tong, and he gave his henchmen the signal that it was now time for them, as noble heroes, to come out and take part in the action. The brown-haired man wasn't just going to rub a few insults in the protagonist's face. He wanted to make every effort to make Mu understand that he was an animal, walking trash, while Shu was simply a god in comparison. All this time, Li Yao was next to her old friend, and she could only look at the angry crowd in horror, hugging the boy by the shoulders. Then another cry was heard, and the second flock of students asked the first to move aside, because they already had baskets full of sour lemons ready. The fair-haired girl looked at this with a dull expression on her face, because all this, the further it went, the more it resembled some kind of disgusting nightmare. The main character was already being hit with disgusting, greenish-yellow fruits when his former classmate tried to push him aside to save him from shame. But instead of saving himself and leaving the woman exposed, the young man hugged her tightly to himself and then tensed his legs properly before jumping. But even a powerful cultivator like him had nowhere to run. They were surrounded by an entire army of angry people, and more lemons, bananas, tomatoes, and pieces of garbage were flying from all sides. Yao continued to look at this with fear and an open mouth, still having difficulty realizing that this was reality and not a cruel joke. But Li chuckled, closed his eyes, and emitted a purple flame. When he opened his eyes, the whole world seemed to stop, like a tape or disc recording paused, and then the time traveler silently ordered the things to fly back. And all that rotten food, eggs, wads of foil paper, and even bricks flew back into the once angry, now frightened crowd. While people were screaming and cursing because of the pain and humiliation, Xiao finally entered the yard and pointed an accusing gesture at the brunette, as if to say, "How dare he show his pig snout here again?" Poor Dun supposedly considered him a worthy young man, an excellent athlete, and simply the pride of the university. But he turned out to be a real wolf in sheep's clothing, and now it's disgusting to even breathe next to him. In short, he is simply the last scum, the worst possible representative of humanity, and let him get the hell out of here. Mu Li didn't say anything at first, silently glaring at the schemer. But in the end, he slowly and coldly said that it was all him. The antagonist immediately understood what was being talked about, and he didn't even think of pretending any further. He simply smugly said that he could finally drop the main character's reputation into shit just by moving his hand. After all, he was Shu Xiaodong, with the greatest power possible behind him, so let the cultivator quickly disappear from sight, crying and smearing snot across his face and begging for forgiveness. For several long moments, the main character stared at this scoundrel, calculating how best to take revenge on him. But the young man suddenly felt something else. Something bad had happened to his younger sister. The previously gifted jade pendant now gave a signal of danger, and the fair-haired teenager, unaware of this, continued to mock the newcomer, offering to beat him up. And then he threw his head back and laughed loudly and heartily, as if this was the funniest, most original and sparkling joke of all possible. He didn't have time to finish laughing because Mu meekly replied that he would do as he pleased, and then hit him in the stomach with such force that he could break a thick tree in half. The damage was so severe that even Shu's internal organs were damaged, judging by the blood stain that spread across the back of his clothes. And Yu, the young man, in incredible pain, bulged his azure eyes, and his bodily fluids erupted from his mouth in an almost continuous stream. It all ended with Xiao falling very slowly to the ground, accompanied by the frightened cries of his classmates, who were trying to provide him with at least some help. It is possible that after this, the completely enraged crowd would have tried to tear the main character to pieces with their bare hands. But he was no longer there. He was rushing at the speed of sound to his sister. Then he sped up even more, so that he turned the sauces into an indistinguishable figure from the outside, because he made an oath that he would never again allow the disasters from his previous life to happen again. Then Li, enveloped in a pink glow, accelerated so much that the rest of the world seemed motionless against him, all in order to protect his little sister. If there had been a person standing nearby at that moment, this poor fellow would have probably gone deaf. Such a strong, thunderous sound did the protagonist make when he put all his energy into his legs. Meanwhile, in some city alley, a brunette pressed herself against the wall in horror, looking at some big guys who were not allowed to approach her by a jade glow. As it turned out, there was a whole pack of attackers. They were similar, like clones, thugs with shaved heads and in gray jackets with hoods. And they were trying with all their might to break through the magical barrier and get to the victim. Their leader, having finally lost his patience, swung his heavy fist, and Xian closed her eyes in despair, mentally preparing herself for monstrous pain. But it was at this moment that a miracle happened. The main character finally reached his relative, and to say that he was angry is like saying that the ocean is cold. There was a thick stone wall between him and the gang of villains, but the cultivator, without even wasting time on unnecessary thoughts, began to break the obstacle with just his fists. The criminals flinched and turned around when they heard a terrible roar and saw several huge stones flying out of the wall with great force. It was something surreal. In this world, everyone knew about the existence of superhumanly strong warriors, but this was still beyond the ordinary. The bald-headed scoundrels stared at the opening for several minutes, breathing heavily, before they could make out a silhouette through the cloud of dust. Unfortunately for them, the protagonist was in no mood to talk because those bastards had committed the most heinous crime of all, attacking his little sister. He might have spared those who attacked him or any of his newfound allies, but the only punishment for attempting to assassinate Jian was a painful death. After that, the cultivator began to throw the thugs in all directions like ragdolls, without even getting his hands dirty, but using telekinesis for this good purpose. There was no smug boasting, detachment, or any of the usual expressions on Elder Mu's face, only pure, unclouded fury like a bull looking at red. And by the time he finished, all the criminals were lying lifeless, even if they were not yet dead. They were in a state that was not much different from death. Looking at one of these skinheads, the young man slowly approached, knelt down on one knee in front of the unconscious man, and carefully checked his pulse. Then his hand moved a little higher, and in his fingers was a tiny transmitter, also a microphone. And from the other end of the gadget, someone was screaming furiously, asking if they had managed to catch the girl. The protagonist immediately recognized this voice, so he quietly promised that he would kill Hongni Liu, and the latter replied a little nervously that he would be happy to hand over the young man if he tried to do so, not wanting to talk about anything more with such a scumbag. The time traveler mercilessly shattered the device into tiny, useless pieces. Only after there was no longer anyone hostile in the area did the magical barrier dissipate, allowing the siblings to look each other straight in the eye. Stroking the girl on the head, as if she were a cat or a child, the protagonist said in the softest voice possible that there was nothing to be afraid of, that her older brother would just come running and help. And then he, in a much colder and more merciless voice, added that no freak would ever lay a finger on her again, and he could safely give his hand to be cut off. The girl slowly muttered that she believed him, but judging by the way Xian couldn't take her eyes off the Elder Mu and how much sweat was on her face, she was now more afraid of him than the skinheads. Then, as if nothing had happened, the action moved to the vicinity of the university, where the time traveler had recently become considered persona non grata. The young man walked calmly along the road, his face gloomy as he thought that he had just walked his little sister to school, and now it was time to scare someone to death, namely, the supreme leader of all of Heiwan and the scumbag who tried to steal Xian, Hongni Liu, known to the masses as a respectable martial artist. But before getting down to business, the boy took out his mobile phone and spent a whole minute looking at the image of his younger relative, who today was closer to death than ever before. Finally, he finished, activated the device, and called the representative of the Warrior Brotherhood, briefly informing him that he needed fighters here immediately. Moreover, he needed the best people available because at stake was an incredibly important matter, namely, the final destruction of the criminal syndicate. After that, the focus shifted to the rich mansion belonging to the Liu clan, sparkling in the rays of the setting sun. His master, sitting side by side with Mr. Su Wen, discussed the recent incident at the university, namely how Xu Xiaodong tried to disgrace the protagonist by making him out to be a rapist. The businessman, of course, was incredibly angry that some worm had dared to slander their dear patron, and he believed that this deserved the most severe punishment. The black-haired elder didn't have time to add anything, because a servant entered the room and, with the utmost politeness, informed the gentleman that the elder of the Shu clan had finally arrived. The man in question soon entered the living room as well. and then folded his hands in a formal bow, greeting the famous master Wu Jin. However, he was very surprised to see Wen nearby, but he himself assumed that the Su clan also wanted to establish ties with his family. Without even trying to hide the poisonous contempt oozing from every pore, Liu Xing coldly asked what Patriarch Xu was doing in his residence. The man immediately realized that the elderly brunette was demonstrating his warrior aura, and his mouth dropped open in shock, not understanding when he or any of his relatives had managed to quarrel with the local aristocrats. Bending down even lower, Xiaodong's eldest relative explained that he had no idea what his family had done wrong to cause them to react with such hostility to his presence. The bespectacled old man didn't let him finish. Angrily clenching his fist, Father Jiaqi croaked that he would do everything possible to ruin Xu, even if his own business went under. This was not empty bravado or a strange joke. Wen's gaze was colder than the Arctic ice, and his voice seemed to emit the clanking of steel shields and iron blades. The third elder blinked in confusion, mentally acknowledging that the Sus could indeed carry out this threat. But on the other hand, they were just businessmen. Didn't they have anything to lose by picking a fight with his clan? And then Liu also made his contribution, declaring that the financial side of the issue was not so important, and that what was more relevant was trying to foresee the consequences of Xu's disappearance from the political arena. With difficulty pushing his true emotions as deep as possible, Xiaodong's ancestor asked in an exaggeratedly friendly tone to explain what all the fuss was about, so that he would at least know why he was being punished. With his glasses flashing like the optics of a sniper rifle, Wen explained how a group of people created a compromising but fake video to tarnish the reputation of a certain young man, and they succeeded. When the accused asked his name and received Wu Ji in response, he almost fell dead on the spot, because this was the same mysterious young master that all of China now spoke of with reverence. This in itself was disgusting news. But then Senior Xu rushed to put the final nail in the coffin by mercilessly throwing in that the instigator of everything was Senior Xu's son. The action then returned to the Central City Hospital, where Xiao had recently been recovering from his injured limb. The brown-haired man, as one might expect, was here again, only now he was literally wrapped in bandages from shoulders to feet, and could only hysterically shout curses at the elder Mu. His henchman, scratching his head in horror and sweating profusely, tried to convince his patron not to go into hysterics. They had disgraced their enemies so badly that he would never be able to wash it off, not to mention how the brunette had behaved. Before he could finish saying that they could always blame the cultivator for trying to kill everyone present, the door to the chamber was blown off its hinges by a powerful kick. The blonde pressed himself against the window in horror, fully understanding what was about to begin. But Dunn, unable to move normally, shouted menacingly who was breaking in here and for what the hell. Then he took a closer look at the visitor, and with fear recognized in him his own father, who should not even have known where his wayward offspring was. Trying his best to act polite as usual, the brown-haired man assured his parent with a fake smile that everything would be fine, he just needed to rest a little. In response, the elder Xu slapped the younger one so hard that the latter's neck almost broke, and his cheek instantly turned red, as if boiling water had been poured on it. After recovering from the shock, the boy immediately began to whine, asking his father why he hit him at all, since he hadn't done anything wrong. Spraying saliva so much that it flew all over the ward, the man screamed that his thick-headed offspring had almost destroyed their entire family, and for that, he should not only be beaten, but kicked out of the house altogether. Continuing to squeal like a boar who had been shot in the ass by a hunter, the aristocrat demanded that his offspring immediately and humiliatingly beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, he would become a beggar and unknown. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it was at this point that the focus of the narrative shifted to a completely different place, namely, Su's mansion. Jiaqi, dancing with joy in her signature pink nightgown with ear flaps, announced that everything had been resolved safely, and Xiao had received exactly the punishment he deserved. The brunette thanked her dryly for her help, and the girl, putting her hands to her chest, solemnly swore that no one would ever dare to offend her bodyguard again. She then casually asked if the young man was really planning to launch an attack on Heihuan's main headquarters tomorrow, and the cultivator responded in the affirmative. There was no longer any talk of mercy or forgiveness, because these bastards dared to raise their hand not even against an ordinary innocent girl, but against his damn sister. The time traveler could have continued to puff angrily and gnash his teeth for a long time. But then a small army suddenly appeared before his eyes, ready to act at any moment. Having led them out into the street, the main character, for the sake of decency, asked if everyone here was ready for what might await them, and none of those gathered answered negatively. So, when it became clear that no one was going to chicken out, and everyone was ready to go into battle without a second thought, the protagonist gave the signal to begin, as if unleashing a pack of hounds. He also demanded that his newly acquired servants kill literally everyone they saw, because there could be no mercy for the scum who dared to offend his sister. The warriors moved like a squad of ants attacking an anthill, not a single unnecessary movement, not a single unnecessary sound, only concentration and purposefulness. When they broke into the Hong family's mansion, they were finally noticed and someone screamed in fear, but it was too late to run away or call for help. The men inside this house fell one after another, struck down by the blades of the masters, and, as the protagonist ordered, none of them were given the chance to save their lives. When all the floors throughout the house were littered with corpses and pools of blood, one of Mu's henchmen notified the cultivator that they were done here. There was no one else alive in the 5th Syndicate base. They had no idea that Heiwan had so many branches all over the country. But now that was becoming a thing of the past, and the mansion was slowly but surely turning into ashes, and just in time, the location of the criminal's next lair became known. It was located in some underground casino, so there were only a few hours left before its destruction. And in that very casino, a certain bearded, bony man was furious and shaking his fists, unable to believe that 5 gang divisions had been destroyed in just one day. He was so overcome with anger that, in order to give it some kind of outlet, the crime boss began to break things around him, throwing dishes and plant pots to the ground. Having caught his breath a little, the crime lord complained that the crisis was to blame for everything. If it weren't for him, no one would have even dared to breathe too loudly in his direction. Stroking his goatee, the man turned to the young man in front of him and asked him if the young man knew who might be responsible for this outrage. Hong lied that he had no idea, but his thoughts immediately returned to the main character, because if not him, then who? A little later, some people, still hiding in the bushes at a great distance from the tall white house, watched as a line of strangers in black cloaks entered it. One of the spies quickly guessed that the protagonist, also known as Wu Ji, was responsible for this debacle. Since rumors of his hatred for Heiwan had already spread throughout China, the casino patrons continued playing for some time, throwing cards, chips, and dice, until they suddenly saw all these thugs in black clothes and decided to run away while they still could. Hearing panicked screams and desperate cries, the bearded man frowned in confusion, wondering if some kind of catastrophe had happened down there or what. One of the security guards, menacingly shining with black mirrored glasses, stepped forward and demanded an answer from the uninvited guests as to who they were. Instead of wasting time on explanations, threats, or bragging, the protagonist silently hit the big guy on the head, instantly knocking him unconscious. He then punched the thug in the chest, simultaneously using his signature energy weapon, so that the unfortunate criminal was simply torn apart. Almost any normal person would have serious problems with the idea of killing other people, but not a cultivator. He didn't even see this rabble as people, only parasites. And since it is a short conversation with parasites, especially when they stupidly attack those who are dear to you, Mu Li only continued to attack everyone he saw with angry, piercing screams. This time he didn't try to hold back, and each of his blows subsequently left huge dents on the thick, reinforced concrete walls, as if explosions had thundered there. In just a matter of seconds, the entire lower half of the casino was cleared, leaving not a single living customer, employee, or security guard. But then someone clapped mockingly. This man muttered with mocking sympathy that here was such a talented and skilled young man, with such potential. But still he would have to be killed. It turned out to be the same skinny bearded man with whom Liu had spoken. And turning to him, the time traveler growled whether he was the secret leader of the criminal group. Their conversation was interrupted by Zhuang Yan, who remarked that he had seen photographs of the true leader of Heiwan, and that this skinny guy was definitely not him. The criminal replied with fervor that this old freak had been rotting in the ground for a long time, and now he held all the power in his hands. He, the great master who knew yin and yang, he, the owner of the power that others could only dream of. And now all he had to do was just a little bit to make a breakthrough, break his ceiling, and thus become the greatest warrior in Wuzong. Zhuang blinked in confusion because this sounded completely insane. It completely went against everything he had been taught in the past. The bearded man only laughed contemptuously, mocking the ignorance of his opponent. And then he smugly added that his student was also a very capable warrior and an aristocrat to boot. It was at this moment that Ni Liu stepped out from behind his shoulder, after which he admitted with false politeness that the protagonist was certainly a talented guy, but they would not get out of this trap alive. But the cultivators didn't care about all the pompous things that this young bastard could come up with. He dared to offend his sister, which meant he should just die. The crime lord laughed again, deciding that the protagonist was just a self-confident fool. And then, at his signal, heavily armed thugs crawled out from all corners. There was a whole army of criminals, so the masters quickly found themselves in a strong minority. And even the younger Hong decided to join the battle to check who exactly was destined to part with life today. The martial artists immediately gathered around the main character, asking what they should do next, since the balance of power was no longer as favorable as before. But unlike them, the young man didn't even blink an eye. He only ordered them to proceed in a cold voice, and not a single unnecessary word more. After this, the last most bloody and brutal battle between the Warrior Brotherhood and the remnants of the Heihuan gang began. But while the secondary characters fought somewhere in the distance, the main ones came together in a silent duel. Ni Lun, who had been smiling arrogantly before, confident that victory was in his pocket, now only looked around in confusion, like a child who didn't understand why an interesting movie had suddenly ended. As it turned out, in just a few seconds the masters managed to destroy absolutely all the criminals, and none of them were injured, or even broke a sweat. The boss's eyes were already visibly twitching and turning red, because he couldn't believe that all of his best men had lost to a relatively small group of enemies, even if they were high-class warriors. But then the bearded man suddenly calmed down and said that in that case, apparently, nothing could be done. He would have to show these puppies how old-school warriors fight. Then he jumped down and moved towards the attackers with such speed that Muli's henchmen didn't have time to do anything. Only a couple of young warriors could only scream in fear. Just one blow from the man in red, and several young martial artists, the pride and joy of their families and cities, fly into the air like broken dolls, while the rest look on in fear. However, they quickly came to their senses and decided to surround the Heihuan leader, because no matter how strong he was only one against many enemies. But the bearded man not only wasn't scared, but even smiled in anticipation, because things had finally taken a much funnier turn. Another open-palmed blow from him, and one of the young masters flies backwards limply, as if he had been kicked in the stomach by a huge and very angry horse. And not only he, several more people simultaneously flew apart like old leaves in all directions. And not even because they were hit by a blow, but simply because of the incredible and very strong aura of the crime boss. Even older people who had been cultivating their spiritual power for many decades could not cope with such a set and fell to their knees tiredly. These were the old men from the tea house who had already become familiar and decided to unite to help the protagonist. But they did not expect that their goal would be just one step away from achieving the title of Wu Zun. The antagonist triumphantly repeated that he only had a drop left to gain true power, for his spiritual strength was already unmatched. This was not empty boasting, and the rank-and-file soldiers understood that they had no chance of winning against such a monster. But fortunately, the protagonist decided to take matters into his own hands. Worried, Zwan, who thought that even the protagonist might have difficulties, suggested that instead of a frontal attack, they should attrition the criminal, and Mu did not refuse. The bearded man himself, in any case, repeated the mistake of many previous villains, considering Li simply an arrogant puppy, from whom not even a wet spot will remain now. Letting out another furious cry, the villain rushed forward, ready at any moment to break the main character's neck or rip his heart out of his chest. But the brunette not only wasn't afraid, but even noted with some sympathy that the enemy wouldn't be able to do anything to him, even though he was one small step away from Wuzong. At the same time, the teenager grabbed a stool that someone had thrown, grabbed it more comfortably like a baseball bat, and then also rushed forward with the speed of lightning. Naturally, with just one blow he was able to throw the man far back, without applying even a tiny fraction of his true power to it. The bearded man flew for several dozen meters before crashing into the white stone walls of the upper floor with a very loud roar, leaving behind clouds of dust. Zhuan was shocked because he saw that Chief Heihuan had covered his entire body with fighting energy, making him invulnerable even to bullets. And then he was beaten like that with just a stool. But one had to give the old man credit, because he really was remarkably strong, since he stood up after such a slap in a matter of seconds, and without showing even a drop of discomfort. He had always intended to kill anyone who dared to challenge his underground empire, but now, after such humiliation, he was going to tear the time traveler to pieces. He had already tensed his muscles, was already preparing to make a colossal leap forward and blow the lousy teenager's head off with one blow, when he suddenly felt something strange. The brunette watched this without a shadow of emotion on his face. It seemed like he didn't even blink while this long moment lasted. However, then the obsession that had enveloped the old criminal's consciousness finally disappeared, and he threw his skinny body high into the air. At the same time, the cultivator jumped forward, not liking the fact that the enemy, the bastard, dared not to die from the first blow. It was like two forest fires colliding, with one side engulfed in a blood-red glow and the other side blazing with purple-pink flames. The enemies flew towards each other like living cannonballs, and the boss was ready for any tricks of the strange boy. But, as it turned out, even he had his limits. He got hit on the head with a chair again, without any pathetic cries, without the opportunity to read a new villainous speech. He was simply swatted like a disgusting insect. The blow was strong enough not only to knock the boss out of his flight path and cause him to fall, but also to completely dispel his red aura and raise another cloud of dust. When they both reached the surface of the earth, they created a rather large explosion, which made the eyes of everyone who was nearby hurt. The bandit was still alive, but he was beaten to death in every sense of the word. However, he writhed under Mu's feet, hissed and swore angrily. How dare this puppy treat him like that, as if he were some kind of joke? The bearded man wheezed that if he just strained a little, he would stand up and tear this young brat into tens of thousands of pieces, to which Lee responded with another blow from the stool. The blow was strong enough that blood and broken teeth flowed from the unfortunate villain's mouth in equal measure. Stars swam before the man's eyes, but he still continued to curse his opponent with all his might, while the cultivator, meanwhile, again brought in the stool. Before he was hit again, the leader of Heihufan turned to his disciple and asked in an enraged voice if this worm was finally going to help the teacher in need. Hong, who had been sitting at a safe distance throughout the fight, now grimaced contemptuously and warned that he would kill the criminal himself if he said something like that again. For some reason, the time traveler decided to let his victim go, and the bearded man, struggling to his feet, hastened to remind the teenager that he was his teacher, and Ni Liu was his student. The young man only shrugged his shoulders in response and explained that he had already learned the gang's cigarette fighting techniques, but otherwise they were completely useless to him, so their fate was of no concern to him. Unable to believe such treachery on the part of one of his closest assistants, the man angrily croaked that he was disowning such an ungrateful student. Unfortunately for him, the beautiful theatrical gesture did not work out, because the brown-haired man, without a drop of doubt, hit him in the nose with his hand so hard that he almost broke the boss's neck. As Hong had said earlier, he had no sincere respect for his, so to speak, comrades, and now he saw no point in hiding it. But then his time came to answer, and one of the masters answered with sincere contempt that this young man could have gotten everything he wanted from life. He had money, an influential family, power, and how, in the end, Liu disposed of all those resources that most people could only dream of, linked his fate with bandits and forever disgraced the family name of his family. But shaming this guy was about as useless as trying to put out a fire with gasoline, and he was only concerned with improving his own spiritual strength, and who taught him this was of secondary importance. He was already one of the strongest warriors in China, ranking 7th in the Wu Wuzun rankings, but only 7th, with 6 more people sitting above him. And Hong was, of course, terribly irritated by this, and he was especially envious of Huang Fu Yun, the current holder of first place. But now, those dark days were a thing of the past. Now Liu had learned so many things that any other martial artist would now look like a blind cripple compared to him. And now he sincerely believed that he was capable of defeating anyone. If that same Yun were in front of him now, Hong would have devoured him without salt or pepper. One of the masters who fought the criminals could not believe that someone, for such a petty, selfish motive, could not only destroy his own soul, but also ruin the lives of innocent girls. But using such an argument was also useless. Liu was so callous to those around him that he simply stated that he had shown those women a great favor. As for the main character, or rather, his little sister and the blonde he constantly hangs out with, Hong considered them to be top-notch goods, so he would take special care of them later. The main character didn't say anything to this and didn't even move a finger, but only because the anger that had taken hold of him was so strong that it paralyzed his body. However, the villain felt the atmosphere in the room turn cold, but in response, he only released his fighting aura and boastfully declared that he was not the same as the defeated bearded man. Seeing his strength, Zhang was afraid, because Liu was at least no weaker than his former mentor, and at most even more powerful. But the protagonist didn't give a damn about any ranks or arguments. His soul was completely taken over by a burning hatred, which was embodied in the form of a huge lump of pink flame. Looking at this, the brown-haired man only spat contemptuously, and then added that here he was standing right in front of Mu, and what the latter would do with this. how he would hit him, how he would take revenge. The main character still didn't say anything and didn't even change his face. He just swung his arms really coolly after these words. The green-eyed scoundrel looked at him without any fear, as if he were a bored spectator waiting for something really fun to finally start at the circus. But this smug grimace immediately disappeared from his face when the latter collided with the stool, which the young man had been clutching in his hands all this time. It happened as if in slow motion. First, the antagonist's face showed shock, then his eyes bulged out of their sockets, and then his entire head was thrown back. Another second, and without any hint of pathos, he flies into the wall with absurd screams, leaving behind potholes and huge clouds of dust. No, Hong did not die after this, but he was sincerely outraged that some pathetic worm, an insignificant two-legged animal, actually dared to raise a hand against him. This villain was so arrogant and proud that he sincerely could not believe that someone would even want to hit him. But he did not have time to think of anything else. The protagonist was not going to give this bastard even the tiniest chance to get up and escape, so he began to beat him mercilessly, without stopping. He kept hitting and hitting, his expression not changing at all, and only his wide-open pink eyes revealed how much fury and hatred were burning in the cultivator's soul. At one point, the time traveler even hit his opponent so hard that the latter flew into the air again and hit the wall, again breaking off a huge piece of stone from it. Juan, watching this execution, could not understand this thing more than anything else, namely, how this damn stool had not yet cracked. After all, it had beaten 2 Wuzuns in a row. However, Liu's boasting was not entirely empty, because he was still alive and even relatively healthy, although his pride had clearly suffered much more than his body. But the main character still didn't show even a shadow of emotion. He seemed like nothing more than a robot programmed to destroy others. Roaring the nickname of his tormentor with hatred, the brown-haired man gathered his strength and then flew forward like an azure comet, hoping to wipe Mu into dust. The protagonist responded by raising his stool again, and this time his face finally distorted, becoming a mask of disgusted contempt and even more blazing hatred. Naturally, he hit it again and easily sent Hun flying along an unplanned trajectory, and even the author's text noted what a terrible weapon the short chair is today. The blow was again strong enough that Liu's body left a bright and shining light in the air, like a falling star, and then he crashed into the wall again, causing the dust to rise up in a huge ball and sending large chunks of building material crashing to the ground. With each blow, new streams of blood burst from his mouth, and with them, his former arrogance left his mind. Now the young man could only silently scream that this was impossible. The other masters never tried to intervene in this fight. It was simply not necessary. So they watched in silent awe as the main character carried out his reprisal. Juan was the most shocked of all, and he was the only one who didn't shut up, but instead kept repeating every second how strong and powerful the protagonist was. It was no joke if he wiped the floor with 2 great warriors, one of whom was Wu Zun, and the other could easily become him, without even using real martial weapons. The beating of Hong continued for God knows how long before he was thrown back against the wall once again. And now there was nothing on the villain's face except pain and fear. The protagonist slowly approached him, raising his palm upward, like a statue of an angry Buddha, ready to bring down all the punishment of heaven on the pathetic demon. But Yan suddenly protested, reminding him that no matter what a bastard Liu was, he was still a descendant of one of the oldest and richest families in China. And the brown-haired man, having come to his senses a little, began to humiliatingly whine that this was simply unfair. His spiritual strength was still unstable. Otherwise, he would have destroyed this wretched Muli with just one sneeze. Seeing such hysteria, the main character simply could not hold back a sarcastic grin, as well as a sharp question about whether the villain really believed in what he was saying. Suppressing the urge to burst into tears and throw his fists in the air, the antagonist wiped the blood from his broken nose and angrily repeated that yes, he would release his energy from his body and kill the protagonist in a second, so that Hong could test this in practice and become disappointed. The time traveler even stopped attacking him, and then kindly announced that he would help the guy level up. Of course, Ni Liu couldn't believe that the hated Wu Ji was saying this in all seriousness, correctly suspecting another sophisticated mockery. However, he did not have time to do anything, and was unable to, because the cultivator still pushed his palm forward, directing streams of pink-purple power into the enemy's body. From the outside, it was somewhat reminiscent of the healing ritual of Patriarch Yao, only this time Muli actually didn't care about the well-being of, let's say, the patient. But he had not yet made any attempts to harm the brown-haired man, and within a minute he felt that same elusive change in his own material and spiritual body, What he felt would be incredibly difficult to convey in words. Even the transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly is only a pale and primitive likeness of a true spiritual metamorphosis. Liu stood there for a long time, petrified like a statue, with his mouth wide open in a silent scream, and a very bright, deathly blue light was shining from his body. The audience was, to put it mildly, shocked to see that the Jade Master Wuji, among other things, could easily turn any of them into a warrior of the highest class. When the glow began to gradually fade and dissipate, the brunette noted with a bloodthirsty grin that, behold, Hong had fulfilled his dream and become more powerful. The young antagonist didn't pay any attention to him. He wouldn't have even noticed the huge sign with the word sarcasm written on it in giant letters. From the strength that overwhelmed him, Liu could only laugh madly and smile so much that his lips almost cracked for the first few moments. But when he calmed down a little, he looked at the newcomer with an even crazier look and hoarsely said that now he would definitely leave a wet spot of him. No more mercy, no more games. One of them will remain alive and the other will forever turn into a pile of slime. And there can be no other outcome to this duel. The brunette simply rolled his eyes in response and sarcastically noted that this was just super, after which he extended his hand to the side of himself, as if calling an invisible dog for a scratch. Naturally, seeing such a reaction to his new power, the young man became even more furious than before. So much so that his pupils became very tiny, and the blood vessels in his eyes burst. Instead of answering, the main character brought down on him that same palm, which had now grown to such enormous dimensions that it could crush a car into a pancake. Liu held on for a few seconds, holding the monstrous weight above him like Atlas the Skybearer, before his knees buckled and fell to the floor. The confrontation between the two powerful souls sent out waves of force in all directions, raising clouds of dust into the air, and many of the masters even had to cover their faces with their hands. When it was all over, the whole world went deaf for a moment, as happens after a bomb explodes. First, a monstrously loud sound tears space apart, and then a deathly silence reigns. It goes without saying that the villain lost, because the main character could not lose in principle. And now the brown-haired man stood humiliatedly on his knees in front of the brunette in shabby, dirty clothes. Hong's body was so badly damaged that it was gushing blood, but his fighting spirit was damaged even more, with not even a single piece of it left. Zhuan, who was watching this closely, was so frustrated that he couldn't even make a sound. He simply couldn't believe that two Wu Zuns had just appeared before his eyes. On the other hand, this must have been the best proof that China was now experiencing a new era of dawn for martial arts users. Meanwhile, the young villain, continuing to cough up bodily fluids, croaked that the protagonist had won. But he shouldn't rejoice, because he would definitely get his way. The cultivator bowed his head in response and asked with disdain if Liu really thought that anyone would let him live after everything that had happened. The brown-haired man, interestingly, not only wasn't scared, but even looked at the winner with defiance and insolence, asking why he shouldn't stay alive. The Hong clan had existed for 300 years, had produced two Wu Zuns, and had invented the whole ranking system, while Mu, for all his power, was still just a mongrel dog. Yes, Liu himself has now lost, but if he is killed, his clan will definitely want revenge, and with their resources, making a stuffed animal out of the time traveler and putting it in the living room will not be difficult at all. But okay, Li, enough talk about him. Now it would be much more appropriate to ask the henchmen of the cultivator from the military alliance if they have the courage to raise a hand against such a noble person. As before, Zhuanyan stepped forward, serving as something of a herald for the crowd, and he repeated with a heavy heart that yes, the villain was indeed incredibly noble. For these reasons, the only thing they can do is to hand him over to Beijing, where a new court will decide his fate, allowing the masters to wash their hands of him. Hearing this, Hong laughed contemptuously and declared that this bunch of morons would not dare to kill him in principle. And he did not notice how interested the protagonist was looking at a random ant. Jiangnan Province, where the main villain of this arc comes from, is one of the richest and most developed regions of China, and Liu's relatives have dominated it for centuries, speaking on equal terms even with the government. The current head of this clan is Ni's father, while this young bastard's grandfather is one of the most powerful and renowned warriors in the Celestial Empire. Their clan, wherever you look, was a whole set of aces. Unfortunately, this schemer, murderer, and tormentor of women was the only heir of this family, so his relatives will protect his life at all costs. One of the younger masters with silver hair and wine-colored eyes regretfully confirmed that Zhuan was right. They really wouldn't touch Hong, and no matter what evidence they present, No matter how much evidence and testimony they collect, it will not be possible to achieve a fair punishment by legal means. These people are simply too rich and influential for the court. When he finished, Hong, with difficulty rising to his shaking legs, looked defiantly at Mu and asked if the time traveler now realized what kind of power was behind him. Even if the protagonist was also a Wu Zun warrior, the difference between them remained insurmountable. And throughout this heated exchange, the villain would quietly reach for the phone in his pocket. Taking out the gadget, he said only one word, "Hello." But it was enough to make almost everyone present turn cold, and despair settled in Zhuan's eyes. The brunette dialed his all-powerful grandfather's number and turned on the speakerphone so that everyone could hear how the old man was worried about his grandson and scolding him for his sudden disappearance. And while the elder was asking if everything was okay with Liu, because his voice was somehow very strange, the antagonist did not take his eyes off the petrified, motionless protagonist. Looking at the brunette as if he was about to burn a hole through him, the younger Hong delighted the elder with the news that he had just made a spiritual breakthrough, reaching a new level of strength. He then confessed that he was in mortal danger because a man nicknamed Wu Ji was desperate to kill him, and this instantly enraged the patriarch. While the old man was raging, throwing lightning bolts and cursing his new enemy with all his might, Liu asked with a mocking intonation if the hero still wanted to finish him off. Without saying a word as usual, the time traveler began to approach the enemy, ignoring the warning cries of Zhuan and other members of the warrior brotherhood. Concerned supporters tried to persuade the cultivator not to touch such a pile of manure, lest he get dirty and ruin his career and life at such an early age. To no avail, because the protagonist didn't give a damn about the whole world and those who were considered big shots in it. He had only one goal. With one swift movement, the protagonist took the mobile phone away from the newly minted Wu Zun, and in such a way that the latter didn't even have time to blink. He didn't crush the gadget into pieces, as one might think. Instead, the cultivator asked the person on the other end of the line in a cold voice how they could have raised such a freak. Lao shouted indignantly, as if this banal, in essence, insult hurt his pride much more than anything he had experienced before. Then he rushed forward to take the phone before the damn time traveler could pull the wool over his grandfather's eyes or do something else irreparable. Naturally, he was unable to do anything, because the black-haired youth easily caught his head with one of his hands and squeezed it with such force that Hong's eyes bulged. Then Mu Li lifted Ni Liu high above the ground. He had already broken rocks, cars, and trees, so for him another person basically weighed nothing. At that moment, no one tried to talk or prove why one had better protection than the other. The hero looked at his victim with contempt and hatred, and the brown-haired man's vision darkened. His body had already suffered such serious damage that it practically stopped feeling pain. So the only symbol that something irreparable was happening was the darkness before his eyes. It all ended with the impenetrable darkness, coupled with a bloody shroud, completely obscuring the antagonist's vision, and he could no longer see anything. After making sure that the prey was no longer fluttering, the main character threw it to the ground with disdain, as if it were nothing more than a huge piece of garbage. The younger Hong's phone had been working all this time, and the elder had heard everything that was happening, and now he swore in hysterical rage that he would certainly avenge his descendant. Mu Li didn't respond, because after all, why would she do such a thing? Considering he had heard this kind of chatter more times than he had watched the sunrise. The only thing the time traveler did in the end was smash the annoying phone into pieces, clearly letting everyone present know what he thought of such threats. Meanwhile, the forgotten leader He Huan finally woke up, struggled out of the crater, and tried to escape while no one was looking. Of course, to no avail, because the protagonist could easily see mice shitting in their holes tens of kilometers away from him. Not to mention such a trifle. He was not in the mood to play the good hero from the start, so Mu, without any complexes, tried to kill the bearded man by shooting him in the back with a colossal stream of energy. The laser was so thick and hot that it almost burned the hair of the masters gathered around. The real miracle was that they themselves did not die. The crime boss, on the other hand, was not nearly as lucky, as his body was completely broken, as if he were a piece of plate. He was thrown aside as if the poor fellow had been tied to a cannonball and collided with a distant wall, creating another hole in it. Having done this, Li began to very slowly approach the new victim, since he was not some weakling who was forced to chase villains, tearing off their heels. Chuan watched this with true chthonic horror, because right before his eyes, some teenager killed two such strong people with the utmost carelessness. It wasn't even religious awe, as one might think. It was an indescribable feeling, and even the phrase "my insides turned cold with fear" doesn't convey even a fifth of its power. Still overcoming his fear, Yan decided to approach the main character, although he behaved as if he were in a cage with a mad and hungry tiger. Trying not to let his voice tremble traitorously, the man noted that the precious and incomparable Master Wuji had colossal spiritual power. There could be no doubt about it. But still, the Hong family is indeed incredibly rich and powerful. Before declaring a blood feud, it would be wiser to lie low for a while and prepare. The teenager turned around so abruptly that it raised a strong gust of wind and gently patted the boy on the shoulders, thanking him for the reminder and involuntarily frightening Zhuan to the point of half fainting. Feeling sweat running down his face, the man muttered that he would definitely return to Beijing and report to his superiors that it was Li who exterminated He Huan, and he would do his utmost to ensure that the cultivator was rewarded according to his merits. The young man, who was about to leave again, turned around for a moment and asked without any expression not to do that, saying that he didn't like the fuss around his person. Yan wisely understood that arguing with such a person was not only useless, but also dangerous. So he hastened to express his agreement and wish him all the best as he parted. The old men from the tea house, who had now taken off their robes and revealed their usual clothes, hastened to assure their new leader that they would always support him. The boy replied indifferently that he knew, and that they should return home to await further orders, because Li, to put it mildly, did not care about any ceremonies right now. The older masters showed no less prudence than Zhuan when they readily assured him that this was exactly what they would do, and that good fortune would continue to smile upon the Jade Master. After that, the action moved back to Su's mansion, which looked incredibly peaceful and hopeful in the rays of the rising sun. On the other hand, the same could not be said about the owner of the estate, who was clearly consumed by some heavy thoughts. Venerable Su Wen walked back and forth in the courtyard, frantically rubbing his palms together, and generally looked like fathers waiting for their children to be born. It is quite possible that the unfortunate businessman would have eventually brought himself to such a state that he would have to be treated with mint tea. But in the end, a miracle still happened. The beloved Mr. Mu returned. Without giving the boy a chance to say a word, the old man in glasses pressed on him like a concerned parent who couldn't wait to know that his beloved offspring was okay. The teenager replied that everything was fine and that he was very grateful for the little help with Xu Xiaodong. But it was clear from his face that Li's thoughts were wandering in other directions. The businessman, modestly lowering his gaze, admitted that this was primarily the merit of his dear Mr. Shen, for he himself was too small a fish to single-handedly frighten someone like the father of that young schemer. By the way, the elderly Wu Zun was also here, and he, of course, was waiting with great impatience for the young master to return, so that he could once again pay his respects to him. However, the reason for discussion could have been more joyful, because the black-haired man was forced to admit that the clan of the late Ni Lu had begun to push through the order to execute Mu. They even posted on the internet promising anyone who could cut off the head of the mysterious Wu Zu a reward of 10 million yuan, as well as training in their secret techniques. But with a non-disclosure agreement, users, as usual, could not ignore such juicy news, so a mountain of text quickly grew in the comments, where everyone tried to insert their opinion. This was not a trifle that could be simply laughed at. For the family of the dead Liu wielded colossal power, so very soon Longshan would be swarming with mercenaries and assassins. Zhao Zhuan voiced his doubts that someone could be so captivated by a reward of 10 million. But his mentor only scolded the boy for his stupidity. People didn't care much about money. They were all interested in the secrets of the oldest warrior clan in China, and thousands would risk their necks for the chance to master them. One of the protagonist's confidants wanted him to hide at home for a while, entrusting all affairs to servants. But another objected that then the thugs would create chaos on the streets of their hometown. Shen was particularly outraged by what was happening, believing that the Huns had completely lost their bearings, since they were so openly beginning to hunt respected and noble people. In his opinion, the best countermeasure was to attack. They should all go to Jiangnan and give those arrogant old bastards a good kicking in the asses. Looking at the phone, the teenager casually noted that the elder's spiritual strength had still not returned to normal, and then asked whether the Liu clan patriarch was following the prescribed recommendations. The man, who just a minute ago was so hot-tempered and warlike, like a rooster eager to fight a fox, now very suddenly wilted, closed his eyes and mumbled. Then the young man replied indifferently that he would sort everything out himself. Shenu would first have to solve his own problems, and only then rush to deal with other people's. Su Wen, trying not to appear out of place among this crowd of wise warriors and martial arts adepts, said that yes, his family were completely ordinary people, but they were rich and would help Li in any way they could. The brunette calmly said that it didn't matter now, but what really mattered was the jades that the businessman was supposed to give him. The cultivator was already so powerful that there was no one stronger than him in all of China, if not in the world. But he was not going to stop there. Holding an ancient amulet on a pendant in his hands, the time traveler reflected on the fact that over the past days, the strength of his soul had increased again. From the outside, one might even think that the boy was actually a strange, painted statue. So motionless was he. Then the main character squeezed the stone between his fingers so that it caught and refracted the sunlight. And he noted with some pleasure that he had become better at creating amulets. He will no longer have to worry about some freak with a knife or a gun depriving him of his sister and mother again. With such artifacts, they will become simply invulnerable. Then, the young man rose to his feet, opened the window, looked around, and noted, not without some pleasure, that the weather outside was now fine. And then, in the most trivial way, he stretched his entire body and yawned with such force and loudness that he could have deafened and then accidentally swallowed a fly flying past. But a second later, Lee froze again and chuckled loudly, as if he had noticed some movement somewhere on the edge of perception. Unlike him, a mere mortal would not have noticed anything. Even when the stranger jumped right over the wall, you never know. Maybe it was squirrels playing around in the garden. But it was not a squirrel at all, but a bald, bearded thug whose face was distorted with a grimace of rage. And he was rushing to chop Moo's skull like a rotten watermelon. In his hands, the mercenary was clutching a huge yataghan, which could be seen on people from the Middle East. And one blow from such a thing would be enough to guarantee that an ordinary mortal would be sent to the next world. But the thug obviously couldn't do anything, because the cultivator was the main character of the story. He simply dodged with the ease of a leaf caught in the wind. The bald killer swung his blade in different directions, trying to cut the boy into small pieces, while the latter didn't even have to make an effort to dodge. He didn't even open his eyes. For a while, the man was able to entertain the main character, who graciously allowed the mercenary to attack. But eventually Lee got tired of it and caught the scimitar with his bare fingers. Of course, his skin was not damaged at all by this. Not even a drop of blood appeared on it. Because when he wanted, his body was harder and stronger than diamond. The unfortunate assassin blinked in confusion. He clearly didn't expect the mysterious Wu Ji to be such a tough guy as to ignore his weapon. You had to give the man credit for not being an idiot. But once the killer realized that further attempts would not be successful, he chose to retreat. Jumping back many meters, the assassin acknowledged with sincere respect that the protagonist was more than worthy of joining the Wu Zun ranks. At the very least, his reflexes were first class. Only for this reason did the man decide to introduce himself according to all the rules. His name was Dao Wangqi, and he, of course, came for the reward promised by the Hong rulers. In his mind, the protagonist made a note that the announcement of the reward was published only yesterday, and the hunters for power had already found the house in which he was hiding. However, out loud, the cultivator only mockingly praised his opponent for his speed. But this, unfortunately, was clearly not enough to accomplish what he had planned. Naturally, such arrogance infuriated Wang Qi, and he roared that the naughty boy would now understand everything himself as soon as he felt the mastery of Dao in wielding blades on his own skin. Catching the blade in his fingers again, the protagonist thought that he had killed countless bandits during the raid on Heihuan's lairs. But the witnesses kept their promise, keeping their mouths shut. The thug was very surprised because at first he tried to calm himself down by saying that the first time the boy was just lucky, but now even a blind man would feel his enormous power, which had increased many times over. While the unfortunate Dao was experiencing frustration mixed with approaching panic, the time traveler looked incredibly bored and sad. For him, it was easier than killing a mosquito. With each passing second, the teenager released more and more of his aura. And this made the mercenary panic more and more, realizing how badly he had been set up with that announcement. After a few seconds, Mu got tired of fooling around again, and with one sharp movement he tore the heavy yataghan out of the owner's hands, causing the latter to fall to the ground. Then, the cultivator pompously exclaimed that every assassin comes for his head with some kind of toy, but he is not interested in keeping them, and he broke the sword into pieces with his fingers. Licking his lips bloodthirstily, the boy asked the killer to convey this to all the inhabitants of hell, and then took a fighting stance with an outstretched palm glowing with strength. He had already used a similar move when he had beaten up Chief Heihuan and Hong Ni Liu, and now the enemy was once again pierced by a huge pink-purple laser. The damage, as before, was so severe that the man's entire body turned into a huge lump of pain, and blood gushed from his mouth. Then, Wang Qi was thrown aside like an old toy that had been kicked out of the way by an irritated child. After this, The man did not make a single sound or move, and his eyes became glassy, clearly demonstrating that he had indeed gone to the next world. And then, as if out of thin air, Master Yue appeared on the scene, ready for battle, and was surprised to note how little time it took the hunters to figure out their location. No one could harm the main character. It was simply impossible, but Su could get caught in the crossfire. And to avoid this, the young man decided to leave for a while. The old warrior and his disciple sighed in dejection, and Lin even lamented out loud that they were simply too weak to truly help the young master, and were only getting in the way. Much later, when the skies had become dark and gray and people had to turn on lights in their lanterns and houses, a voice respectfully addressed the protagonist, or rather, Wu Ji. The invisible reader apologized for disturbing him, but at the same time swore that no scoundrel would disturb the young man that night. In his opinion, the cultivator should have gone to bed early today, but instead, he had been meditating for an unknown amount of time. The next day, the sun, as always, began to gradually rise over the horizon, painting the sky a soft pink hue that set off the fading stars. The main character was no longer asleep, and was looking at something in front of him with slight curiosity, making a quiet chuckle. These were people, or rather, dozens of dead people in various clothes, whom someone had finished off and then left lying on the ground haphazardly. Standing at a distance was Liu Wusheng, who had been keeping a cultivator that night. And unlike the boy, he clearly hadn't slept peacefully that night. The brunette barely glanced at the bearded old man, and certainly didn't think to thank him for his help. He only dryly said, "Excellent," and then began to leave. But before that, the protagonist nevertheless turned to the elderly aristocrat, confessing that if he would train diligently according to the method indicated by Li, he would soon be stronger than any Wu Zun. The old nobleman's eyes widened at the prospect presented to him, because it sounded as fantastic as the possibility of becoming larger than a blue whale. However, the man did not have time to fully immerse himself in the fantasy world, because the time traveler in a very cold voice demanded that he protect Mu Xian, and that not even a hair should fall from his precious little sister. The patriarch would not have lived to his age if he had not been able to think quickly. So he bowed as respectfully as possible and swore that this is exactly what would be done. In order not to waste time, the action immediately moved to the school where the main character's relative studied. She gaped in shock as she looked at the thing the cultivator showed her, which resembled a jade figurine of a dragon enclosed in a circle. Smiling so brightly that it seemed like sparks were coming off of him, the protagonist explained to the girl that he would have to leave for a while. But until that moment, this decoration will protect its wearer. Plus, a bodyguard will also be assigned to her. Another person in her place might have asked a lot of questions, even backing them up with swear words. But Jian was only worried that they might not see each other again for a long time. Carefully grabbing the girl by the shoulders, the young man solemnly swore to her that this would not last long at all, and soon they would again live peacefully, without worrying about anything. After this, the sister finally let go of her elder brother, and he, with a look of detachment from the entire universe, boarded the bus leading to the city of Beizhou. The transport was not empty. There were people on several seats, and now they looked at each other with the grins of hungry hyenas who saw a tasty piece of flesh. These were more mercenaries, and they, enveloping their fists in waves of power in the form of purple lightning, pounced on their prey with bloodthirsty grins. Of course, they were unable to catch the main character off guard, since the cultivator could see and hear everything around him for many kilometers. And now, he opened his eyes. Like his next opponents, Mu did not waste time exchanging phrases or any other stupidity. He silently jumped up and grabbed the backs of the seats with force. Using the bus seats as support, he turned sharply and kicked one of the killers in the stomach so hard that the latter was unable to even scream in pain. The blow was wide enough to catch both villains, yet powerful enough to send them flying out with the force of a rock launched from a catapult. And the driver, either not noticing anything, or wisely deciding to pretend that he hadn't seen anything, continued driving as if nothing had happened. However, at some point the huge machine made a very sharp and crooked turn, as if there was a serious feud going on in the driver's cabin for the steering wheel. That's almost how it happened. The shocked man froze, looking with a glassy gaze somewhere ahead of him and opening his mouth in horror, while the main character held the steering wheel. But when he demanded in a cold, lifeless voice that reeked of the stench of inexorable death that he continue driving, the unfortunate driver was forced to obey. In the end, the car managed to reach Beizhou on time, but it took such mental strength from the poor guy that he simply passed out at his workplace. And people crowded around, discussing with horror the fact that the protagonist had killed so many people, to which the cultivator himself reacted absolutely nothing. Then some voice, trying not to panic, demanded that those around him immediately call the police. And then the matter moved to a luxurious room. This was the Mu family's new home. And Bai Zhangxiao was scolding the main character for being such a pig and daring to leave her here to suffer from boredom for so long. What is characteristic is that the ghostly girl was now in a semi-material and visible form. She was sitting next to Lee on the couch and did not try to lower her voice. And some 10 meters away, the time traveler's mother was washing dishes, maintaining an absolutely stony expression on her face. Not wanting to drag the cat by the tail or by some other, more sensitive place, the brunette asked the student to continue to protect his parent. And only then they would walk wherever they wanted. This time, Bai decided not to play the part of a pest. But with her eyes shining with delight, she promised that she would definitely remember this and would remind the cultivator if he dared to forget. Now that the next point of the plan had been successfully completed, the young man blissfully threw his head back and thought that all that was left was to settle matters with the Northern Military Union. The headquarters of this part of the organization was overwhelming in every sense of the word. It was a colossal tower, many times larger than all the surrounding buildings. There was a meeting going on here about the possible war with the Hong family, and the first to speak was the Yao clan patriarch, whose name was finally revealed, Rongguang. And it was also revealed that he himself was equal to Wu Zun. The main character, sitting in the corner with a gloomy face, demanded that his minions pump up more, become stronger, and then he would call them if necessary. But he also asked his debtors and servants to protect his mother, because it was impossible to allow this woman to be disturbed in any way. People, almost pushing each other with their elbows, tried to get ahead and assure their leader that they would definitely do everything without a hitch. Patriarch Yao then blinked in surprise, not understanding why the Jade Lord suddenly began to leave without any comment. And the meeting had not yet ended. Mu Li replied succinctly that he was heading south of the country, and judging by the look in his eyes, the locals should not expect anything good from such a visit. The atmosphere in the room instantly changed, becoming gloomy and oppressive, as if all these people who had just bowed at the feet of the time traveler were now ready to tear him apart. One of the masters finally spoke up and explained that the bounty on the main character's head was valid in all regions of China, so it was safest for the brunette to be here under the protection of his loyal friends. Another Li, gray-mustached and wearing red, supported his eternal rival, agreeing that no one should climb into the frightened rat's den. Sitting back down on the sofa and looking around at everyone with a hawk-like gaze, the guy said in an iron tone that his decision was final and not subject to discussion, not to mention that it would help him reach a new level of strength. He will walk to the other end of the country on foot without using any transport and improve his cultivation, and after about a month when he reaches his destination, he will give the signal to summon servants. During this period, it would be better for the masters to achieve as impressive success as possible in pumping up their powers. Otherwise, in order to save lives, it would be better for them not to appear at all. The people listened to this in silence, and one of them noted with detached surprise that their leader really didn't care about the huge target that now adorned his back. When the brunette stood up again and began to slowly walk away, Yao Rongguang couldn't take his eyes off him. The old man even ignored the teapot and cup in his hands. It didn't take a rocket scientist to realize that very soon there would be great upheavals in southern China, and nothing would ever be the same again. 2 days later, the time traveler reached the border of Jinhu province, and he was surprised that spiritual powers were much more pronounced here than in other places. And the higher he climbed into the mountains, separating himself from the earth and the despicable little people with rudimentary abilities living on it, the more distinct this feeling became. Finding a suitable flat-topped rock, the protagonist decided that if he meditated here, his cultivation would most likely improve. The skies, which had recently been azure blue, began to gradually turn lilac, and objects resembling stars began to sparkle very brightly in them. Half an hour passed. All this time Mu Li sat in the lotus position with his eyes closed, and a purple sphere consisting of spiritual energy formed around him. At that moment, the young man resembled more than ever a statue carved from wood and painted to look like a man, since not a single muscle moved on his face, even reflexively. And then he opened his eyes very slowly and with difficulty, to such an extent that the supposed spectators could even hear this strained creaking of invisible mechanisms. Around him floated white, slightly greenish, balls of energy, which were a visible embodiment of the spiritual principle as such. Then the protagonist stood up and walked away until he came across dense thickets, behind which was hidden a pond with unnaturally clear and sparkling water. But the most amazing thing was not even this, but the fact that on the water lily there was a tiny humanoid creature in orange clothes, from whose head a flower was growing. Most people would immediately walk away at the sight of such tricks, mentally convincing themselves never to drink again and even to take sugar in strict doses. But the main character immediately recognized this dwarf as a Shanjing, the spirit of the earth, who lives only in those places where there is a lot of unpolluted land and water bodies, and a high concentration of qi energy. Besides this, the most important feature of these babies was that they had more spiritual power in their own bodies than most people could even dream of. Plus, these spirits were able to evolve into such powerful beings that even immortals bowed at their feet, which was especially valuable considering that magic was in very bad shape on Earth. In other words, the protagonist decided without a shadow of a doubt to eat this creature in order to become a basic-level immortal from just an incredibly powerful and long-lived guy. But in any case, it was necessary to act very carefully because the Shanjings are extremely sensitive and fast, and they, as it turned out, were not completely defenseless. One such little one, with wide-open eyes and bared teeth, brought down a sharply sharpened branch, a real primitive spear, on something. It turned out to be a very large red fish, several times larger in size than the little fisherman. But now it could only helplessly fight on the spear. Having grabbed the prey, the joyful spirit of the earth rushed away with such speed that his legs turned into a solid spiral vortex, like those of characters in old cartoons. But Muli wasn't going to let go of the juicy prey that easily either, so he immediately jumped out from behind the tree and rushed after him. He followed the dwarf very quietly and unnoticed until the road led him to a large and clearly human house, where the Shanjing carried the caught fish. The doors of the secret manor swung open, revealing a fragile figure, and the cultivator realized that the matter had become very abruptly and unexpectedly complicated because the spirit was already connected to the person. But then the young man closed his eyes and strained his spiritual power so that streams of purple-pink flame emanated from his body in waves. Then the main character's eyes widened, for he at least partially recognized the elderly owner of the estate, and he was clearly no ordinary man. And so it was. For the first time in a very long time spent in the new timeline, the young man encountered someone who was not just stronger than him and many immortals, but superior by many orders of magnitude. Muli also experienced the deepest shock. For the first time in history, his usual self-confidence was gone, as if he had become a simple boy again. Although he was accustomed to untouchability and invincibility, he was still not an idiot. And he understood perfectly well that in the event of a conflict, such a godlike creature would devour him alive, and therefore he decided to safely leave. Using all the strength he had, the cultivator rushed away at the speed of a bullet, trying not to make a single noise, but the powerful hermit still sensed something. After some time and in a completely different place, a tree branch began to flutter slightly, illuminated by a purple glow. The time traveler, having received albeit a light slap on the nose from the universe, returned to training again, and now he meditated many times more concentratedly than before. From the outside, one might have thought he was sitting in the middle of a hurricane, since his hair was now rushing upwards, although there were no air currents in the area. And then the brunette opened his eyes, interrupting his activities for a moment, because he realized that there was someone unknown and clearly a stranger very close by. After this, an old hermit slowly emerged from under the shadow of the tree. Before this, he had been practically invisible, but now that his presence had been discovered, there was no point in maintaining the masquerade. The protagonist stood up and very politely asked what the old man was doing there, and whether he knew that interrupting a cultivator during meditation among the immortals was taboo. But he kept his hand behind his back, ready to attack. Unlike Mu Li, the eternal hermit looked very calm and sincerely friendly. He introduced himself with a smile as Qin Mu, and then asked who his new young friend was and where he came from. Still staring at the unknown guru with his glassy purple eyes and very small pupils, the time traveler coldly replied that he had come from the city of Beiju. But then, it was as if an invisible switch had clicked in the main character's head, and he, no longer with the grimace of an evil crocodile on his face, looked at his previously hidden hand. As it turned out, he did this only in order to then squeeze it into his fist with a loud crunch and make it glow with a supernatural purple flame. This performance might have frightened any ordinary person or master, but it had a completely different effect on Qin Mu. The bearded old man came even closer, repeating that Mu was a very interesting young man, and then he suddenly stretched out his hands and began to feel the chest of the main character, like an avid rider checking the health of a gift horse by its teeth. The brunette, embarrassed by such an ambiguous gesture, asked what the hell the old man was doing, and the latter, blushing in embarrassment, said that he was simply surprised to see someone who could become stronger than anyone in the world. The further it went, the more this weirdo got on the cultivator's nerves. And when he angrily demanded an explanation, Chin began to leave with a mocking smile. If it had been anyone else, the boy would have been forcibly beating answers out of him. But he could do nothing to such a powerful long liver, and could only make dissatisfied faces at the hermit. When the old man was completely out of his sight, the hero realized that it would be better to find another, much more secluded place to train, because hell would happen if he was followed like this. Casting an eagle eye over the surrounding area, the teenager found a small cave in the surrounding mountains, which even from a distance seemed very deep, like a mole tunnel. It was this that Lee chose as his new temporary home. And a few minutes later, the time traveler was already lighting a fire for consecration and warmth. But then, a suspicious sound was heard that made him instantly drop everything and sharply direct all his attention to the source of the alarm. It wasn't Chin Mu, who had decided to settle down nearby with a cup of tea. But it wasn't some dangerous monster like a yeti either, but just wet stalactites. Water was slowly dripping from the surface of these stone cones, making a barely audible splashing sound, and the cultivator very carefully dipped 2 fingers into it. A second later, the boy was having a hard time keeping himself from dancing with joy. And the reason was that the water flowing from the stalactites absorbed all the energy that the rocks had accumulated over the centuries. And this was just as well, because the main character, with all his stunning abilities, remained a second-rate cultivator who had not even fully mastered a single technique from the sacred books. Summoning these small but priceless grimoires before his eyes, Mu Li thought for a moment, and then decided to make his body eternally young first. No sooner had he confirmed his choice than fragments from the required manuscript lined up side by side and emitted an intense purple glow, like prominences. A few seconds later, the main character casually pulled off his black shirt, since he no longer needed it. The protagonist already had an athletic build, but he, like any ordinary person, could grow old and fat. And the ritual being prepared excluded this possibility. Using the water of immortality, which strengthens the very foundations of the spiritual principle, the main character is ready to pump up another technique without looking back at the rest of the world. Then he closed his eyes, curling his fingers in the necessary gesture, and froze, not moving a single muscle anymore. If a bomb had fallen behind Mu, he would not have moved even then. A perfect, degenerate-proof body of a god could serve as a symbol of rebellion against the heavens and their order. But this technique consumed too many natural resources. Therefore, the young man did not know to what high level he would be able to pump up his characteristics, because the chi energy on modern Earth was several times less than oil. For an unknown amount of time, the former student sat in the lotus position, paying attention to the vibrations of the surrounding world and his own soul, before he opened his eyes. And not only his eyes, he even opened his mouth, because the power that engulfed his entire body was so terrible that even the cultivator's hair began to levitate. The grotto was flooded with an unbearable purple glow, as if some new sun had been born in it. But after 3 hours, it was all over. Looking lovingly at his biceps and triceps, along which tiny purple lightning ran, Lee could not stop feeling proud of himself, for he had passed to the first level of physical immortality. Then Chin Mu, unable to contain his delight at what he saw, leaned out from behind a large rock and let out a cry of delight that echoed throughout the entire cave. The guy instantly turned around, pacifying the unwanted witness with a stern look and wondering how he had managed to get into his new hideout. The elderly hermit, not at all frightened and not paying attention to the sour expression of the protagonist, stroked his beard with satisfaction and admitted that it was not bad. Grabbing his clothes, the cultivator demanded in an icy voice that the visitor say what he wanted to say, and that he better stop being a stalker, because otherwise Lee would get very angry. The ancient immortal ignored this threat like a mosquito's buzzing, and instead asked point-blank if the time traveler would be able to selflessly give his life for the good of all of China. And the brunette did not answer right away. First, he walked to the edge of the cave and spent a long time looking at the landscape opening up before him. Looking at the trees blooming below, the ice caps of the mountains melting and the birds flying, the main character finally admitted that he does not consider himself a person, but not a good one either. Putting on his shirt, he casually admitted that he respected such people, but he himself would never be one of them. Mu was ready to move mountains for those he loved personally. But that was all. Again, everyone tried to pin their problems on such altruists, and in the event of the slightest mistake they were reviled without any pity. A cultivator does not need such a fate for nothing. The immortal old man, having silently listened to this laconic speech, nodded wisely and muttered that yes, now he understood his new acquaintance well. Everyone was thinking about their own things. One Mu, the young one, was thinking about progress in cultivation, and the other, the older one, was sadly wondering when he would finally find a successor to the post of guardian of the surrounding area. Looking without any fear into the valley located at the foot of the mountain, the protagonist mentally repeated to himself that he needed much more energy for the subsequent pumping. Then the young man jumped without hesitation, because some pitiful height could not in principle harm a being who had supernatural matters in his power. After a long flight in the air, the main character eventually landed in the middle of a dense grove with the softness of a flying squirrel. Laughing triumphantly, he stared with a carnivorous grin at the large, juicy, golden yellow fruits, reminiscent of a pear in shape. He picked one of the fruits so quickly that a casual observer would have seen nothing but a blur of movement. And then, with exaggerated slowness, he brought the food to his mouth. The boy only managed to eat one piece before an icy wind seemed to run down his back, indicating that there was someone else nearby. It was a procession, but a very strange and eerie one, because several people in red, torn clothes carried a wooden coffin on their shoulders. But the most frightening thing was not this, but how these strange people looked. And they, frankly speaking, looked much more like vampires who had crawled out of a crypt than living beings. The cultivator watched these creepy strangers from the shelter of a tree, but even from this distance one could easily see how much negative energy was emanating from the coffin bearers. Many people, seeing such surrealism, would have preferred to run away with their heels flashing, but the main character was curious where all this would lead, and he secretly followed the strangers. Their journey continued for some time before they stopped at the edge of a perfectly round, downward-sloping cave, from the bottom of which a barely visible purple smoke seemed to rise. One of the men in red, raising a skeletal finger with a long, sharp nail, briefly ordered his assistants to open the coffin. The cultivator hiding in the bushes, who usually greeted any terrible thing with a smug smile or a stone face, now looked genuinely alarmed, because the aura he felt from this place was incredibly creepy. Not just unpleasant like some evil Wu-Zun, but truly monstrous. 3 members of the procession, meanwhile, with difficulty opened the lid of the vessel and, straining their emaciated bodies, lifted it, pouring the contents down. There was a huge amount of rich scarlet liquid in the coffin, and now it was flowing down like a terrible waterfall towards what was below. One glance was enough for the young man to understand that this was not some kind of tomato juice or red paint, but real human blood, and the terrible people continued to pour it out, as if there were tens, if not hundreds, of gallons of this terrible liquid inside. But the murderers were very thin and emaciated, and this work required such a strain of strength that they, unable to restrain themselves, dropped the coffin and it began to slide down. There was a monstrous roar, which caused hundreds of birds to take to the air in panic, although it was a good question whether they were frightened specifically by the sound or by what lived in the grotto. The vessel, not having managed to crawl far, got stuck at the beginning of the cave, and the thin people stared at it with dead shock and such horror that their insides froze. As for the protagonist, he very carefully pressed his palm to his nose, as if trying to protect his delicate sense of smell from the monstrous stench of the tunnel. As the purple aura became slightly weaker, the protagonist braced himself resolutely, ready to make a colossal leap to the scene. But he didn't have time to do anything, because someone's hand in red robes gently but firmly landed on the time traveler's shoulder. The brunette froze, and Chinmu raised his finger to his lips, pretending to keep silent. And there was no trace left of his previously playful, carefree demeanor. When the guardians of the coffin finally began to leave, staggering and limping like beaten dogs, the young man was finally able to ask who the hell that was. Mechanically stroking his beard and mustache, the ancient hermit replied that they were followers of a cult bearing the ominous name of the sect of the deceased demon. The main character slowly repeated this naming, pronouncing the words separately as if he were trying to taste each of them. Over 100 years ago, this setting was a dark time, when various sinister religions were springing up like mushrooms after rain, and these undead-like villains were among the most dangerous of the people. The teaching of these psychopaths is called hidden evil. They desecrate the bodies of the dead, and each of them stinks of a corrupted soul so much that they are no longer full-fledged people, although they have not become undead either. And Qin Mu, a nearly omnipotent enlightened sage who was far stronger than even the protagonist, considered these madmen to be so dangerous that their mere presence was a symbol of disaster. The protagonist may have looked indifferent from the outside, but in reality he listened very carefully to all of this, and only then cautiously asked what was hiding in the cave. The old man knew that the young man could not tear his gaze away from the previously indicated place, because he was also looking at him very intently. And the answer to the question was laconic and creepy. Zhang Shi, a Chinese vampire. Slowly levitating from a tree branch to the ground, the hermit admitted that he had been living on this mountain for a very long time, and he had never met a single bloodsucker here before. It was only when cultists started coming here that he realized that the mountain had been a kind of time bomb all this time, and that the monster had not shown itself until now because it was locked away by a powerful magical seal. Li, lazily jumping to the ground with the grace of a panther, suggested that the followers of the deceased demon were feeding the vampire in order to gradually win him over to themselves, and then release him and make him their servant. Qin was afraid to approach the cave so as not to disturb the seal, but the protagonist, approaching it without any fear, noticed that there was practically no protection. If the monster was released, all the locals would die a horrible death. So the cultivator, with a determined face, began to break the coffin into small pieces. Senior Mu almost had a heart attack when he saw this. In his eyes, it was like trying to defuse a bomb by hitting it with all his might with a sledgehammer. However, no one was going to listen to him, and the fragments of red wood flew down towards the underground darkness. Still looking without any hint of his former fear, the time traveler smiled and suggested to his new acquaintance to go down and check what was going on there. Carefully descending the steep, chimney-shaped passage, Qin lectured on the varieties of Zhang Shi, of which there were no fewer than in Western folklore. And the old man also noted, not without envy, that the main character's ability to create flame out of nothing was very good, because his own torch had already given up the ghost. When the stick was lit again, the gray-bearded sage drew the teenager's attention to numerous pieces of paper with spells that were supposed to hinder the vampire. But all of them would lose their power as soon as the monster made a breakthrough. Like the immortals, these monsters also had different stages of development, each stronger than the previous one. And the prisoner of the cave, unfortunately, was clearly among the strongest. The protagonist, although he had learned to ignore the world around him with all its passions and minor troubles, still could not resist and pressed his fingers to his nose, because the stench was such that it would turn anyone inside out. The disgusting smell of blood cut into the eyes and made the mind swim. But most importantly, the Zhang Shi itself still had not appeared. The brunette kept waving the torch, dispersing the darkness, and then peering into it like a young hawk. They eventually managed to find traces of the vampire, but they were not happy about it because the monster had torn his old shackles to pieces. And while the ancient hermit was lamenting in horror how bad it was, neither he nor Li noticed how someone was crawling along the wall behind them like a huge, ugly spider. The monster itself saw the uninvited guests perfectly well, and even from behind it was clearly visible how profusely its drool was flowing from the thirst for fresh blood and flesh. And then the vampire, like an owl, turned his head completely back, without suffering any harm, and let out a disgusting, gut-wrenching screech. This was something that no one could ignore, and the cultivator grabbed the astonished elder by the shoulders, warning that the Zhang Shi was here. They managed to jump in different directions, but at the very last moment, because a moment later, a huge demonic deadman landed in this place. Moving on all fours like a huge monstrous monkey, the bloodsucker turned towards the frightened Qin Mu, who was cowering in the corner of the cave. As for Mu Li, he managed to notice that a broken blade was sticking out of the vampire's spine. Apparently, some idiot had already climbed in here and destroyed the seal instead of the grotto's prisoner. But they had no time to think further, because the monster decided to stop playing and seriously rushed at the fresh prey, leaving a trail of saliva behind it. However, the immortal hermit did not buy his title with money. Having recovered from the fear and shock, he instantly turned around and slapped the Zhang Shi in the face with his flaming foot. Unfortunately, this had no effect. A blow that could easily burn a human skull with all its contents to ashes did not even scratch the dead man. Screaming in fear and rage, the man delivered several more, much more powerful blows, this time aiming at the ghoul's body. The protagonist watched this with wide-open eyes and a hanging mouth, because a warrior who was stronger than anyone he knew, more powerful than even the time traveler himself, could not do anything to the Zhang Shi. The bloodsucker, completely unharmed, continued to swing his giant fists, trying to knock down the worthless old man, but Qin managed to jump aside. Instead of the old man's skull, the vampire only shattered a large chunk of the cave wall, which made him even more angry, even though it seemed impossible. Landing next to the main character, the patriarch reminded him of caution. Although this was already unnecessary, Li himself understood that this enemy could not be beaten with a stool. The monster charged again, spreading its clawed paws wide, and the two cultivators responded by raising their palms, which contained all their energy. The beast felt no fear or pain, but even he froze for a moment and thought when two huge streams, purple and gold, rushed towards him. Such power could have destroyed any normal opponent to the point where not even ashes would remain. And the Zhongshi slammed into the wall with such force that it created an explosion. He was thrown around like a rag doll, his neck bent at an angle that would have killed a normal person instantly from the damage. But the bloodthirsty monster was still alive. And what's more, it hadn't suffered any harm in principle and was very angry that the walking snacks dared to kick. Qin's mouth dropped open in shock, realizing that they had the misfortune of encountering a flying variety of Eastern vampire that was so rare that it had seemingly disappeared from the face of the earth. Even the time traveler was surprised and frightened, especially when he learned that such monsters are practically unkillable. And trying to injure them is more useless than beating on a huge piece of steel. The ghoul began to climb the wall again to make another attempt. And Elder Mu, meanwhile, summed up that if the creature broke out, it would be a catastrophe worse than a natural disaster. Without taking his eyes off his enemy, and once again lighting the supernatural flame in his hands, the immortal old man asked the youth to lend him his power so that they could put an end to evil once and for all with their combined efforts. And immediately after that, without waiting for the dead man to jump again, Qin sent horizontal, razor-sharp waves of spiritual power towards him. But they simply ingloriously crashed against the gray, rotting skin of the monster, who in response tried to tear the impudent little man to pieces with his own claws. The old cultivator responded by tensing all his muscles until they became as strong as steel. But even he admitted that he and Li were going down here faster than a ship with a hole in its bottom. Desperately resisting, the old man decided to resort to a last resort. And soon the entire cave shook from a small but incredibly powerful explosion of golden flame. And after that, Qinmu was thrown far away, and he screamed in pain as he crashed into the wall, as if he were an ordinary person and not a godlike sage. Now only the time traveler remained on his feet, and he immediately took up a fighting stance, holding out his open palms, engulfed in purple flame, in front of him. However, a moment later he turned around, and in his fasted amethyst eyes one could easily see genuine fear and apprehension. Like the hermit a minute earlier, the brunette sent a wave of crushing spiritual power at his opponent. But the ghoul was now moving so fast that he could not be seen. Fortunately, the subsequent blows still managed to reach their target, and the dead body of the Zhongshi shuddered as if an entire mountain or river stream had been thrown down on it. No matter how much brain was left in that rotten head, it was more than enough to understand that it was useless to expose himself to new slaps. And the vampire went under the ceiling. The time traveler did not lose his head, and again sent several energy attacks after the enemy, causing the cave to shake again and huge stones to fall from above. And the monster did not remain completely unharmed. In many places his gray skin was torn, revealing dark muscles. But for a walking dead man, this was no more dangerous than scratches. The young cultivator was about to rush to continue the fight, but the older man stopped him, reminding him that they were in the territory of the evil spirits, in the very center of their power. Right now, so weakened, they couldn't do anything to the Zhongshi, so it would be better to retreat, rest, and come up with a plan to finish off the bloodsucker and its mortal feeders once and for all. They eventually managed to escape the cave safely and reach the old man's house, although Qin was so injured that he could not walk without Li's help. The hermit lamented how stupid he had been to underestimate their demonic enemy, and his bad mood was clearly heard by the little spirit of the earth. Without wasting time on idle thoughts, the orange-robed Shanjing ran forward so that a noticeable stream of wind rose up behind him, picking up dust. Then it was shown how the main character, with the look of a dead fish, was thinking about how these medicinal herbs spread a strong spiritual aura around them. Then, the tiny man handed his old friend a healing flower, and Qin confirmed in a weak voice that everything was so. Such little ones are excellent at finding the treasures of the earth and feeding on them. Then the hermit casually remarked that he had been raising this Shanjing for many years, and he had long considered him his adopted grandson, and therefore was ready to protect him from any threat. The young cultivator correctly understood the hint and hastened to assure that he had principles. But in response to this, the supernatural baby suddenly turned sour. However, a second later he straightened up and with a beaming smile handed the newcomer a strange purple berry, making the murmur of a bell-shaped flower. The boy didn't accept the gift. Instead, he simply stared at the nature spirit with his signature unreadable gaze. Shanjing, realizing that his new friend didn't like his gift, turned sour again, only this time much more so. And it was as if a huge black cloud had passed over his face. Muli knew how to be tough and unyielding, otherwise he would not have achieved his current success. But he did not want to seem like an ungrateful freak. So he still took the berry and thanked the dwarf. Seeing that the young man had changed his mind, the spirit immediately changed, and now danced on the spot with such a radiant smile, as if a tiny son had been born inside the house. When the cultivator put the berry in his mouth, bit into it, and tasted it properly, he had great difficulty refraining from spitting it out. So sour were the pulp and juice. The earth spirit did not notice this and carelessly clapped his hands, and his patron seemed to have forgotten about past troubles, and now stroked his white beard with a smile. 3 days passed. The heroes, as agreed, fully restored their strength, and now sat in ambush near the cave, watching the sectarians of the deceased demon. The cultists finally decided to begin liberating and taming the Jiangshi, for which they brought not a coffin this time, but buckets of blood, made a large fire, and prepared artifacts in the form of mirrors. And there were many of them, very many of them, all of them armed. And one of the rank and file members of the cult politely asked the man in the yellow robe if they should go down and grab the vampire. A handsome but very pale man covered in blue veins calmly replied that this approach would not work. The monster would resist, so it would be best to trick him out. Then the leader sighed wearily, wondering aloud rhetorically when his servants would become even a tenth as intelligent as he was, and the subordinate cultist humbly begged for forgiveness. Ignoring this, the sect leader demanded that the cave passage be blown up so that more sunlight could enter and weaken the Jiangshi, allowing it to be defeated and tamed. As it turned out, this man was only one of the organization's commanders, not the supreme leader. And he had started this entire operation precisely in order to rise higher in his eyes. The protagonists began to quietly discuss this development of events, and the patriarch calmly decided that it would be to their advantage, and that it was right after the explosion that they would show themselves. A few minutes later, the entire area was shaken by a monstrous blast wave, and then the grove was illuminated by the glow of orange flames that shot up to the sky. The explosion was so strong that it could be seen for many hundreds of meters around and heard for kilometers. After waiting for the dust to settle, the high-ranking sectarian ordered his subordinates to go down into the tunnel and check the Jiangshi, and they had to obey. The already steep, gut-like passage finally began to resemble some kind of huge stone pipe, so the cultists slid down on their own butts. They took buckets of blood with them, and as soon as they stood on the ground, began to splash it everywhere where there was enough angle of vision to attract the monster. After that, they began to wait, but after some time the vampire never showed up, as if he had never been there, and the people wasted valuable resources and hours. One man tried to tell the leader about this, but before he could even finish speaking, his body was pierced by terrible pain, and his own blood began to gush from his mouth. Although the main characters were outside, they could clearly see everything that was happening, and the usually unperturbed Muli even opened his mouth in surprise. The ghoul, without any problems or hesitation, impaled one of his liberators on his claws, like a pig carcass on a spit. The starving monster did not need any cold blood when he could easily get fresh blood and drink it directly from a living, fluttering source. After drinking enough blood and draining all the life force from the mortals, the Jiangshi casually threw their dead bodies aside. Then the undead tensed the muscles in its legs and shot up with great speed towards the sunlight and the blue sky. The jump was so powerful that in just a few seconds the ghoul appeared before the shocked followers of the deceased demon in all his monstrous glory. Many of those present felt a strong fear, but not the head of the operation. He, with a bold and predatory grin, demanded that the Jiangshi begin to attack. At the same time, the cultivators rose to their feet and tensed up, for their plan had come to fruition. The monster had emerged from its lair, and the time had come for them to also take the stage. 3 seconds later, there was no trace left of the yellow-robed cultist's courage. Having seen up close how powerful the bloodsucker was, he simply ran away, screaming for the others to save themselves. It happened so quickly that the main characters didn't even have time to jump from the tree, and a slightly embarrassed Chin Mu repeated to the young man that now they had to work. He also complained that the Jiangshi was too strong, and the protagonist couldn't help but agree with this. Their new enemy was much more dangerous than any smug Wu Zun he had defeated before. Without wasting any more time on idle talk or thoughts, the cultivators dropped to the ground, and the ghoul immediately tensed up as he smelled familiar scents. Realizing that these were the same people who had beaten him, burned him, blown him up, slammed him against the wall and chopped him up a few days ago, the enraged vampire screamed at the top of his lungs. Raising his hands, Qin coldly said that their enemy had not only had his fill of blood, but had also become extremely furious, so he was much stronger than before, and they needed to fight with extreme caution. The time traveler, looking without any fear at the vampire rushing towards them, calmly said that they would simply act according to the plan devised by the hermit, and that would be enough. The vampire immediately tried to rip the former student's skull apart with his bear claws, but the brunette very deftly avoided the blow, jumping to the side. Then the Jiangshi, deciding not to chase the boy, focused on the motionless old man, but he was already finishing reading the spell of the enchanted circle. Then, the old immortal slowly opened his cold, dark eyes, and the entire area was enveloped in a bright golden glow, emitted by a pentagram that appeared out of thin air. Only a few seconds passed, and the undead monster fell to the ground like a broken doll, unable to move even a finger, and even his eyes went dark. The protagonist didn't want to test how long it would take for the Jiangshi to break this trap and return to its former strength, so he immediately attacked by creating a spear out of thin air. During this time, the ghoul managed to wake up and tear the magic bonds into pieces, but he was distracted from attacking Qin, sensing a new danger behind him. The weapon created by Mu Li struck faster than lightning striking the ground, and in just one blink of an eye, the Jiangshi was pierced by the unnaturally long and flexible tip. Such a terrible blow to the chest would have finished off any living and breathing creature. But the vampire, existing at the expense of someone else's life energy, only became even more angry. Having dispelled the alien spiritual power with its own evil will, the monster soared into the air and prepared to pounce on the impudent little man, like a hawk on a rabbit. And it was at this moment that the protagonist chose to be distracted by admiring his body, which, thanks to the ritual in the cave, had become so strong that there was now not a scratch on it. But the bloodsucker was still a very dangerous enemy, and Qin, who was sent flying many meters by a random blow and had to plow a deep furrow with his own back, was evidence of that. The immortal hermit, having risen to his feet with difficulty and seeing what was happening in the area, could not hold back a frightened cry. Jiangshi, apparently deciding that the old man was a more valuable prey and that the boy could be eaten as a dessert, ran as fast as he could towards him. Only at the very last moment, when the monstrous claws had almost torn his robe, did the holy sage manage to raise an energy shield that blocked the attack. But the ghoul was not at all embarrassed by this. He began to pound the sparkling dome with such speed and fury that his claws turned into blurry dark spots. Yixin had a very hard time. Every blow sent terrible pain through his body. And after a few seconds, the gray-bearded cultivator began to scream terribly again. Watching this from the side, the protagonist dispassionately noted in his thoughts that he was not even sure who was stronger, he with his divine young body, or the huge, enraged undead. Either way, he was going to find out now, because he wasn't going to just stand there and watch another man get torn to pieces and then eaten. The protagonist rushed forward like a living rocket, without a shadow of fear or doubt. There was simply an enemy in front of him, and he needed to be finished off. On the other hand, the vampire also realized that he wouldn't be able to get to the most delicious prey quickly. But the second, slightly less juicy one, was heading towards his mouth, and he happily switched his attention. The bloodthirsty monster rose into the air and opened its clawed hands, ready to grab its prey. But Li instead slammed into its chest with such force that it would have put meteorites to shame. The ghoul blinked in confusion, not understanding why the prey suddenly began to fight back with such force, while his body, in the meantime, flew a huge distance. A few seconds later, the Jiangshi crashed into a grove of trees, and the impact of the collision was as powerful and spectacular as the explosion of tens of kilograms of dynamite. The hermit, who had already removed the barrier and caught his breath, watched this from the ground. And then the main character gave the old man a conventional sign with his hand. Senior Mu was genuinely surprised that the younger one was able to break through the shield of spiritual power and fight the flying vampire without a single scratch. He himself was an immortal cultivator that even the Celestials would bow their heads to. But he honestly couldn't understand how a human body could become so powerful. However, the battle was still far from over, since the Jiangshi did not die, but became so enraged that his eyes turned red and his dirty, tangled hair turned gray. And no matter how stupid this walking corpse was compared to living people, even he began to understand that simply waving his claws and fists was no longer enough. Instead, the monster rose majestically high into the air, waved its hand, and whole clouds of spiritual energy from all around rushed into it. One glance was enough for the main character to understand that the undead decided to absorb all the chi flows that remained on Earth in order to strengthen itself. And if he succeeds, then from a simple vampire, he will become a demon of unimaginable power. The main character has already heard stories about such a monster that destroyed an entire city of hundreds of thousands of souls in the world of cultivators. What happened next was that the Jiangshi vomited some kind of burning object from its mouth. and Lee recognized it as the seal that had been holding the monster back until now and preventing it from reaching its peak form. With each passing second, it became more and more like the beginning of the apocalypse. It seemed as if the air itself had caught fire, leaving behind only ashes. Chinmu looked at this with unimaginable horror, having no idea what he could do in such a situation, until the vampire flew past like a rocket. Luckily, the monster didn't care about the old man, and now he was only concerned about one prey, the very one he crashed into with the force of a falling comet. The protagonist's face was distorted in pain, even though his body was now as strong as a solid steel statue. The Jiangshi itself had gained enough strength to turn diamonds into dust. Watching his young brother in arms fly away ingloriously, the elderly immortal realized with horror that the monster, after absorbing part of the planet's life force, had become several times stronger. And this meant that he basically had no choice but to resort to the very last resort. So Qin quickly pulled out a paper amulet from under his robe. The gray monster was about to cut the main character into pieces like a butcher would cut beef. But then something strange distracted him, and it turned out to be a colossal ray of golden light. Trying to concentrate all his remaining strength and direct it against the monster, the hermit roared, addressing a certain dragon of the 9 islands that he would borrow his power. Why did the patriarch order the power of the dragon to manifest itself? And a colossal golden serpent with horns and numerous clawed paws did indeed materialize in the air. The huge divine spirit rushed forward with its mouth open, and the Jiangshi, immediately forgetting about the unfinished victim, tried to save itself. For the first time in history, this vampire's face showed genuine fear. He fought the cultivators without hesitation, no matter what damage they caused him. But when he saw the dragon, the undead friend felt like a rat spotted by a cat. The ghoul didn't manage to fly far. The dragon caught up with him in the blink of an eye, and then tore him into separate pieces, as if he had used the sharpest razor in the world to do so. Despite this, the vampire was still alive, as far as that word can be applied to a walking dead person, and the remains of his body turned sharply in the air. Realizing that he had nowhere to run, the undead heated up his fanged mouth and stuck out his tongue, preparing to fight the new enemy to the very end. But the divine reptile did not fight in close combat. Instead, it simply swung its tail, as thick as a century-old tree, and casually crushed the vampire. After that, it was all over, and the now peaceful skies turned a soft pink, symbolizing the beginning of a beautiful sunset. Muli looked up, his mouth open in surprise. He couldn't even imagine that there were still people with such incredible power left on Earth, for he admitted that the dragon could kill him too. However, using such power did not come without consequences for Qin, and now he began to fall to his knees ingloriously. Once a majestic, godlike old man, he was now just a decrepit, feeble old man who could not stand without outside help. The protagonist very carefully helped him sit down by the tree and find support in its trunk. But the ancient hermit's affairs were very bad. He only used the golden dragon once, but was already on his last legs. The reason for this was old age. It was a truly terrible disaster that did not spare even cultivators. But the protagonist, at least, was willing to help his comrade. The time traveler spent several minutes peering with all his might into the old man's thin body, trying to spot problems. And when he finished, he couldn't close his mouth from surprise. Qin asked in a weak voice what the young man had seen, but he was weakening right before his eyes. Now the hermit could not even open his eyes, and a hail of water was pouring down his face. The immortal was dying. No medicine or healing spells could help him survive. And while the elder Mu was still here, the younger one asked why he sacrificed himself. Clenching a wrinkled, weak fist, the patriarch croaked that standing by and allowing those psychopaths to kill people using a vampire would simply be wrong. If the Jiangshi had descended from the mountain, it would have destroyed the settlement at its foot, and then would have caused a bloodbath throughout China, with thousands of people dying. And now, looking at the small, peaceful town that continued to lead its pastoral existence, Qin asked himself rhetorically whether he could have acted differently. Plus, he already had about a month left to live, and he spent it preventing one of the worst disasters that China could have faced. It was a good trade-off. The main character thought sadly that he could have delayed the death of the old man by using a decoction of 500-year-old clover. But where would you find such a plant? In any case, he couldn't let such a person die simply, so he reminded him that the senior cultivator could live for another 20 years if he ate his earth spirit. The hermit did not deny that many years ago he had been searching for Shanjing all over the Celestial Empire for this very reason. But later, he had come to love the little fellow so much that he would now rather die than hurt him. Growing weaker with each passing second and coughing desperately, the patriarch admitted that he should have passed away long ago, since he had lived for 120 years. Only for one very important matter, the dragon's power kept its user alive. But now there is nothing to do, and he is forced to pass his baton to someone else. The protagonist, as he had already said, was not an altruistic hero, so all he could do was extend Qin's existence for another 3 days so that he could spend them searching for a successor. The ancient sage was already grateful for this, but he still felt very much that he and Li were so different. Otherwise, he would have chosen the young man as his protege without hesitation. The time traveler reminded that all people are different and that this is normal, and the old man obediently agreed with this, after which he asked the boy to walk him home. After some time, Elder Mu was already sitting on his bed, and on his knees stood a worried Shanjing, handing his adoptive parent some kind of decoction. The little spirit was very worried about his tutor and desperately wanted to help him somehow. But all the patriarch could do was gently stroke his head and insist that he was fine, and there was no need to cry. It was easier said than done, because the little creature could only sob incessantly, as most people would have done in his place. The protagonist watched this with a stony face. He said and did nothing, probably feeling like a stranger who, through a misunderstanding, saw such an intimate event. While the orange-robed dwarf was desperately wiping away his tears, Qin suddenly said that the era of martial artists had not yet begun, but had already been going on for a long time, and many great fighters had appeared all over the world. In pursuit of ever greater power, people began to turn to previously forbidden techniques and powers, and given the above, it was not difficult to imagine what disasters this would lead to. The time traveler still said nothing, but he couldn't help but think about what changes awaited his world, and whether it would be possible to somehow avoid them. After a pause, the gray-haired cultivator turned to the protagonist with a pleading voice, asking if the latter could take Shanjing under his wing. The brunette did not answer right away. Instead, he asked a counter-question, whether the old man was afraid that he would simply devour the nature spirit when the previous owner was gone. In response, the hermit laughed weakly but sincerely, as if he had heard the funniest joke possible. When he finished, he explained that the main character may pretend to be a selfish, gloomy, lonely wolf, but he sees perfectly well that deep down, the young man is a big, fluffy good guy. The time traveler did not argue with this, and then he briefly agreed to shelter the Shanjing, who simply could not stop crying for his old master. 2 days had passed. Qin's allotted time was almost gone, but he was still alive, and he was going to make an important announcement while he had the chance. For these jokes, the old man was forced to admit that the world was not as black and white as he had previously thought. There were no longer completely selfless sages or complete scumbags in it, and in any case, he couldn't leave his native Jingzhou unattended, and therefore he was going to transfer his power and title to the main character, of course, provided that the latter didn't mind. Lowering his eyes so that the unfortunate old man would not see his sad gaze, the young cultivator repeated that he was not a hero, but an egoist. But he was interrupted mid-sentence. Qinmu didn't have time to listen to all this anymore, so he harshly said that if the protagonist was like he was talking now, he would be a complete hypocrite. But that was not the case. After all, the main character wasn't even required to keep a 24/7 watch on this mountain or anything like that. He just had to use his new powers for good. But that wasn't all. As befits a true cultivator, what Li wanted most was to know how strong Qin was relative to other people. And the old man admitted that he held the title of Wu Shen, and there were only a few like him on the entire planet. But this was not enough for the main character, and he persistently asked how much more power he would receive if he agreed. Looking now with a very cloudy gaze, the patriarch weakly replied that his power was enough to shake the entire celestial empire to its foundations. And for the main character, strength was the most important thing, because the more strength he had, the easier it would be for him to protect his mother and beloved sister, not to mention gaining influence among people. However, he really was not selfish to the core and had sincere respect for the dying warrior, and therefore accepted his gift and title completely according to his readings. Elder Mu gave the younger one a small gilded tablet as a gift, which symbolized that he was now also Wu Sheng and the guardian of Jingzhou County. The ancient Emperor Yu, who subjugated all of China, divided it into 9 provinces, over each of which he placed a governor, and only such leaders could have supreme power. The tablets were a symbol of this status, and they also contained the power of divine dragons. But today's people are not the same, and none of them could handle such a burden. The patriarch tried to say something else, but the young man was no longer listening to him. He thought with a stony face that he immediately understood that this artifact was not simple, but he did not even suspect that this thing was hereditary. Qin hastened to add that he had erased his imprint from the tablet so that it would gradually recognize its new owner and begin to transfer the power contained within it to him. Still saying nothing, the brunette cut his finger to drip blood onto the artifact and confirm his ownership of it, while the press non-owner made an official speech. After the ceremony was completely over, the tired hermit asked his young friend in a very weak voice to bring him some fresh water. Outside, a sullen Shanjing wandered around clutching some plants to its chest, while a pair of birds carefully fed their chicks, who were desperately asking their parents for food. This scene was not just symbolic, because a second later the little nature spirit opened its mouth in surprise, noticing the strange golden light. A second later, he dropped his burden in shock, because he simply did not have the strength to carry it anymore. Just like people who sometimes literally fall on their butts because they are unable to stay on their feet. A second later, the tiny man screamed desperately in terrible grief and pain, just like an ordinary frightened baby left without parental supervision. As for the protagonist, he was in the kitchen at the time, pouring himself some tea, and his hands were barely shaking. Sighing very heavily and listening to the desperate cries of the poor Shanjing, the time traveler quietly asked Qin Mu not to worry about anything, for he was going to keep his word. An old hermit, one of the wisest and most enlightened people in the world, who for more than a century protected the surrounding lands and prevented the rampage of a vampire, died and his soul ascended to the stars. The protagonist once again promised the old man that he would definitely fulfill his oath, and then left the house and looked at the horizon with a determined look, as if welcoming a fundamentally new stage in his life. But now, as Wu Shen, and the world seemed not to notice anything. No rain fell and no hurricane arose, tearing out trees by the roots. The skies remained serenely blue, and the plants grew and blossomed. It took Mu Li and Shanjing some time to carry out all the necessary ceremonies and actions. But eventually, they built a worthy tomb for the great sage. However, instead of inscribing the hermit's real name, Qin Mu, on the tombstone, the main character decided to decorate it with his own pseudonym Wu Ji. For a long time, they stood there in spirit, each thinking about their own things, until people approached the burial site, introducing themselves as the clan in charge of Jingzhou County. They came to pay their respects to their deceased guardian, especially since he had no family or children, for which the protagonist thanked them and introduced himself. The townspeople somehow knew that this unknown black-haired boy was the successor to the ancient sage, and they wanted to give him something so that they could quickly contact him in the future. It was an object that looked like an orange credit card, but the man threw it forward with such force and speed that it almost caught fire due to the friction of the air. If the protagonist had been an ordinary person, it might have even injured him, but he was himself. So the card safely slowed down and stopped against the force field of his spiritual power. This simple demonstration was more than enough to make people's mouths drop open in shock. Realizing that their new cartridge was really no worse than the old one, calmly accepting the card, Mu Li replied in a dispassionate voice that, out of the 8 delegates, 5 were Wu Zun-level warriors, and thus the strongest warriors in Jingzhou. The head of the family, slightly sweating from fear, bowed his head and humbly said that it didn't matter in principle, since they were nothing more than cats against a protagonist like a mighty tiger. And when the man casually asked what the new ruler was planning to do next, the cultivator indifferently replied that he was going south to deal with one matter. As the delegation dispersed in relief, the former student pulled out his phone to check on the discussion of his award, and it turned out that he had been found in a city called Wutong. One user wrote a particularly heartbreaking post about this, claiming that the mysterious Wu Ji was a careless fool and that Longshan and Beizhou could not sleep peacefully because of him. Others suggested that he was simply brave enough to face the killers face to face, or that his conscience was tormenting him. But in any case, the time traveler was going to find out who this strange double was. Meanwhile, in a richly furnished burgundy room, 2 beautiful women stood frozen in anticipation, one of them clutching a pink phone in her hand. The main character got to the building he needed quickly, and it was a luxurious white stone building with a ruby red roof and a sign. He was outside, but somehow, supernaturally, one of the women immediately realized that finally, the man they needed had appeared. Her pink-haired friend confirmed this and blushed so hard, as if she had just seen the most exciting sight in the world. In contrast, the main character still looked as dispassionate and focused as possible, as if he were not a human, but an android in disguise. The girl in the red dress stood up to greet her dearest master Wu Ji, and her companion began to lazily fan herself, driving away the non-existent heat. As it turned out later, this building was a restaurant, and clearly a very expensive one, given its rich interior, and the women, moving seductively, went straight to the time traveler. The girls began to flirt with the main character, trying their best to tempt him, but the former student still maintained a stony calm. Seeing this, one of the seductresses assumed a sad expression and asked with theatrical tragedy whether they were really so ugly in his eyes that they were not worth attention. Naturally, this was nothing more than a clever trick designed to deceive men who were overly eager for the fair sex. And one of the killers threw sharp spits at the victim, and she was naturally incredibly surprised when the top-notch surprise weapon simply bounced off the body of the implied Wu Ji. The shock in the woman's eyes was such that even if the sun had changed its color to purple right now, it would have affected her less. The main character, for his part, was not going to stand on ceremony with the attackers, no matter what gender they were, and he spread his arms, gathering all his power in his palms. The result was a whirlwind of such force that the assassins were picked up like rag dolls, thrown in all directions and mercilessly smashed against the floor and walls. By the time the protagonist finished and started to leave, the unfortunate killers were lying behind him in a deep, unconscious state, drooling absurdly from their open mouths. True, before leaving, the protagonist could not resist drinking a glass of water. But before he could finish, Mu wearily ordered all enemies, young and old, to come out of hiding. There were a lot of hunters for valuable equipment and money here. So many bone breakers gathered in the room that even the smallest apple had no room to fall among them. And, unlike the late Yatagan lovers of Dao, these thugs had no intention of playing at being noble. They simply screamed like a herd of enraged boars and rushed towards their prey. But the first killer fell ingloriously on his back when a glass, thrown by the time traveler with such force and accuracy that any rifle would be envious, hit his head. Li had long since gotten tired of playing with his opponents, standing like a pillar and pretending that their attacks were capable of somehow harming him. So he simply began to smash everything around him. And in the most literal sense of the word, the entire restaurant was shaking, as if the largest and loudest music speaker had been turned on inside it. Several people outside looked at this with wide eyes, and one of them chuckled respectfully, saying, "Yes, Wu Ji is not showing off, he is simply killing. But he does it like God himself." The skinny, bespectacled man, looking at his phone, said excitedly that an incredible number of masters had gathered in Utun, and they were all making different plans to kill the target. But the first wave of hunters, it seems, had been completely wiped out. The most useful thing this internet lover could do in this situation was to turn on a live broadcast for subscribers, and his fat, bearded friend eagerly asked if Wu Ji was really Wu Zun. The second fat man added sullenly that this was probably the case. Who else was capable of killing seasoned, strong people with such ease, as if slapping mosquitoes? They could have argued for a long time, proving their points of view to each other. But at some point they realized that the main character had finally appeared on the street. He was also holding a Shanjing dressed in a cute baby lion costume, and Mu kindly suggested that the little one should finally go home and rest. When the young but ancient cultivator had moved a sufficient distance away, leaving behind a partially destroyed restaurant with broken windows, the trio collectively breathed a sigh of relief that they had not been beaten. After some time, the unknown man stood and watched as a huge pool of blood spread across the once beautiful floor at his feet. These were the dead, many dead, mutilated bodies that the protagonist simply threw to the rats for prey. And some of the dead the mysterious man even recognized as the gifted Maku brothers. Also among the corpses was the outstanding master Qianjin Yue, who was heard of by both young and old in his homeland. But he ended his life with chopsticks stuck in his chest. On the street, a certain man was looking through the ranking of famous warriors Wu Zun, which had been greatly updated in connection with these events. And the mysterious Wu Ji had risen to second place, giving way to a certain Mu Yi. For any ordinary martial artist, this would be an incredible achievement. But the protagonist instead focused on his journey to Mount Fumo. It had taken him a long time to get here, and now he looked with slight admiration at this beautiful, utopian place, as if copied from the Garden of the Jade Emperor himself. But the cultivator, of course, was not interested in just the scenery. He had heard that a certain saint named Qingguang once lived in this place, and that an incredibly rare sacred lotus grew here, only one of 7. And if you believe the same rumors, then this lotus, grown in the waters of the divine pond, is no different from the treasures of the world of immortals under the purple star. Those in the know called this plant, which at first glance was not very remarkable, the lotus of 100 generations, immediately making it clear how important it was. The main character was usually as cold as an icy stone in such situations. But now, looking around, he could not hide the sparkle in his eyes. Suddenly his idol was interrupted by a strange noise, But it was not a car or even a motorcycle, but a real carriage driven by an imperturbable mustachioed man. It was exactly like the ancient means of transport that the Chinese had used centuries ago, before the invention of machines, and its curtain was gracefully pulled back by a fragile hand. The time traveler stared at this with bulging eyes, unable to even blink, and only a handful of people or things managed to make such an impression on him. Inside the carriage was a beautiful young woman with dark hair and blue eyes, and she stared at the protagonist with no less surprise. When Mu Li lived in the above-described world of immortals, unlike its other inhabitants, he pursued the most trivial goals: to rewrite the past, protect his family, and take revenge on those who had offended him. And he was still far from the maximum level of his development, which he honestly admitted himself, but still already possessed such a quantity of power that he was a real deity in comparison with almost any other people. Mu Li didn't have any global goals like reshaping the world order, but he still intended to eat that lotus so that he could think about the future later. But despite this, there was something about the strange stranger from the carriage that made the protagonist unable to tear himself away. He walked forward and turned his head without even realizing it. In the end, the young man managed to overcome the strange temptation and look away. Although he admitted that the woman was indeed unusual, this feeling apparently was mutual, since the mysterious brunette also followed the protagonist with her gaze, and then asked the coachman, aka Grandpa Hua, to stop. The man didn't argue, but he twisted his lips as if he was trying to convey with his whole appearance how much he disapproved of idle conversations with strangers. During this time, the carriage managed to overtake the time traveler, so the woman found herself a few meters away from Li, and she respectfully asked if her brother was going to visit a certain temple. Her name was Zhueling Er. She was 18 years old, and of course, she also belonged to the clan of martial artists. Although it was hard to tell from such a fragile appearance and gentle smile, the protagonist laconically confirmed that everything was so, and Hua, trying not to turn around, desperately watched every movement of his ward. The young warrior politely offered the cultivator a lift to the temple, since the road to it was very long and difficult. But the coachman reminded him that there was no point in shaking hands with strangers. The girl retorted that her premonition told her that Mu Li was a good man and there was nothing to be afraid of, especially since the guy had such a long road ahead that even if he broke his leg, why torture the man then? Xu also noticed Shan Jing, who had been hiding behind his new tutor all this time, and of course mistook the spirit of the earth for an ordinary baby. Since he was wearing a disguise suit, the time traveler did not try to interfere with their acquaintance, and within a few minutes the happy little man was hanging on the laughing Lin's neck. The mustachioed man, not wanting to give up his position, reminded her that the world was full of freaks who skillfully disguised themselves as good people. But simply asked not to look at the world through jade glasses, and while the young people were sitting inside, Hua took the opportunity to angrily hiss at the cultivator that the latter should remember that he was not worthy of breathing the same air next to the girl. He then kicked the horse, causing it to start moving again, and the cultivator, although he didn't say anything, mentally noted that this old man was starting to get on his nerves. When Mu and Shui were inside, the Shanjing was sitting right in the middle between them, and for some reason he was shivering very strongly, as if an icy wind had blown nearby. Seeing his condition, the brunette awkwardly asked for forgiveness and admitted that she was actually suffering from the so-called cold disease. Only after this did she officially introduce herself to the main character, and immediately took the opportunity to clarify the name of the brunette himself. The main character briefly stated his first and last name, while the poor nature spirit, meanwhile, was freezing so much as if he had been thrown into the Arctic without clothes. Unable to contain herself, Lin stroked the baby's back and asked his name. But the Shanjing did not answer because he felt such terrible discomfort, as if he had been licked by an iceberg, without taking his eyes off the window, through which one could see the blossoming trees. The newcomer just as coldly said that the dwarf was simply called a baby. However, even he couldn't hold back a shocked cry and a question about what the hell the little man was doing, when the latter settled down between his knees with such a look that he was being put in a coffin. And then the tiny man, not at all embarrassed, lifted the guy's shirt and began crawling over his body like a rat, to the colossal embarrassment of the protagonist himself. Yes, the main character was able to catch his new adopted son quickly enough and carefully squeeze him in his palm. But even he was amazed at how deftly he pulled off such a prank. Watching this without a shadow of a smile or laughter, again asked for forgiveness because it was because of her that the poor little one was completely frozen. When she somehow reached out to Shanjing again, causing him to desperately chatter his teeth and press his palms to his armpits, the cultivator calmly noted that he even began to feel cold. Having come to her senses, the brunette blinked in surprise, and then became noticeably embarrassed, so that a noticeable blush appeared on her pale cheeks. Jumping to the side, as far away from her fellow travelers as possible, she awkwardly explained that she had completely forgotten herself out of pity for the little one, and wondered whether she should send him to sit with his grandfather. She began to curse in every possible way her strange congenital illness, which prevented her from leading a normal existence. But for the time traveler, of course, everything was crystal clear. He thought, not without complacency, that the reason was elementary and lay in the excess of yin energy in the body, but was caught off guard when Sui asked whether he was also going to the temple for treatment. Stuttering a little from embarrassment, the woman confirmed that yes, that was why she was now heading to this place, because there were persistent rumors that it could cure any disease. The spirit of nature, listening to this with all possible attention, suddenly fell back in silent hysteria, exactly like an actor overacting. Mu Li was a 5,000-year-old cultivator who had seen immortals, ghosts, a vampire, and even a dragon. But he still asked if Air really believed in such nonsense in their enlightened age of science. Even more timid, the young warrior admitted that she didn't really trust these rumors, but her grandfather asked her to at least try, and she didn't want to upset the old man. Turning pink like a pig, Lin admitted that she had been suffering since childhood because of the impossibility of being like any normal person. And the doctors, to a man, threw up their hands, unable to advise anything. And for this reason, Air's youth was, to put it mildly, disgusting. All members of the family treated her like some kind of degenerate, and her parents at one point resigned themselves to the fact that they were forced to live with a monster. It also turned out that the coach Manhwa was not her grandfather in the blood sense of the word. Her real grandfather ordered this man to take care of the younger Shui before his death. Over the years, they have traveled all over China in search of great masters in the world of medicine and healing, in a desperate attempt to get at least some help, but all in vain. Personally, she had, to tell the truth, long since resigned herself to the fact that she would be forced to live the rest of her days keeping everyone at arm's length, except her tutor. No matter how unpleasant Hua was from the outside, this man truly loved his adopted daughter, and he simply did not know how to give up, tirelessly searching for a way to save her. Since the brunette didn't have much experience in communication, she again became terribly embarrassed and began to ask Mu for forgiveness, muttering along the way that he must now hate her. She even started crying from the excess of emotions, so the cultivator couldn't help but gently pat his new acquaintance on the shoulder, assuring her that a cure existed. The younger Shui didn't believe it, but she didn't say it out loud, and only thanked Li with a smile for agreeing to listen to her at all. The former student was already deep in his thoughts, and he knew, as had been said many times, how poor the earth was in miracles. But even in it, yin entities were sometimes encountered. In the world of immortals, such phenomena were met with warm approval, and those who emphasized the cultivation of this feminine side of their soul subsequently gained the greatest power. During training, such people became, in fact, very powerful energy vampires, capable, even without wanting to, of absorbing the powers of other cultivators, which is why they have long been killed in many places. The poor Shanjing, meanwhile, had already lost consciousness from the fact that his body was frozen to the very insides, and the protagonist decided to graciously share his energy with him. It was a temporary protection from the intense heat and cold, and it certainly worked perfectly, because within a few seconds the little one turned pink and sleepily rubbed his eyes. Then he jumped on Lin again, and she was not only terribly surprised, but also glad that the baby was no longer afraid of the supernatural frost emanating from her soul. Looking straight into the brunette's eyes, the earth spirit made the most touching grimace he was capable of, and began to coo like a human baby. Was truly happy because for the first time in her life she could play and spend time with someone without fear of harming this creature. The carriage, meanwhile, moved forward slowly. Fortunately, a well-trained horse could pass where even the most modern SUV would get stuck. Exactly 1 hour passed before this ancient transport stopped, and Hua, tying the resting animal to a tree, warned his adopted granddaughter that they had arrived safely. It was a stereotypical Chinese temple, perched on top of a particularly high, flat-topped hill, and reached by a very long, slightly curved staircase. Feigning enthusiasm, Shui climbed outside and, seeing the time traveler already standing nearby, asked him to wait here for a bit until everything was over. Unfortunately, the floor of the carriage was much higher than the ground, and the brunette, whose legs had become numb on the way, awkwardly stepped back, falling onto the main character's chest. It was a very awkward situation, but Mu Li tried to let everyone know with his eyes that everything was okay. He didn't smile, but his eyes were much warmer than usual. All this made blush very brightly and quickly, and she had a hard time finding the strength to simply mutter words of gratitude. And then it turned out that Hua hadn't gone anywhere. He had seen everything that had happened, and now he had an expression on his face as if some ogre had hit the man on the head with a club with all his might. Having recovered from the shock with difficulty, he thought with bile that the protagonist was simply a nimble bastard, since it was he who usually helped his ward get down to the ground. Lin had a very frail constitution and poor health, which Mu quickly noticed and offered to carry the lady on his back. But she politely refused. If you looked closely, you could see a strange scurrying about in her clothes, as if a squirrel had made a nest there, and then someone's yellow head appeared from behind her bosom. It was Shanjing, who had been sleeping soundly all this time and was now returning to consciousness with great difficulty, gradually opening his heavy, stone-like eyelids, not quite aware of where exactly he was or what those around him were doing. The little nature deity took a huge breath into his tiny chest and then exhaled it. The gust of wind was so strong that it lifted most of the brunette's clothes, forcing her to desperately hold the hem of her clothes at her knees, like Marilyn Monroe in the famous photograph. And then she turned very pink, as if someone was doing things to her that children are not told about. But in fact, Shui was just feeling real warmth for the first time. Hua, who was walking in front, heard the suspicious sides and began to turn around with the appearance of a golden eagle who noticed an impudent owl on his territory. Li helped Lin tidy up his clothes and also admonished Shanjing not to misbehave. But the man misunderstood this, thinking that the boy was acting inappropriately toward his adopted granddaughter. The man became so enraged that for a moment he completely lost his human form, becoming like a huge demon, so terrifying that the Jiangshi next to him would have seemed like a joke. But the cultivator, somehow keeping his voice steady, explained that he had no nefarious intentions, and that the dwarf in his hand was to blame for everything. Hua, however, didn't really notice this, because it only later dawned on him that for the first time in God knows how many years, color had appeared on his ward's face. Pleased by this, the old man decided to first take the girl to the temple and make sure that she was completely cured, and all conversations could be postponed for later. Meanwhile, the time traveler, using telepathy, harshly scolded Shanjing for not only raising the wind but also sharing his spiritual power with Shui, which was altruistic but stupid. In a past life, when the main character was still an unprincipled young scumbag, he talked his friends into doing some illegal business to make money, and then they all went on a spree at a Beijing club. But a guy named Zhou subsequently meanly deceived Mu and his friends, leaving the latter not only without a fat wallet, but without even a worthless rusty coin. At that time, Li was not yet a cultivator, so he fought exactly like Xiaodong and many other representatives of the Golden Youth, reveling in pure physical strength and the power of money. Mad with rage, the protagonist pounced on Zhou like an evil monkey, but the bastard refused to be the descendant of the great clan of masters, and everything ended very badly. It was this man that the young man remembered with curses and hatred from the very beginning, for he had killed his mother before his own eyes and driven Xian and Yao to suicide. Of course, the time traveler remembered this with great pain in his heart, but, characteristically, he also thought about Qinmu with longing, believing that the elderly hermit should not have died. To cope with the stress, the younger Mu decided to follow the simple philosophy that any attacker should be killed, and anyone who tried to harm his loved ones should be killed especially brutally. But the protagonist was no longer that spoiled idiot anyway. He had been through some tough times and was determined to live a much better life. Thinking about all this and moving forward purely on reflexes, with his eyes closed, the cultivator himself did not notice that his group, it turns out, had already approached the gates of the temple. It was a large and majestic building, built in traditional Chinese architecture, with a large courtyard and numerous columns. Having learned of the approach of the guests, one of the local monks had already come out to meet them. He was a gray-bearded and gray-mustached bald old man, wearing light clothes with the symbol of yin and yang. Hua explained in a very respectful voice that his granddaughter was suffering from what was called a cold disease, and no matter what medicine or potion they had tried before, nothing had helped. And Sui was quick to confirm this. Nodding gravely, the old monk asked the girl's permission to touch her to examine her, and Lin readily extended her hand to him. However, the old man did not even have time to properly touch the patient when he felt an incredibly strong cold and saw how her skin in one place turned into a blue spot. Until this moment, the healer, as befits a stereotypical Chinese sage and alchemist, was absolutely unperturbed and kept his eyes closed. But now emotions appeared on his face and he opened his eyes. Moreover, the tips of his fingers had already begun to freeze, turning into dark gray icicles, as if someone had dipped them in a vat of liquid nitrogen. There was a very awkward silence, as if this company had suddenly stumbled into a stinking piece of manure in the middle of you talking, and even the main character said nothing. Muli was basically in no mood for talking right now, because he was watching the abbot's reaction very carefully, and he quickly realized that the patriarch had also guessed the reason for the brunette's illness. Shanjing, who had been hiding behind the girl all this time, like a baby koala on its mother's back, now ventured to very carefully peek out to understand what was going on around him. And the old man opened his yellow eyes like gold coins again and measured the tiny spirit of the earth with an even more attentive look. This was enough for the brunette to understand that the alchemist now knew the true nature of his ward, despite the fact that the latter was disguised as a puppy. Unlike him, Hua did not notice the changed atmosphere, and he again asked if the abbot was able to heal his adopted granddaughter, and the old man calmly replied that yes, it was easy for him. To make things more convincing, he said that the younger Shui was suffering from frostbite, or rather, a very rare form of this disease, when a person does not feel warm even in the most intense heat. This was different from the protagonist's explanation, but technically the monk was not lying, as a surprised Lin confirmed that this was indeed the case. She had been suffering from this since childhood. Her tutor and protector almost started dancing from the realization that his ward could finally be cured. And the abbot, meanwhile, asked everyone to follow him. No one had noticed it yet, but the atmosphere around the old man had changed slightly, as if invisible smoke was coming from him, symbolizing that this man was planning something vile. Without turning around, the elderly cleric explained that the divine lake next to which their temple was built had existed since incredibly ancient times, and there is also a sacred lotus growing in it. This plant blooms its flower every month, on the 15th, when a full and bright moon appears in the sky. When this happens, the main characters and all other people who came to the temple for healing will approach the pond, after which their ailments will finally disappear. Hua, having quickly made all the necessary calculations in his mind, realized that the necessary day would come the day after tomorrow, and the abbot agreed with this, offering the visitors to spend the night these 2 days in the temple. Folding her arms across her chest, respectfully thanked the grandfather monk for his kindness, something that was very valuable to her. The patriarch modestly replied that the heavens bless all who walk under them, so people should help each other. But when the whole company had already begun to leave, the cultivator lingered for a few minutes near the pond. 2 days and 15 hours flew by very quickly, because by the time a bright, unnaturally huge silver moon appeared from behind the clouds, people had already gathered near the pond. Looking at the sparkling water, Sue dreamily said that after her illness went away, she would finally live a normal life, find a loving family, go to school, and make friends there. Muli, who was standing only half a meter away from the girl, still couldn't find the strength to say anything, and at that moment, some shining object appeared from the underwater surface. This was the coveted lotus, and it was immediately obvious that this was a very unusual plant. No ordinary flower had such a huge, and at the same time glowing from within, bud. It was the size of a man, and very slowly, even majestically, began to open its petals, bringing the audience into such delight that several people even fell to their knees. The lotus, meanwhile, was no longer just shining. It was literally sparkling, like a cut diamond that someone had placed through a bright beam of light, and when it finally fully blossomed, the once dark blue sky was partially painted purple, as if by some giant invisible artist. The effect this had on Sue and Shanking was incredibly strong, to the point that the pair lost all meaningful expression and stared ahead with their jaws wide open. Meanwhile, the bald monk standing behind them slowly opened his golden eyes and said in an ambiguous tone that the flowers had finally blossomed. A few minutes later, when the huge lotus opened even more, it became clear that inside it was a creature that looked very much like a young man, only with tiny horns on its head. As the cultivator suspected, no miracles actually happen here. On the contrary, it is an evil force that has staged a deceptive performance in order to steal the life force from gullible and desperate mortals. The victims are unaware of the deception, because along with the loss of a part of their soul, they also temporarily stop feeling their ailments. But this is not a cure, and soon they will all be sucked dry like flies in a web. The bald priest, clutching the helpless Shan Jing and the drugged Shui in his hand with interest, shouted to his leader that luck had smiled upon them especially today. In addition to ordinary people, they had such unique individuals. If the demon devoured them, his own spiritual power would increase by several orders of magnitude. But the main character, of course, could not allow this to happen. While no one was looking, The protagonist used his old trick with the leaves, charging them with spiritual energy and throwing them forward with such force that they became more dangerous than throwing knives. One leaf managed to hit the horn of the demon, sparing in the center of the lotus, leaving a large crack on it. And the monster in the form of a beautiful man frowned angrily. A yellow-green haze emanated from it. And one look at this horrible thing would be enough to make a random person feel incredibly sick, as if they were being eaten alive by a plague. Only then did the fake abbot realize that something was wrong and, turning around, demanded an answer from Lee as to why he was still conscious and who he was anyway. Without even giving the protagonist a chance to say anything in his defense, the evil old man pounced on him, screeching that this impudent worm had spoiled everything and should die because of it. He was even more surprised when his blow, instead of finishing the victim off on the spot, was carelessly blocked by one of Lee's muscular elbows. Enraged even more than before, the abbot tried to cut off the young man's head with a powerful blow of his fist. But the time traveler, as expected, easily returned from this. Moreover, having blocked another crushing attack with his bare palm, the cultivator raised his own fist to show this pseudo-monk where the crayfish hibernate. Their duel, as it now happens among the adepts of local martial arts and immortals, took place at insane speeds, so that random witnesses would in principle not be able to see or understand anything. The protagonist used such a high-speed barrage of blows against his opponent that from a distance one would think he had suddenly grown many extra pairs of arms, and the old cultist was becoming more and more panicked with each passing second, because he had never expected that such a strong person could exist in the mortal world. This delay ultimately proved decisive, because it allowed the young man to hit the old scoundrel with such force that his eyes bulged like a fish stunned by an explosion. Then his body flew down to the ground and crashed into it with such force that a monstrous roar was heard 10 meters away, and a huge cloud of dust and debris rose up. However, the demon in the lotus still did nothing. He simply continued to sit serenely, crossing his legs and raising his hands in prayerful gestures. As it turned out, the explosion finally destroyed the hypnosis of the evil spirits. And now people, scared to the point of panic, began to run away screaming in all directions. At the same time, it became clear that the fake cleric also did not die and was not even seriously injured. He only asked how Mu Li knew all his techniques and why he was so much stronger than other people. But the protagonist wasn't going to explain anything to him. This gray-bearded bastard fed innocent people to the monster and profited from it. For such a thing, the most terrible punishment possible was due. Enraged, the old man jumped out of the crater onto the surface of the earth in a split second and shouted that some insignificant mortal worm would not be able to scare him. And also, unlike the cultivator, he really wanted to chat. So the villain kindly explained that the members of the supernatural clan of others are horned, winged, and three-eyed demons. Despite their close resemblance to humans, these monsters held them in deep contempt, killing them without mercy, and even using them as edible livestock. The abbot, at the end, pulling off his clothes and showing reddening eyes, solemnly announced that he would instantly finish off the little man who thought so much of himself as soon as he used his true power. Of course, this speech did not make any impression on the main character. He only grinned mockingly and sarcastically thought that hidden true power is very interesting, of course. The abbot, meanwhile, completely undressed, showing his not at all old, bulging with muscles body, and then began to change. The beard, hair, and wrinkles disappeared, long curved horns grew on the shoulders and head, and the eyes turned red, and now a real demon appeared before the cultivator. Smiling smugly, another declared that Mu Li was as strong as the weakest deity, and for his leader, who was still in a trance, the brunette would be no more dangerous than a fly. The protagonist once again ignored the enemy's bragging, and instead clarified where their clan came from and for what purpose they made a nest for themselves in China. Twisting his arm to show off his massive, rock-hard muscles, the lesser demon declared that such a pathetic primate was not worthy of knowing. This clearly offended the cultivator, who was not without pride, because in response he began to tense his own muscles, bent down in a fighting stance, and opened his mouth for a battle cry. No longer attempting to talk, the enemies rushed towards each other, raising their huge fists in order to reduce their enemy to a pitiful puddle of slime with one good blow. The protagonist's hand, engulfed in purple flames, and the monster's huge fist, emitting a yellow glow, collided like two asteroids. The result was an incredibly powerful explosion, as if some psychopath had buried several hundred kilograms of gunpowder in that place and finally detonated it. By this time, there was no one left alive around the lake for a long time. All the people had fled in terror in all directions, except, as it turned out, Sui Ling Er, who was still lying unconscious. Yihua, The brunette's adoptive grandfather, unable to get to his feet, desperately crawled forward and tried to shout to his ward in order to take her away from this bedlam. The supreme demon also remained in his place, imperturbable and motionless, like a wooden statue. And he still exuded that terrible yellow stench. A few moments later, it became clear that Mu Li had not been able to win. The strength and durability he had received from the ritual in the cave were not enough for him, and he was now only sullenly wiping away his bloody snot. However, he didn't consider himself a loser. Hell, the protagonist was in his homeworld, and he was going to use all his strength to kill any impudent supernatural creature. The demon tried to act very confident, but deep down he was starting to worry. He himself was only using a third of his true power so far, and the little man was most likely just bluffing. In any case, the antagonist pointedly casually suggested to the wretched mortal bug that he simply come up and test his luck for strength, if he wasn't afraid for his life. Before resuming the fight, the protagonist took one quick look at the frightened old man and the still unconscious girl, and almost cursed. They were still here, unable to leave the dangerous place, and the cultivator no longer cared about them, so now the additional responsibility for other people's lives fell on his shoulders. Unfortunately for him, the other was no fool. He noticed exactly where the former student was looking, and immediately realized that there were 2 juicy snacks nearby. Hana had already managed to wake up his ward and put her on her feet, but it was too late. The tree roots, revived by the will of the monster, were already rushing towards them. Flexible and fast, like the tentacles of a giant octopus, these plant appendages entangled Shu so that she could no longer move even her hand freely. She kicked and demanded to be immediately put back on the ground, and the man rushed to help the woman, but in vain, because he himself was captured. The unfortunate people writhed, screamed, and twisted, desperately trying to find salvation, and the main character still did not try to come to their aid, as if petrified by shock. But then the brunette got tired of seeing such an outrage, and he decided to release his newfound dragon power to finish off the creature once and for all. Clouds of raging purple energy gathered around him, and lightning emitted from his fingers. But his eyes remained as cold as ever, and the other instantly tensed up, realizing that the pathetic mortal had suddenly begun to use some kind of vile trick. But what exactly he did not yet understand. Not intending to give his opponent a chance to gain a second wind, the monster struck, now using half of its strength, but the cultivator stopped this blow and became even faster than before. The werewolf also immediately realized that this was not part of the powers of the traveler himself, which meant that he was indeed connected to the ancient deities and could borrow their power. This, of course, did not please the demon at all, and he redoubled the fury of his attacks, and at one point even shouted that this mortal bastard had really managed to drink the elixir of eternal life. Instead, Mu Li, stopping another hook with an open palm, said in a pompous voice that here and now, on the land of the Dragon of the 7 Districts, he would destroy his enemy. Soaring into the air and releasing lightning again, the former student shouted that he would destroy anyone who dared to attack him, and the other finally realized that he was seeing divine seals. A moment later, the monster struck with a whole scattering of pink-purple lightning, and they burned so painfully that the once self-confident monster screamed at the top of his lungs. But this was not enough to finish off the evil spirits. On the contrary, the demon became incredibly angry and growled that people should serve his relatives by nature, like cattle. Even though there are many billions of people, they are all weak, short-lived creatures, and their pitiful souls are not fit for anything other than to feed noble others. He also believed that no matter how dexterous a cultivator was, he was just an inept, arrogant puppy, unable to stop his strongest blow without help. His confidence was shaken a little when the teenager, without any emotion, flew straight at him headfirst like a rocket and put 2 of his glowing fingers to his forehead. The werewolf didn't understand what it was all about, but he managed to block the attack, although due to the incredible amount of power, multicolored waves emanated in all directions. After this, the pseudo-abbot guessed that in this way the teenager was concentrating all his spiritual power in a small point, but he could not understand how this happened at all. Plus, the inhuman had trapped himself by just using his strongest blow, but at the same time found himself defenseless against the next actions of the time traveler. Their battle of strength and spiritual power continued for some time before the youth eventually prevailed, breaking the demon's arm. From the incredibly strong and at the same time such unusual pain, the monster squealed like that very same food animal at the slaughterhouse, and the cultivator smiled triumphantly with the corner of his lips. And then, with just one, but incredibly fast and strong blow, he finished off his opponent, piercing his torso with his hand. as if a pig carcass was being pierced with a strong skewer. This, however, was only a warm-up, after which the main character used a particularly powerful spell to completely blow the monster's body to pieces. Dying, some simply could not believe that some man, a wretched and weak creature living no more than 80 or 100 years, could do something like that to him, a higher being. Keeping a stony expression on his face, the protagonist cut off the demon's head with one wave of his hand, but it was a matter of mercy, not an attempt to eliminate the possibility of the enemy's regeneration. The blow was so powerful that the head not only separated from the body, but also flew away from it for many tens of meters, leaving behind red marks. Meanwhile, Ji could hardly breathe anymore. The wooden tentacle was squeezing her neck with such force that the girl began to lose consciousness, her tongue hanging out of her mouth. But at the very last moment, when consciousness had already begun to fade, the roots relaxed and fell off, becoming ordinary tree appendages again, and their victim collapsed to the ground. As she fainted, Linner thought that her newly born brother Mu was emitting some kind of golden glow, and it was very strange why they met at all. Watching him walk somewhere in the rays of glory and power, the brunette couldn't help but wonder why such a creature decided to appear in their icy world at all. This was the last thing she managed to think before she finally fell into oblivion from the trauma, physical and psychological, and stress she had experienced. As for the main character, he didn't bother to check how his new companions were doing. Instead, he approached the borders of the divine pond and stared at his reflection. After some time, the protagonist thought only one thought. It was the question of whether someone else had woken up already. Still looking ahead with such detachment as if his face had long been replaced by some kind of realistic mask, the brunette noted that others would find only certain death in China, and not juicy food. A day before the main character managed to reach the mountain temple where the demons had made their lair, he indulged in meditative cultivation and suddenly realized that the power of the Qinmu tablet had mixed with his own. And with every minute of the ritual, it only increased, until the time traveler realized with shock that now his possibilities were truly limitless, and in his hands was the power of the greatest immortals. The power of the Dragon of the Seven Districts is only a fragment of the ancient power, somehow connected to the seal of the earth, and its purpose is to exterminate evil spirits. Subsequently, the young man carefully examined himself and realized that his own spiritual power remained unchanged, but the borrowed abilities of the dragon rose many levels up. This was achieved by improving the circulation of the life particle flows in Mu's body. And now, he thought longingly about what heights he would have reached if he could summon this power whenever he wanted. But now, looking at the awakened ruler of the others, the protagonist was forced to admit that the late false abbot was right. The demonic leader was beyond his capabilities. The horned youth, lazily moving his hand from side to side, calmly noted that the protagonist dared to interrupt his meditation and kill one of his people. This was incredible audacity for an insignificant little man. Then the demon soared into the air so easily and casually, as if gravity did not exist for him in principle, and it only affected pathetic mortal worms. After this, the humanoid, with the same crane-like grace, descended onto the surface of the lake. For him, it was as stable and solid as asphalt, and the demon casually walked across the water, as if it were an absolutely ordinary event, not worth commenting on the level of a person capable of sitting on a chair. The cultivator blinked in astonishment, realizing that he couldn't read the level of spiritual power of the new opponent, although it was already clear that he was very strong, and the activity of his life force was extremely high. As disgusting as it was to admit, the protagonist could not do anything yet. He had only defeated one monster with great difficulty, and even then he had to resort to the help of a dragon, and he could not do it twice in a row. However, the leader of the others was not going to let the impudent boy escape, and he raised his body high into the air, becoming like a meteorite engulfed in flames. With one blow of his fist, the horned man tried to destroy the time traveler, leaving only a crater covered in bloody mucus. But the brunette blocked this attack, raising another blast wave around the area. The brown-haired man was a little surprised that the little man turned out to be so strong. But of course he hadn't tried to hit with full force yet, so it would only get harder for Mu from now on. Now a huge rock-like fist flew at the cultivator, and he desperately raised his elbows, hoping to at least soften the coming damage. When the dust cleared after that, the main character was still alive and standing on his feet, but he was thrown back several meters by the enemy's power, while the other one himself did not even break a sweat. A bruise appeared on the time traveler's arm, but Mu himself was calm. Now he understood that the demon lord actually had difficulty controlling the integrity of his body with magic, and was unlikely to pose a threat. The Lotus Man, as if having read these thoughts, calmly and even with a tiny bit of respect, noted that the main character had good control over his own techniques, and since the brunette had no time to help people, they decided to save themselves. Hua, finally coming to his senses, picked up Shui in his arms and rushed away. The old man ran as fast as his age and health would allow, but Li realized with horror that this was too little when it came to supernatural creatures. The mustachioed man was moving his legs with all his might, hugging the unconscious brunette to himself. But he couldn't hold back a frightened cry. A monster descended from the air. He clearly understood that he could do nothing against such an opponent, but he also had no intention of running away. So Hua, without any fear, ordered the other to simply disappear over the horizon and not touch Lin. The horned, brown-haired man pursed his lips in bewilderment and a little sadly, just like a child who opened a bag of coveted chips and saw that most of it was empty. The demon capriciously asked himself how this worm dared to bark at him. And Grandfather throwing himself at the monster with his fists, shouted that he didn't give a damn who he was. He would never let anyone hurt his granddaughter. Most likely, after this, the unfortunate man would have died a very painful and humiliating death. But the creature's attention shifted to Mu Li, who was trying to kick him in the face. The key word was trying, because there wasn't even a speck of dirt left on the other's face, and he snorted with a school queen bee expression, showing how little he thought of his enemies. Having carefully examined the aura of the horned humanoid, the time traveler opened his mouth in surprise, because it turned out that the demon's magic was also much superior to his own. It all ended with the antagonist simply releasing a wave of golden energy that had the force of an explosion, causing the protagonist to dodge sharply, and Hua was sent flying back like a stone from a slingshot with blood on his face. The main character managed to dodge again at the very last moment, as a huge beam of destructive force now hit the place where he was standing. As for the so-called grandfather Lin, he, being just an ordinary mortal, was lying in a deep delirium from loss of strength, and only whispered the name of his ward. The game was becoming more and more dangerous with every passing second, and the protagonist understood with crystal clarity that, just like in the case with the vampire, he had to give it his all and use all the tricks available. Fortunately, unlike the Jiangshi, the other still did not take him seriously. He even capriciously demanded that Mu Li finally show him what tricks he could do. Their new collision caused the entire lake to stand on its end, as if a small meteor had crashed to Earth right next to it, causing the ground to shake. The enemies moved faster than lightning, faster than sound. In a split second, they tried to kick or punch each other and then instantly moved to another place. And each time they put more and more force into each attack until it got to the point that the waters of the lake finally rose up and left the banks. As he sank into the crest of the stormy wave, the other acknowledged that this particular little man was far stronger than the others. But it didn't matter, since Li was still too weak to kill any of his kin by sheer force. The fight paused for a few seconds, but only so that both fighters could catch their breath and prepare new strategies for their next attacks. However, this demon was not a fool either, and he understood perfectly well that something was wrong with the main character, and he should be destroyed right now before he became completely invincible. Making a particularly scary face, the villain flashed his cat-like eyes and warned the cultivator that they had played around enough. It was time to die. The brunette, however, was fundamentally unimpressed, because for some reason he believed that his opponent had already lost, but just didn't realize it yet. The monster, meanwhile, was gathering all its strength for the final blow, which was expressed in the form of a cluster of golden lightning bolts rushing into its body through its horns. And a second later, when the moment was more opportune than ever, the protagonist quickly uttered the tin token of the district chief. "Help me kill the enemy." No, there were no bright and colorful special effects immediately after this. The main character simply continued to stand. But at the same time, his hands began to emit a soft purple light. However, the demon immediately realized that they were talking about ancient artifacts created by Emperor Da Yue, and his eyes widened, realizing that this worm was, de facto, the modern ruler of China. But the demon did not fall into frustration for long. He almost immediately pulled himself together, after which he rushed into the attack, using a particularly powerful technique called Silver Storm. The ground was literally drowned in lightning. There were not 10 centimeters that were not struck by a giant electric whip. But the protagonist remained safe and sound. Then the largest thunderer fell right on him. But the brunette easily stopped the flow of death with his bare hand, using the proud dragon technique in the sky. A second later, it became clear that this was not just ignoring, but redirecting the damage, since the caught lightning immediately rushed back to the brown-haired man. The horned youth gritted his teeth angrily, realizing the mess he had gotten himself into. But he did not try to fly away, for it was already too late to defend himself from this. The man was lucky. The destructive column of light did not hit his head, although it passed within a few centimeters of it, but instead his left arm was torn to pieces. The proud and self-confident other, who considered himself the most important and inviolable creature in the world, was now screaming in terrible pain and desperately cradling his injured limb. Naturally, the young demon did not continue the fight after such humiliation, but he sternly warned Mu Li that he would definitely return and take terrible revenge for this. Then he galloped away so fast that he could easily have put to shame any frog or grasshopper, for wounded pride and fear of death greatly contributed to his acceleration and motivation. Luckily for the other, the time traveler had no intention of pursuing him and finishing him off. Instead, he was completely focused on Hua, who was still lying on the ground like a sack. By this time, Ye had already woken up and was sitting worriedly next to the old man, who had been infused with some life force by the cultivator. But that was all that could be done. Yes, the mustachioed man was dying from his injuries, and this could not be changed, and he used his last minutes to cheer up his grieving ward. Then, with his last bit of strength, he took the protagonist's hand and muttered that he felt that Mu Li was a very unusual person, and let him take care of Ling Er from now on. Now that her guardian was giving up his soul to God, she needed to somehow get home. But the cultivator reasonably inquired where this place was even located. As it turns out, the Zhui clan was based in Jiangnan province, in the city of Zhongjing, where the main character was originally heading. And even he noted what a happy coincidence it was. Hua, coughing up blood, croaked out a barely audible thank you, and then demanded that the girl thank her new bodyguard just as warmly. Carelessly waving his hand, the protagonist said that he could not only carry Er to her home, but also heal her from her cold body, which made the unfortunate old man almost choke on air. However, his shock quickly passed, and he muttered that it was very good before finally dying, causing the woman to shed bitter tears. Not wanting to comfort her the whole way, Mu Li put Zhui into an artificial deep sleep without warning, then picked her up and walked away without looking back. Many hours later, when the night had long since given way to day, the brunette opened her blue eyes, wet with grief, and screamed, calling for grandfather Hua to come to her. But in vain. Lin Er was lying in a huge bed, but as soon as she remembered the events of the previous night, she began to sob and howl sorrowfully into the huge soft pillow. These piercing sounds were quickly heard by the time traveler, who was also in the room, but he only dispassionately noted that his next client had woken up, desperately hoping that she had just had a bad dream and that otherwise her life had remained unchanged. Shu asked how she had gotten here and where her grandfather was, but the brunette only ordered her to eat and that everything else would come later. After some time, when the main characters were outside, the cultivator calmly said that the most important thing for them now was to prepare for the upcoming journey. The brunette held a small wooden box in her hand, and she thought with a heavy heart that she had to live on, for the sake of the promise she had made to her biological and adoptive grandfathers, and in spite of those who hated her. Having overcome the feeling of a heavy lump in her throat, the girl asked the protagonist to teach her how to cure diseases too, to which the time traveler calmly said that she was not actually sick, but had an innate talent. Of course, it took training and knowledge of certain techniques to tame such a large amount of yin energy, but they were both willing to spend time and effort on it. And, as if to emphasize the union of two lonely people, the focus changed to a pair of small yellow flowers, sandwiched between a tree and a large stone. Watching the new student meditate, the protagonist thought, not without a little envy, that yin was the most favorable soil for the development of spiritual power. In many places, it was considered the best type of energy of all. But the fact that Shanjing also began to take steps towards mastering his spiritual power surprised the cultivator. And now he was thinking of teaching the dwarf as well, but using special techniques for natural spirits. As it turned out, Sui didn't know that the main character had been watching her the whole time, and when she opened her eyes, she screamed with such joy that a baby meditating nearby rolled head over heels off a rock. Mu Li responded by scratching her head like a dog, praising her for her diligence in studying and outstanding achievements, and then ordered her to get ready to hit the road again. After that, the action moved to the wealthy but secluded mansion of the Hong clan, the same one that declared a blood feud on the main character for the murder of one of their own, and put a reward on his head. There was a knock on the door, and a man in an expensive black suit, contrasting with the White House slippers on his feet, allowed the petitioner to come inside. The visitor, maintaining an extremely respectful tone and distance, stated that the damned Wu Ji had been killing everyone who attacked him, cutting a bloody trail across China, and now he should be on their doorstep. The man on the sofa, who was also the patriarch of the entire family, said nothing. It seemed as if these words had forced him to plunge into deep thought and to withdraw from the world around him. Then, still without saying anything, he reached for a huge glass goblet of wine, the size of a good beer mug, and drained it in a few seconds. The man slammed the expensive dishes onto the table and growled that this pig, Wu Ji, had killed his own son, so he would turn himself inside out. But he would not leave even a wet spot of the offender. Then, in a much calmer voice, the next antagonist noted that, judging by the information he had received, the daughter of the Shu clan should already be on her way to the city, so it wouldn't hurt for him to visit her relatives. His servants must also organize special surveillance of the main character. And, as soon as such an opportunity arises, give him the dirtiest death possible in the name of their master. The second man bowed his head respectfully, demonstrating that everything would be done in the best possible way. And Linear, unaware of all these intrigues, enjoyed the feeling of the wind on her face. After an unknown amount of time spent on a difficult journey through mountains and valleys, they finally arrived in her hometown of Zhongjing, and the brunette was eager to introduce Mu to the family. Lin's nostalgia was so strong that she would literally rejoice at everything she saw, like a small child, for example. The building of her old school made squeal happily. She then pointed with the same enthusiasm to her favorite lingerie store, as if it were some important historical or cultural site. The main character didn't comment on this in any way. He patiently followed the girl and obediently looked where she pointed before becoming wary. A completely ordinary-looking old man approached them, wearing old-fashioned clothes in brown tones, a wide-brimmed hat, and a thick walking stick. Desperately holding onto his crooked back and overcoming the trembling in his weak knees, the elderly stranger tried to attract the attention of the main characters, and Li became wary. As it turned out, this grandfather was an assistant to the leader of the local branch of the martial arts union. His name was Zhu Wu Ji, and he was eagerly awaiting the protagonist's arrival to convey something important to him. At first, his face and eyes were beaming with simple friendliness, but they instantly disappeared when the old man conveyed his message not to encounter the relatives of the deceased Ni Liu, and to disappear from the city. When the younger Wu Ji asked the elder to explain the reason, he simply said that they did not want to lose such a young but outstanding talent, comparable to Huang Fu Yun, the greatest warrior of modern China. Plus, the patriarch of the Hong clan possessed a particularly dangerous poison flame technique that would forever destroy the foundations of the opponent's spiritual power, depriving them of even the chance to regain their former power. The cultivator, neither impressed nor scared, wondered what would happen if he disobeyed and destroyed everything there, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. Zhao tensed up, gripping the top of his cane very tightly, while the time traveler, meanwhile, just as calmly asked why the local masters had decided that he couldn't defeat old Hong. The old man, unable to contain himself, cursed and asked why such a boy would bury his talents. But in response, he received only the usual smug grin of a hero. Muli kindly offered this well-wisher to test his strength against him and check how strong the cultivator was. And the elder Wu Ji agreed, asking for forgiveness in advance for the beating. Just a minute ago, he had been pretending to be a frail, incapable old man, but now Zhu was moving so quickly and deftly that his figure partially blurred into space, and he had no intention of retreating from the fight. Of course, the main character easily saw everything he was doing, and at some point he simply hit the enemy's legs with his palms, depriving him of good support. Wu Ji managed to flip over in midair and tried to kick the main character in the ear. But the former student blocked the move again, and with ease. Realizing that standard physical attacks would not work on the main character, the old master clearly decided to use energy techniques, judging by the glow coming from his hands. In response, Mu Li simply slapped his opponent's open palm with his own, as if they were playing high five, and easily overpowered the flow of yellow qi with his own, purple one. This caused a purple-pink wind to rise, the tongues of which engulfed the entire street, and passers-by, who had until then simply been hurrying about their business, began to turn around. Two random girls even noted that it was a very strange feeling from such a sudden and strong wind. The weather must have decided to finally go crazy. At this point, the duel ended, and Zhu, wiping the dust from his trousers, noted with admiration how they had criminally underestimated the strength of the young Wu Ji. Compared to him, even Fu Yun was just a baby, and he, of course, no longer objected to the cultivator causing trouble among the Huns. He only asked that they treat their patriarch with at least some respect due to his experience and age. The young man noted that the old man in brown was no slouch himself, and the latter modestly noted that many craftsmen had to pretend to be harmless, especially outside the home. In the end, Zhu only asked to immediately tell about him when the time traveler arrived in Beijing, so that he would not have any problems. And he himself mentally giggled vilely, imagining how scared some old geezer would be. After the young people left old Wu Ji, the brunette finally asked Shui where exactly her family's house was located. The brunette did not answer right away. At first, she lowered her light eyes and blushed, as if it was some very indecent and intimate question. Even the main character noticed this and was embarrassed, not understanding what kind of fly had suddenly bitten Lin Er. Because after all, he hadn't asked about her weight or age. The woman stood there for a while longer, moaning and looking at the ground beneath her feet, before asking instead of answering if her new brother would be kind enough not to see her off. The protagonist, to his credit, did not beat around the bush, but directly asked the girl why she was so afraid of this, especially since he had made a promise to Hua. Desperately opening her mouth and bulging her already huge eyes, Shui assured the protagonist that she simply didn't want to go there. She would rather follow him around like a shadow. The brunette just shrugged and reminded him that he was a lone wolf who was constantly being attacked by someone. So it was safest for Lin to stay at home and continue to perfect his newly acquired technique. To cheer up the girl, he smiled kindly at her and held her hand. But that was not enough. Was ready to become Li's powerless servant, wash his floors, cook for him from morning to evening, even become his woman, just so she wouldn't have to go home. The protagonist only patted her on the forehead in response, affectionately calling her a fool, and reminded her that he taught her a technique that neutralizes the negative effects of yin, making her a normal person. Blushing from such a gesture, the brunette nevertheless babbled again that she did not want to go back, but no one else listened to her. Instead, the young man wanted to check whether she would be able to keep up with him. Taking a typical Olympic running pose, Mu Li egged on his student, promising to grant her any wish if she could at least catch up with him. And she really did rush in pursuit, but not for some stupid competition, of course, but simply to try to persuade the time traveler again. But then she felt incredibly pleased to realize that she was no longer some fragile, feeble icicle with two legs, but a strong, warm, normal person. Moreover, Li's lessons fell on fertile ground, as Zui, having unconsciously activated her supernatural abilities, did not feel tired. Like the boy, she ran at incredible speed, much faster than birds move through the air, and confidently caught up with her mentor. However, their little competition did not last long, because the protagonist quickly noticed a free taxi, and they covered the rest of the way to the desired house on wheels. It was too late to retreat, so the girl, deciding to put a good face on a bad game, called her mother so that she would come out first and meet them. This also made the time traveler wary, because Ir, in the end, simply comes to her home, with which, by the way, she should call someone and report instead of just coming in herself. The woman once again avoided answering the question and instead simply asked to wait in place for 5 minutes until her parent learned about the call and came outside. The young man had probably imagined the elder Shui as a domestic tyrant, controlling the household like a warden. But when this lady finally appeared, everything turned out to be completely different. She looked exactly like Lin, only 20 years older, and she didn't try to scold her or beat her. But on the contrary, almost with tears of happiness, she hugged her. The two women stood in one place for a very long time, hugging and crying from the long separation and the experiences associated with it, and the main character simply stood at a distance and waited for it to end. But this tearful meeting lasted a very, very long time, since mother and daughter had not seen each other for too long. And only after that, the elder Shui suddenly noticed that something was wrong. The illness that had been poisoning her daughter's entire existence seemed to have disappeared altogether. A happy solemnly announced that the cold was a thing of the past, and she was now completely healthy. And her equally happy mother hastened to say that Hua was a good boy. It was not in vain that he had worked so hard for so many years. Only after this did she notice that her daughter looked very strange and depressed when this man's name was mentioned, and that she was holding a wooden urn for human ashes. In a very heavy voice, the young brunette confessed that the man was no longer there, that he had died tragically, and the older one screamed in surprise and grief, unable to accept the truth. Having difficulty controlling her own emotions, Er's mother hurried to persuade her not to be so upset by telling her about the cycle of life and death. And Mu Li listened to all this with a somber face. Just at that moment, the matriarch turned her attention to him, and the younger Shui could think of nothing better than to introduce him as her brother with flaming cheeks. This made the usually unperturbed young man even cough. And the brunette, meanwhile, enthusiastically chirped that Hua had entrusted her protection to him, and it was this good fellow who had dealt with the unfortunate illness. And then something completely unexpected happened. The lady handed her daughter a credit card for a huge amount of money and demanded that she run away immediately. Both she and her newly minted bodyguard are obliged to leave the province as soon as possible and never appear there again. It is a matter of life and death, nothing less. The little girl herself tried with all her might to dissuade her adopted brother from approaching her home, but such pressure made even her open her mouth in amazement. Unfortunately, the habit of not telling the whole story was clearly passed down in their family by inheritance, because the mistress of the house only repeated that they had to run away quickly, or it would be too late. While the argument was raging, another man appeared from behind the gate, and in an emphatically calm voice he repeated the words about it being too late. It turned out to be a broad-shouldered man in a black jacket and an accessory in the form of large red beads, and he was very happy to see his daughter after such a long time. That person turned out to be the leader of the Zhu clan, Ren He, a 45-year-old man with ash-gray hair and cold, icy eyes that didn't even have a hint of genuine joy. The bad feeling did not deceive its users this time either, because a few seconds later, several thugs with clubs emerged from behind this scoundrel. One of them casually pushed his own boss's wife aside, paying no attention to her indignant screams and attempts to remind everyone that she was the head of the family. Realizing that she might as well be trying to shout at a stone wall, the woman turned to her husband in despair, asking if he would kill his own child. Zheng He replied in a cold voice, much icier than Lin's body had been before, that he was doing this in her interests, all for the sake of their family continuing to exist. He was not going to give answers to the questions, and one of the bone breakers swung an iron club at the girl without making a sound. But the protagonist stopped it with his fingers. Until this moment, the hero had not interfered in any way with the reunion of relatives, and the older man at first did not even notice that there was someone nearby. But then it seriously alarmed him. Muli calmly assured his adopted sister that he was there, and would not let her be harmed. But it would be better for her family to explain what this whole spectacle was about. Coming closer, Zheng said, in the same icy voice that had been traveling all over the country for many years in search of healing, first with their own grandfather, and then with that man, Hua. She had no friends, which made He's heart bleed. But recently the birds whispered in his ear that the head of the Hong clan was preparing to look for a young bride to continue the family line. This old man already had at least 2 children, and it was the eldest of them who was supposed to arrive at their house today as a matchmaker, organizing the best ceremony possible. When the poor girl heard this to the end, when she realized and felt everything, she screamed in horror. And frankly speaking, it was hard to blame her for such a reaction. Her father was very pleased with himself. Zheng knew very well that old Hong was also a cultivator, but his techniques were unclear, chaotic, and dangerous, which is why no ordinary woman could live long with him. At the same time, his daughter was sick, which is why normal people couldn't touch her. And through such a marriage, Shui would gain incredible influence, benefit from all sides, especially since the offspring of the vulgar old man was already there. And so that no one would try to dispute this decision, Han announced that this was not his sole choice. All the other elders of their family also approved of it. The man was triumphant. It was clearly one of the best moments of his life, but it was unceremoniously ruined by some hysterical woman who furiously beat his back and shoulders with her fists. It was Lin's mother, and she was, of course, incredibly angry that her vile husband had so easily sold their daughter, their tender flower in the prime of her youth, to some old stump. Because of this, his mask of composure instantly fell, and Zheng began to yell that this stupid woman was making a fuss out of nothing, that the Hoon's child would be living in clover. The matriarch spat in response, and then attacked the elders, reminding them how they had long considered her unfortunate child some kind of freak, a monster. But now, just think, all these important ladies and gentlemen suddenly agreed to consider heir as their own, as soon as an even more noble family appeared on the threshold and beckoned with a purse. Han, becoming even more incensed than before, demanded that his wife immediately stop talking nonsense and express her respect to her elders. But all he got was a proud and contemptuous snort. As for the unfortunate younger Zhui, she listened to this squabble trembling like a rabbit caught by a boa constrictor, while Mu Li propped up the doorframe with the emotion of a statue. Eventually, her mother got fed up with this circus and directly approached Bi Ting, the same matchmaker and father of the late Ni Liu, asking if he didn't realize how much his family was disgraced with every scam. Zhen, pale with horror, tried to shut his wife up, but it was too late. The man in the black suit and with an elegant beard had already heard her and was very angry. And the protagonist, of course, also recognized one of his sworn enemies. although even he was surprised that not only that brown-haired man was involved in such crimes as the murder of people. The rest of the Shui, realizing how dangerously the situation had become, pounced on their own relative in a desperate attempt to appease Ting's anger. Moreover, they attacked in the most literal sense. One of them even hit the older brunette in the face with such force that she began to fall to the ground with her consciousness fading. Linger was the only one who ran up to her, desperately calling out and grabbing her hand to make sure the poor girl was okay and not hurt. As for her husband, he was still only concerned with the reaction of the all-powerful guest. And for the sake of a political marriage, he was ready to portray his wife as a fool and a madwoman, promising to put her in a cage. And not only he, but almost everyone present, both men and women, hastened to convince Hong Bei that they had nothing to do with this abnormal woman, and in every way approved of such a glorious union. The main character still didn't interfere with what was happening in any way, but simply looked at it with an expression as if he had suddenly come across a disgusting, rotting carcass. Now he understood perfectly well why young Shui was ready to live with him even as a dog, just so as not to return here, to the warm family circle. How could it be otherwise if this same family ignored the unfortunate woman her entire life for things that were not her fault, and now they plan to use her like a bargaining chip? Given the reputation of Patriarch Hong and his, to put it mildly, abnormal physiology and abilities, poor Ling Er was literally given to be eaten by the dragon in order to get some gold later. Her mother, meanwhile, had finally stood up, looking ahead as calmly as if no one had just hit her in the face, leaving a terrible red bruise. Bi Ting raised his hand in the air and in a cold, commanding voice demanded that they stop cursing, since the wedding ceremony would soon take place and they would become related clans. The elders immediately began to fawn upon him, with shining eyes, thanking him for his great mercy and claiming that the bearded man was like a divine dragon among them. Insignificant worms. The brunette tried to protest, to refuse the marriage, but only to have her voice drowned out by angry barking and demands to immediately throw this crazy woman out. The conversation, however, was not about Lin herself, who, no matter how you look at it, remained a bride, but about her mother, and she was immediately tied up by the arms, like a criminal. Then the girl in the dark burgundy dress, who had been standing silently in the background all this time, coldly said that didn't understand what was good and bad, and she should be happy about such good luck. She was a striking, long-haired brunette with a complex, voluminous hairstyle on her head, secured with a red bow, and an expensive veil entangling her arms, and she behaved, to put it mildly, strangely. First he began to touch his younger cousin and enviously comment on her beauty, and then he looked sadly at the urn with Hua's ashes. However, a moment later she smiled very subtly and venomously, demonstrating that her sympathy was purely feigned. Then, without any comment, the woman in maroon snatched the burial box from her relative, sending poor Lin into a real panic. Begged her older cousin to simply return the artifact. But the villainess, with a mad expression on her face, demanded that she agree to the wedding. Otherwise, she would simply smash the urn into pieces. The poor girl burst into tears of fear and grief. She desperately did not want to agree to this, but the remains of her beloved teacher were more valuable, so she decided to submit. It seemed like the whole world stopped for a moment. Even the hearts of the audience were beating much slower than usual, before the cousin said yes, and then she smashed the urn, and the grief-stricken brunette in white fell to her knees, sobbing and shaking all over. She simply could not understand why her relative did such a thing. The solution was very simple. The brunette in red was simply incredibly envious of her younger cousin because she was sick, but looked better than she did. And then the main character, who had been silently standing in the background all this time, assessing how exactly his charge would behave, finally spoke up. He, too, was interested in what this mockery was all about. Before closing his eyes and activating his powers, he apologized to Lin Er for unknowingly bringing her back to such a disgusting society. This time, the protagonist used cultivation not for destruction, but rather to correct the desecration, very carefully collecting Hua's ashes with telekinesis. Before this, no one had paid any attention to the unfamiliar black-haired boy. But now, the evil cousin became interested in what kind of scoundrel her good-for-nothing relative had brought this time. The heroine didn't have time to answer, because the time traveler finally decided to go on stage. And now he coldly asked if the evil girl really wanted to know him. Anticipating how exactly this conversation would end, Lin Er fled through the door in horror, clutching dust in her palms, and her dim-witted little sister began to read a rather boring speech about how influential, powerful, and formidable they were, The protagonist, in particular, was so sick of this that he didn't listen to the end, but simply said that everyone present was just a piece of shit who was offending someone he cared about. After acquiring the divine body, Mu Li, among other things, gained the ability to create a variety of weapons from his own chi energy, which he now took advantage of by creating a whip. And when the young villainess asked what the brunette was going to do, the cultivator calmly replied that he wanted to return evil to its source, and then sharply hit her. To this woman's credit, she had surprisingly good preparation and reflexes, as she managed to jump over the first blow. But she was unable to escape the second one, and the energy whip hit her with such force as if she had been kicked by an enraged horse, tearing her expensive dress in the process. The girl choked from pain and humiliation. Her whole body was now shaking slightly, and she cried out with some difficulty where the time traveler got this nasty thing from. Then rage overcame fear, pain, and shame, and the screaming girl tried to scratch out the main character's purple eyes, to no avail, of course, since his whip could move in absolutely any direction, like an octopus's tentacles, and was now coming from behind. Mu Li lassoed this troublemaker with a dexterity and grace that even the most experienced cowboys could not dream of. And the demands to let him go, of course, did not touch him. Having made sure that the supernatural rope was securely in place, wrapping the prey like a web, the brunette swung his hand properly and brought the villain down to the ground. Another character would not have caused the woman so much pain and injury, but the cultivator didn't care. She dared to desecrate the memory of a noble and brave man, and also brought his friend to tears. The girl did not lose consciousness, but she experienced such terrible pain, as if she had been thrown alive into a huge fire. And now she began to humiliatingly beg for mercy. The rest of the Zhu clan members opened their mouths and began to rise from their seats. Not because they sympathized with one of their own, but because the time traveler used another spell. And this was not a trivial fireball or an arrow of ice, but something more complex. The transformation of matter from one state to another. Ordinary Chinese had never even heard of such a thing. Despite the danger, those around them understood that they had witnessed a demonstration of great power, and Uncle Lin the father of the girl in red, asked in horror what the cultivator had done to his daughter. But the protagonist had not yet finished the execution. He had braided his victim with a whip, throwing her into the air and mockingly asking if this vile chicken would be able to withstand this. Mu Li twirled the woman in the air with monstrous force, like a child playing with a ball on a string. And it was a miracle that the brunette had not yet vomited from stress. She could no longer do anything about her situation except desperately squeal, begging her father to do at least something. But also, of course, to no avail. The villainess, when she had no strength left to even scream, began to pray in her thoughts, asking her punisher to have mercy, because she did not mean any harm. She was simply a fool and did not think, even if she had managed to say it out loud, the hero wouldn't have cared. And he, finally gaining enough speed, slammed her against the wall with such force that he broke the bricks, and blood gushed from all the holes on the brunette's face. Her parent, seeing such a cruel massacre, broke out in a cold sweat, and he could only stupidly open and close his mouth, emitting intermittent screams. The woman did not move or respond, because she was at the very least in a deep coma from a concussion, and at the very most already on the other side of the river that separated the worlds of the living and the dead. Uncle Jue, having finally gotten over the shock and grief, became so furious that he rushed to the attack, trying to break the offender's neck for what he had done. The immortal youth easily intercepted such a primitive and weak attack, and graciously declared that since the man so much desired to see his child again, he would arrange it. After that, Mu Li threw the opponent with such force that he, like some huge ball thrown by a giant rascal, rolled across the entire room, to the shock of the relatives. He then crashed into the top of the wall with such force that he left a huge crater in it. But even after that, his body, defying the laws of physics, flew back. And so, in the glorious Xue clan, in just a few minutes, 2 people were killed at once, including the second son of the head of the family, which will certainly cast a long shadow of shame on the entire clan. The protagonist was not going to calm down at this point, as he contemptuously declared that Zheng was simply not worthy of being Lin Er's father, her mother's husband, and calling him a man would be an insult to the entire sex. The antagonist, without thinking properly, simply suggested that the impudent boy try to cripple him. After all, they were in the very center of the family estate. What would the cultivator do? The time traveler, of course, could have overcome any crowd in any case, but in this case such efforts were not required, because all the people fled like rats. Only Hong Tae-bin and his bodyguards remained, and Heng hurried to hide behind their backs, making obscene gestures and insulting Mu Li. Looking at the next group of enemies with deep and completely undisguised contempt, the brunette muttered that they were just a bunch of scum. The blue-eyed man gasped in mock fear and then whispered in the ear of the messenger from the other family that this young brat had dared to insult him. What an impudent fellow! Those same bodyguards grumbled indignantly. They didn't care about the problems of someone else's family, but no one was going to tolerate insults from their own master. The cultivator scowled in response, as if wordlessly inviting them to finally take their step, to try to knock him down a peg, or they wouldn't have the guts to do it. Oddly enough, it was Shui Ren Heng who was the first to attack, who, like many of the narrow-minded evil characters for him, was sure that Mu could not do anything to him. Needless to say, it ended just like all the previous races. With one knee to the stomach, the young man almost knocked the wind out of his opponent. Naturally, after all those fights with a vampire, demons, and other evil spirits, such an opponent for the main character was not even a joke, but just an insignificant empty space. Wheezing desperately and clutching his belly, Han growled that the main character's actions would cause a war with two powerful families at the same time, as if that could scare him. The brunette simply wiped his foot on his face in response, and then calmly said that Jen was the head of his clan, and since he was an insignificant weakling, then all his other relatives, and all of them taken together, were weaker than one of his fingers. Beatin's bodyguards finally got tired of just standing there and watching the protagonist ruin all of their boss's plans and rushed into battle, shouting for him to let go of his victim. They were very lucky that deep down, Mu Li was a very kind and sympathetic boy, and he would always fulfill other people's requests if necessary. He actually released the patriarch of the Sui clan, though not to the ground, but into the air, and with such force that the man knocked down several attackers with his body, sending them flying like bowling pins. The scene was as comical as it was epic, and all it lacked was the musical accompaniment typical of old American cartoons. And the head of the Hong family looked at this with his mouth wide open from shock. Unable to believe that someone could scatter his elite guards with such ease, a few more seconds passed, and the people finally stopped, crashing into the walls and leaving huge holes in them in the shape of their own bodies. It also turned out that the matriarch of the Shu family had been nearby all this time, and now she was looking at the cultivator with both awe and horror. The protagonist, however, was not finished yet. He gave Zheng a hard kick in the ribs, ordering him to think carefully about his behavior and become a good boy. The force of the blow was enough to send the once proud, formidable, and majestic man careening awkwardly across the room, tumbling and rolling, until he came to a stop at the feet of his wife. For a few seconds, the woman caught her breath with great difficulty before screaming hysterically that he deserved it. He was a pig, a scumbag, and just the lowest of animals. Still sitting in his chair, Ting ordered the main character to stop this circus. He, of course, fights skillfully, but they soon have an important wedding, and with his actions he insults the entire Hong clan. The time traveler responded indifferently that he simply didn't care, and B even began to rise to his feet, saying with some strange admiration that Li was the only person in the province who was able to say such a thing. In response, the main character simply lifted his head back, folded his arms across his chest, and asked what next. With his whole appearance, the brunette now showed that he was a proud tiger, and he didn't care about the opinions of jackals. And then Mu suddenly screamed with such force and loudness as if someone had hit him in his private parts, ordering the new opponent to just get the hell out of his sight. And it wasn't just hysteria that finally broke through the mask of indifference to the whole world. The cultivator's cry itself was a very powerful and dangerous weapon. The sound waves were so powerful that Huna was pulled back despite his attempts to stay on the ground, and several unconscious people were thrown into the air. And it wasn't just a throw-up. In fact, the protagonist's scream was so powerful that several unconscious mercenaries were thrown against the wall with the force of an exploding bomb. One of them, as it turned out, was a bearded man who still hadn't managed to stay on the surface and was now slowly sliding towards the floor in an awkward position. This kind of power was beyond anything he knew, and Bi Ting, having come to his senses a little, repeated the question he regularly asked, namely, who the hell was Mu Li? The time traveler answered without any expression that his first and last name would not really mean anything to Hong, but his nickname would quite possibly evoke certain images in his memory. Coming closer to the defeated enemy, the brunette said in a dramatic tone that he was also called Wu Ji, and these words worked completely. The man hit his head so hard that he blinked stupidly for a moment, but he quickly pulled himself together and jumped to his knees, realizing that he was talking to the killer of his own son. The protagonist, again without any hint of emotion, confirmed that yes, it was him and what the respected man would do with this information next. In a desperate attempt to save face, Tin muttered that he would definitely take revenge and kill the vile offender, to which the main character simply nodded indifferently, and then pulled a huge blade out of thin air, having kindly informed them that he himself would soon be visiting this clan so they could not waste their energy searching for him. The Reincarnates chopped off the victim's left hand with one movement. The proud aristocrat and businessman was now screaming from the monstrous, mind-burning pain, looking with unimaginable fear at what was left of his limb. And while the villain was struggling to get up on his trembling legs while he was trying to get away, the hero turned to the awakened bodyguards and asked what he should do with them. Trying to beg for their lives and avoid punishment, the men muttered that they were innocent. They were just following the orders of their leader. But Mu was not satisfied with such answers. He began to kill them with his bare hands, completely ignoring any attempts to beg for mercy. And Zheng Heng, who had come to his senses again, quickly realized what was happening and tried to crawl away. Naturally, Li noticed perfectly well that one of the parasites was trying to escape, but he did not kill it. He simply coldly warned that both he and the women of the Zhui clan were leaving. From the outside, it was clear that the family's once beautiful home had been reduced to half ruins, as if a colossal tornado had passed through the area. Ting managed to get home and tell his father everything, and as it turned out, the patriarch of the Hong clan was an exact copy of the late Ni Liu, only aged by 50 years and with a large scar on her face. Old Wu Zun was not afraid after hearing the details of what had happened. And when his offspring asked if they should prepare for battle, he muttered a little absent-mindedly that, yes, of course. He understood perfectly well that since they would soon have to fight the legendary Wu Ji, his henchmen from the military alliance would definitely take part in this chaos, and other enemies of the family would not remain on the sidelines either. But the old villain already had a plan for this. They just needed to warn all their allies from among the other influential clans of the district, and they would hunt down the hero before he had time to call for help. Stretching out his muscular, strong arm beyond his age, Patriarch Hong coldly said that if everyone else was counting on him to avenge his grandson by killing the protagonist, then he would not disappoint them. The elderly warrior also added that in this way, he would demonstrate to the whole world that no matter how much of a martial arts genius their enemy was, he would in any case be punished by death for attacking one of them. To drive his point home, the old man used one of his dangerous techniques on an innocent bird resting on a branch outside his window, turning the unfortunate animal into a bloody mess. Ting only smiled thinly, promising his parent that he would definitely do everything in the best possible way, while in his mind he was already imagining how the filthy Wu Ji was writhing in mortal agony. The next day, it turned out that Zhu's mother and daughter had been following the main character all this time, and the older woman could not believe that she had met that very young master. She was also worried because the Huns had been squeezing the entire province with an iron fist for 20 years now, and no one dared to go against them without paying a terrible price. Of course, for the young man, they were no more dangerous than a swarm of particularly annoying and biting flies. But out loud, he simply assured his new comrade that everything would be fine with him. Lin fervently assured that she would also go and help, to which Mu only sighed heavily and asked what the point was. She was so eager to marry old Nantian. Having overtaken him and grabbed him by the shoulders, the girl began to chatter that Li was just a villain and knew perfectly well how strong she really was. But the protagonist only responded with a sly grin. Allies from the Brotherhood of Masters will help him protect the girls in any case, so the main character decided to quickly and easily agree. But on the condition that the brunette takes her mother with her. She can't leave her alone now. The venerable Mrs. Lin, crossing her arms in a belligerent manner, declared that she had severed all ties with her old family and was not the least bit worried about it. And in fact, she wanted to see their distorted faces when it was all over. Then the woman began to eat herself because she was too weak, and admitted that her daughter was treated like trash. But only stated that Mu would teach her all sorts of tricks too. Someone's domestic dog was resting nearby, and this, at first glance an ordinary animal, became very suspiciously animated when it heard all this conversation. And then, the protagonist's henchmen appeared from over the horizon, including a pair of rival old men from the tea house, and the white-robed patriarch of the Yao clan. As ordered, they had been training hard these past few days, and now they had moved across half of China to assist their great leader in whatever endeavors he might undertake. Junior Shuo almost fell on her own butt in surprise when she heard that her adopted brother and patron was, on top of everything else, also the head of the northern branch of the Master Brotherhood. The protagonist himself, without taking his hands out of his pockets, began to recite a menacing speech that ignited flames in hearts about how today they would create such a riot that they would swap the sky with the earth. Meanwhile, in the Hong clan's mansion, a servant was announcing to the many guests that a very important event would take place today, and they would be able to watch it from a safe distance via broadcast. The guests had mixed feelings about what was happening. On the one hand, they knew perfectly well that this clan controlled all the local criminals, and on the other, they had been maintaining order in the province for many years. For their own benefit, they decided to support the devil they knew very well. And most of all, they were in favor of, or perhaps about, being able to taste Tiantang's bride for themselves. Someone else joked that such a union would literally be the embodiment of the title of one popular book, A Song of Ice and Fire. And everyone laughed like hungry hyenas until someone remembered the internet. On the forums, people were discussing the upcoming fight and were almost betting on the winner. While far away from here, Mu Xian was sitting in Liu Sheng's mansion. The old man tried to convince his ward to drink tea and relax, but she militantly refused because somewhere there, far in the south, her older brother was fighting. He could not lose, and she had to see it. A second later, it became clear that the broadcast was not only for the guests, but also for anyone who wanted to watch. Ji Jiaqi and Li Yao were already staring at the large monitor, clenching their fists with excitement. The blonde who liked to portray herself as an insensitive and arrogant bitch showed you her softer side, sincerely worrying about the well-being of her bodyguard. She was worried that almost no one on the internet was rooting for him. And Zhou sincerely admitted that he didn't believe the protagonist had a chance, but they should still hope for the best. Then the little girl folded her hands behind her head, moved back in her chair, and defiantly declared that she truly believed in Mu Li, so there was no need for empty hopes. Unfortunately, it moved too abruptly and steeply, which is why the unfortunate seat began to noticeably bend and crack, spitting out bolts and bushings. A few seconds later, the proud beauty simply falls to the floor in the most absurd and comical way, groaning dully and throwing her legs up, causing her pink slippers to boil off. While an argument unfolded in the background over who was to blame, the guy who bought the cheap seat or the woman who was stingy with her money, Yao kept her eyes on the screen. After this, the protagonist finally decided to make his move, but he was not going to be the first to break into enemy territory. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to clear the way. As for the women, the main character ordered them to stay with 3 other men nearby to ensure their safety during this chaos. When Yang Shui reasonably asked what the main character himself was going to do with all this, he only grinned bloodthirstily and said something about dressing up for such an important event. The brunette made a knowing face and rounded her mouth, but the night continued, and with each passing minute the wind grew stronger, sometimes covering, sometimes revealing the moon from behind the clouds. Hong Tiantang stood all alone in the center of the courtyard, his arms crossed before he turned around, stared at one spot for a few seconds, and then noted with satisfaction that the enemy had arrived. Meanwhile, the guests threw a real party, as if they had come not to watch a deadly fight, but simply to have fun. One of them even put on a blonde wig and lipstick, pretending to be a nymphit. But as soon as they heard that the one and only terrible Wu Ji had finally arrived, they began to look around in fear and excitement, just like sheep who sensed the approach of a wolf. Someone got scared and tried to run away before the fight even started, but eventually a couple of thugs managed to find the main character. True, when they looked at it in detail, they couldn't hold back their curses. It looked too much like some kind of cheap show-off, a clumsy attempt to repeat special effects from films. And such a reaction could even be understood, because the protagonist could not think of anything better than to put on a black and white cape from a cosplay store, and a golden eye mask that was several sizes too big. As if this were not enough, so that his opponents could feel as best as possible how much superior he was to them, the young man very slowly, with his hands in his pockets, descended through the air, under the light of huge spotlights. The Hong clan patriarch had seen a lot in his life, but even he was surprised that someone could brazenly boast of their abilities. One of his henchmen, an equally ancient old man, nodded wisely and added that the young people of their time had become completely insolent, arrogant, and had stopped respecting their elders. This would not end well. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to descend very slowly, as if he wanted all his enemies to age a few more years, through the air, as if down steps. By the time he finally landed on the ground, many of the rank-and-file enemies had already gone out for a smoke, had a cup of tea, and settled down comfortably at a safe distance. After staring at Tiantang for a few more minutes, the teenager finally loudly announced that he had come here to destroy all the Hongs, and for added emphasis, he released explosive waves of energy. Bi Ting, who seemed to have forgotten how exactly he lost his arm, bravely shouted out why the fearless Wu Ji was wearing a mask and was ashamed to show decent people his pig snout. Feng Heng, from somewhere in the back rows, chimed in, saying, yes, the time traveler was just a rotten bastard who had taken away his wife and daughter. But no matter, now he would cry for everything he had done. This outraged his wife so much that she, forgetting all the rules of caution, ran forward and shouted that her husband was the last bastard who was now pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. They immediately started arguing with each other, as if they were alone in the kitchen, and not in front of hundreds of people who were already laughing out loud, enjoying such an unusual show. It is unknown how all this would have ended. But then a new participant appeared on the stage. Descending into the courtyard in the form of a huge beam of energy, it was the elderly Wu Ji, the one who had tried to drive the main characters out of the city with good intentions. And Tiantang wasn't even surprised to see him. In the end, he forgot that he was a worker and a prominent representative of the military union. It was absolutely normal for this Kahal Descendants thugs to where some young but talented fighter was being bullied, and the main character was also glad to meet his, let's say, namesake. And he asked with a smile why the venerable old man didn't leave when things started to get hot. As the elderly master admitted honestly and with a grin, adjusting his trusty brown hat, he did so at first. But his conscience got the better of him and forced him to return. Trying to remain calm, the antagonist declared that it was his personal business, and Hong did not want to quarrel with his own comrades, especially since they had become so famous, including thanks to him. Of course, Zhu only snorted in disdain in response, asking if Tiantang really believed that he was afraid for the life of young Wu Ji. And if so, then fine, no one would interfere. After making sure that no one else would interfere with their duel, the old man with the scar threw off his coat and announced that the protagonist had killed his grandson and ruined his wedding, and the price for this would be death. And then, without wasting any more time on talking, old Wu Zun leapt forward like an elderly tiger that still retained the strength of youth. The villain was ready to immediately unleash a hail of deadly, bone and stone-breaking blows on his enemy. But the young man stopped him by simply extending his hand forward with an open palm. While Hong was frustrated, Muli couldn't help but grin. After all, somewhere deep in his soul there still lived a teenager who loved to gloat over his opponents. The patriarch was genuinely surprised. Of course, he knew that the boy had never lost a battle. But even he did not expect that his signature poison would be useless here. On the other hand, an old rogue like Tian Tang still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he was ready to gladly treat the overly confident teenager with salt. Jumping far to the side and avoiding the counterattack, the old antagonist loudly proclaimed, calling his hungry dragon into the light of day, and in just a moment his strong fist, covered with bulging veins, fell on the courtyard floor, breaking the expensive tiles and stone as if they were made of bread. The force of the impact was such that it created a deep and long crevice, the bottom of which was at least several meters from the ground, and the shockwave formed into a grinning dragon's muzzle. It was, of course, not a real divine beast, but simply a stream of destructive energy that had taken its form, and the protagonist even blinked an eye at me when it rushed straight at him. Those around him, however, did not understand this. The villains grinned bloodthirstily and victoriously, celebrating in advance the death of the hated cultivator, who had long been a thorn in their side. The protagonist's supporters, for their part, screamed in fear, trying to warn their beloved idol of the mortal danger. Even the former representatives of the Shui family watched this with their mouths open and tried to shout at the distraught guy to convince him to get away from sin. But it was too late. The hungry dragon's technique completely enveloped the body of the time traveler and engulfed him, like a forest fire that devours entire groves in a few minutes. When the deadly cloud of qi completely dissipated, leaving only trembling white columns of steam, the spectators began to shake their heads, saying, "What a pathetic end to a young life." And of course, Mu Li was not harmed in the slightest, and the only thing missing from this scene was some ominous and brutal music to mark his new move. Even if Tiantang was amazed to see his unharmed opponent, he did not show it outwardly in any way. Instead, he only asked with false politeness whether Wu Ji liked his dragon. In response, Mu Li acted very uncharacteristically. Instead of throwing out a cold insult, he mischievously grinned and made a dislike with his finger and shouted that that attack was completely pathetic. And in order to demonstrate to the old man what the power of a real dragon is, the protagonist decided to use his strongest blow, summoning a golden divine beast. The ghostly, yet seemingly cast from pure gold, creature roared loudly, simultaneously wrapping its tail around its precious owner. It is clear that as soon as they saw this, Everyone present fell into deep shock. People began to grab their heads, their hats, and some even fell on their own butts. This also seriously scared old Hong, but he still did not intend to give up, and only warned that he had a whole brood of various dragons at his disposal. Gathering all the power he had into one point and forming an entire wall of poisonous pink flame around himself, the antagonist announced the arrival of the great nine-headed monster. Several very tense seconds passed before Tiantang risked opening his eyes again. And when he saw what he had summoned, his jaw nearly dropped to his feet. Instead of creating the exact same dragon, only with 9 heads, the villain, to his own surprise, formed from chi energy just a large snake with ridiculous cartoon heads. Someone from the crowd of spectators shouted that this was a terrifying confrontation between 2 mythical monsters. But even the most dim-witted person would have been able to appreciate this nuclear sarcasm. Zhu, as promised, watched the fight without interfering, but even he couldn't help but let the greedy gleam in his eyes when he realized that young Wu Ji was actually even stronger than he initially appeared. Meanwhile, Tiantang had been experiencing one humiliation after another, and now he couldn't believe that his own familiar had betrayed him by cowardly bowing its head and not wanting to fight. The main character raised his hand with a bloodthirsty grin, ready to finally end this humiliating farce, as the fight turned out to be even worse than he imagined. The brunette slowly clenched his fist, and at the same time the golden dragon mercilessly bit off one of the pink snake's heads. Fortunately, they weren't made of flesh and blood. In just a few moments, the unfortunate monster lost its heads completely, leaving its summoner to confront the enemy in complete solitude. For a moment, the divine spirit froze right in front of Tiantang and cast a very telling look in his direction, much like the look hungry cats gave fat mice and rats. However, the dragon did not disappear immediately. Instead, it soared high into the sky and then made a lashing blow with its tail, completely breaking the wall of the courtyard into pieces. Those people who came to witness the great battle, but did not fit inside the courtyard and were forced to limit themselves to broadcasts, immediately ran to the hole. As for old Wu Ji, he was sweating from fear, because the desperate Hong had decided to use up the last of his energy to overcome his fatigue, which was reckless even for him. But the antagonist didn't care anyway. The protagonist turned him into a real laughingstock, and for this, the elderly Wu Zun was ready to kill him, even at the cost of his own life. The scarred warrior rushed towards the black-haired youth like a living meteor, scorching everything around with a fetid pink fire. But the cultivator calmly moved the dragon into his palm, causing it to glow gold. Afterwards, the entire world slowed down for a moment. Tiantang finally reached Mu Li and tried to pierce his chest, but the time traveler deftly dodged. The Hong clan patriarch realized that he had opened himself up to blind rage like a foolish boy. But he also knew that there was nothing more he could do. Then the protagonist's fist fell on him like a comet, instantly knocking the unfortunate villain off his feet and slamming him face first into the stone floor of the courtyard. And not just a hammering. The slap was actually so powerful that the old man sank halfway into the ground, leaving only his legs kicking awkwardly above. For a second, a supernatural golden fog seemed to descend on the clan's estate, but it dissipated a moment later, showing the audience the whole picture. All these important nobles, criminals, businessmen, martial artists, and random passers-by could see Hong Tiantang's limbs sticking out awkwardly from under the pile of earth and rubble. This humiliation caused Bi Ting to fall into a blind rage and tried to attack the protagonist with his fists, completely ignoring the arguments of Zhui Renheng, who was holding him back. No matter how much of a jerk they were to everyone else, they were still a family and genuinely cared about each other. Lin and Lin hugged and cried, as if they didn't fully realize that Mu Li had actually won a brilliant victory, and that this wasn't some sophisticated trick of the mind. Several young men, not embarrassed by the salty expressions more typical of boatswains, loudly discussed that Wu Ji, it turns out, is not an empty show-off, but actually knows how to fight. When one of them admiringly said that the protagonist also had a hidden power, the brunette awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking himself how this random passerby could have guessed. As it turned out, numerous cameras were staring at him with wide eyes, and the spectators were admiringly discussing that the cultivator, of course, suffers from a painfully swollen ego and loves to show off. But he is strong and also handsome. But that wasn't the end. Tiantang, forcefully breaking free from under the heavy rocks, roared, turning to a certain Hong Shufeng and asking why this idiot hadn't shown up yet. He was a well-known fighter from a remote military town, and he happily missed the entire battle for a very good reason. He was taking a pee. No matter how much he drank the night before, his body eventually ran out of excess fluids, and the bearded giant finally decided to announce his entrance into the arena. The new enemy declared that he would kill Mu in the name of his deceased comrades, to which Li grinned very nastily, showed the man the middle finger, and showered him with childish insults. When Su Feng heard and saw such disdain, he didn't even immediately get angry. His brain cells simply weren't able to process the information correctly in the first moments. And when it dawned on Hong then, frankly speaking, it was a real miracle that he didn't burst on the spot. The human body is simply not capable of containing such an amount of anger and hatred. Tian Tang, having finally emerged from underground, cooled the ardor of his accomplice and asked him to wait until he healed his wounds. Then, they would finish off the time traveler shoulder to shoulder. What's interesting is that the main character didn't try to interfere with old Wu Zun in any way. He just stood there for half an hour and waited for the enemy to fully restore his health and energy reserves in order to start a second boss fight. This lasted long enough for the bearded man to become bored and eagerly ask if the grandfather had finished his preparations, and he was lucky, the master had indeed finished the job. Ready to pounce on Li at any moment like wolves on a bear, the men began to circle around him, and Tiantang noted how stupid it was to give him the opportunity to heal. Now the patriarch was literally burning with a thirst for revenge, preparing to rip the guts out of the presumptuous puppy. But Su Feng suddenly began to sweat and anxiously asked if his accomplice had any plans for an urgent retreat. Senior Hong didn't even look at him, as he was blinded by anger, and only quickly assured that yes, everything had been taken into account, and that he should already prepare to act according to the plan. The black-haired bearded man extended his palm in an attacking gesture, enveloped in a sphere of blue energy, and the gray-haired man sparkled with pink lightning, and they both rushed towards the target. The protagonist's face, as had happened many times before, did not move a single muscle, and he only raised his flame-shrouded hand with exaggerated slowness. A beam of chi energy shot from it into the sky, which began to spin very quickly around its axis and increase in size, like a growing black hole. From such a sight, the enemies, of course, stood rooted to the spot and opened their mouths in shock, while the cultivator, with the same unhurriedness, began to raise his hand into the air. Even Master Zhu, whose hat was blown off by the purple wind, could not believe his eyes, as such strength was simply beyond the realm of possibility. This went on for a few more long, tense seconds before the boy suddenly dropped his palm down, pointing his finger at the ground. And someone immediately guessed that this was going to be a complete mess. And so it was. The energy ball, having grown to enormous proportions, instantly solidified, and was now flying towards the two Huns to crush them like cockroaches. The force of the collision was such that even people standing at a great distance from what happened fell to the ground, cursing and rubbing their bruises. The women of the Jue clan were lucky, however, as Mu Li had clearly decided to play it safe and cast a spell on them in advance that would create a force field in case of danger. When the rumble stopped and the pink-purple mist began to clear, it became clear that there was now a deep, perfectly spherical hole in the courtyard, and Tiantang and Xufeng were buried up to their necks in it. Before something terrible happened, Zhu ran up to the young immortal and reproached him for his carelessness, because each use of summons for killing causes terrible damage to the user's body. The main character considered for a few seconds whether he should team up with this old man, before deciding that no, this stupid do-gooder was just getting in the way. When the time traveler raised his hand and pointed at him, old Wu Ji suddenly realized with horror that he could not say anything more, as if some unknown executioner had deprived him of his tongue. A second later, to his partner's mortal horror, Tian Tang began to vomit waves of blood, twisting his head in all directions with such force as if he was being forced by some invisible being. When the spell wore off and the antagonist helplessly dropped his head to the ground, he desperately wheezed that the main character, no matter how you look at it, was a rotten beast to the marrow of his bones. Then he raised his wild eyes and, without any hint of fear, demanded to know where the people from Jiangnan and Jingzhou had gone. It was as if all of the above had been waiting around the corner for the best moment to appear on stage. And now, they had waited for it. They immediately stood around the defeated masters, and the patriarch bravely shouted that if Mu wanted to finish him off, he should first deal with hundreds of the strongest warriors in southern China. But the cultivator had a whole deck of trump cards prepared for this ace, since he calmly called the warriors from the northern half of the country to him, and they were already running at full speed. This was an extremely unpleasant surprise for the villainous henchmen, who thought that they would have to hunt down only one warrior with a crowd, and not several. However, this was not the end, as Li repeated his question about the whereabouts of the northerners, not even trying to hide the grin of a well-fed viper. There was a crash, and several big men in purple cloaks knocked down the gates to report to their master and join him in the right cause. Now behind the time traveler, there was a whole squad, ready to attack anyone at just one word. And Mu again began to gather life energy around himself. And while the dumbfounded enemies had not come to their senses and tried to ruin the beautiful moment with their fluttering, the protagonist created a huge wide blade from his power. Tiantong, who was so enraged that he had burst into the air in an instant, pointed his hands forward, released deadly scarlet rays, and commanded the hero to finally die. Of course, no one was going to listen to him anymore, and the former student, having grabbed the blade more comfortably, ran straight into the crowd, and with each passing second, more and more unconscious people rose up. The speechless Zhu tried his best to see what exactly Li was doing, but he couldn't, which meant that the level of power between them was so high that the poor old man couldn't even keep up with the brunette's gaze. In turn, this could mean only one thing. Death had indeed come for the Hong clan, and significant changes were awaiting all of southern China. Slowly lowering himself to his hat, the elderly Wu Ji named the date of the founding of the Northern Union of Masters, created by the time traveler, April 29, 2031. It didn't take a great minister to understand that from now on, the organization would only grow and strengthen until it became the greatest player in the political arenas. But this could be good for the country. The time traveler, having finished killing his enemies, approached Shui Ling Er and asked her if the girl had felt any changes in her body when Tiantang produced yin energy. She didn't feel it because she and her mother hid away from harm's way and didn't understand anything about what was happening. But the main character was only happy about it. Then, out of great mercy, he decided to return the old man's voice, and Zhu, with all possible respect, inquired where the limit of a cultivator's abilities lay. The answer was exactly as expected. Mu Li basically didn't think that his growth could have some pitiful limits or anything. It may have been said as a joke, but the elderly Wu Ji was more serious than ever, because this was a matter of power of the highest order, comparable to, at most, the greatest Wu Zun. Having finally taken off his mask, the main character calmly noted that if such an important and knowledgeable person thinks so, then that means that this is how it really is. With admiration and almost religious awe, the elderly master noted that every generation produces outstanding talents, but who was so noble and wise at such a young age? The next day, the action moved to the conference room of the Shuji Hotel, where many important people had gathered. And at the head sat, of course, Mu Li. And on both sides of him were Shui. One of the assessors flatteringly noted that yesterday's trick with the invisible blade had significantly expanded their entire world. And the others hastened to agree. Linger, shining like a polished and cut gem, muttered that her brother was so cool, to which the brunette good-naturedly advised her to continue cultivating. Very soon he will be the same. She blinked her blue and clear eyes, not understanding the true meaning of what was said, and the main character repeated that this is exactly what he meant. There is nothing complicated in such things. He didn't say that the brunette would be able to fly upon reaching a certain stage, obviously so as not to spoil the surprise for the new student. But to avoid having to repeat it a third time, he explained in detail that yes, by performing certain cultivation techniques, Lin would be equal to him in power in less than a few years. One old man, after hearing this, almost dropped his jaw to the floor because it sounded too optimistic and simply ridiculous to be true. With his arms outstretched, the protagonist reminded those present to stop thinking in conventional terms because real cultivators do not recognize boundaries and limits and are constantly pumping. Plus, Wu Zun and the other honored masters were actually nothing more than the tiny tip of a huge iceberg. And this news had already caused all the assessors to widen their eyes. But then the old man admitted that the book that Mu Li wrote under the pseudonym Wu Ji would certainly become a sacred mandate for all warriors in China for many centuries to come, displacing previous practices. Overwhelmed with emotion, he fervently assured them that they would all strictly adhere to those instructions. And if they themselves did not become powerful cultivators in a few years, they would no longer be good for anything. The other people immediately took up this cry, jumping up from their chairs and folding their hands in bows. They almost wagged their tails, only because they didn't have any. Even the main character was pretty tired of this excitement, as he lazily waved his hand and ordered everyone gathered to finally go home. Now that one point of the plan was finished, the young man turned his attention completely to the women and asked them what they planned to do with their lives next. Well, as was said before, they had completely severed all ties with the Zhu clan, so they were no longer entitled to all the privileges of that family name. But they also could not return to their parents. Personally, Lin Er knew for sure that she would always follow the main character, because who else but him would teach her the coolest cultivating tricks and make her strong. The young immortal was silent for a long time, looking at the cityscape outside the window, before turning around and declaring that they would be going to Jinling. He had some unfinished business in this city. The former Shui was so happy that she didn't even ask questions about what exactly they were doing there. At that moment, she would have followed the hero into the underworld without thinking. Her daughter also did not torment her patron with overly curious interrogations. She was just as ready to fulfill any of his requests without hesitation, and, as if by chance, pressing her whole body against the young man's back, the former Snow Queen quietly whispered that for this occasion, they would go to the airport. But her mother, without any subtext, also pressed the protagonist from the front, proving that there was not a minute to lose, and it was better to leave that very evening. Usually as hard and cold as an Arctic rock, Mu Li began to sweat, his eyes shifting from one point to another before mumbling that, yes, that was exactly how they would do it. No options. A little later, when Lin again repeated her demand to teach her and her mother to be the same kind of conquering imps, the brunette tiredly explained that then, the venerable Lin would simply become a huge target for everyone. In the cultivation world, there were armies of arrogant rich villains, chi-consuming monsters, and enemy martial artists lurking at every turn. So he thought it was safer for Shui to be an ordinary person. At the same time, a very familiar elderly silhouette in brown-beige clothes was approaching, in which one could easily recognize the elderly Zhu. The cultivator wasn't very happy that the old man wanted something from him again, but the guy didn't show his true irritation. Only his eyes flashed suspiciously brightly. After thinking for a second or two, he lazily waved his hand, magically stopping the moving car, and headed towards the old master, deciding that nothing would happen to the ladies during this time. At the same time, he stopped several more cars, and at least two crashed into each other with such force that sparks of flame could be seen. But Mu didn't care about such collateral damage. Of course, before the girls had time to enter the cafe, a new villain immediately appeared, who, at the request of the mysterious owner, prepared to kidnap them. The protagonist, having finally reached the old man, interrupted his speech full of honeyed flattery and demanded that he speak quickly and briefly. He still had a lot of things to do. When the Brotherhood representative asked if the cultivator had heard of the era of martial arts prosperity, Li thought with disdain that the hermit Qin Mu would turn over in his grave at such a thing. He cautiously noted out loud that he had some information but did not understand how it related to him. And Zhu spoke up worriedly that it was an ancient prophecy. It says that one day great changes will take place in China, and all the primordial powers of heaven and earth will rise with new, unimaginable strength. What is considered the apotheosis of power now will be nothing more than the initial step to true greatness. And the time traveler, listening to this pompous speech, thought whether it would not be easier to return to the peak of the celestial being. Of course, all smart people understood well that such an update would eventually lead to terrible chaos, when everyone would get enough power to do whatever they wanted. It was precisely to prevent this that the Union of Masters was once founded, to instill the necessary discipline and responsibility in various kinds of talents. And now they would very much like to get the help of a hero. Keeping a bored expression on his face, the protagonist reminded them that he would help them when he could. Otherwise, they would get nothing more than empty promises. He also refused any help in cultivation, because ordinary people in principle could not help him in this regard, since at one time Mu Li was very close to achieving true immortality. He didn't say it out loud, but Zhu seemed to read the guy's thoughts because in a colder voice he asked him not to treat his organization so condescendingly. They also have their secrets. Realizing that he could make a lot of money from this, the main character, without any coldness or indifference, asked the respected man to continue talking to him. Having measured the former student with an attentive look of cold eyes, the elder reminded him that he was now very famous, which meant that he would become a desirable prey or a terrible threat to many people, even those in power. As if to emphasize his words, a white and no less hungry cat jumped onto the garbage can, in which a hungry rat was carelessly rummaging. In a few seconds, he finished off the rodent and ran off with his prey to a secluded corner, while the bipeds continued to talk about such incomprehensible things to animals as politics. Zhao noted that not only China, Japan, India, America, various countries in Europe also have their own analogs of cultivators, and many of them are so dangerous that underestimating them is a death sentence. The brunette only smiled with the corner of his lips, because from his point of view it was the same as trying to scare a hungry chicken with a centipede, its favorite dish. Meanwhile, in the catering establishment, The women were having an equally, if not more, important conversation about whether the main character liked Linner or not. Of course she liked him. The younger brunette was ready to marry the cultivator without hesitation and bear him children. But she couldn't talk about it so openly to her mother. It is unknown how this awkward dialogue would have ended. But at some point, the former ice girl felt someone roughly and unceremoniously grab her by the shoulders. A moment later, she was grabbed and dragged like a sack full of potatoes, while the older brunette was simply dragged by the hand to the first floor. They struggled with all their might, forcing their captors to drag them by their limbs across the floor and up the steps. But none of the visitors dared to intervene after hearing that the Jewess were involved. Lin was, to say the least, shocked that someone would dare to kidnap her and her daughter in front of so many witnesses, and no one would do anything. But the rough landing on the floor soon knocked all thoughts out of her head. With exactly the same crude carelessness, the criminals threw Ling Er onto the wooden surface, not caring that they could easily break something. When the victims were tied to chairs, the eldest lady immediately recognized the true instigator of this crime, her ex-husband Zheng Heng. The man, with exaggerated sorrow, asked why his wife was so insensitive. Since tradition dictated that they should be tender and loving in marriage, Lin Wanyi felt so disgusted that she almost threw up on the floor. But the woman held back and simply repeated that any relationship between them was over. She also reminded Zhui that he was incredibly lucky to be alive after everything that had happened. But the merciful Mr. Wu Ji was still around and he would be angry. Pretending not to hear anything, the antagonist shook his head sadly, and then reminded Lin Er that he was… Wait a second, her father. Wasn't it time to forgive Daddy after everything that happened? He barely finished when his ex-wife screamed that Han was just a goat, an evil bastard, the last scumbag, an indifferent egoist because of whom her daughter's childhood went so badly. And the main character's new ward blinked her eyes in confusion, not understanding what she should do or say in such a situation. It was too much for her. As it turns out, Ren's henchmen weren't just any street thugs, but other Shui, and they demanded that the heroine ask the protagonist not to kill them later. Their patriarch simply fell to his knees in front of his tied-up daughter and openly began to sob, begging her to forgive him for everything that had happened in the past and promising to give her only good treatment in the future. From the outside, no one would have guessed what passions were blazing inside this completely ordinary middling cafe. Only occasional screams would break through the walls. Vanya, sincerely not understanding how her daughter could even think, tried to remind her how all these people had walked all over her and treated her like trash. The rest of the Jue could not come up with a better counter-argument than to insult and beat this captive of theirs in the face so that she would not interfere with them begging for forgiveness from Ling Er. It ended with one man covering the woman's mouth with a large piece of tape and then squeezing her throat with force, threatening to strangle her if she continued to struggle. After that, Han, in the sweetest voice possible, asked his daughter to, in turn, demand that the protagonist keep his distance from their family. Otherwise, Er's mother would die. When she agreed with tears in her eyes, the villain, without any hint of tenderness, coldly repeated his demand, and it was as if thunderclouds had gathered around him. Deciding that all the cards were now in his hands, Zheng smiled weakly. Now no filthy cultivator would dare to attack him, and his daughter would not complain, knowing that otherwise she would become half an orphan. And then this man suddenly bulged his blue eyes, as if some sneaky invisible being had snuck up on him and kicked him in the most tender places with all his might. In fact, it was even worse. A perfectly round but tiny hole had formed in Han's throat, from which a single stream of blood was now flowing. Of course, it was none other than the main character, who finally noticed that his charges were in trouble again and rushed to the rescue so much that he broke the door. The pathos of the moment was spoiled by the fact that the time traveler managed not only to break the passage, but also to leave a huge hole in it in the shape of his body, as if he were a character from a funny old cartoon. The scene quickly became even more comical as the somehow freed Lin lunged forward towards her dearest adopted brother, crushing her father's face like a piece of cloth along the way. Seeing this, Mu Li, for the first time in history, showed genuine fear and terror, which he had not experienced even during the fight with the Jiangshi. The brunette, completely forgetting about everything, simply jumped on the protagonist's chest and hugged him, so much so that the cultivator even had to remind him of the dangerous situation her mother was in. But a few more moments passed, and the criminals fell out of the window with screams, thrown out by a powerful telekinetic blow, and Vanya, with huge eyes, gasped for air. Satisfied that he was now in complete control of the situation, the former student turned to Han and asked who he was planning to kill. The Jue had already seen what the main character was capable of, and so they didn't even try to crowd him. they fell to their knees without further delay. Zheng, humbly raising his hands in a gesture of submission and supplication, muttered that the cultivator had misunderstood everything. They had simply come to apologize to their dear relatives. Lin, who still couldn't catch her breath or even get to her feet, croaked with disdain that her ex-husband was just a complete idiot. The antagonist, bending even lower, repeated his request for mercy and added that as payment for this, the protagonist could keep Lin heir for himself. Yes, she was sick, but she was beautiful. Then he turned to the girl herself, hoping that she was kind, gentle, and good to the core, and that she couldn't just stand there and watch someone kill her daddy. The brunette's soul was torn apart by a whole flock of emotions, and she would gladly shift the decision onto someone else's shoulders. But Mu Li turned out to be merciless in this regard. She and only she herself had to decide. He privately believed that she was too kind and soft-hearted for her own good, and that such people spent a huge amount of time cultivating, even though they could touch others. The young man stood there and thought for a while Hui humbly begged Ling heir to spare their lives. And then he opened his palm and rushed forward. He grabbed one of the men by the throat and in an iron voice demanded that they confess what plans they really had for the heroine. And the victim tried to lie that they had none, that they really were asking for forgiveness. Not wanting to play these disgusting games any longer, the time traveler directly threatened to kill the man if he did not start speaking honestly, and then suddenly made his hair fall out of his head. This display of magic worked more than anything else, and the man, his bare head shining, confessed that the Shuo were going to deceive their former members, torture them, and in extreme cases, keep them in captivity for the rest of their lives. The other members of this vile family grabbed their heads together, because this was the end. If before there had been a ghost of hope to beg for their lives, now there was none. Zheng sat hunched over on his knees, like a victim character in a dramatic performance, illuminated by the spotlight, silently begging Lin to finally speak up and beg for mercy for him, her father. But that confession was the last straw, and the girl, wiping tears across her crimson face, roared that she no longer wanted to have any relationship with these people. Lin Wanyi, unable to resist, literally spat on the head of her tyrant ex-husband. But he was so frightened and confused that he didn't even notice anything. He rightfully considered himself a great intriguer, reading other people like open books. And Han was absolutely sure that his bet on his daughter would pay off. But no. But then he had no time to think because the cultivator, like a faithful fighting dog that had received a command from its owner, finally went on the attack. Not even 10 seconds had passed before Shui Ren found himself pinned to a distant wall, as if some pervert had decided to make a decoration out of him. And he was also completely and unequivocally dead. The blades thrown by the main character had made deep wounds all over his body, and, among other things, pierced his brain. By the time the protagonist turned the handle on the leaky door and walked out, there was no one alive in the room except him. Everyone lay lifeless heaps of flesh. The cafe patrons, watching the events unfold from the shadows and cracks, began to whisper, deciding what to do. Some wanted to call the police, while others argued that martial arts masters were living gods, capable of doing anything. And then someone decided to check if the dead people had any valuables in their pockets and get rich at their expense. Mu Li, looking at Linger, thought that from the very beginning she knew very well what vile and cruel people her relatives were, but she still tried to look at the universe with kindness and optimism. It was hard to say what he felt more towards her, respect or pity. But in the end, the cultivator simply hugged the girl and suggested that they go to Jinling. Around them, the green trees played with their leaves in the wind, and the setting sun painted the sky in soft, golden-orange hues. After some time, the main character and his companions arrived in Jinling and settled down near the huge gates of an ancient building that resembled a mixture of a temple and a fortress. A demanding voice came from behind the doors, decorated with Chinese lion heads, asking for the visitor's name. But Li instead asked if the manager was there. The gate opened slightly, revealing the face of a balding, thin man, and he asked with a suspicious look who was in front of him and what kind of relationship he had with the previously mentioned person. The protagonist honestly admitted that he was only slightly acquainted with the manager, and that he, for a second, was the new owner of Jinling, who had come to assess his possessions. When the gatekeeper realized what was said, the blood vessels in his eyes almost burst from anger, because he still believed that the most important people here were the patriarch and matriarch of his clan. Having cast a final, contemptuous glance at the brunette, the man ordered him to get lost. Otherwise, he would wake up the old gentleman so that he could treat the impudent fellow to a slap. The local resident began to close the gate, but did not have time and was unable to do so, because from the outside, the palm of a cultivator crashed into it with the force of a battering ram. A second later, the main character used his second hand, and then the unfortunate gates almost fell off their hinges. Such was the power used by the time traveler. Looking very closely at the irritable gatekeeper, Mu Li ordered him to immediately call Liu Yiquan. He needed to talk to him in person. The old man was not only distrustful and hot-tempered, but also reckless, since this show of force did not impress him in the least, and he continued to make a scene. He declared that he would not budge from his spot, because the head of the district was not some insignificant official whom any boy from the street could call to his office. And he reinforced this with a look of iron firmness. The main character did nothing or said anything for the first few seconds. He simply continued to look appraisingly at this, so to speak, enemy. And then he kicked the ill-tempered old man with such force that he rose into the air and flew many meters, just like a cannonball or a catapult projectile. Linner didn't like that her adopted brother solved all issues with violence, and the girl timidly asked if they had made a mistake with the place. But Mu said no. Then, without a shadow of a doubt, he began to go inside, not paying any attention to either the completely broken gate or the dumbfounded guard. The old man, interestingly enough, was not particularly hurt, since he jumped to his feet very cheerfully and barked that this boy apparently did not value his life at all. The man assumed a martial arts stance and displayed a golden glow of his life force, warning that he would fight the intruder to the last. Realizing that he was not being listened to, the old master launched an attack with a war cry, using a powerful blow that cut through the very earth. This technique fully lived up to its name because wherever these yellow-orange rays of energy hit, the soil cracked and diverged, and this enraged Mu Li to the extreme, just like the leader of the other demons when the immeasurably weaker Hua dared to resist him. Although the youth would hardly appreciate such a similarity. Instantly facing the unfortunate and shocked servant, the cultivator declared that this scoundrel dared to attack his own master, and for this he would be punished in the most cruel way, death. He wasn't joking, because there was no hint of mercy in his eyes, only the cold anger of a tiger trying to tear an insolent jackal to pieces. One single moment and the same single blow, and now the unfortunate old man slowly falls apart into two uneven halves, like a pig carcass chopped up by a butcher. At the same time, the entire courtyard was literally drowned in a pink-purple glow. Even the birds, carefreely chirping in the trees, now flew away in horror. After an unknown amount of time, the main character, looking at the corpse hidden under the branches of a tree, thought of simply calling the person he needed. Realizing who he was talking to, the official immediately began to fawn, offering to meet the new boss. But the cultivator calmly refused and ordered him to simply go to the main entrance. Of course, being an administrator by nature with all the attendant traits, Liu Yiquan interpreted this requirement in his own way. He immediately dropped everything and rushed forward to the indicated place as if his life, or by the grace of all the gods, his promotion, depended on it. With more speed than any cultivator could muster, the mustachioed, shaved-headed, middle-aged man reached the main entrance, but nearly fell over when he saw what was under the tree. Looking very intently at the official, just like a python ready to devour a gazelle, the brunette declared that he had come a long way for some nameless guard to start being rude to him. Mu simply could not spare him for this. Quan, of course, didn't care about the death of his loyal subordinate and relative. He cared much more about his own skin, but even he considered such behavior to be fundamentally wrong. In the end, cowardice and the instinct for self-preservation proved stronger than any other thoughts, and Liu Yi extended his hand to the time traveler, greeting the young leader with all possible respect. They, along with the former members of the Jue family, began to leisurely stroll through the park until the protagonist clarified what the deceased had said about the current leader of the district. Feeling cold, invisible ants running down his back, Quan very tactfully explained that the late Qin Mu had found an orphan baby 3 decades ago and raised him. Gradually, the sage also became attached to the boy and recognized him as his son, giving him his surname and name Dingguo, to which the protagonist noted that no one had ever told him about this. However, endless love without discipline did not do him any good. At some point, this unique individual and genius from the world of martial arts began to drink heavily, and then went off to look for blood relatives. He returned from this journey with some woman, whom he also made his wife, and Mu Li felt that there was something fundamentally wrong with her. Looking at him with a strange, unreadable expression in his eyes, Quan admitted that the person was strange, and he and Qin Sr. wanted to get rid of her. But Ding Guo took a stance, threatening his father with a break in relations. In any case, it ended with them having a huge falling out and stopping communicating with each other. And what happened next is already a well-known story. The cultivator carefully asked if this man had heard about the death of his adoptive parent, and the official, not quite understanding, replied that he had been informed of everything. While they were talking, two very strange cobras crawled out of the bushes silently and stared at the two-legged creatures with the kind of attentiveness that only spies are capable of. Returning to the conversation, Liu Yi noted that when he conveyed that difficult news, Ding Guo and his faithful were not only not upset, but on the contrary, they laughed happily. Then, they simply settled in the government building as if it were their own home, without regard for the will of the deceased hermit, and the administrator did not have the strength to drive them out. Mu Li briefly ordered that these doves be called so that he could talk to them about everything that was necessary, and the man felt incredible happiness that this mountain was climbing onto someone else's shoulders. 5 minutes later, he reported to the time traveler with a confused look that the couple still did not want to go outside. And then the cultivator realized that he had to roll up his sleeves. In one of the rooms in the courtyard, which was now occupied by the husband and wife, a woman was reclining on an ancient stone table and capriciously demanding that her massage be more gentle. The man, sweating from the strain, tried his best to meet these demands, but then the blonde heard something that made her prick up her ears. These were the sounds of the gates opening, and the girl capriciously puffed out her cheeks, as if to say, "These boars have come here again." To show how much she didn't care about the pathetic humans, she lay down on the table again while Liu Yi indignantly interrogated Ding Guo about why he didn't come out to the new owner of the district. The blonde man, who was trying to give the capricious girl a massage, turned his eyes, clouded with laziness and indifference, to the official and demanded that he speak more quietly. This was, after all, an estate. The main character, not wanting to listen to empty talk, simply ordered this sybarite and his faithful wife to get out of here, and the sooner the better for everyone. The young man spread his arms and said in a weak voice that he had lived here since childhood, that this was his home, and the late Qin Sr. had acknowledged this. But then suddenly someone came and immediately kicked him out. That was not humane. An informer quietly approached his wife and whispered that the old man who guarded the central entrance gate had been killed by this newly minted governor, and while her husband tried to come to an amicable agreement, the intriguer began to prepare for an attack. For the deceased was her own servant and fellow tribesman, and she could not allow anyone to find out about her murders and seizure of power. Clenching his fists in genuine anger, Quan growled that Ding Guo was nothing but a spoiled scumbag, and for that, Jade Lord Mu would now show him what a world of pain was. However, a second later, something began that made the man immediately curse his overly long tongue. Madame Qin, engulfed in a poisonous purple glow, menacingly extended her open palm in front of her and ordered the servant to slow down the horses. She then gave the old man a very weak push, but it was more than enough to send an ordinary mortal man flying many meters into the distance. As expected, Ding Guo's mysterious consort was no ordinary mortal woman, but had powerful combat abilities at her disposal that relied on the manipulation of poison. And that's why she felt invincible, because who could resist techniques that literally made the blood boil in the veins and then corrode them? But, just like the unfortunate Quan a moment earlier, she saw something that made her immediately cast aside her casual and smug expression. Mu Li walked up to Liu Yi, whose arm was covered in that eerie purple glow that symbolized imminent death, and then simply healed him with his own power. Then, he turned his gaze to the villainess and asked with slight contempt if she knew any other techniques besides playing with poisons. The antagonist, however, was so shocked that she didn't pay any attention to the question at all. For the first time in her life, she saw someone she couldn't finish off with one blow, but after coming to her senses, Qin thickened her toxic aura even more, and her so-called sons, giant supernatural scorpions, spiders, and other poisonous creatures, began to appear in the air. At the same time, a huge black snake, controlled by the will of its mistress, slid along her legs with a barely audible hiss. Now, when she was surrounded on all sides by a whole pack of monsters capable of destroying the population of a small town, she asked with her former self-confidence whether the deer had liked them. The main character's look of contemptuous indifference was better than any words to say that no, he didn't like them at all. Then, with deliberate slowness, as if he was enjoying this little performance, the young man raised his leg above the ground. He lifted it up and then brought it down with such force that the ground began to shake, as if on the eve of the most destructive tsunami in the history of natural disasters. All those small demons that the villainess had summoned in a futile attempt to deal with the cultivator flew into the sky like dolls thrown by an angry child, and she herself was unable to resist. With great difficulty, the blonde regained her balance, used all the power she had, and rushed into a last desperate attack on this strange guy. For a moment, the whole world froze, and then it seemed to become covered with a rainbow film, which can be seen near disgustingly bubbling oil slicks on the water. The woman kicked and punched as hard as she could, but the protagonist blocked her with casual ease, and he was rather surprised that this insect dared to do such a thing in the first place. The evil warrior, however, was not going to retreat of her own free will under any circumstances. Now she was like a cornered rattlesnake who had nothing left to lose. She put the rest of her strength into the same attack, with which she tried to finish off the mustachioed administrator. But the time traveler easily intercepted her hand, and then he turned his entire body sharply, lifting his opponent into the air. And having achieved the appropriate amount of kinetic energy, he unclenched his fingers. As a result, the girl flew into the sky with such force as if she were a stone that was fired from a slingshot by a mischievous boy shooting at lanterns. Ding Guo, who had spent the entire fight in a safe corner, now flared up and, shouting how the brunette dared to attack his wife, rushed into the attack himself. Venerable Liu Yi was right when he wrote that Qin Mu's adopted son's best days were already behind him, as the cultivator kicked him in the head even more easily than his wife. As a result, the hapless antagonist also took off flying towards the pinkish clouds, his limbs flapping pitifully. And before he finally landed somewhere in the distance, at least 10 seconds passed. Such was the great height the blonde had gained. Since his victims, now defeated and humiliated, could not run away anywhere, the protagonist slowly found them and only then repeated the order to get the hell out. The villainess, as it turned out, managed to get entangled in the branches of a large tree in the most absurd way. Her hair, bust, and pelvis were squeezed by the branches, and it was impossible to move them. As it turned out a little later, Muli did not finish off Qin, but allowed them to leave. And now he demanded that Liu Yi send 2 people as servants. And, although the main character was not going to tolerate random dependents under the roof of his next house, he himself suggested that the former US choose rooms for themselves to live in. The brunette, of course, did not refuse, and looked ahead with such large and bright eyes as if they belonged to a blind man. However, the offered room turned out to be so clean and beautifully furnished that even Lin, accustomed to luxury, could not contain her delight. It is more than likely that she would have then pounced on the guy with hugs. But at that very moment, the young people were interrupted with all possible respect. Liu Yi, clearing the way, waved his shock of golden hair behind him, as if beckoning a frightened child to come out and introduce himself to the class. As it turned out, it was a duo of young maids, but they were dressed so frivolously that questions could arise about what needs the official was talking about for the new boss. In any case, the young man did not need to wash clothes, make the bed, or do anything else. He needed people exclusively to serve the women with whom he arrived. The maids were visibly disappointed and embarrassed that their talents were being neglected by such an attractive young man. But there was nothing to be done. For some reason, blushed deeply and looked at her benefactor with an abnormal gleam in her eyes, but he did not give her a chance to speak, warning her that he himself was leaving to take care of business. In fact, the young man planned to explore the surrounding area, since there was a place very close by that, for some reason, greatly attracted his attention. However, nearby was a relative concept, since the cultivator had to climb into the very heart of the wild grove and rocks in search of the necessary location. Now he stood in front of a stone wall and looked at it, as if there was a secret passage leading to some fairy tale dimension. Then the young man, with the greatest care, placed his hand on the cold, hard surface and stroked it lightly. And this effect worked completely. The gates swung open with majestic slowness, letting the visitor inside. As soon as the light poured in, a multitude of cobras, vipers, worms, and other vermin began to hiss furiously and move, trying to drive away the uninvited guest. But the cultivator didn't care about them at all, as he was looking for a very special beast that Qin had been cultivating in secret from everyone. And now, he was going to get his hands on it. The teenager created a large clot of pink light, similar to crossed rays, illuminated the entire cave with it at once, and then began to wait. A few seconds later, strange sounds were heard. It was the croaking of a frog, but somehow unnatural, and it immediately made the time traveler wary. Then, in the far corner of the cave, several lights flickered at once. One, the largest, emitting a blue glow, and 2 smaller ones resembling yellow lanterns. When the glow faded a little, it became clear that it was in fact an unnaturally huge and blue toad, and it was already ready to devour the intruder. It goes without saying that Mu Li was prepared to face almost any threat with a pompous face. After all, he wasn't the all-conquering protagonist for nothing, but even he was not completely reckless, and before attacking, he wanted to check what kind of enemy he was dealing with and what kind of poison he was using. But the amphibian had no intention of giving the enemy extra seconds to think, and made a mighty leap forward, raising a spray of water. In just a few seconds, she had covered a significant portion of the cave, the small stones bouncing and shaking from her steps. It was a great and powerful demonic beast, a beast of 5 poisons, a huge and majestic moon toad, and she actually even understood human speech and its meaning, since she nodded with a lazy grin when the protagonist suggested that he had encountered evil spirits. And then, a moment later, the amphibian began to open its mouth and release its long, powerful tongue, so that even the cultivator was a little surprised. However, it was just a little, and the huge fleshy tentacle did not even have time to touch its target when the young man was already pulling a long sword out of the clear air. Of course, it was an unusual weapon, because Mu Li was still a great cultivator and master of spiritual energy, so the blade suited him perfectly. No more than a few moments passed, and now the beast-like demon was desperately croaking from terrible pain, because the blade had cut his tongue into even halves. The pain was so intense that the moon toad could only twist its body from side to side at breakneck speed, trying to somehow muffle it. At the same time, someone's female voice screamed desperately, and another worriedly asked what had happened to the lady, why she was screaming like that. It was the same warrior and poison expert. Hanging her head heavily, she muttered that someone had managed to wound the demonic beast with which she had a spiritual connection. She quickly realized that it was Mu Li who did this, and she actually expected this outcome, but she just didn't think it would happen so quickly. The time traveler really was a guy of some sort. Meanwhile, the amphibian managed to get a grip on itself, and now its huge bulging eyes began to turn pink from the blood that had rushed into them. A strange golden glow began to form in the center of her abdomen, and even the main character did not joke about it, because the bodies of demon beasts are extremely strong. It was concentrated demonic filth, and the young man was almost licking his lips, because having absorbed it, he would immediately step up several levels of power at once, becoming even more imbalanced. But upon closer inspection, he realized with a smile that the toad was simply too weak to produce such an energy steroid. It belonged to someone else. However, the amphibian's tongue had grown back completely, and she tried to grab the nasty 2-legged bug with it again, and then swallow it whole. At the same time, the organ also changed color, becoming from just pink to a deep purple, thus symbolizing that the demon had become much more dangerous. The main character simply responded by striking a pathetic fighting pose again, throwing his hands back with his fingers spread, and pink lightning flashed across his palms. Then he waved forward as if trying to shoo away a fly, and in a menacing voice ordered the amphibious enemy to disappear. A disc-shaped energy projectile even flew from his palm, reminiscent of the ancient throwing objects used by the ancient Greeks. When this thing crashed into the unfortunate toad, it was as if the poor thing had been struck by a huge lightning bolt. Even its skeleton was translucent, like an X-ray. And while the poor animal was writhing in agony, unable to throw off these painful, electrifying bonds, the protagonist took the flaming blade into his hands again. With one swift and crushing blow, the protagonist cut open the giant beast's belly, releasing the golden sphere of filth, the much-desired and tempting prize. As it turned out a second later, Mu did not limit himself to just cutting. His attack was so deadly that the demon split into 2 even halves. The sphere clearly tried to fly away after this, finding a safer refuge. But before this happened, the young man grabbed it. Once again assessing his prey, the cultivator felt satisfied. With such a thing, he would easily be able to make a huge leap in the growth of his power. But then the former student noticed something that for some reason he had not seen before, namely some strange door. It was a huge gilded gate, adorned with an emblem that resembled both a carnival mask and a flying-tailed demon, and the hero felt as if a seal had been placed on it. A second later, the boy also noticed a large depression of perfect geometric shape, as if intended for use by the governor's seal. After hesitating for a moment in his thoughts, the teenager took out the artifact given to him by Chin Mu from the secret compartment, and it immediately began to flicker and quickly spin in place. It didn't take a cultivator to figure out that this was how the key responded to the presence of the lock and encouraged the user to use it for its intended purpose. Li didn't hesitate any longer and allowed the tablet to fully merge with the form, beginning the process of opening the gate. When the symbol was on the doors, they opened very slowly, even with difficulty, leaving clouds of dust and debris in the empty spaces, as if the last time they were opened was many decades or even centuries ago. But inside, the traveler was not met by a dirty dungeon covered in cobwebs and trash, but by a perfectly clean hall with golden columns and a huge pentagram symbol on the floor. Attached to the columns were huge multicolored gems, and the shocked protagonist recognized them as spiritual stones of the highest quality. This was the most valuable treasure even for immortals. The young man, in principle, could not expect to find something like this in the world of ordinary people. And even in the amount of 4 pieces, although one of the artifacts was already very weak and close to disappearing. There were also paintings that illustrated the story of the late hermit, showing how China was unified by an emperor many millennia ago, and then divided again into 7 regions. Unfortunately, in any case, no one was able to record the truth about the degradation of spiritual power for posterity. But Mu's keen eye noticed a suspicious and obviously very old artifact dagger. It was a richly painted ceremonial weapon with a handle in the shape of a lion's face, and along the entire blade there were painted purple and gold patterns. Muttering that the thing had clearly been earned through blood and sweat, the teenager attempted to fasten it to the back of his own trousers, as useful things shouldn't just lie around in the ground. But a second later, the brunette's face was completely distorted in the most ridiculous way, as if he had managed to accidentally cut himself and was now holding back painful screams. However, the reality was perhaps even more humiliating. The blade simply began to melt in his hands and pants, ingloriously falling into puddles of gray-blue gunk. Shaking off all that dust and other rubbish from his butt, the cultivator, in a rare moment of humility, told himself that the demonic realm was already a good prize, and greed was punishable. Then, the main character's mobile phone rang and he looked closely at the number and was surprised to see the name Jiaki. And then he lay down more comfortably, preparing for an interesting conversation. The blonde never called just like that, especially not first. So the time traveler expected something exciting. But several dozen seconds passed, and she was still silent. On the other side of the phone, a girl blushing desperately muttered that she had seen the broadcast of the massacre in the Hong household, and she had always known that her bodyguard was strong. But not that strong. It was deep night outside, and the heiress of a wealthy family, in complete solitude and silence, stood in front of a large glass door and looked through it at the stars. The immortal youth perked up a little. He stood up, picked up the phone, and asked his former ward directly what was troubling her this time. He said in a slow voice that her father respected the protagonist immensely, and Mu himself easily solved any problems, and at the same time, she remembered her rescue from drowning. As those events flashed before her eyes like scenes from an old movie, the cultivator asked with genuine concern what had happened. Usually, Junior Su was not so hesitant. Eventually, Jockey ventured to ask if the boy was that person. But so much time and events had passed that the protagonist did not understand what was being discussed. If he could have seen at that moment how purple the girl had turned, he would have suspected that she had health problems, so deep was her blush. She was not allowed to finish her speech by negative thoughts, which, following the traditions of old American animation, were depicted as an exact copy of Chi herself, but with devilish wings, horns, and a trident. Like a woodpecker that mercilessly punches holes in the wood in search of the juiciest bugs, this terrible idea insisted that Li was not some kind of faithful servant. They had long existed as if in different worlds. Torn between this fear and the desperate desire to talk about what was festering, the girl eventually asked if the main character was still the same Mu she knew. Laid back with one leg over the other, the cultivator replied that yes, he was still himself, and any apparent changes were only due to Su getting to know him better. And then, a new, very strong and positive thought was born in Jiaki's head, embodied in the form of a beautiful little angel grabbing the impudent little devil by the hair. And the thought was that Li had not changed and he could be trusted. The inspired woman asked when the protagonist would return, since he did not need to study for long to become an even stronger warrior. And the boy admitted that he needed to wait a little longer. The delighted Chi joked that he was first and foremost her bodyguard and had no right to hang around for long. And the time traveler asked if she had enough money to hire him. Su reminded that they were old friends, so she had the right to a significant discount, something like 100 times cheaper. And the protagonist graciously agreed to remove 10% from the regular price. Feeling something between intense shame and relief, the blonde muttered that yes, her savior really hadn't changed even a little bit. When she finished the conversation, she felt her whole face burning with monstrous force, and her heart beating in her chest with such force as if it wanted to jump out of it. Jockey was already firmly convinced that Mu was that mysterious superhero. After all, he had saved her more times than she could count, and he also gave the girl his warmth. And even the faintest memories of those minutes made her dark pink eyes twinkle brighter than any stars. Looking at the bottomless dark purple sky that resembled the depths of the ocean, Junior Su finally came to the conclusion that the cultivator was the hero of her heart. Meanwhile, The Jinzhou Governorate, which had already seen its 10th dream, was enveloped in a ray of unnatural pale blue light, reminiscent of a comet's tail. But in fact, it did not belong to any celestial body, simply because it actually moved through the air on its own, like a living being. It was a creature, but not at all alive. Quite the opposite. It was Bai Jiangxiao, a ghost girl and an initial stage cultivator, another friend of the main character. She traveled a long way through many kilometers and miles until she managed to find the house where the protagonist now lived. And a mischievous grin was frozen on her face. The brunette was fast asleep, not noticing anything around him, and the former student simply couldn't resist sticking her tongue out at him and making a face like a child. But such childish tricks were only the beginning. An even wider grin, like the Cheshire Cat, clearly indicated that the brunette had something even more abrupt in mind. She decided to draw a turtle on the peaceful face of the sleeping time traveler, which, among other things, symbolized weakness and cowardice. So it was a petty, but such a pleasant insult for her. Pulling a brush with ink out of thin air, the ghost stuck out his tongue in concentration, feeling more responsibility on his shoulders than a surgeon at the operating table. Unfortunately for her, the prank died before it was even born, because the tip of the brush was already a millimeter away from Mu Li's cheek when the latter opened his eye. Frightened, the ghostly girl suddenly stepped back and dropped her brush, and the cultivator sat down calmly, not showing even the slightest sign of drowsiness or fatigue. Knowing full well that she could be seriously spanked for such disobedience, Zhang Xiao put on the most decent and good-natured face possible, showing with her whole appearance what a good girl she was. The brunette had no time for games. He was interested in why the hell Bai had abandoned his mother, and the ghost hastened to explain that Mu the Elder had long been taken away by agents of the Yao family, and she was fooling around at home alone. Having softened a little, the time traveler asked whether the bully had tried to make fun of Chunglong, and her face very eloquently said that yes, she had tried. For example, she scared the poor guy to the point of fainting, appearing before him only to make a demonic face with black holes in place of the eyes and mouth, and then completely remove the head with her hands. She didn't regret it at all because she considered everything that was happening to be nothing more than a funny joke, and that the guy himself was a fool, since he was so cowardly that he peed and shit in his pants. But the protagonist quickly ran out of patience to listen to this any longer, and he treated Bai to such a hard slap that her eyes bulged, realizing that her butt would be next in line to be hit. The brunette sighed meekly and admitted that yes, she had been a bad girl and had scared an innocent man by breaking her promises. The cultivator wondered out loud whether the neighbor would move after such a terrible disappointment, and it was clear from his face that such an outcome did not really bother Li. Making another face that was as endearing as possible, Bai assured her benefactor that she had not touched Chung again. As it turned out, it wasn't a matter of an awakened conscience, but someone had simply advised Luna to steal someone else's underwear and go to bed wearing them on his head, like some kind of perverted amulet, and the method characteristically worked. Zhang Xiao vomited from disgust and no longer dared to approach his apartment, instead indulging in cultivation. It was an incredibly boring occupation, from which the poor woman slowly but surely went crazy, until at some point she realized that she could go outside the apartment. First, she visited her older sister and spent a lot of time in her house until the living girl began to talk to herself in a trance, feeling with a secret part of her consciousness the presence of her dead relative. Then Bai felt too awkward to continue watching her, so she chose to go on a long journey to find her, so to speak, mentor. With every word, with every sentence, she increasingly actively groped the protagonist and invaded his personal space. But, fortunately for her, the young man did not get angry, because he thought only about the successes of his ward in cultivation. He asked out loud how this ghostly stalker had managed to find her target in the first place, since the distance between the two cities occupies the lion's share of all of China. Looking away with a red face and tapping her fingers, thereby demonstrating that she was lying from the first to the last word, Bai stated that it must be just a kindred spirit. The young man suddenly leaned forward and demanded in a very angry voice that she immediately tell him the truth. So the younger Zhang Xiao admitted that she was simply using another technique. Having calmed down a little, Mu Li, in the voice of a stern teacher, demanded to know what seal the ghost had used for her spell. He knew that she had used the most dangerous and dark seal that allowed her to directly devour a person's life force, but the brunette, again making an innocent face, lied that she had used a normal one. As patient as the time traveler was with his allies, even he began to get rather annoyed by this performance. And when Bai directly demanded that she speak sincerely, she shook her head. This was the last straw that broke the main character's patience. So he simply poked his fingers into the mean girl's forehead, using his own abilities to penetrate her mind. Like an experienced hacker from American movies who reads a huge amount of information in a matter of seconds, the brunette dug into Zhang Xiao's memories until he came across something. It turned out that he saw himself, sleeping peacefully in his bed, like any ordinary person in his place. And then he saw Bai making a disgusting attempt to kiss him, her distorted face red as a tomato, and her thick lips smacking noisily. And what's most unpleasant is that this was not a recent fragment of memory, it happened many weeks ago, when the main character was just about to make his journey to the south. After that, a huge imprint of red lipstick shone on his forehead for a while, as if Zhang Xiao had specially applied a huge layer of makeup to her face to do this. However, with each passing second, this mark grew paler and paler, until finally, it disappeared completely, as if such a crime had never happened. This was more than enough for the protagonist to lose all desire to dig further, and he broke the mental contact, to the horror of Bai, who had already understood everything. But her fear passed very quickly, and with the most vulgar grin possible, she began to think about how she and the cultivator would get married and then have children. Since she had closed her eyes, she was unable to see how the time traveler squeezed the middle and thumb fingers of his left hand, using another mystical gesture. After this, the entire room shook from the thunderous sound of the blow, exactly as if some giant had clapped his enormous hands with all his might. In the next frame, Zhang Xiao, now with a huge abrasion on her forehead, was lying on her back with her eyes bulging and white from pain. Wondering why she had been hit in the first place, almost losing his voice from rage, Muli reminded this devil that he, just a second, was her teacher, and therefore deserved respect, and the girl had no right to do whatever came into her head. In fact, he didn't mind making her his woman, but only after Bai returned to her corporeal human form, and the cultivator didn't know that his words were being heard by someone. The woman with black hair pulled back the curtains and peered carefully into the window, wondering why the protagonist was talking to someone at such a late hour. As it turned out, it was Lin, the mother of the former wailing heir, and the girl, sleepily grumbling, sat up in bed, not understanding why her parent was awake in the middle of the night. The older brunette's eyes glazed over and lost all expression as she said in a harsh voice that Jade Lord Mu was not like that at all, and then ordered her daughter to go back to sleep. Then she herself moved away from the window, turning away from him with such ostentatious disdain that any theater critic would have given her a negative review for overacting. As for Bai Zhang Xiao, she was severely punished for her piggish behavior by being placed in a holding vessel, where she banged against the walls and screamed that she was bored. The next day began with numerous panicked screams. Several women were running around the street and screaming something about perverts. The man who was watering the plants spread his arms in bewilderment, as if to say that these girls had come to the men's room on their own and were now running around like panicked chickens shouting accusations. But then he took a closer look and realized with shock that some unknown hooligan had switched the signs indicating where each gender could be. A second later, the young man fell on his back because the hose suddenly began to lash out in all directions, like a living and very angry anaconda. And similar minor catastrophes occurred everywhere one could look. People screamed in fear and ran away from the devices, going crazy and flying dishes. One poor guy who didn't manage to get far enough was hit in the face with such force by a floating frying pan that it was a wonder the man still had teeth. Then this vile, invisible spirit began to attack the girls, viciously beating their faces and making them cry from pain and fear. Then, Liu Yi finally appeared on the scene, rightly deciding that some minor demon had infiltrated the government and ready to use one of his spells. It was as if the man had thrown a whole cloud of gilded powder into the air, which instantly enveloped all available space, stopping the poltergeist's actions. Quan sternly ordered the evil spirit to come out into the light of day. But instead, Muli appeared from the main building, wondering what the manager had done here. Undeterred, the old man asked the chief to step aside and allow him to destroy the vile, incorporeal entity terrorizing the area. Liu Yi wanted to be the hero who saved the day for a little while, and he repeated his order to the mysterious ghost to immediately show himself. Of course, it was Bai Zhang Xiao, who had learned absolutely nothing from yesterday's punishment and had decided to mock innocent people, and now found herself trapped. She tried her best to resist this spell, but she understood that she would soon not be able to withstand it and would give in. Plus, her words were actually heard by the ghost hunter. He didn't hesitate for a single second and immediately struck the source of the sound with a ball of crushing golden energy to destroy the evil demon. The projectile rushed forward, leaving behind a long tail, like a comet falling to Earth or a stellar prominence. However, Mu Li, unnoticed by everyone, sent a small beam of his own pink-violet power after this yellow ball, clearly not intending to allow the zealous servant to kill the girl again. Although Liu Yi had used his technique much earlier, the cultivator's purple energy flow caught up with hers more and more with each passing second until it was almost level with hers. The hapless ghost felt like a wolf, with bloodthirsty shepherds pressing on her from both sides, and no one could tell her how to escape. Luckily for her, the protagonist's timing was right, and his power completely absorbed the blow like a shield, leaving Zhang Xiao scared but completely unharmed. But this still didn't save her from punishment, since the projectile launched by the cultivator seemed to kick her, causing her to fly back with a painful groan. She also felt very strange, realizing that with each passing minute her restless spirit was dissipating more and more, and it was difficult to describe in normal human language. However, after a few seconds, all this torture stopped, and the shocked brunette froze in the middle of an open space, blinking in confusion. The protagonist, meanwhile, declared that the entire problem had been solved, and that the servants could calmly return to their business, which they hastened to do. But that certainly didn't mean he was letting the nasty ghost get away with it, as he telepathically asked her with a fox-like grin if she was going to continue her misbehavior. Bai, who had already been humiliatingly hung on a tree branch like a huge Christmas tree decoration, muttered with a dejected look that no, she would not be so mean anymore. What upset the protagonist most was that Zhang Xiao, with all her strength, had given in to a much weaker administrator. But since she had repented, he was willing to continue teaching her. But not right away. She used too much power today and had to rest for a couple of days. The caring mentor had prepared a beautiful antique vase for her in advance, which caused the ghost to go into hysterics. She stubbornly refused to climb inside this disgusting thing, and in the midst of the argument, Lin Er burst into the room, inviting her adopted brother to dinner. True, she blinked her eyes stupidly, not understanding why some woman was suddenly flying next to her benefactor, and Bai almost choked, realizing that she was being seen. An outsider would not be able to see Zhang Xiao unless she herself wished it. But the former Shui still saw her clearly in what seemed to be only emptiness. The simplest and most primitive compliment about her appearance was enough for the ghost girl to be filled with the most sincere sisterly love for the former Snow Queen, and rushed to hug her. She also allowed herself to be a little more revealing than she should have been, which made Lin feel genuinely uncomfortable. The protagonist, however, watched this with a mocking grin, and sarcastic jokes about female friendship were spinning in his head. But then Zhang Xiao stepped back a little and conspiratorially whispered to the second brunette that they shouldn't pay attention to the fact that the main character was so thin. One day she spied on him going to the toilet and saw everything. And when the meaning of what was said reached the young people, a very awkward silence reigned. It lasted for a good 10 seconds, and then it was as if a colossal bolt of lightning had struck the room, followed by a clap of thunder. The main character, blazing with incredible rage as if a whole wall of flame had risen behind him, roared that the vile ghost was even allowing himself to be here. As it turned out a second later, the fire was not a metaphor for the character's extreme anger. It had actually appeared and was now burning the bed. Then the tense atmosphere turned into chaos. The former Zui laughed while covering her mouth with her hand, and Zhang Xiao brazenly lied that she didn't mean anything dirty. The time traveler, although he was jumping around the bed in an absurd manner with a fire extinguisher, still found time to warn the student that she would very bitterly regret it if she ever stooped to something like that again. She would probably have made another unchildish joke and would have found herself planted in a vase again, after which perhaps she would have been thrown into the sea. But something else caught her attention. It was the long-lost Shanjing, the spirit of earth and plants that the protagonist had inherited from the hermit Qin Mu. And now this dwarf was flirting with Bai in no uncertain terms, delighted that there were so many people and other creatures here who could easily see her and have fun with her. Zhang Xiao grabbed the tiny nature essence and spun around in place. Her screams could be heard throughout the area, and several cleaners, either with bitter envy or even pride, muttered that the head's office was now so noisy. The next day, representatives of the four most noble and powerful families in the county, including Liu Xiu and Xu Chong, weak warriors of Wu Zun, came to bow to the main character. They were accompanied by local government officials who were also warriors of the highest, albeit basic rank, Qin Lin and Tu Shan. Now, they all bowed their heads obediently and raised their hands before the protagonist, like regional nobles bowing before the emperor. The manager hastened to clarify that there were 5 more clans among the local influential people, but their leaders were not in the city, and that was the only reason they did not appear before him. The cultivator, however, remembered very well that there were 4 families at Chinmu's funeral, and it turned out that the head of the 5th, Lu Qing, had disappeared without a trace. While the old man was furious about the boundless impudence of this clan, which dared to simply ignore his messages, the time traveler suggested that they could simply have been delayed by something. After that, the protagonist wanted to change the topic, but Liu Yi was against it. He thought that the Lu family had completely gotten out of hand, taking advantage of the old boss's mercy to gain influence, and then forgetting him. After listening to his passionate, fiery speech, the immortal youth frowned and noted that these people must be of the same ilk as Ding Guo. That is, simply ungrateful pigs. The official eagerly agreed that yes, that was true, especially since Junior Qin really did like hanging around with these scoundrels. But then he was interrupted by someone's lazy voice. It turned out to be a man in an expensive business suit, but at the same time in ordinary sandals instead of closed shoes, and none of the others present recognized him, having concluded that it was some junior member of the previously mentioned clan. The other administrators indignantly asked what it was and where the Supreme Lu, Qing Yang, had gone. The man just smiled smugly, and then, without even bothering to ask permission, sat down on one of the chairs that the cultivator had previously offered to the rest of his subordinates. Without even attempting to maintain a semblance of politeness, he declared that the patriarch was too busy cultivating, and that such a trifle as him would be enough to greet the new governor. This made the other leaders incredibly indignant, since from their point of view, this was the apotheosis of contempt and insolence toward a superior. So Liu Yi was right. This family was completely forgotten. The main character, taking a few steps forward, calmly explained that he had never been eager to take this position, but since it had turned out that way, he would do his job honestly. And so, he, slightly revealing his evil aura that made people sweat, demanded that Qing Yang immediately run here and beg for forgiveness. The last visitor, although also scared, managed to quickly pull himself together and asked again whether there had really been any talk of apologies. Not wanting to play the game of bragging about his lineage, wealth, and influence for the 1000th time, Muli simply showed his aura again, scaring Junior Lu to the point of trembling. Having waited until this impudent worm had experienced a sufficient amount of horror, the brunette demanded that he immediately, as quickly as possible, get up and do what he ordered him to do. Purple clots resembling circus hoops emerged from his power and flew around the envoy frozen in his chair. It was easy to tell from the man's eyes that he deeply regretted ever agreeing to such a job and would give anything to be as far away from here as possible. Then, all these supernatural hoops suddenly shrank and crashed into his body with such force that even bullets would envy, forcing the victim to cough up blood. They continued to beat the family's envoy, causing him to writhe in terrible pain and leave bloody marks wherever his head moved. And Mu Li very calmly said that he would come to Lu himself if necessary. Of course, with such a development of events, he would not be able to guarantee that the consequences for the clan would be favorable, and the current punishment was a clear example of this. At some point, the blows from his energy streams became so powerful that the unfortunate man flew off his chair and they continued to beat him in the air. A few seconds later, streams of purple wind carried their prey out the door and slammed it behind them. And there was no doubt that the torture would continue for some time. The other officials and nobles looked at each other in fear, fully understanding that in different circumstances they could easily have found themselves in the place of that impudent man. They realized that they had received a leader who, in principle, could not be twisted around their necks. He was too strong and ruthless for that, but the Lu clan was definitely not to be envied now. After this, the Jinzhou government began to lead its ordinary existence, as if no disturbances or changes had ever occurred in it. The cultivator was stretching his stiff body outside, while Lin Er and Zhang Xiaobai were watching him from the side. The ghostly woman wondered if they had finished their business yet. He did not deny it, and he himself asked where the women were going, since he had already gotten to know the ghostly hooligan well. Instead of answering, one brunette suddenly slightly unclenched her fingers, so that they only partially touched the palm of the other, like two ballet dancers. The former Jue turned sideways to the protagonist, and her companion triumphantly announced that the former ice woman was actually very beautiful, and since she also has a first-class outfit, the gods themselves, no matter how many there are, ordered her to leave everything and go shopping. Even if Lin wanted to argue, she didn't dare to do so, and she, looking at the time traveler with a creepy expression, asked if he wanted to join in. The young man was not really against it, but he really got to know his possessed student well, so he agreed solely to watch over them and control them. They, of course, chose one of the largest and most luxurious stores in the area, whose floors were laid with expensive tiles and whose premises were made of sparkling glass. The women opened their mouths in admiration, since in their previous lives they had no hope of visiting such a place. And the cultivator, unlike them, was not calm, and asked them to choose where to go. A few seconds later, the former Shui confidently turned left, having found something particularly attractive for herself in that direction. The main character graciously offered to pay for any purchase, and sighed to himself that if only his younger sister had the same submissive and sweet character, then he would live like in paradise. Jiang Xiao managed to overhear these thoughts, and she was extremely hypocritical and indignant that such inclinations were simply disgusting. The blue-eyed brunette wandered between the counters for a while, choosing something for herself, until she finally pointed her finger at the desired food. It turned out to be a very ordinary ice cream, and of course, she quickly received it from Mu Li's hands, and she licked the sweetness with the utmost concentration, as if she were approaching the study of a very important and dangerous element. The most ordinary ice cream, which can be bought at any kiosk, seemed to her like food of the gods, and she jumped for joy, which puzzled even the usually indifferent time traveler. The ghost watched this very carefully, and her face distorted, clearly warning that she was planning another prank in defiance of her mentor's demands. Looking closely at her jumping friend, she moaned very eloquently and stroked her chin with her fingers. She flew up to the living girl so quickly that even the protagonist, who was used to keeping his ears open with this little demoness, was taken aback. Pressing closer than the rules of good behavior allowed, Jiang Xiao, invisible to almost everyone, whined pitifully that she also wanted ice cream, but could not, because she was dead. Zhu tried to very delicately tear her away from herself, but this parasite clung to her with all her limbs, whining that she had died unfairly early and had now forgotten what it was like to be alive. Lin felt very awkward, not knowing what to say to her about this, and she turned to the main character for help, and only after that did the cultivator quietly call the hooligan by her full name and surname, without anger, but with an unambiguous hint that it was time to stop the performance. But the ghost paid no attention to this, and instead muttered with a sly hint that there was still a way to help her. As it turned out, she wanted to possess Er's body, like the evil spirit from the stereotypical stories of devil possession. And then she would do whatever she wanted. Most people would have immediately responded with an ironclad refusal, but the former Shui was one of those rare kind people who could agree to absolutely anything. The former student grinned triumphantly, realizing that her prank had completely worked, and only thanked the innocent fool for such a service. Then she licked her lips, just like a glutton who has finally seen the most desired and delicious dish. As had often happened before, the main character did not react to what was happening around him until it was too late to nip the problem in the bud. Looking at what the vile ghost was doing in her body, the now invisible and intangible brunette screamed in despair, realizing what kind of trap she had fallen into. Burning with such indignation as she had never been seen before, the girl demanded that the deceiver immediately return her own flesh and blood. Like a berserker, she rushed forward, paying no attention to anything, and Bai decided to wisely retreat away so as not to end up in the position of a deer hit by a car, returning the body to its former owner. Very pleased with herself, she purred that it was very good and began to grab the protagonist by the face. To his terrible indignation and bewilderment, the young man demanded to know whether they would be going to the shops at all today or not, but then fell silent when he realized that they were being filmed everywhere on phones, like some kind of circus animals. While the evil cultivator was chasing them and beating them, and the shocked Linier stood at a distance without saying a word, the invisible Jiang Xiao was dancing and shouting joyfully, triumphant at this moment.